The Red Knife of Hassan is a mystery and suspense story with secret societies, ancient rituals, and the blurred lines between reality and deception. Set in Jerusalem, two women are drawn into a dangerous world after joining the mysterious assassins, leading to betrayals and life-threatening danger. The Red Knife of Hassan by Seabury Quinn. Weird Tales. January 1934. A vivid thrill tale of a weird murder mystery and the exploits of the fascinating little French detective Jules de Grandin. Mon Dieu, is it what do you call him, Pinch? Asked Jules de Grandin as the traffic policeman's white rubber mitten rose before us through the driving rain. Asking your pardon, sir, you're a doctor, ain't you? The officer pointed to the green cross and caduceus of the medical association attached to my radiator. Yes, I'm Dr. Trowbridge. Well, can you spare a moment to go out to the dredge? The other interrupted. One of the crew's hurt bad, and while they're waiting for the ambulance it might help if, but certainly, assuredly, of course, de Grandin answered for me. Lead the way, mon brave, we follow. The grimy, oil-soaked launch, which acted as the harbour dredge's tender, was waiting at the pier, and within 5 minutes we were on the squat, ungainly craft which gnawed unsatisfied at the ever-shifting bottom of the bay. The injured man, an assistant in the fire room, was suffering intensely, for an unattached steel cable had swung against him as he crossed the deck, smashing the tibia and fibula of his left leg in a green-stick fracture. Non, there is little we can do here, said the Frenchman as we finished our examination. We have no proper fracture box, nor any instruments for cutting through the skin in order to secure the splintered bone, but we can ease his pain. Will you prepare the hypo, good friend Trowbridge? I would suggest 2 grains of morphine. He suffers most intensely, and a smaller dose would scarcely help him. Buttoned to the chin in oilskins and swearing like a pirate, the ambulance surgeon came out in the launch as we completed our administration of the anodyne, and rough but willing hands placed the injured man in the boat, which bumped its prow against the dredge's side. Sheltered in the doorway of the engine room, we watched the great dredge at its work while we awaited the return trip of the launch. Like some voracious monster diving for its prey, the great clamshell scoop plunged from the tip of the 40-foot boom into the rain-beaten waters of the bay, disappeared amid a ring of oily bubbles, then emerged with water streaming from between its iron teeth, gaped like a yawning hippopotamus, and dropped a ton or more of sand and silt and sediment into the waiting barge. Yes, sir, 4 times a minute, regular as clockwork, she fishes up a mouthful for us, the engineer informed us proudly. At this rate we'll have this stretcher channel all cleared out by, God Almighty, what's that? Horribly reminiscent of an oyster impaled upon a fork, it hung, feet gripped between the dredge's iron fangs, flaccid arms dangling pendulously, the nude and decomposing body of a woman. Easy, Jake, let her down easy, cried the engineer to the man at the cable drum. Don't spring the scoop, we don't want her buried in that muck. Coming, doctor? He cast the question at us impersonally as he jerked the collar of his slicker up about his throat and dashed across the deck through the slanting sheets of winter rain. But certainly, of course we come, de Grandin answered as he followed close upon the other's heels, clambered across the rail and let himself almost waist-deep into the ooze which filled the mud-scow's hold. More cautiously I followed, and as the cable man, with an art which was surprising, lowered the great iron shell, released the gripping metal teeth, and let the body slide down gently in the mire, I bent beside the little Frenchman to examine the weird salvage. Non, we cannot see her here, complained de Grandin irritably. Lift her up, my friends, gently, carefully so. Now then, over to the deck, beneath the shelter of the engine house. Lights, pour l'amour de Dieu, shine the light upon us if you please. A big reflector lamp was quickly plugged into a light terminal, and in its sun-bright glare we bent to our examination. There was an area of greenish-grey about the face and throat, extending through the pectoral region and especially marked at the axillae, but very little swelling of either abdomen or mammæ. As I lifted one of the dead hands, I saw the palmar skin was deeply etched with wrinkles and slightly sodden in appearance. When de Grandin turned the body over, we saw an area of purplish stain upon the dorsal section, but the shoulder blades, the buttocks, backs of the thighs, calves and heels were anemic white in startling contrast. Drowned, of course? The engineer asked jerkily with the layman's weak attempt at nonchalance before the unmasked face of death. No, non, by no means, returned the Frenchman shortly. Observe him, if you please, le fil de fer, how do you say him, wire. A slender, well-manicured forefinger pointed to the slightly bloated throat just above the level of the larynx. I had to look a second time before I saw it, for the softened, sodden flesh had swollen up around it. But as his finger pointed steadily, I saw, and as I realized the implication of the thing, went sick with shock. About the throat, a length of picture wire had been wound and rewound, its ends at last spliced tightly in a knot, so there could have been no slipping of the ligature. Strangulation, I exclaimed in horror. Precisement, la garotte, the work of the Apaches, my friends, and very well and thoroughly they did it too. Had it not been for the dredge, she might have lain upon the bottom of the bay for months, and no one been the wiser. Observe, the coldness of the water has retarded putrefaction, and undoubtedly she was weighed down, but the iron teeth broke off the weights. One might suppose that. What's that on the left cheek? I interrupted. Would you say it was a birthmark, or— The Frenchman drew a pocket lens from his waistcoat, held it at varying distances from the dead girl's face, and squinted through it critically. Grand Dieu! A birthmark, a putrefactive stain? Non, he cried excitedly. Look, friend Trowbridge, look and see for yourself. What is your opinion? I took the magnifying glass and focused it till the blister-marked and scuffing skin enlarged in texture underneath my gaze, and then I saw, rising up from the discolored epidermis like a coat of arms emblazoned on a banner, the outline of a scar shaped something like a crescent standing on end, not marked upon, but deeply pressed into the flesh of the left cheek. No, it's not a natural mark, I commented. Looks almost like a second-degree burn, or— It is a second-degree burn, by Blue, a brand. The little Frenchman broke in sharply. And there is a line of blister round it, showing that it was made on living skin. Parbleu, I damn think we have work to do, friend Trowbridge. Call the tender, if you will, monsieur. He turned to the chief engineer. We must notify the coroner, then see that an autopsy is made. This is a very evil business, mes amis, for that poor one was branded, strangled, stripped, and thrown into the bay. As we stepped into the launch which plied between the dredge and piers, he added grimly, Someone sits in the electric chair for this night's business, my friend. Coroner Martin, Detective Sergeant Jeremiah Costello, Jules de Grandin, and I faced each other in the coroner's private office. The necropsy bears out my diagnosis perfectly, monsieur, the little Frenchman told us, as he helped himself to another glass of brandy from Mr. Martin's desk cellarette. There was no trace of water in the lungs, showing that death could not have come from drowning, and even though dissolution had advanced, fractures of the larynx and the rings of the trachea were obvious, showing that death had come from strangulation. Taking the temperature of the water into consideration, we may say with fair assurance that the state of putrefaction places her murder at about 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, the face is too much disfigured to help us with identification, but— How about that scar? I interjected. Precisement, how of it? He rejoined. Observe it, if you will. Unfastening a paper parcel, he held out a little square of parchment-like substance stretched tightly on a wire hoop. I took the liberty of clipping away the scarified skin and impregnating it with formaldehyde, he explained. The scar, which was so indistinct when viewed upon her face, may easily be studied now. What do you make of it, friend Trowbridge? I took the little drumhead of skin and held it underneath the light. The mark was not a crescent, as I had at first supposed, but rather a silhouette of a hiltless dagger with an exaggeratedly curved blade. A knife? I hazarded. Precisement, and that suggests— You mean it might have been a sort of ritual murder? It looks that way, my friend. Sure, Costello broke in. I've heard about them things, ran into one of 'em, onked, myself. A Dago case. This here now fella'd belonged to one of them secret societies and tried to take a powder on 'em, or somepin', and they give him the Sciorza, I think they called it, the death of the 70 cuts. Dr. de Grandin saw he were more like a piece of hamburger steak than anything human when they'd finished wid him. Are ye after thinking this poor dame was mixed up in something like that? Something like that, the Frenchman echoed. Then, will you consult the files of the Missing Persons Bureau, Sergeant, and ascertain if any young woman approximately the size of this one was reported missing in the last month? That may help us to identify her, but the check-up proved useless. No record of a girl of 5'3", weighing 110 pounds, was in the missing persons file at headquarters, nor did communication with New York, Newark, and Jersey City help us. Mr. Martin, as the keeper of the city mortuary, took charge of the body and buried it in an unmarked grave in the public plot of Rosevale Cemetery, the only record of its disposition being Mary Doe, Plot D, S.E. Fee, 54, West Range 1458. Costello went about his duties of pursuing evil-doers with his customary Celtic efficiency and dismissed the incident from his mind. I reverted to my practice and thought but seldom of the poor maimed body, but Jules de Grandin did not forget. Several times at dinner, I caught him staring sightlessly before him, neglecting the rare tidbits which Nora McGuinness, my highly gifted cook, prepared especially for him. "What's the matter, old chap?" I asked him one night when he seemed especially distrait. He shook his head as though to clear his thoughts, and bah, he answered in annoyance. "There is a black dog running through my brain. That Mademoiselle L'Inconnue, the poor nameless one whom we saw fished up from the bay, her blood calls out to me for vengeance." It was a merry, though decidedly exclusive party Colonel Hilliston entertained at his big house down by Raritan. Why de Grandin had been so set on coming I had no idea, but from the moment he learned that Arbuthnot Hilliston, world traveller, lecturer and explorer, had returned from the Near East, he had given me no peace until I renewed old acquaintance with the Colonel and obtained our invitation as a consequence. 100 years and more ago, some ambitious shipmaster had built this house, and built it solidly as the ships he sailed. Generations had gone by, the old blood thinned and finally trickled out. Then Hilliston, weary of globe-trotting, had purchased the old place, rebuilt and modernized it, then with the restlessness of the born traveller, had used it more as pied-à-terre than home, coming back to it only in the intervals between 5,000-mile-long jaunts to write his books, prepare his lectures, and foregather with his friends a little while. "You've known Colonel Hilliston long, Dr. Trowbridge?" asked my dinner partner, a tall and more than ordinarily interesting brunette whose name, as I had caught it in the rite of presentation, was Margaret Ditmas. "Not very, I'm afraid," I answered. I knew his parents better. They were patients of mine when they lived in Harrisonville, and I attended Arbuthnot for the customary children's ailments, mumps and measles, chicken pox and whooping cough, you know, but since he's been grown up and famous, did he ever strike you as a nervous child or one likely to develop nerves?" She interrupted, and her large and rather expressionless eyes were unveiled suddenly by an odd raising of their upper lids. "No, I can't say he did," I told her. "Just a normal boy, I'd say, rather fond of finding out the reason why for everything he saw, but scarcely nervous." "Why do you ask?" "Colonel Hilliston's afraid of something, terrified." I glanced along the table with its priceless banquet cloth of Philippine embroidery, its gleaming silver and big flat bouquets of winter roses, till I saw our host's face in the zone of light which streamed from 2 tall candelabra. Plentiful dark hair, brushed sleekly back and growing low about the ears, framed a rather lean and handsome face, bronzed as a sailor's and with fine sun lines about the eyes, a narrow black moustache and strong, white teeth, a forceful, energetic face, this long-chinned countenance. Hardly the face of a man who could be frightened, much less terrified. "What makes you think that Arbuthnot's developed nerves?" I asked. "You see those doors?" she queried, nodding toward the triple French windows leading to the brick-paved terrace which skirted the seaward side of the house. "Well?" I nodded, smiling. "Their panes are set in wood, aren't they?" "Apparently, but why?" "They are, but every wooden setting has a steel bar reinforcing it, and the glass is burglar glass, reinforced with wire, you know. So is every window in the house, and the doors and windows are all secured with combination locks and chains, while the outside doors are sheathed in steel. Besides, there's something in his manner. He's jumpy, seems almost listening for something, and acts as though he were about to turn round and look behind him every moment or so." She was so serious and secretive about it all that I smiled despite myself. "And does he turn round?" I asked. "No. I think he's like that man in the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round, walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread." "My dear young lady," I protested, but Jules de Grandin's voice cut through my words as he spoke jocularly to our host. "And did you scale the Mount of Evil in Syria, Monsieur le Colonel?" he inquired. "The mountain where the ancient Bad One dwelt, and sent his minions out to harry those who would not pay him tribute. You know, the Sheikh al-Jabal they called him in the ancient days, and he was head of the hashish eaters who, for 2 long centuries, terrified the world." Something flickered momentarily in our host's deep-set eyes, something which, if it were not fear, seemed very like it to me as I watched. "Nonsense," he broke in almost roughly. "That's all damned poppycock, de Grandin. Those assassins were just a lot of ordinary mountain bandits, such as Europe and the Near East swarmed with in those days. All this talk of their mysterious power is legendary, just as half the stories of Robin Hood, or Al Capone for that matter, are the purest fiction." He gazed around the table for a moment, then nodded to the butler, a small, dark man with olive skin and big Semitic features. "Coffee is served in the drawing-room, please," announced this functionary, deftly bringing the meal to a close. We trooped into the big parlour, and I caught my breath in admiration of the place. The beauty of that room was a sort of mad, irrational loveliness, a kind of orderly arrangement of discordant elements which resulted in perfected harmony. A buhl table out of India, 15th century Italian chairs, Flemish oak, ponderous as forged iron and beautiful as carven marble, a Chinese cabinet which must have been worth its weight in solid gold, pottery, shawls and hangings from the Near and Farther East, carved jade, rugs so thick and soft it seemed as though the floor were strewn with desert sand. A very art museum of a place it was. Thick Turkish coffee and great squares of halwa were handed round by the stoop-shouldered butler, and presently long cigarettes, almost the size of a cigar, were lighted, and I caught the faint, elusive perfume of ambergris as the smoke wreaths spiraled upward in the dim light sifting through the perforated bronze shades of the lamps. "Ambergris for passion," quoted Margaret Ditmus as she lolled beside me on the divan, with a cat-like grace of utter relaxation. "You've heard the Easterners believe that, Dr. Trowbridge." I turned and studied her. Her hair was very black and glossy, and she wore it smoothly parted and drawn low above her ears. Her eyes were large, dark, queerly unmoving under thin-arched brows. Her mouth was wide, thin-lipped, very red, and her teeth were small and white. Beneath the hem of her black satin gown there showed an inch or so of grey silk stocking, and underneath the meshes of the silk there shone a gleam of platinum, where a thread-thin anklet encircled her slim leg. I sensed a hard shell over her almost feline suppleness, as though she wore defensive armour against the world. Where does she fit in? I asked myself. And why should she be so attentive to a bald, bewhiskered medical practitioner when there are young and handsome men around? Our host, for instance. Colonel Hilliston's voice broke through my ruminations. "Anybody like to play roulette?" he asked. "I've got a set up here, so if you wish." A chorus of enthusiastic assent drowned out his invitation, and in a minute a roulette wheel and cloth were spread across the beautiful buhl table, and Hilliston took his place as croupier. Plaques were placed upon the numbered squares, and "Le jeu est fait, messieurs et dames, y en a plus," he sang out nasally. The little ball clicked round the spinning wheel, and "Vingt deux noirs, messieurs et dames," he chanted. The play was rather high. My American conscience and Scottish ancestry revolted at the sums I lost, but my losses were as nothing beside those of Miss Ditmas. She hung in breathless interest above the table, her dark eyes dilated, her small white teeth clamped sharply on her carmine lower lip. "Jeu est fait, messieurs et dames. What the devil?" Colonel Hilliston broke off his nasal chant as the lights winked out and the room was drenched in sudden, utter, blinding darkness. Nejib lights. It seemed to me there was a thin, hysterical quality in Hilliston's voice as he called the butler. A soft hand clasped on mine with a grip so strong it startled me, and Miss Ditmas's low-breathed whisper fluttered in my ear. "Dr. Trowbridge, I'm afraid it got in." There was a gentle whistling sound, and a gentle draught of air swept on my face, as though an open hand had fanned swiftly past my features, and I thought I heard someone move past me in the dark and stumble clumsily against the roulette table. "Lights, Hilliston Effendi," murmured the butler, appearing at the doorway with a silver candelabrum in each hand. No answer came from Colonel Hilliston, and the fellow moved silently across the room, the aura of illuminance from his burning tapers preceding and surrounding him. "Look, look, oh dear God, look!" rasped Margaret Ditmas in a choking whisper, then broke off in a wail of mortal terror. It was a terrifying sound, a little breathless squeak of mortal fear that thinned into a sick, shrill wail of horror. It seemed to hang and linger in the air like the tintinnabulation of a softly beaten gong, until at last I did not know if I still heard it, or only thought I did, and would go on thinking that I heard that dreadful shrilling cry of agonizing panic ever after. And well she might cry out, for in the center of the roulette table stood the head of Colonel Hilliston. It stood there upright on its severed neck, white eyeballs glaring at us in the flickering candlelight, mouth gaping open as though to frame a cry. Beneath the table lay the headless trunk, half sprawled, half crouched, one hand extended on the turkey carpet, the other clasped about the table leg, as though it sought to drag the body upward to the missing head. Blood was gushing from the severed jugulars and carotids. Blood stained and soaked the carpet at our feet, and splashed the tip of Jules de Grandin's patent leather evening pump. Amazingly, a tiny drop of blood hung like a jewel from the crystal prisms of the ceiling chandelier which swung above the table, whence the head stared at us with a sort of silent accusation. "But, my dear man," Captain Chenevert of the State Constabulary, who had come dashing from the Keyport barracks with 2 troopers in answer to de Grandin's call, hooked his thumb beneath his Sam Brown belt and gazed at us in turn with something like the look he might have given to a romancing child. "You tell me you were all assembled in the drawing-room when suddenly the lights went out, and when that heathen butler, what's his damn name, Nejib, came in with candles, there was Hilliston without his head? Absurd, preposterous." "Parbleu, you are informing us," de Grandin answered with elaborate sarcasm. "Nothing more utterly bizarre was ever fished up from the vapors of an opium smoker's dream, but there it is. Including Dr. Trowbridge and myself and the late Colonel Hilliston, there were 8 persons in that room. You have heard the evidence of 7, while the 8th bears mute but eloquent testimony of the murder. We are all agreed upon what happened. There is light, there is sudden darkness, then there is light again, and there is Colonel Hilliston without his head. Name of a devil, it is crazy, it is impossible, it does not make sense, but there it is. Voilà tout. See here, you fellows, I put in. Maybe this may have some bearing on the case, though I don't see how. Then, briefly, I told them of my conversation with Miss Ditmas at the table, her hand clasp in the dark, and her terrified declaration. "I'm afraid it got in." "By George, that is interesting. We'll have her in again," said Captain Chenevert. "But no, not yet. One little moment, if you please," objected Jules de Grande. "Me? I have what you call the hunch." Crossing to the secretaire, he tore a sheet of notepaper across. Then with a match sopped up a little drying blood from the sodden carpet and traced the silhouette of a curved, sharp-pointed dagger on the paper. "Delay your summons for a little while, if you will be so kind," he urged, waving the paper back and forth to hasten drying. "Now, call her in, if you will." He laid the gruesome picture face downward on the table beside the objects taken from the dead man's pockets, and lit a cigarette as a trooper ushered Margaret Ditmas in. "Mademoiselle," he began, as she looked at us inquiringly, "we have made an inventory of Monsieur le Colonel's effects, the little things he carried in his pockets. Perhaps you can identify them. Here are his keys. You recognize them, no?" "No," she replied, scarcely glancing at the thin gold chain with its appended key ring. A little wad of crumpled banknotes followed, a cigarette lighter, knife, card case, cigarette case, and always, "No, I do not recognize it," she returned as each was shown to her. "Then, last of all, we came on this," de Grandin told her. "A strange thing, surely, for a gentleman to have." He turned the sheet of writing paper with its scarlet dagger up and held it toward her. Her face went ghastly at the sight. You found that on him?" she exclaimed. "The red knife of Haz." Like a football player tackling an opponent, de Grandin launched himself upon her, grasping her about the knees and hurling her backwards several feet before they fell together in a heap upon the floor. And not a fraction of a second had he been too soon, for even as he threw her back, the ceiling chandelier dropped downward like a striking snake. There was a gleam of steel and the click of closing metal jaws. Then up the fixture leapt again, and was once more the harmless glass-hung thing which it had been before. "Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. I did forget that you were standing where the Colonel stood," de Grandin told Miss Ditmas as he helped her to her feet. "I hope you are not hurt, but if you are, your injury is slighter than it would have been had I not acted roughly." "Shaughnessy, Milton," shouted Chenevert. "Did anybody move?" "Sir," asked Trooper Shaughnessy, "did the captain call?" "I'll tell the cockeyed world he did," the captain answered angrily. "You were on guard in the library, weren't you?" "Yes, sir." "Did anybody leave the room?" "No, sir." "Anybody get up, press a button, or lean against the wall or anything like that?" "No, sir. Everyone was seated. No one moved until you called." "All right. How about you, Milton?" "Sir?" "You were in the hall outside this room. See anybody?" "No, sir, not a soul." "Bring that butler to me and bring him pronto." A moment later, Trooper Milton came back with the butler, who, arrayed in rubber apron, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, had obviously been engaged in the matter-of-fact occupation of washing the silver when summoned. "Where were you just now?" the captain asked. "In the pantry, please," the other answered. "Me? I always wash the silver after dinner. The kitchen maids the dishes wash when they come in the morning." "Humph! You were the only one of the help here tonight." "Tonight and every night, please. The cook, the chambermaids, the kitchen girls, they all go home at sundown. Only I remain to serve the dinner and to close the house at night. Me, I sleep here." "Know the combinations of those door and window locks?" "No, please, Illiston Effendi, he knows them only. You shut them so they lock, but only he can open them." How long have these locks been here?" "I not knowing, Captain Effendi. I come here from Damascus with Colonel Illiston when he come here. He engaged to hire me there. I very good butler and valet. Me serve in the finest English families and—" "All right, we'll look into your references later. What are you, an Arab or a Turk or—" "Captain Effendi." The butler's protest was instinct with injured pride. "Me, I am Armenian. I very good Christian. Me, I go to Christian school at." "All right, go back to the pantry now and see you don't leave it unless you have permission." "Hearing and obeying," replied the other, and turned with a deep bow. "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle," Captain Chenevert declared. "I sure will. This damn case gets tougher by the minute. Now we know how Hilliston was killed, but who the devil worked that guillotine, and who installed it, and say Dr. de Grandin? D'ye suppose? A crash of breaking crockery, a wild, despairing scream, and the noise of heavy objects crashing into one another drowned his question out. "It's in the pantry," Trooper Milton shouted and raced down the long hall with the Captain de Grandin and me at his heels. "Can't budge the door," he grunted as we stopped before the pantry entrance. "Seems like something's wedged against it." "Here, let me help," Chenevert cut in, and together they threw their shoulders against the white enamelled door. It gave slowly, inch by stubborn inch, but at last they forced it back enough to let them in. The pantry was a ruin. Across the door a heavy table had been pushed, the china closet had been overturned, and scattered on the white-tiled floor were bits of Colonel Hilliston's choice silverware. Also, upon the tiles, there spread a great red stain, growing fainter and more faint as it approached the window, which, to our surprise, was open. "Good Lord," the captain muttered. "They, whoever it was, got Hilliston with that infernal beheading machine, got that poor Armenian too. Run outside, Milton. See if you can find any trace of the body." De Grandin stooped and scooped a little of the blood from the floor into a bit of envelope he drew from his pocket. Then, surprisingly, he fell to examining the pantry walls, completely ignoring the blood trail leading to the window. "Not a chance of finding anything out there, sir," Trooper Milton reported. "It's raining cats and dogs, and any trail they might have left when they dragged him away's been washed completely out." "I was afraid of that," Chenevert responded with a nod. "What's next, Dr. de Grandin?" "Why, I think we might as well go home," the little Frenchman answered. "You have the name and address of every person present. Besides, I am quite sure the murderer has gone. I have made memoranda of some things you might investigate tomorrow, and if you'll kindly give them your attention, we shall see each other here tomorrow afternoon. Possibly we shall know more by then." "Okay, sir. How about that Ditmas dame? Think we'd better give her another going over. She's hiding something, and unless I miss my guess, she knows plenty." The Frenchman pursed his lips and raised his shoulders in the faint suspicion of a shrug. "I do not think that I would question her tonight," he answered. "Her nerves are badly out of tune, and she might easily become hysterical. Tomorrow evening, I think, we may learn something of real value from her." "Okay," the other repeated. "We'll do whatever you say, but I'd put her on the griddle now if it were left to me. See you about 3 o'clock tomorrow? Right, oh." "Well, I checked up on those matters, sir," the captain told de Grandin, when we met in the Hilliston drawing room next afternoon. "It seems the work was done by a Greek or Armenian, or some kind of Syrian named Bogos. He installed the electrical fixtures, and, of course, this chandelier, along with all the other paraphernalia. And how much more, one wonders," de Grandin interjected in a whisper. "What's that?" "Nothing of importance. You were saying?" "This Bogos chap put in all the fixtures on Colonel Hilliston's orders, written from abroad, but when we went to Harrisonville to interview him, he'd skipped, decamped, evaporated, left with no forwarding address, you might say. Indeed, when we got to running over his activities, it appears that Hilliston's was the only job he ever did, and he left as soon as it was finished." This is of interest." "You bet your neck it is. Looks as though this Bogos guy, his name should have been spelled bogus, installed a lot of stuff not in Hilliston's specifications. What do you think?" "I think it very likely," returned the Frenchman. "Now, if your men are ready, let us inspect Exhibit A of the machinery of murder. With hammer and cold chisel, 2 mechanics attacked the frescoed ceiling of the drawing room, 20 minutes' work bringing the diabolical device to light. Concealed behind the innocent-looking mask of a prism-hung chandelier was a pair of strong steel jaws, razor-sharp, and working on oil-bathed bearings. How it was actuated there was no means of telling without tearing down the entire wall and ceiling of the room, but a single glance was sufficient to tell us that when the thing was dropped and the jaws sprung, it was powerful enough to bite through anything less resistant than a bar of iron. Measuring the cable on which it operated, We determined that it was designed to fall and gnash its metal jaws at a height of 5 feet from the floor. Colonel Hilliston was 6 feet 1, Chenevert commented. Allowing for an inch or so of neck, it was just made to slice his head off right below the chin, and say, "Wasn't that Ditmas girl lucky when you barged into her? The thing would have bitten the top right off her head." He took a turn across the room then. "She was about to spill something when it started to drop on her too," he added. "Something about some sort of knife when you showed her that picture you'd made. Now, how the devil was it timed so nicely, and who worked it?" "Let us inspect the butler's pantry," answered Jules de Grandin irrelevantly. "Last night," he told us as we halted in the room from which the butler had been taken, "I made an examination of these walls while you were looking at the bloodstains on the floor. Do you observe that clock?" He pointed to a small electrical chronometer set in the wall. "Yeah, I see it. What about it?" "Look closely at it, Monsieur le Capitaine. Does not it seem unusual?" Chenevert examined the timepiece from several angles, tapped it tentatively with his forefinger, finally compared it with his watch. "It's half a minute fast, that's all I see," he answered. "Aha! You are like the idols of the heathen who having eyes see not," de Grandin told him irritably. "See how it has been fastened to the wall. Screwed? Non. Cemented? Again non. Riveted? Mais non, it hangs on hinges. Now see." With a quick jerk, he drew the timepiece forward like a door, disclosing a small cavity beneath it. In this, there hung a little disc of hard black rubber, like a telephone lineman's earpiece, and in the very center of the hole, there was a circular lens, shaded by an apron of black metal. "Look into it," he ordered, "and hold the phone against your ear." I gazed across the captain's shoulder as de Grandin left the pantry. In a moment, I beheld him, as though seen through the large end of a pair of opera glasses, standing by the table where Hilliston had met his death. "It is a kind of periscope," he told us as he re-entered the pantry. "Could you hear me when I spoke to you?" "Yes, distinctly," answered Chenevert. "You said, 'Do not press the button at the bottom, if you please.'" "Exactement. Now do you and good friend Trowbridge go into the drawing-room and see what happens." Obediently we walked to the parlour, and as Chenevert hailed, "All right, doctor," we heard a sharp and wasp-like buzzing in the ceiling whence the men had moved the hidden guillotine. "It is as simple as the alphabet when once one masters it," the Frenchman told us. "One in this 90 times accursed pantry sees what happens in the drawing-room. Also, he hears the conversation there. Now, if you look there by that china closet, you will see a little metal door. What does it hide?" "I'll bite," said Chenevert. "A fuse box by blue. You see, standing here before this spy hole, one can reach out and disconnect the lighting wires from the drawing room, from that whole section of the house indeed, at a single motion. Then, when darkness falls upon the parlour, one does but press this button, and poof, someone has his head decapitated with neatness and dispatch. Not only that, by the motion of the guillotine, the head is placed upon the table for all to look at when the lights go on again. Ingenious, ingenious as the schemes of Satan, n'est-ce pas? Why then, that's what caused the little breath of air I felt against my face, I told him. It was the guillotine dropping within an inch or so of me. Great heavens! Ah bah, an inch was quite enough to spell the difference between life and death for you, my friend, he told me with a grin. But who the devil operated it? Chenevert demanded. Of course, the butler might have been back here when Hilliston was killed, but they bumped him off too, so— You are positively sure of that? de Grandin interrupted. Well, nothing's sure but death and taxes, but when we heard him yell, then found this place all smeared with blood. The liquid which you found upon the floor, by example? Yeah, sure. What else? Oh, I thought perhaps you might have found some blood, the little Frenchman answered with an elfin grin. Last night I took precaution to soak some of that liquid into a piece of paper. Today I analyzed it. He is an exceptionally fine specimen of red ink, mon capitaine. Well, I'll be damned. One hopes sincerely otherwise, though undoubtedly you would lend a touch of savoir-faire to hell, my friend. So that butler guy did it after all. Now how are we going to put the finger on him? That Ditmas girl. Precisement, mon capitaine. You have said it. Eh? Said what? The pretty Mademoiselle Ditmas. She shall be our stalking horse. Tiens, the threads begin to join together in a single cord, he told us as we drove toward Harrisonville. I can't see it, I responded. It seems the most mixed-up hodgepodge I ever heard of. Nothing seems related to anything else, and you are wrong, my friend, he contradicted. The relationship is clear, and growing clearer every minute. Consider. He checked the items off upon his fanned-out fingers. Last month we saw a poor dead girl fished up from the bay. Upon her cheek was burned the picture of a knife. Me. I do not know why this should be. But that picture is not merely the representation of a dagger. It is a dagger of one specific kind. The simplest form of dagger picture is a cross, two straight lines crossing at right angles. Not this one, though. But no, certainly not. It is the carefully prepared picture of a Tripolitan throwing knife, which may also be conveniently used as a hand weapon. What should such a picture be doing burned on an American young lady's cheek? I want to know. This business smells strongly of the East, even to the manner of her killing. Then zut. Through the thick head of Jules de Grandin comes a thought. I was in the service of intelligence in the war, my friends. Besides, I have done some service for the Sûreté, and I have friends around the world. One of them, serving with our forces in Syria, wrote me but recently of a revival of that sect once called Les Assassins, the almost mythical but very potent followers of Hassan ibn Sabah, who from their fortress at Aleppo had terrorized 2 continents for near 300 years. Not like a plague, but rather like an epidemic sickness. The chapters of this most abominable sect were springing up, now here, now there, throughout the country near Damascus, even as far as Jerusalem and Baghdad. The French had met them with repressive measures, and believe me, Frenchmen entertain no silly sentimental notions of conciliating native prejudice where law and order are involved. However, we digress. The blood-red dagger, exactly like the one burned on that poor girl's face, was the official badge of Hassan's minions in the days of old. Now, can it be? I ask myself, and even as I ask, along comes Colonel Hilliston, the soldier and explorer, the beau sabreur among the travelers, and providentially, he is back from the Near East. This one will surely know what is what. I tell myself confidently. He will have surely poked beneath the rubbish heaps of gossip and found the truth. He is a learned man, a fearless man. Best of all, he is a curious and most inquisitive man. And so I plague my good friend Trowbridge till he secures an invitation for us to the Colonel's house. And while we all make merry at a most exquisite meal, I bring the subject of the haunted mountain of the hashish eaters up. I ask our host if he, by any happy chance, has scaled it for a look around. And does he tell me that he has? Damn no. He shies away from such talk as a nervous horse goes dancing when a piece of paper blows across the road. Ah, but Jules de Grandin is no simpleton. Not he. He can read the signs in people's faces as he reads the print upon the page. And what does he see in the face of Colonel Hilliston? What does he see, I ask it? He paused dramatically then. Fear, he said. Yes, mes amis. Most certainly, it was fear I saw shine in his eyes, a fear that might be classified as terror. The terror of the hunted deer, when, thinking herself safely hid, she hears the baying of the hounds upon her trail. Yes, certainly. Et puis, and then, meantime my good friend Trowbridge, with a manner highly unbecoming to his eminent respectability, has become most friendly with a pretty little lady, who, if ever woman had it, contains a large-sized portion of the devil in her makeup. But do they talk of moonlight kisses, and the scent of twice-crushed rose leaves in a lady's flowing hair, or tender nothings spoken underneath the twinkling stars? Damn no, they do entirely otherwise. They talk of Colonel Hilliston, and of something which he fears, of the iron reinforcements of his doors and windows, of the locks and bars and bolts which make his house secure. Secure against whom, or what? What is the terror which pursues him night and day? And then, when all the lights go out, and we are plunged in darkness deeper than the blackness of the devil's lowest cellar, what does this pretty lady say to Dr. Trowbridge? "I'm afraid it got in." And next we see Monsieur le Colonel wholly headless, lying on the floor of his own house, yet no one knows who struck him down, or how, or why. Oh, do they not indeed? We shall inquire as to that, I tell myself when I am informed of Miss Ditmas's conversation, and so I make a picture of a dagger, not any dagger, but the kind of dagger which was burned upon the dead girl's face. And when I show it to Miss Ditmas, and tell her we have found it on the Colonel's body, what does she say? Cordieu, she starts to say it is the red knife of Hassan, but she does not finish saying it, for from the ceiling falls the guillotine which almost shears her head away, and thereafter she is speechless as an oyster. Tiens, we are gathering up the threads, my friends. This Mademoiselle Ditmas, Colonel Hilliston, and the dead girl in the bay, they are three corners of a square. And the fourth, I asked, is Najib, Colonel Hilliston's ex-butler. But he's an Armenian, a Christian, Captain Chenevert objected. Those assassins you're telling of are Turks or Arabs or something like that, aren't they? Can you distinguish between a Japanese and a Filipino? De Grandin countered. Eh? Precisement. They look alike, it would be easy to mistake one for the other. So with the peoples of the Near East, Turks, Armenians, many of the Arabs, they are so much alike to outward, seeming that one might easily pass muster for the other. No, this Najib Butler, he is no Armenian, neither was the bogus person who did the Colonel's electrical work. They may not be Turks, he strongly doubt they are, but certainly beyond a doubt they are assassins. Yes, of course. And you think Miss Ditmas can enlighten us? I asked. He raised shoulders, hands and eyebrows in a shrug. Undoubtedly she can, but will she? He replied. The early winter dusk was falling as we stopped before the house where Margaret Ditmas lived. I'm not sure Miss Ditmas is in, said the attendant at the switchboard. I'll ring her apartment. Excuse me, you will do nothing of the kind, de Grandin interrupted. Ringing telephones and sending in cards are only temptations to weak-souled ones to lie. We shall go ourselves to see if she is in, and do not ring that telephone. You heard him, fella, Captain Chenevert added. If anybody tips Miss Ditmas off we're on our way to see her, you're going to know what the inside of a nice home-like jail looks like. And I don't mean maybe. See? Apparently the operator saw, for it was with an expression of surprise that the trim-coloured maid met us at the door of the apartment and ushered us in. Miss Ditmas leaned back in a wing chair, a gown of clinging grey swathing her lissom form from throat to insteps. A string of pearls hung round her neck. Pearl studs were in her ears. A great pearl solitaire gleamed on the third finger of her right hand. Upon her feet were sandals clasped about her ankles with pearl catches, and the little thread of platinum encircling her left ankle shone glimmeringly in the candlelight against her bare, pale ivory skin. She lay back in the chair like one who slept or rested after illness, and from the long, thin cigarette which dropped from her right hand, a twisting trail of smoke went up, and as I caught its scent, I thought of her quotation from the night before, ambergris, for passion. She turned her head listlessly as we appeared, her clear white profile and night-black hair standing out in charming silhouette against the elfin candlelight, and a faint, wan smile stole across her face like the smile of one who sleeps and dreams a sweetly melancholy dream. No, Dr. de Grandin, I haven't the faintest idea what it was that Colonel Hilliston feared, she replied in a low, sleepy voice. Yes, I'd noticed how he'd reinforced his doors and windows, but the house stands in a lonely location, and he had many beautiful and expensive things in his collection. I suppose he wanted to make sure the place wouldn't be burglarized, don't you? Once more she smiled that slow, disinterested smile and inhaled deeply from her amber-scented cigarette, I really don't know what I meant by what I said to Dr. Trowbridge when the lights went out, she answered his next query. What does anybody mean by such hysterical statements? I was startled, terrified, when we were plunged in sudden darkness. And, do you know, I believe I'd taken too much wine at dinner. How I came to say anything about something getting in is more than I can imagine. Nothing got in, really, did it? Unless it were the person who made off with poor Najib just after my escape from that dreadful thing which dropped out of the ceiling. Mademoiselle, de Grandin told her sternly, this is not a salle d'armes. Really, doctor, I don't quite understand. Very well, let us be frank as friends are frank. This is no place for fencing. We are come to ask you certain questions, it is true, but we have also come to warn you and protect you. Warn, protect me, whatever from? From the brethren of the knife, mademoiselle, from the wielders of the scarlet knife of Hassan. Her face went blank, then grey-white as a corpse's countenance, as he shot out the bald statement, but she took a sudden grip upon herself, and, I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about, she told him. Au revoir, mademoiselle. Even le bon Dieu is powerless to help those who will not help themselves. He answered tonelessly, and made her one of his stiff continental bows. That straight-backed bow which always suggested uniform and corset to me. Come, my friends, we have important duties to perform, he told Chenevier and me as he led us from the room. Now where? The captain asked as we waited for the automatic elevator. Upstairs, the Frenchman answered. The flat above is vacant. What the devil? Tiens, not the devil in his proper person perhaps, but certainly his myrmidons, replied de Grandin with a grin. Come, hurry, we waste our precious time in argument. Arrived one story up, he tried the handle of the entrance to the suite directly above Miss Ditmas's, found it locked, and as matter-of-factly as though setting a broken arm, set to picking the lock with scientific neatness and dispatch. Softly, if you please, he cautioned as we entered the vacant rooms. I would not have our footsteps heard below. Tiptoeing to the window, he inspected the fire escape which zigzagged down the building's side, nodded with a smile of satisfaction, and turned again to us. In half an hour they should come, he whispered. Do you compose yourselves to wait, my friends? Smoke, if you like, but do not speak above a whisper, and keep back from the window. We do not know where they may lurk, or how thoroughly they may be watching. The minutes dragged away, and I was getting stiff from sitting on the floor with my back against the unupholstered wall when, psst, de Grandin's sharp admonitory hiss attracted my attention. La fenêtre, the window, look, he ordered softly. I looked up just in time to see a shadow, but a faint shade darker than the outside gloom, go floating downward past the casement, and half rose with an exclamation when his warning, upraised finger and another hiss arrested me. 1, 2, 3 times the window was blocked out by downward drifting shadows. Then de Grandin crept across the room, swung the casement back with slow and wary care, thrust his head forth and glanced quickly up and down, then motioned us to follow him. What? Chenevier began. But shush, great stupid one, be quiet, the Frenchman warned him sharply. This is no parade we make. Leave the music home. Step by cautious step, we clambered down the fire escape, de Grandin in the lead, Chenevier and I nearly treading on his toes. No sound reached our ears as we came opposite Miss Ditmas's open window. The room was dark as Erebus. Silence, warned the Frenchman, then his hand upon his pistol, follow me. He stepped through the open window, sweeping the room with his flashlight. The place was in disorder, showing signs of recent struggle, but was empty of human life. Nom d'un coq, exclaimed de Grandin sharply. After them. We must find them right away, at once, immediately. God grant that we come not too late. The door communicating with the hall was locked, and burst it open, he exclaimed. We have no time to pick the lock. Suiting action to his words, we put our shoulders to the panels. It held us back a moment, but at the third rush it gave way, precipitating us into the hall. This way. He hurried down the passage to a glazed door marked freight elevator. He pressed the button savagely, but the automatic lift failed to respond. Pas la barbe en poisson. Undoubtedly they took her down that 90 times damned lift, he panted as we hastened down the winding stairs. They have wedged the lower door ajar to shut off our pursuit, for the mechanism will not lift unless all shaft doors have been closed. But we have nimble legs, parbleu, and follow fast upon their heels. Outside, quickly, he commanded as we reached the bottom floor. They have secreted her within the basement, I damn think, but they are no fools, those ones. They will have locked the door behind them, and they would murder her while we were breaking through. This way, we burst into the outer air, and de Grandin ran fleetly out into the alley. Ah, God be thanked, he exclaimed, pointing to a row of narrow windows set flush with the ground. There is an entrance from outside. They are small, these windows, but not too small for Jules de Grandin, I damn think. Cautiously, treading lightly as a cat, he examined each of the windows in turn. They were grimy and impossible to see through clearly, but through the glass of one, a light could be dimly seen. Just as he knelt in an attempt to peer through, a voice came thickly from the room inside. "Oh, God!" a woman moaned despairingly. "Have pity on me, Hassan. I didn't tell them anything. I wouldn't." "Oh!" The exclamation cut her speech in half. "No, you did not tell them yet," the butler answered in a low and oddly hissing voice. "Nor will you tell, my pretty. The brand, the bowstring, and the bay await you, even as they did that other who—" "Oh, no, no, not that, for pity's sake," the tortured girl entreated. "I tell you I had no intention of disclosing anything. The Frenchman and the others came to call this evening, but I told them nothing, nothing. I swear it, I—" The crashing of glass and tearing of rotten wood cut short her plea as de Grandin kicked in the window frame and launched himself through the narrow opening. "Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. One dislikes to contradict a lady, but you told us much this afternoon," he interrupted as he landed, cat-like, on his feet. Chenevert and I were close behind him, and our flashlights, stabbing through the cellar's dim light, disclosed a startling tableau. Upon the rug, birth-nude, knelt Margaret Ditmas. Her ankles were bound beneath her, her wrists were tightly lashed together, her face was a picture of utter despair. Two men stood near her, one slowly whipping a long, thin cord, picture wire, back and forth before him, the other heating something in a little charcoal brazier such as plumbers used to carry before the days of the gas torch. But it was the one who stood with folded arms before her that drew and held my gaze as a magnet draws a needle. The figure was clothed in a long white robe, with a curious headpiece that completely veiled the face except for two large square eye holes covered with gauze that hid the eyes behind them. On the front of the robe, a dagger was embroidered in vivid red thread, the red knife of the assassins of whom Miss Ditmas had told us. For an instant the tableau held, then, "Non, do not move, messieurs, or eh bien, since you request it." 3 knives flashed from their hidden sheaths even as he spoke, but quicker than the knives were Jules de Grandin's shots. So fast he fired it seemed as if a single line of flame were flashing from the muzzle of his automatic pistol, and the man above the brazier toppled over with his hands clasped to his stomach, while the fellow with the picture wire hunched his shoulders forward as though about to sneeze, emitted a soft hiccup, and fell face downward on the rug, a spate of blood spilling from his gaping mouth. The masked figure in front of Margaret Ditmas stood unmovable, swaying slightly, like a person seized with vertigo. Then, like a tree which woodsmen have sawn through, his swaying motion quickened, and he toppled sideways, crashing down upon the floor, his long, curved knife still grasped within his hand. It was not till later that I learned de Grandin had shot the butler through the brain. For Nejib the Armenian it was. He must have died upon his feet a full 10 seconds before he fell. "Eh bien, she has had a shock, that one," de Grandin murmured as he looked at Margaret Ditmas's still, set face. "Cut the cursed cords off her and bear her to her bed, friend Trowbridge. Me, I shall call the police and coroner. Her story can await our convenience now." The girl seemed curiously light in my arms as I carried her into the garish modernistic bedroom with its chromium-plated furniture and laid her on the big flat bed, drawing a down, stuffed comforter over her. In the black and silver bathroom, I found smelling salts and a bottle of aromatic bromides, and I brought her from her faint with wet towels and the salts, then gave her 30 grains of bromide. Presently she slept. I sat beside her for hours, it seemed, while de Grandin and Chenevert moved round the room beyond, inspecting the 3 bodies, phoning to the coroner, examining the branding iron, shaped like a hiltless knife with an exaggeratedly curved blade, attending to the one things which policemen have to do in such a case. Day came without dawn. The sombre winter blackness of the night faded imperceptibly to smoky grey, at last to something like full daylight. But there was no sun, and in the sky the snow clouds hovered threateningly. "She is better? She has slept?" de Grandin asked as he and Chenevert came in quietly. "Yes," I answered to both questions. "She should be all right now, though I think a period of rest would do her good." "Undoubtedly," he acquiesced. "But she has all her life to rest if she is so disposed, while we are very busy. Mademoiselle Margot," he called softly. She turned restlessly, muttering inaudible words, then childishly reached out and took my hand, cuddling it against her cheek, and smiled. A fierce protective tenderness surged up in me. "For heaven's sake, de Grandin, let the child rest," I urged him, but "Mademoiselle, it is morning," he persisted. A kimono draped around her shoulders, Margaret Ditmas sat in bed sipping at the tea de Grandin had prepared for her. "You're sure they're dead?" she asked him with an apprehensive look. "As dead as 40 herring, dead as mutton," he assured her. "Me? I made them so, and I am most particular about my killings, mademoiselle." Reassured, she went on with her narrative. "I met Arbuthnot Hilliston in Jerusalem when Helen Cassaway and I were touring through the Orient last year," she told us. "He was a fascinating man, and our acquaintance quickly became an intimate friendship. He knew a lot of places which no tourist ever sees, and the more we went about with him, the more his fascination seemed to grow on us. One day, as we were riding toward the site of the old Joppa Gate, he asked us how we'd like to witness the secret rites of the assassins. Neither of us had ever heard of them, but the name sounded thrilling, and of course we agreed enthusiastically. From what he told us, it seemed they were a revival of an ancient secret order founded by some old Persian in the 11th century, and in their heyday, they were more powerful even than the orders of military knights of the Crusades. They'd exacted tribute from the mightiest, and when the tribute wasn't paid, they killed. The Sultan Malik Shah, the Caliphs Mustashid and Rashid, fell beneath their daggers, as did Count Raymond, Christian ruler of Tripoli. Would seeing a lodge meeting of such an order, even though it were only a sort of pale modern copy of the flamboyant ancient original, be a thrill to any girls? You know the answer. Arbuthnot took us to the place. The night was dark, and we went in closed carriages, so neither of us knew where we were going. But when we got there, we had to take our Western clothing off and put on long white gowns of some sort of heavy muslin with a scarlet dagger embroidered on the left breast. Then cap veils were brought us, and we put them on. Not network veils, such as we have here, but heavy cotton hoiks, which were fastened over our faces just low enough below the cap like headdresses to let our eyes look out. Then we put about a dozen silver bracelets on each arm and 2 or 3 heavy silver rings about our ankles, so that we clanked like moving hardware stores at every step, and went barefoot into the big, bare hall where a lot of veiled women and masked men sat round the wall and stared at us. The head assassin, I suppose you'd call him the high priest, met us in the center of the hall and held out his hands to us. We knelt and put our folded hands between his, and he repeated some sort of welcome in Arabic, and when the right times came, Arbuthnot told us to nod, and we nodded. That was all, we thought. A little later, though, they brought out cups of sherbet spiced with some strong bitter drug, I learned later that it was hashish, and it made us crazy as fishes out of water. I remember swaying back and forth in my seat and having a queer feeling as though the air about me were dissolving, as though I were in a rarer and clearer atmosphere, something like the feeling when you inhale nitrous oxide in the dentist's chair, you know. When some queer-sounding music started, I felt I simply had to dance, and I got up, ripped the smothering veil away from my face, and did the best imitation of an oriental dance I could. Suddenly, a masked man leaped up from his seat against the wall, seized me in his arms and... She paused, and a dull red flush came to her face. "Perfectly, mademoiselle, one understands," de Grandin told her evenly. And later. Next day we learned that we'd been through the ceremony of initiation and were duly enrolled members of the sect, or order. We'd sworn to do the will of the society without question, and, well, it didn't take us long to get away from there. We came home, and here, in peaceful, matter-of-fact America, it seemed as though it were all part of some wild and rather unpleasant dream. Then, one afternoon, Helen called me up from her home in Paterson. "Daisy," she said, "something terrible has happened." Helen Castaway was the kind of person to whom something terrible was always happening, so I wasn't particularly impressed, even though her voice seemed charged with terror. "What is it this time?" I asked her. "Has the boyfriend found another girl?" "Daisy," she replied reproachfully, "please listen. You remember that dreadful lodge we joined with Arbuthnot Hilliston in Jerusalem? You may be sure I began to pay attention then." "Well?" I asked. "Today, an Armenian rug peddler came to our house and asked for me. I hadn't the faintest idea how he knew my name, but I was interested, so I saw him. Daisy, he was from the Assassin's Lodge. He held out a little card with the picture of a red dagger on it, just like the daggers embroidered on the gowns we wore when we joined the society, and said it was the knife of Hassan. When I asked him what he meant, he said it was the sign of the assassins, and he had come to demand my services. He wanted me to go downtown with him tonight and help him in a badger game. He's got the man all picked out, and all I have to do is obey his orders." "What in the world's a badger game?" I asked. "It's a sort of blackmail scheme. A woman flirts with a man and then goes somewhere with him, and when they're there alone, another man who pretends to be the woman's husband comes rushing in and threatens to make a scandal unless the poor dupe who's fallen for the woman's charms pays him hush money and—" "Did you send him packing?" I asked. "I most certainly did, and he was furious. Told me that no one could refuse to serve the red knife of Hassan, and that the branding iron, the bowstring and the bay awaited all who were disobedient." "Well," I told her, "you'd better go to the police. It may not be very easy to confess that you're mixed up with such a gang of scoundrels, but it'll be a lot easier than trying to dodge their persecutions on your own account. Besides, that fellow ought to be locked up. He's a dangerous character." "I'm going right now," she told me as she hung up, and— "Yes, mademoiselle, and—" She walked out of her house on the way to the police, and no one ever saw her again. "And how long ago did all this happen, if you please?" "About 2 months. One understands. And then Arbuthnot Hilliston came home, and I got in touch with him at once. 'You got me into this,' I told him. 'Now you've got to get me out. Helen Castaway's disappeared as though she'd fallen in the bay, and I don't know what minute they'll be putting the finger on me.' 'My dear girl,' he answered, 'I'd be pleased to help you, but they're after me too. I was told to do some spying on the French High Command in Syria, but I've no desire to be stood up against a wall at sunrise, so I put for home. They tried to get me twice, and nearly succeeded each time, but I think I'm safe, for a while at least. I've got an Armenian servant. They hate the Muslims like sin, you know, and at his suggestion, he got in touch with an Armenian workman here, who's made my house over into a veritable fortress. If you're game to defy the conventions, you're welcome to come out and stop with me. Najib, my servant, will attend to everything for us, and we'll have only some local help come in by the day, so there'll be no suspicious characters entering the house. If we play lost for a while, Maybe the whole business will blow over. The very night I went to stay at his house, you and Dr. Trowbridge came to dinner. I'd heard of you, of course, Dr. de Grandin, and thought that you could help us if anybody could. I drew Dr. Trowbridge as my dinner partner and was beginning to lead up to asking him to ask you to help us when we went into the drawing room. Then Arbuthnot was killed so terribly, and when you showed me the red knife of Hassan you'd found on his body, and they almost got me with their infernal machine, I knew that it was hopeless. If they could get into that steel-barred and double-locked house of Arbuthnot's, there wasn't any safety for me anywhere. I thought they'd killed poor Najib when I heard him scream out in the pantry, but this afternoon he called me on the phone and said he had managed to escape, though they were hunting for him. He warned me not to tell you anything if you came to see me, and said he and 2 Armenian friends would come secretly to take me to a place of safety tonight. I was to let Lily, my maid, go home early and leave the window by the fire escape unlatched so they could come in without being seen. So I pleaded ignorance when you arrived and waited in a perfect fever of apprehension till Najib and the others came, and when they did, I found they were assassins, and Najib's real name was Hassan. Then, "Precisement, mademoiselle, the rest we know," de Grandin interrupted with a smile. "You have perhaps a, how do you call it, little cellar? Cellarette? Why yes, over in that cabinet you'll find some scotch and rye, and some brandy too, if you prefer. Allô Dieu," he looked at her reproachfully. "Who would drink whiskey when brandy is available, mademoiselle?" End of The Red Knife of Hassan by Seabury Quinn.
Back Before the Moon is a Western folk tale set in a rugged, isolated valley where a father's love and determination are put to the ultimate test. Eligio Jaramillo embarks on a perilous journey through treacherous landscapes to save his daughter from a mysterious fever, only to encounter strange figures and supernatural forces along the way. Back Before the Moon by S. Omar Barker. Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror, March 1932. On a little meadow slope of the hidden valley El Valle Escondido, that lies like a sun smile back of the black woods of the upper Vallecitos, stands a great cross built of red stone at the edge of the weird timber. This is in the Rio Arriba country of New Mexico, where all the world is still outside, and where there are said to be strange sights every night of a moon for those with eyes to see them. Here, then, is how the red stone cross came to be. If you had seen it, you would want to know. And old Oliborio Baldonado, the gray-beard, squatting in the sun beside his adobe in Canoncito, would tell you. As he told me, Eligio Jaramillo came riding down out of the black woods from the Valle Escondido, and all the tidal cannons were running belly-deep in snow water to stop him. There were black bogs where the firs had hoarded great piles of winter ice, only to soak up the spring trails into sucking vats that swigged and pulled at his horse's legs. The Rito itself, modest and clear-eyed in summer, boomed now through its red stone box like the wrath of Mitara Dios, and then came swinging out in a twist of muddy-watered death into the three-cornered cove where Eligio must cross it. Ah, the reckless doom of spring in the backland wilderness of the hidden valley country. One day there was the silence of deep-folded snow, and the next the growl of baby torrents loping down the hills to join the roar of wild, new water out to sweep destruction down the slanting cannon and strew it in the fields below. A great pine, tricked by a suddenly faithless earth at its spring-stirred roots, renounced the sky and came swooshing down without warning across the path of the dark horseman and his black horse struggling down out of the black woods from Valle Escondido. And in flare-eyed terror at this weird treachery of his own mountains, the pony reared and swung his mud-covered body in futile struggle back up the hill. But Eligio's eyes widened only a second in sudden alarm. Then into their blackness came again the deeper fear that drove him wallowing in mud, like some haunted soul in despair, down the sweeping slopes of the mountains toward Vallecillos. He jerked his caballito back down the hill, spurred him to flounder around the fallen tree and on again down the slipping trail to the river, snaking down the steep canon in coils 10 feet deep and 50 feet from edge to edge, the river he could not hope to cross. Yet Eligio would cross it, for it was a fear worse than a death fear in his heart that urged him on. Back in a squat cabin with a flat dirt roof, on a long grass slope tipped up to the sun, the lone Ursulinda homestead lay in the hidden valley. Little brown-eyed sister of the angels, with the rude heart of her father so soul-bound to her own that 2 little tears from her eyes, ¡ay, qué preciosos!, would half break it and bring his rough brown face quivering against hers. Ursulinda, at 8 years already the image of La Madrecita Querida, the dear little lost mother who had left them and gone to be with her Tata Dios. Thus the simple love of the rude sheepman for his daughter. Eligio had left her, dying perhaps, with her 2 brothers, good brown mountain lads who knew what the sheep were saying when they cried out at night, and who did not mind talking to mountains alone in the moonlight, but who must run and hide when a stranger would drop into the valley from somewhere in the world. The 2 good brown boys were with her, and one, Toribio, perhaps would be down on his knees asking with Tata Dios to leave her with them, and the other, Juanito, holding fast to her hand, and Eligio battling down through the black woods to Vallecillos, the whip of fear lashing him behind, and one tiny gleam of hope to lead him. One little cruz de Jesus, one wooden crucifix on the altar in the capilla at the village. If only Padre Onesimo would give him that, and he could fight back to Ursulinda before the red moon would turn white over the tops of the firs, and the little coyotes come out talking their queer way on the hilltops. A doctor? Oh yes, there was a doctor in the village too, old Panchero with his black bag and half-white whiskers. Eligio would see him for medicine, but after all, what could one hope from a mere medico in such a case? 3 days ago, Toribio had come crying to the cabin, and sure enough, when Eligio went out with him, there was old Chango, the biggest goat, standing on a stump inside the Fuerte Corral, upright like a man and preaching to the flock. They could hear strange words past understanding, and when Chango saw them coming, there was a sudden red fire circle around him, and as it died away, the old goat leaped down among the herd, saying "Ba-ah" in his own language again. A puff of heat came blowing past their ears that could have only been the breath of the very devil. That night, Juanito saw a great wolf go flying out of the trees the way a lost soul would fly, for when he came against the white moon, there was blue fire in his mouth, and he dropped down suddenly and stood howling on a rock at the top of the hill, thus the weird doom of a haunted springtime up in the valley. When that night was halfway into dawn, 2 coyotes, slim wolf brothers of El Demonio, sat on a hill and set up a mad fandango to drive back the sun, and over across the valley one answered like a call from another world. Eligio knew the voice, and it said, "Ursulinda, ars li in da," over and over. As he lay like a dead man listening, he heard the little brown daughter moan softly in her sleep, but when he muttered a swift Ave Maria, she was silent again, and outside the 2 coyotes went yip-year-upping back into the woods. That morning Ursulinda arose a little quieter, yet well and clear-faced as ever, but one mother goat was dead on her knees in the Fuerte, and when the brown boys had milked, the others and Ursulinda drank some of it. Moon whiteness came over her face, and the fever began to take her. Juanito looked in her cup, and sure enough, there, for a second, was the outline of a face marked in blue pinpoint bubbles of milk. It was a devil's spring and a devil's fever that had come to the Valle Escondido, and Eligio Jaramillo came riding down out of the Black Hills for that little token of Nuestro Salvador that would save at least his daughter from, if Diablo did not, who would take her soul away. 3 weeks before, he had gone up with Ercelinda and the 2 brown boys and a few goats over the frozen snow and winter-dead river, making ready for summer until the mad water should all have run out of the hills, and he could bring his sheep up for the new grass. But now he must leave the Valle and battle down to Vallecito's for the cross that had cured Macario Romero of the fever and saved Jose Aden that time of a doomed spring in the Valle Alamoso. The Rito was a monster across his path. It swished down the canyon in a current so swift that every wave arched its back and leaped to keep up with its fellows like un lobo anxious to be in at the killing. The muddy rider knew it would be death, and yet, with the talking sounds of the hills behind him and the great fear in his heart, he urged the black horse to its edge. Black Choto groaned but stepped into the torrent, for he knew his master. 2 steps brought his head into the waves. The horse knew death when he saw it, and he saw it then, yet not so close but that a lunge and a mad pawing of water brought him streaming and quaking back to the bank. Eligio's heart was a second without beating, for he knew poor Choto could not carry him across. Yet he would cross. 20 steps above, where the mad water came tearing out of the box cannon, it was narrower, and at the edge of the bank, the curled fingers of the flood clutched at the roots of a tall blue pine. If he had an axe, he could chop it, and it might swish down and catch on the other, for it was long enough. But Eligio had left the Valle half in stupor from the dread in his soul and had not been fore-minded. He tried pushing the tree. It swayed a little, for the water had loosened its roots, but it did not fall. A dozen little piedritas and a single block of black earth, where he had disturbed the anchor of the tree, tumbled into the stream, y no más. The black horse stood like a slim statue back a bit from the bank, and Eligio looked at him without hope. Then suddenly he was at the saddle, unbuckling the lasso that always hung there. It was a long rope, light and tough and made of Megi Mexicano, the way the cowboys like. Eligio could throw it too, with a swish that would fetch up whatever he caught in a quick surprise. Now it was no running horse he must rope, but the snag root of a big log lying like clusters of dead snakes across the Rito. He threw with all his might, and the slim string of Megi curdled clear across the water, though it did not catch. But it was long enough. It dropped down into the water and dragged off down the stream, but Eligio pulled it to him with swift hands, and a spark of esperanza came into his heart. For now he would cross the river. It remained for him but to throw the rope swiftly and surely. And he did. The 3rd time, the questing loop caught on a stout snag and held when the middle bellied to a strong tug of the mad water. He tied Black Choto to a bush back from the bank to await his return with La Cruz Salvadora ere the moon would be rising. Then into the water he crept, knotting his hands in the rope and fighting that giant 1,000 times his strength with the muscles of a strong little man and the heart of a leon. Eligio had come down out of the black woods where a Lobo Diablo had flown across the moon, and he was going down to Vallecito's for a cross of Jesus to save the child that was his other heart. And he had crossed the Rito because he must. 1 step on the bank in safety, and he heard the soft sound of a woo-oo behind him, like the blue fire wolf that had come down from the moon to sit and howl on the hillside. But when he looked back, half in terror, it was the tall blue fir that was swaying down over the river. It came down slowly to rest its stiff upper branches on a gray boulder across the Rito, so that its trunk was a stout bristled bridge over the reaching water that any man might cross. If the tired wet man had only waited, but now he was over, nevertheless. With the coiled rope around his dripping shoulder, he was on his way down the wild curved road to the Placita. Now he would run in the swigging mud the few miles' distance to the capilla, and he would be back across the fir tree bridge before the moon. Jesus adorado. Eligio ran like the cursing old river itself, for here there had been more sun on the road. But even as he went, dodging the black bog holes and talking a heart prayer to the good Jesus, there was a voice that muttered in the little cannons and a soft sound of doom in the warm-lipped wind, and the black hills talked behind him. It was where the slanting road comes down by the river, and a helpless old trail from the Rito del Espiritu Santo crawls to the west edge of the water, that his tired legs pulled him down to rest for a double breath, lest he fall dead in the black mud. And it was when he dropped his head in his leathery hands for a dead still moment that he heard the voice that called from over the Rito. Amigo! Amigo! It was a strange sound. Eligio looked in wonder, for who would be calling from the old trail? Ah, what would the poor sheepman see? Leaning against the white stump of a troncon, holding himself up with his arms out on two branches as though he might be a Christ on the cross, was a long-haired man with a curly brown beard on his face and the black woods behind him. Eligio had not yet closed his mouth from surprise when the man stepped down to the brink of that rabid water and called again. Amigo, friend, help me to cross this water. I cannot pass it alone. Eligio saw that there was the stain of red like blood on his blue rag jacket, and remembered how he had heard of the old hermit digger of mines back in the redstone hills of the Espiritu Santo, who was like to be standing on his head half of the day because of the crazy way it was. So Eligio called to him that he could not cross that torrent, worse here than above, for it was only the crazy miner, and Eligio must be running on down the road to the village. Your rope! Throw me your rope! The old man called out now, more insistently. But Eligio was going again and would leave him there, for who would stop to help an old fool drown? He looked back over his shoulder and his heart stopped for a second with his legs. The old man was wading in, arms over his head. He would be lost. Let him drown. Eligio had battled the clutching hills to come down this far for the Cruz de Jesus, and he must go on. But it was in his heart now as if there were only one world and one man in it, and he, the crazy old man, waiting out to go down dead in the flood. The hawk does not flick his wing more quickly than Eligio pulled the rope coils from his shoulder, ran back and whistled the strong Magi string across the mad water. The line looped over the old man, and when he went strangling down under the flood, the borreguero Eligio caught the rope, a turn around a stout white aspen, and pulled him up again. It was one hombrecito against the whole weight of another, and the long-muscled water besides, and there was death in it for one or both if he should slip, for he had the rope wound about his hand and arm like a snake. Here was another struggle with the roaring Rito, and the sun crawling around west to make long black shadows of the firs. Eligio pulled and hauled and cursed like un loco enojado, and the old minero gurgled and fought the water, and then went dead on the rope until a whirl caught and swung him past the middle. Eligio pulled him out on the bank like a great dead trucha. But the old man was not dead. There were 2 long lost hours the sheepman was working with him until he stood up again, and now he would be too late getting back to Erslinda. He tried to run on now, but the minero plucked him by the sleeve and said like one who would know already, "Where do you go, my friend, and why do I see shadows like the black woods in your eyes?" Ah, Eligio would hurry away, but now he must stay and tell him what he asked, for there was no end to the look in his eyes. So he did tell him, even how Chango had preached to the flock up in the valley, and how he had come fighting across the river. The minero gave him a look like the look of a clear blue sky and said, "Who shall say that the little roots are only for the growing of wild grass, or that uphill is not down to the one who understands?" Even before he had finished, Eligio was off again down the rough camino to the village. Late, late, but with half the fear shadow gone from his black eyes, and he not knowing why. At the beginning of evening, Eligio came over the last hill with the gray sage clumps about him, to look upon the village down by the river where he should find the chapel and the holy crucifix. The black doom came rushing back into his heart when he looked, for the long digging arms of the crowding water had crept out and clutched the old chapel, and the baked mud that was its walls was crumbling like dead faith into the flood. As he ran crying down the hill, the last front wall with the great cross upon it tumbled to the Embrazada del Agua, and all the God-fearing people of Vallecito stood groaning and watching it. All but the good Padre Onesimo, for his body was bumping somewhere down the river and his soul flying up to his Tata Dios. Eligio Jaramillo had come down out of the black woods of Talking Wolves for the Cruz de Jesus to save his daughter. But the black water he had fought was there before him. Even the good padre who might have known the holy words to say for making another cross was gone. Eligio was taking back a useless medicine from old Panchuro, now yet without hope, for how would a little red bottle or white pellets save the girl when there was blue fire in the mouth of a wolf flying across the moon? Now he must go back through the black woods to bury his dead, and his heart under the black earth with her, for he had lost 2 hours fighting the river for a crazy digger of mines, and the avenging water had been that long before him at the Capilla. There was only one word in the woods as he climbed back again toward the valley, and that was the shouting word of the river in the cannon. Eligio crossed the fir-tree bridge that had fallen for him. The water was singing a wild song beneath. Now he would step down to die in it, but he must not, for the dead must be buried. Black Choto was there by the foot of the hill with a strange, joyful voice welcoming his master. His master had no ears for the sound of a poor horse's gladness. It was slow up the mountain. The moon was white and going west over the black firs when Eligio topped the hill where the little coyotes should be out talking, their queer, weird way in the night-time. But they were not. There was no voice in the woods. Ah, the poor sheepman understood this silence of death in the valley. For why should a devil wolf be howling now that Eligio was coming back with empty hands too late? When he rode into the valley with the flat black cabin up on the solana of it, there was a cry from the marsh by the road, and when Eligio looked, it was the old Minero again, deep in a bank of the melting snow of spring, and calling, "Amigo, friend, your rope. Throw me your rope." Eligio would kill him now, for his heart was black with grief, yet he did not. Again it was in his heart as if there was but one world and one man in it, and he the old man dying there in the moonlit snow, and he looped him again with the maggy string he could throw that sure way, and pulled him out flat where the snow was hard, but he did not raise him up. For now he must ride on up the hill to kiss the dead lips of his Ursulinda. Ay, Jesus! It was the boy Toribio who ran out in a swift patter when Eligio came to the cabin, but it was Ursulinda, brown little sister of the angels, that stood in the light of the open door and called to him, her voice singing into his poor heart like the joy of a day that never was. How could the man listen to his good brown boy telling him something until Ursulinda was in his arms and her brown face against his? For they must tell him how a strange miner man with a beard, and with the look of the blue joy in his eyes and red stone stains like blood on his jacket, had come wordless into the cabin, with queer grasses on his brow, and when Ursulinda drank the red drink he brought for her from beneath his jacket, the fever left her, and they, falling on their knees at her bed,
Birthmark by Seabury Quinn. Weird Tales, September 1941. She was haunted by a curse, a blight born in the steaming jungles of equatorial Africa. Last-minute shopping at Liberty's and the Garileys Lafayette had taken more time than I'd reckoned, and the 6-seated compartment to which I'd been assigned on the Treves Rapide was nearly filled when I finished checking. Through the Provost Marshal's booth at the Gare de l'Est and scuttled down the inner platform. 3 of the 4 early arrivals I recognized. Amberson, who as a former New York police lieutenant had been assigned to the intelligence, Weinberg of the medical corps, like me, assigned to base hospital work in Treves, and Fontenoy Apkern, an infantryman about to take up duties at the Provost Marshal's office at the old walled city. The 4th man was unknown to me, and for no reason I could think of, I disliked him with the sudden spontaneity of a chemical reaction. The double braid on his cuffs marked him as a captain, and where the raccoon collar of his short coat was thrown back, I saw crossed rifles on the neckband of his blouse. His uniform was well cut and expensive, English-made, I guessed, his blonde hair neatly trimmed, his slim, long white hands sleekly manicured. More of a fop than a soldier he seemed, some dandy from the fashionable East 50s with a bulletproof commission going from the Secretariat at Paris to staff headquarters at Koblenz. But in the army one goes where he is sent, and does the work they set him at. It wasn't mere resentment of a grime and blood veteran for a panty-waist soldier that stirred my quick, instinctive dislike. It was the smug arrogance of him. Clear-cut as the image on a coin, his profile silhouetted against the window, high-cheeked, hard-eyed, sharp-chinned. Prussian as an Oberleutnant of the elite Guards Corps, that face would have seemed more in its proper setting above the field grey of a German uniform than the olive drab of our army. The stranger glanced up quickly at my advent, and I had a momentary glimpse of faintly sneering mouth and hard, cold, haughty eyes. Then he resumed his reading of the Paris edition of the London Daily Mail. Greetings were in character. "Hullo," said Amberson, sweeping me with a quick look of suspicion which is the mark of the professional policeman. "Thought you'd gone AWOL," grinned Weinberg. "Wouldn't blame you if you had. Lotta flew up Treves way, lots of work for us poor suckers in the MC. Hi, lug." Apkin saluted me, mopped 'em all up on the Paris sector and going up to croak a few in Germany. The blonde captain of infantry took no notice of me, nor any of us. I stumbled over an assorted lot of feet, stowed my duffel in the rack above my seat, and dropped down on the hard cushions. The place across from me was vacant, but a white card indicated it had been reserved. Wonder who'll draw it, Apkin wondered. Pity the poor bloke, having to look at your ugly mug from here to Treves. Gosh, when I came to up at Catigny and saw you staring at me, I thought I still was under ether and having a bad dream. If I could have talked, I'd have asked the nurse to slip me a fresh dose of anesthetic. Quiet, cut in Weinberg. Who'd know when you were conscious or anesthetized anyhow? If I'd been there, I would have operated on you as they brought you in, you. His amiable insult stopped half-uttered, and a sudden blankness wiped expression from his face as he looked past Apkern to the compartment door. Followed by a railway porter, a girl stood at the entrance, and I felt my own heart skip a beat as I looked at her. Mentally I commented, "There ain't no such animal." She was quite young, not more than 23 or 4, quite breathtaking in her loveliness. A red cross gleamed upon her overseas cap. Beneath her heavy dark coat with its wide fur collar showed a white stock and the well-cut, smoothly fitting whipcord uniform of the Red Cross Motor Corps. 3 service chevrons on her left cuff showed she was no post-armistice importation, and her utter lack of self-consciousness showed she was at home with soldiers. More like an effeminate boy than a young woman she seemed as she stepped lissomely between the rows of booted feet and dropped down in the seat across from me. I realized her eyes were golden, a light brown that was almost orange, harmonizing to perfection with her copper hair, her smooth, pale cheeks and slim red lips. When she took her cap off and shook her hair, I saw that it was close-cropped, almost like a man's, and riotous with curls. I cast a glance at Apkern, sitting 2 seats from her, and he must have read the malice in my eyes, for almost instantly he sounded off. "See this?" He tapped the dispatch case that rested on his knees. "Lot of valuable dope in here. List of suspected enemy agents and so forth. I'm taken up to Treves." "Captain Apkern," the general says to me, "I've got some very confidential documents to go to Germany. They're so secret that I daren't trust them to an ordinary courier. Only a man of proved sagacity, indomitable courage, and more than usual cleverness can be entrusted with these papers, Captain. You're going up to Treves, aren't you?" "Sure, General," I tells him. "I'm fed up with all this coffee colin in Paris. Want to get where there's a chance for action. So I'm joining the MPs at Treves. I'll be happy to accommodate you by taking those papers, and you need fear nothing. They'll be safe with me as if you published them in the New York Times," completed Amberson sarcastically. I glanced across the narrow aisle at the girl. She was joining in the laugh that followed Amberson's deflation of Apkern. Her lips were opening like a flower, and a smile glowed in her orange eyes. "Lovely," I whispered to myself. "Perfect," as I eyed the long sweet line from her waist to knee, from knee to ankle, the small gentle bosom and the long slim hands and feet. "She's just perfect." The guard had blown his absurd tin trumpet, and we slid out of the station, past the platform bright with French officers in fur coats or long capes of horizon blue. Like birds of brilliant plumage among the sombre OD of our own and British uniforms, through the blinking lights that marked the station yard and out into the fog-blurred night. The train had a wagon restaurant, and presently the girl went forward, followed in a moment by Apkern, Weinberg and Amberson. I'd lunched late at the Café de la Paix and had no wish for food, so settled back in my seat with a copy of The Bystander. Our coach was German taken over by the Allies, and a sign phrased with Teutonic arrogance stared at me from the farther wall of the compartment with the information that such indiscretions as smoking or falling from the window were stringently verboten under penalty of heavy fine. I grinned at it. I was an American soldier on my way to conquered territory. Presently their officers would be saluting me as I walked down the street, their civilians crowding to the curb to give me sidewalk room. Their signs meant nothing to me, and I broke out a packet of Fatimas. "Smoke?" I proffered the pack to my silent companion. "No," he returned shortly, never glancing up from his paper, and with renewed irritation I realized that he had not added "thank you" to his refusal. In a little while the diners came back from their meal on the best possible terms with each other, and I was duly presented to Miss Fedosia Watrous of Philadelphia. Moved by common courtesy, I bent to catch the aloof infantryman's eye, intending to introduce him. For just a moment he looked up at me above his paper, and I was fairly chilled by the cold challenge in his agate stare. To hell with him. All of us, except Amberson, who was a major, were his equals in rank. Where did he get off treating us like a lot of railway porters? Let him read his London Daily Mail and be damned to him. Stories of the front and service of communications lines, of base hospitals, Paris, Brest and St. Nazaire, sped the time till we passed Epernay, and the air grew cold with a hard bitterness, while the fog congealed to sleety rain that spattered like thrown sand against the window and gushed down the glass. Like the backwash of a sullen tide, the window casing somehow rattled loose from its sides, and a current of chilled air, with now and then a spit of sleet, came straight against me. After several ineffectual efforts to right matters, I turned the collar of my trench coat up about my ears, slid down until I rested on the extreme end of my spine, and sought forgetfulness of my discomfort in sleep. Conversation had died down to monosyllables. Even Apkern seemed drained dry of wisecracks, and Amberson rose lurching from his seat. "See you in the morning, I hope," he rumbled, jerking at the leather cord that worked the single light in the compartment. For a moment the globe glowed with fading incandescency, Then we were smothered in Cimmerian darkness. Was it a trick of tired nerves, the retention of the light image upon my retina in the dark, I wondered. Somehow, it seemed to me that as night flattened on the window, and the blackness closed about us, the orange eyes of the girl sitting opposite me glowed with a sort of smoky, sulphurous luminance like those of a cat. In the gloom. The impression lasted but a moment. Either she had lowered her lids or my eyes had grown accustomed to the lack of light, and I was staring sightlessly into a shadow as impenetrable as a velvet curtain. Memory was scratching at my brain, softly but insistently as a cat demanding admission to a room. Miss Waltress's face was poignantly familiar to me, and dimly I connected it with something vaguely unpleasant. I tried to fit the pieces of the mental picture puzzle together, assembling keywords, fumbling with my thoughts. The riddle of her strange familiarity, that persistent thought, "I've seen her somewhere," was within reach of my brain if only I could get the facts in proper perspective, I was sure. Her name, Fedosia Watrous. Did its syllables strike some note of memory? No. Try again. That face, that sweet pale oval face, almost too perfect in its symmetry, the long red lips of that red, sensitive mouth. Those glowing orange eyes and hair as russet as the leaves of a copper beech in autumn. She came from Philadelphia. I had it. The triumph of remembering brought me up right in my seat. I almost snapped my fingers in delight. Not faintly, but clear-cut as a motion picture flashed upon a screen. I saw that scene in Fairmount Park. I was in my final year of internship and, as always, short of money, had gone to the zoo for the afternoon. Beside the monkey cage, a boy and girl stood idly. Through closed lids I could see them perfectly with my mind's eye. The lad in baggy trousers rolled high above his ankles to display bright socks. A V-necked sweater with the F that showed he was an athlete at Friends' School, the girl in Peter Thompson suit, hatless, her small, proud head aflame with copper hair as sweetly poised as a chrysanthemum upon its stalk. They had a bag of sugar cookies, and had tossed one to the ravenous little rhesus monkeys swarming up the bars. One of the greedy little simians fastened on a cake fragment with its hand, then, not content, seized another with its hand like foot, leaped to an overhanging perch and proceeded to feed itself, nibbling first from the bit clutched in its hand, then from the fragment grasped in its prehensible foot. "Look there," the lad exclaimed as he nudged his companion. "Look at that glutton feeding his face with hands and feet. Bet you couldn't do that." The innocent remark was devastating in effect. The girl seemed suddenly to lose all strength and wilted brokenly against the railing set before the cages. Her face was twisted in mute agony. Her brow was glistening with sweat. Her cheeks had gone pale with a pallor that passed white and seemed grey verging on green. And from the tortured mask of stricken features, her eyes seemed to beg for pity. I ran to offer her my help, but she smiled away my kindly meant assistance. Little faint," she murmured, in a voice that shook as if it took her last remaining ounce of strength to speak. "I'll be all right." Then, with the frightened boy assisting me, we got her to the red-wheeled dog cart waiting by the fountain, and he had driven her away. That had been in 1910, 9 years ago. I had been a barely noticed bystander, a member of the audience of her brief drama. She had been the star of the short tragedy. No wonder she had failed to recognize in the uniformed medical officer the callow intern who had helped her. Was there, I asked myself, as I leaned back against the hard, uncomfortable cushions of the German railway coach, some connection between the lad's reference to her inability to feed herself with her foot and her collapse? Or had she been seized with a fainting spell? If she had, it sounded like a cardiac affection, yet the girl who slept so peacefully across from me was certainly in the prime of health. More, he must have passed a rigid physical examination before they let her come overseas. Puzzling over it, I saw the lights of Chalons station flash past. watched the darkness deepen on the window pane once more, and fell into a chilled, uncomfortable sleep. Consciousness came to me slowly. The window had worked farther down in its casings, and sleet-armed rain was stabbing at my face. My feet and legs felt stiff with a rheumatic stiffness. My head was aching abominably. Damn these jerry coaches, I swore spitefully as I rose to force the window back in place. If I ever see a Pullman car again, I'll... My anger protests slipped away from my lips. The blackness of the night had given way to a diluted grey, and by this dim, uncertain light, I made the forms of my companions out, and there was something horribly wrong with them. Apkern was slumped down in his seat, as if he had been a straw man from which the stuffing had been jerked. Amberson lay with feet splayed out across the aisle. Weinberg's shoulders drooped. His hands hung down beside his knees and swung as flaccidly as strings with each movement of the train. The girl across from me lay back against her cushions, head bent at an unnatural angle. Thus I called the roll with a quick, frightened glance and noted that the stranger was not present. Yes, he was. He was lying on the floor at Apkern's feet, one arm bent under him, his legs spread out as though he'd tried to rise, felt too tired for it, and decided to drop back. But in the angles of his flaccid legs, their limpness at the hips and knees and ankles, I read the signs no doctor has to see twice. He was dead. The others? I jerked the leather-light cord, and as the weak bulb blossomed into pale illumination, took stock. Dead? No, their color was too bright. Their cheeks were positively flushed, too flushed. I could read it at a glance. Incredibly, I was the only person in that cramped compartment not suffering carbonic oxide poisoning. I drove my fist through the window, jerked the door open, and as the raw air whistled through the compartment, bent to examine Miss Watrous. Her pulse was very weak but still perceptible, so were Weinberg's, Amberson's and Apkern's. The stranger was past helping, and the air would help revive the others. My first job was to find the chef de train, the conductor, and report the casualty. Find whoever is in charge of this confounded pile of junk, I told an enlisted man I met in the corridor of the next coach. There's been an accident back there. 4 officers and a Red Cross woman gassed. Gassed, he echoed unbelievingly. Does the captain mean? The captain means just what he says, I snapped. Go get me the conductor toot suite. Shake it up. Yes, sir. He saluted and was off like the proverbial shot, returning in a few moments with a young man whose double bars proclaimed him a captain. With the red R denoting, he was in the railroad section on his shoulder. It was no time to stand on ceremony. Technically, I suppose, the medical corps outranked the railroad section, but I tendered him a salute. Gas? He echoed, as the corporal had when I completed my recital. If we haven't 5 cases of carbon monoxide poisoning, one of them fatal. Back there I never rode an ambulance, I answered shortly. How it happened I don't know. How'd you happen not to get it? He broke in suspiciously. I was sitting by the window, and it worked loose in the night. Air blew directly in my face. That accounts for the girls not being more affected too. She was facing backward, so didn't get the full effect of ventilation, but her case seems the mildest. Major Amberson, who was farthest from the window, seems most seriously affected, but all of them were unconscious. We had reached the compartment as I concluded. Help me with this poor chap, I directed, bending to take up the dead man's shoulders. If they have a spare compartment, we can put him in that. There's one right down the corridor, he told me. Party debarked at Chalons when we took the train over from the Frogs. Thank the Lord for that, I answered. If the French were still in charge, we'd have the devil of a time explaining, "Ah!" Amazement fairly squeezed the exclamation from me. What is it? This, I answered, reaching under Apkern's feet and holding up a metal cylinder. The thing was 6 or 8 inches long by about 2 inches in diameter, made of brass or copper, like those fire extinguishers carried on trucks and buses in America and fitted with a nozzle and thumb screw at one end. "What's it smell like?" he demanded, staring at my find uncomprehendingly. "Like nothing, that's just it." "How do you mean?" "That cylinder was filled with CO, carbon monoxide, which is a colorless and odorless gas almost as deadly as phosgene. It was pumped in under pressure, and late last night someone turned the thumb screw while we were asleep. Let the gas escape and—" "Nuts," he interrupted with a shake of his head. "No one would be such a fool. It'd get him too." "Yes?" I broke in sarcastically. "Think so, do you?" Rolling the dead man over to get a grip beneath his arms, I had discovered something he was lying on. A small, compact, but perfect gas mask. "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle," he declared as I held my find up. "I sure will. But how'd it happen he was the only one to get it in the neck, when he was all prepared?" "That's what we'll have to find out, or what a board of inquiry will determine," I replied. "Help me get him into that compartment. Then we'll see about first aid for these. Here, what goes on?" Weinberg sat up suddenly and stared about him like a man emerging from a bad dream. "What are you guys up to?" "How do you feel?" I countered. "Terrible, now you mention it. My head is aching like nobody's business, but—" He bent and touched the supine dead man, then straightened with a groan as he pressed hands against his throbbing temples. "What's all this? Did his nibs pass out, or—" "Clear out," I assured him. "He's dead as mutton, and the rest of us came near joining him. Look after him a moment, will you? I'll be right back." Fresh air and copious draughts of cognac, followed by black coffee and more brandy, had revived the gas victims when I returned. Amberson was still too weak to stand. Apkern complained of dizziness and clouded vision. But Weinberg, tough and wiry as a terrier, seemed none the worse for his close call. Due to her seat beside the window, Miss Watrous seemed less seriously affected than the rest. In half an hour she was ministering to Apkern and Amberson, and they were loving it. "Look here, Carmichael," Weinberg said as we bent above the dead man while Amberson went through his papers. "This is no case of CO poisoning. If it isn't, I never used a pulp-era on a would-be suicide in South Philly," I rejoined. "Why, there's every indication of your granddad's Sunday go-to-meeting hat," he broke in. "Take a look, Professor." Obediently, I bent and looked where he was pointing. "Well, I began, and he grinned at me, wrinkling up his nose and drawing back his lips till almost all his teeth showed at the same time. "You sure will," he agreed, "but not until you've told me what you make of it." "Why, the man was throttled," I exclaimed. There was no doubting it. Upon the dead man's throat were 5 distinct livid patches, one some 3 inches in size, roughly square, the other 4 extending in broken parallel lines almost completely around the neck. "What do you make of it?" he insisted. I shook my head. "Possibly the bruise left by some sort of garrote," I hazarded. "The neck's broken and the hyoid bone is fractured. Dreadful pressure must have been exerted, and with great suddenness. That argues against manual assault. Besides, no human hand is big enough to reach clear round his neck. He must have worn a 16 collar, and even if it were, there isn't any thumb mark here." He nodded gloomily, almost sullenly. "You said it. Know what it reminds me of? I'll bite. Something I saw when I was hopping ambulances at Bellevue. Circus was playing the garden, and a roustabout got in a tangle with one of the big apes. It throttled him." "So?" I raised my brows. "Where's the connection?" "Right here. These livid patches on this fella and the ones on that poor cuss we took down to the morgue are just alike. Charlie Norris had us all down to the mortuary when he performed the autopsy on that circus man, and showed us the characteristic marks of an ape's hand contrasted with a man's. He was particular to point out how a man grasps something, using his thumb as a fulcrum, while the great apes, with the exception of the chimpanzee, make no use of the thumb but use the fingers only in their grasp. Look here. He pointed to the large, square, livid mark. This would be the bruise left by the heel of the hand, and these, he indicated the long, circling lines about the dead man's neck, would be the finger marks. That's just the way. The bruises showed on that man at the Bellevue morgue. Snap out of it. I almost shook him in my irritation. Here's one time when observed phenomena don't amount to proof. It seemed fantastic enough to find a cylinder of concentrated carbon monoxide in the car, with you chaps and Miss Watrous almost dead of Keo poisoning. But to lug in a gorilla or orang-utan to throttle our would-be murderer before he had a chance to slip his gas mask on, Poe never thought up anything as wild as that. Okay, have it your own way, he grumbled. But a grunt from Amberson deflected our attention from the corpse. Take a look at this, you fellas, he commanded, holding out the sheaf of papers he had taken from the inside pocket of the dead man's blouse. Ever see a finer setup? The first paper was a pass from G2 declaring the bearer might circulate where he chose inside our lines in uniform or plain clothes. He was not to be delayed. All railroad transportation officers were directed to give him every preference. Intelligence work. The next identified him as Captain Albert Parker Tuckerman, infantry unassigned, on leave with special permission to visit the Paris area. Next were travel orders to Brest, Saint-Nazaire, Treves, Koblenz, each issued in a different name. Last but far from least was a complete list of our personnel at Provost Marshal's offices, intelligence and liaison officers, and orders for troop movements and concentrations in occupied Germany. Weinberg pursed his lips and gave a soundless whistle. Looks as if you've caught a fish here, sir. Who was he, any idea? Nope. Amberson shook his head, but I'll bet G2 will be glad to see his photograph. There's a Jerry undercover man been raising merry hell with our arraignments. Shouldn't wonder if he's here. He jerked a thumb toward the still form stretched on the railway seat. Just for once, I'm grateful to that big-mouthed Apkin. When he began to sound off about carrying confidential papers, we all knew it was for Miss Watrous's benefit, but this bird fell for it. He must have traveled with that can of carbon monoxide and gas mask all ready for such emergencies. Maybe that'll account for some of the mysterious disappearances of papers from our offices. Anyway, it's fairly obvious that when we fell asleep he opened up his little bag of tricks and was about to swipe Apkern's dispatches, when he got a whiff of his own poison and passed out. But he didn't die that way, Weinberg began. Take it easy, buddy, I admonished as I administered a none too gentle nudge with my field boot. Let the Board of Inquiry decide how he died. Don't go broadcasting that gorilla stuff. Want to be slapped in the booby hatch before you have a chance to sop a drink up a Treves? Weinberg lit a cigarette and took a thoughtful puff. I don't know how the big lug died, he finally admitted. Maybe he woke up and Apkern talked him to death. But there's something damn funny about it, just the same. How? Amberson demanded. Oh, nothing. It couldn't have any bearing on the case. Everything has bearing on a case like this, the Major answered with the cocksureness of the professional policeman. What was it? Well, when I went to give first aid to Miss Watrous, I noticed that her left putty was unfastened and her shoe untied and only partly laced. Humph. No, guess that hasn't any bearing on our case. I know just how she must have felt, agreed Amberson. When I first came in the service, I almost died with my putties. Even now I sleep better sitting up when I can loosen them and unknot my shoes. Life was pleasant, even gay, at Treves. There was much influenza, but after the exertions of field and base hospitals with their never-ending lines of surgical emergencies, we found routine visitation and dedication of bed patients almost a vacation. My quarters in the Blumenstrasse were comfortable, for a huge white porcelain stove drove back the raw, damp coal, and the great bed of carved mahogany was equipped with double feather mattresses. In intervals between duty I saw the town, visited the Porta Nigra, the great fortified gate past which the life of Treves had flowed since Roman days, the brick basilica and the vast amphitheatre where Constantine had butchered captives or turned them loose to be torn by wild beasts for the amusement of the populace. In the evening there was always plenty of amusement, dances, dinners, or the opera, where fat German tenors serenaded equally fat German sopranos with a zest that defied years and embonpoint. Fedosia Watrous was a favourite everywhere, pouring tea at the officers' club, dining at headquarters, or serving buns and coffee to the men. Half the younger officers were wild about her, but it took Apken to put their disappointment into words. "Hang it, Carmichael," he complained, "the gal ain't human. She has you stopped before you get a chance to get cranked up. She's like a nun. You know, just a mere spiritual entity, with her body already in the grave, and only her soul remaining, and that swathed in a religious habit. You don't fall in love with a nun any more than you do with a ghost, but—" He made a gesture of futility as he reached for the brandy to replenish his drink. "There it is. I'd go for her in a big way if she'd give me a break, or even act as if she knew that I'm around." I knew just what he meant. She had an odd trick, or an unconsciously conditioned reflex, of fading out of the real world at times and becoming entirely oblivious of her surroundings. Her power to dismiss the world from her consciousness, apparently to notice nothing about her, or even completely to forget the existence of the person talking to her, was extremely disconcerting to young men with matrimonial designs and utterly absorbing to a doctor with a leaning toward psychiatry. Then came the influenza epidemic of 19. Ambulances strained and stalled with their loads of the stricken. Hospitals were bulging with fresh cases till we set beds in the corridors and cellars, and still required room for more cots. The only reason that we worked no longer was that no day could be stretched to yield a 25th hour. Our patients died like flies. At first that hurt us, for it's no easier for a doctor than a layman to stand by and watch men die, but presently we grew used to it. I had a patient in 19B, an infantry lieutenant named Ten Eyck, and from the first I knew his case was hopeless. He fought for life with a tenacity that almost startled me. "I have to get well, doctor." Civilian titles were the rule among civilian soldiers, he told me. "There's a girl back home I've got to see." "Of course you will, son," I soothed him. "You're getting stronger all the time. Like me to write a letter to her for you." I hadn't time to act as secretary to a dying man, but somehow I determined to snatch it. "I'd be obliged if you would, sir. I've loved her since I was that high." He tried to raise one hand to indicate a Lilliputian stature, found he lacked the strength for it, and lay back, panting on his pillow. Her father was a Presbyterian minister, and her mother died when she was born. "Take it easy, Lieutenant," I counseled. "Just tell me what you'd like to say to her. Don't waste strength on biographies." "But you want to know this, sir. It explains why I love her so. You see, way back in 1894, her folks went out to Africa as missionaries, and she was born there. Their station was in western equatorial Africa, the gorilla country. One day, while her mother was walking in the garden, a great big-buck gorilla came charging from the jungle. Hunters had killed his mate, and he was wild with grief and rage. He snatched her up and made off to the forest, but he didn't hurt her. They found her next day in the hammock he'd made for his dead mate, quite mad from fright, but physically unharmed. Her baby was born the next week, and she died in childbed. As far as I could see, there wasn't any connection between the tragedy of the missionary's wife and this young man's love for his daughter, but he seemed to think there was. He quit the mission field and came back to Philadelphia," he continued in a whisper. "They lived next door to us, and Mother sort of raised her. She was in our house as much as in her own, I guess, and we grew up together. Funny thing about her, though, she'd never go in wading with me. When we'd be out in the country, she'd go walking in the woods or fields, but never took her shoes and stockings off. Seemed to be sort of touchy about her feet, though they were small and pretty and— "Better tell me what you'd like to say, son," I advised. It didn't need a doctor's training to see that his sands were running low. "If you'll tell me," last thing she said when I went off to camp was, "I'll be waiting, Tommy," he continued in a husky whisper. Can't her down when she said that, can I, Doc? Got to get well and go back to her. You see that, don't you? Of course, I nodded. Sure, son, I see perfectly. Now, if you'll just give me her name and address. The signs were bad. When I'd come in, he had been running a high temperature. Now there was a wreath of sweat drops on his brow beneath the hairline, and his lips were almost lead-colored. I had to bend to catch his answer. Even then it hardly reached me, for his voice was faint and thick as if his throat were packed with cotton wool. Fedocia Watrous, 6:16 Spring. The pitifully forced words stopped, not abruptly, but with a slowly sinking faintness, like a voice heard on the radio when the current is shut off with a slow turn. Fedocia Watrous, I repeated. Why, she's right here in Treves. I'll get her for you in an hour, nurse. There was no time for conversation now, and I pressed the buzzer frantically. Nurse! Where the devil was that damn girl flirting with those convalescent aviators down the hall? Strychnine, in a hypo. Hurry, I commanded when the girl came stumbling in her haste. If you'd pay more attention to your duties, it wasn't fair. She'd been on duty since the night before, and there were heavy violet circles underneath her eyes. But raw nerves make raw words, and heaven knew our nerves were all rasped raw. Never mind, I added as she turned reproachful eyes on me. Never mind the hypo, nurse. Call the head orderly and tell him to bring the wheel cot and change the linen on this bed. We've got another vacancy. Oh. Her sob was hard and ugly like a smothered cry. Another? Another, I repeated as I drew the sheet across the dead boy's face. I'd nailed another lie. Familiarity doesn't breed contempt. Not for death, anyway. I was in that state of bodily exhaustion that gives a curiously deceptive sense of brightness of mind as I walked down the corridor from B19. 9 years could make a lot of changes. But at the end, I'd recognized Lieutenant Thomas Ten Eyck as surely as if I'd known him always. As I glanced through the grimy window to the cheerless courtyard, where the February wind was busy chasing little whirls of snow across the red brick tiles, it seemed to me that I could look clear down the vista of the years. And straight across the ocean to a sun-washed summer afternoon in Fairmount Park, where a boy and girl were idling by the monkey cage and he was telling her, "I bet you couldn't do it," as a little monkey fed itself from its hind foot. She'd almost fainted at his none too witty sally. Why? Did it bring up tragic thoughts of her mother? Hardly. She'd not been fearful of the monkeys. Seeing them had raised no phobia, not until he called attention to the monkey's feeding and expressed doubt she could duplicate it, did she wilt. Why? The question rose again, insistently, but found no answer. Funny thing about life, I reflected. I had seen them for a possible 3 minutes on that day 9 years ago. Then our lives had crossed again in Germany. She was somewhere in the city now, unmindful of his presence. He was lying in his bed back there with a sheet across his face, past all hopes and all defeats, quits with destiny before his manhood fairly started. Carmichael, for Gord's sake, give me a snort. Weinberg came stamping into my quarters, flakes of February snow adhering to the collar of his sheepskin, a drawn and almost haunted look on his face. Surest thing in Germany, I returned as I broke out brandy, soda water and glasses. Been wishing I had someone here to drink with me. He splashed about 3 ounces of raw cognac in the tumbler and drained it almost at a gulp. His hand had trembled when it put the drink to his lips, but in a moment it grew steady, which to anyone who knows drinking and drinking men is a bad sign. Easy on, old top, I cautioned as he poured a second, even larger drink. You know you're welcome to it, but I stopped my protest as I looked into his eyes. There was no trace of the brilliant, carefree, wise-cracking young medico whose steadiness of hand and eye and uncanny ability as an orthopedist were the talk of all who knew him. Instead, his countenance was serious with what Carlyle once called the awful, deadly earnestness of the Hebrew. "I saw it again tonight," he told me, and despite the warming glow of the brandy, he shivered. "Saw what?" "Remember the lividities on that bloke's neck, the one we found dead on the train from Paris? The one you said looked as if he'd been throttled by a gorilla?" He nodded, taking a long sip of brandy. "Check." "Where?" "Over at the mortuary. I'd come off duty and was washing up in the basement when young Himiston, you know him, Cornell 16, came over with the last replacement from the draft, called me over to a wheel cot standing by the entrance to the autopsy room. Ever see anything like this?" "Captain?" he asked, drawing back the sheet from a body. "Nobody can figure it. They found him in the hall outside NL8, the women's ward, dead as a herring with his head turned almost all the way around. Just as if something had wrung his neck like a chicken's. There it was, so help me, Carmichael, point for point and line for line, the same bruise pattern as the one you saw on the train from Paris. And I'd seen once before at Bellevue Mortuary." "What's the history?" I demanded, as I helped myself to cognac. Somehow I too was beginning to feel chilly, despite the fierce heat from the porcelain stove. "Here it is." He spread his fingers fan-wise and checked the items off. "There's a crowd of nurses, 5 or 6 of them, laid up with the flu in N18. Next door, in a semi-private, which happens to be private now because the other inmate died this afternoon, is Miss Watrous. Just down the corridor, in M40, is Amberson, in dry dock with a smashed collarbone, and next to him, in 41, is Apkern with the flu. Notice anything? 3 of the 5 people who were in the compartment when the German spy was throttled were within 100 feet or so of the spot where presumably this man was killed, again presumably in the same way. Right as a rabbit. This fellow was a Polak from Pennsylvania, minor or something, big as a horse and strong as a bull. Influenza convalescent, who'd gone raving wild on some whiskey someone smuggled into the first-floor wards. Crazy as a chinch bug, and with a killing streak on him. He'd knocked an orderly out cold and gone wandering through the hospital. While they were looking for him on the ground floor, he was running up and down the second-story corridors, peeking into rooms and wards and scaring all he patients senseless. Finally, he reached the nurses' ward. "And," I prompted as he fell silent. "And is right," he answered finally. He came barging into the ward, snatched the blankets off the first bed, and lay down in it. When the patient in it tried to get out, he grabbed her. "No," he answered the unspoken question in my eyes. He might have thought about that later. Right then he was intent on murder and destruction. He took her by the hair with one hand and clutched her throat in the other, and was about to break her neck when something, get this, they're all agreed on it. Something rushed in from the corridor, snatched him by the neck, and dragged him out. Something? What was it? I asked fatuously. That's just what nobody knows. The only light in N18 was a candle, no electric bulbs in there, for it used to be a storeroom and was never wired. When the big bohunk fanned the bedclothes back, he blew the candle out, so all the light they had was what came through the window from the courtyard. The girls were all too weak to fight him, but not too weak to yell, and they were setting up an awful clamour when it rushed in. "Keep your blouse on, can't you?" he demanded irritably as I leaned forward with another question. "I'm telling you everything I know. When I say it, I'm as near to being specific as anybody. Something, and no two of them are agreed on what it was, came crashing in from the hallway and grabbed the murdering drunkard by the neck, hustled him out and killed him. Just as something we don't know about did in that Jerry secret agent on the train from Paris. Some of the girls declare it looked like a great white ape. One thinks it was a spider bigger than a man. But all agree it handled that 6-footer as if he'd been a baby. Now," He tapped me on the knee in sober emphasis. I'm not saying there's any connection between the fact that some of those who were with us on the Paris train were within striking distance of N18 tonight, but I do say it gives us something to think about. I'm afraid you're going off the deep end. Alvin, I told him. Amberson's laid up with a smashed clavicle. That lets him out. A man in that condition can't wash his own face, let alone go tearing men to pieces. Apkern's a fairly husky lad, but not Hugh Knight up to wringing Pennsylvania miners' necks. As for Miss Watrous, poor kid, she's got a bad break coming when I tell her about him. About him? Who? Young Tom Ten Eyck. I didn't realize they'd brought her into hospital that day. She must have been checked in before he died. Who in the name of Caesar's nightshirt was this Tom Ten Eyck? I told him how the lad died, then how I'd seen him and Fedosia years before in Fairmount Park. Funny, isn't it? I ended. Not very, he replied somberly. Maybe medicine has been too cocksure about what can and what can't happen all these years. How do you mean? He shrugged into his sheep-lined mackinaw and held his hand out. Thanks for the drink. Pat. If I should tell you what I'm thinking, you'd say I'm crazy as a coot. Maybe I am, at that. Good night. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of intestinal disorders swept across our section of the Army of Occupation, and the incidence of appendicitis mounted steadily. I'd performed 3 appendectomies that evening, 2 cases had reached parappendicitic stages, and I was thoroughly depressed, dispirited, and exhausted by the time the cold and dismal twilight darkened into colder night. The courtyard was filled with sad, muddy puddles, relics of the melting snow. A fine mist, half sleet, blew against my cheeks. Everywhere was humid cold as I walked back and forth and drew great gulps of frosty air into my lungs. It seemed to me I'd never get the taint of ether out of my nostrils and throat. "Bad night, sir, ain't it?" asked the sentry chaitily as I paused to do a right-about at the end of the quadrangle. "Minds me of the waterfront down by the Brooklyn Bridge. 'Member how the mists comes up from the bay when the wind is changin'?" "My Gord, sir, what's that?" He was looking toward the high brick wall that loomed against the drizzle-darkened night across the courtyard, dark and sinister as the wall of some old haunted castle. And his face was set in a stiff, frozen mask of terror. His eyes were fixed, intense. It seemed as if the very substance of his soul was pouring from them as he looked. "Mater purissima, renuglam pexatorum," I heard him mumble between chattering teeth, searching memory for the half-forgotten prayers learned at parochial school. "Mater salvatoris." My eyes caught the object of his fascinated gaze, and I felt my throat close with a quick fear, while something terrible and numbing cold seemed clutching at my stomach. Against the blackness of the fog-soaked wall, a form, a human form, was moving, not grip by slow and painful grip, as it clung to irregularities worn in the masonry by stress of years and weather, but with an almost effortless progress, head downward, like a monstrous lizard. "Good Lord, it can't be," I began, but his voice, high-pitched, honed sharp by hysteria, drowned my words out. "I'll get it, Captain, ghost or devil, I'll get it. Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" I heard Weinberg's frantic cry as he dashed out into the courtyard. "Don't fire, I tell you, it's—" The clatter of the sentry's automatic cut across and blotted out his frenzied warning. The pistol was a captured German job, a 10-shot Luger issued to our medical department men as sidearms for patrol work. It operated like a miniature machine gun and with the trigger held back spewed its whole load in a stream of shots. Whether he was naturally a marksman, or whether fear lent accuracy to his hand, or if it were an accident, I don't know. I do know that his shots all seemed to take effect. I saw the crawling lizard thing pause in its downward course, hang clinging to the wall a moment, as if it clutched the wet, cold, slippery bricks with a spasmodic grasp. then suddenly go limp and hurtle to the half-hard lush that lay upon the courtyard tiles, quiver reflexively a moment, then lie still. "You fool, you damned fat-headed superstitious fool!" Weinberg fairly shrieked at the sentry. "I'll have you up before a general court for this. Oh, hell, what's the use?" He was crying as he raced across the quadrangle with me at his heels. The tears were streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the drizzling rain that blew into his face. "Help me with her, Pat," he begged as he fell to his knees beside the still body. "Help me carry her inside. Maybe it's not too late." I bent to help him, then, despite myself, drew back. Clothed in outing flannel pajamas, drenched with blood that spurted from at least 10 wounds, and obviously dead, Fedosia Watrous lay, a huddled, mangled, bullet-riddled corpse, before us on the rain-diluted snow. The liquor that the pharmacist broke out at Weinberg's order was far from palatable, but it was whiskey USP, which meant it was 100 proof, 50% grain alcohol, and that was what we needed right then. "I was afraid of this," he told me as he gulped a second potion down. "She'd been delirious all day, and I asked that they have a nurse with her every minute. I suppose the girl had left to get her tray or something, though, and that was when it happened. The moment she was free from surveillance, she went for the window. What in heaven's name are you driving at, Al?" I broke in. "What's Fedosia's being in delirium got to do with—" "Sorry," he apologized. "I hadn't told you what it was I suspected. Remember the other night at your quarters I told you I thought medical opinion and theories were due for overhauling? Yes, but—" "Never mind the buts, old man. Ever since we found that Jerry's secret agent throttled in our railway coach, I'd puzzled over his bruises. The evidence all pointed to a great ape's having throttled him, but that was palpably absurd. I'd found Fedosia's putt and shoe unfastened, but that could have no bearing on the case, I thought. Then the other night you told me what Ten Eyck had said before he died. Fedosia's mother had been frightened into madness by a gorilla. Just before she had her baby, Fedosia never showed her feet to anyone. Seemed sensitive about them. You saw her almost faint when young Ten joked about her ability to feed herself with her feet. Remember?" "Yes, of course, but—" "Hold hard, fella. Let me finish. Nearly everybody's heard, and most laymen believe stories of prenatal influence. If a mother's frightened by an animal, her baby's likely to be marked with some characteristic of the beast. A mother terrified by a vicious dog, for instance, may give birth to a dog-faced child, or one who's been chased by a bull may bear a child with vestiges of horn upon its head." "What are you building up to?" I demanded. "Those old wives' tales of prenatal influence have been discredited a century and more. Davenport, in his Heredity in Relation to Eugenics, states clearly that—" "Sure," he broke in sarcastically, "and you can find plenty of people who believe that Bacon wrote Shakespeare. And just as many others who'll tell you that Bacon laid an egg. But let me tell you something. Pat Carmichael, Fedosia Watrous killed that German spy and saved us all from asphyxiation. She must have wakened when he got his gas kit out and saw that he was up to— Remember you told me how her eyes seemed to glow in the dark? She was probably better able to see in dim lights than we are, just as animals can. So she whipped her shoe and putty off and killed him with a single grasp of her foot. But the gas got her before she'd quite finished redressing, so—" "Al, you're drunk or crazy, maybe both," I interrupted. "How in blazes could she have throttled him with her foot? I suppose you'll tell me next she killed that crazy miner and saved those nurses. Of course she did," he broke in almost savagely. "Come here." Seizing me by the cuff, he led me up the stairs and down the almost lightless corridor to the room where they had laid her. She was so peaceful, so lovely, lying in her white cot, with the blankets drawn up cozily about her throat, that though I'd seen her die, I had to look a second time to make sure that I did not see the flutter of her bosom. Underneath the coverlet, the rain had stopped some time before, and now an early morning beam of sunshine slanted through the window. But for Fedosia, as for the boy who'd loved her since their childhood, the night had come. "Look here, Pat," commanded Weinberg. "Look and tell me if those old wives' tales have been completely discredited." He drew the covers almost reverently from the foot of the cot. Her lovely legs were shaped as graciously as any ever sculptured by the master craftsmen of old Greece. Her ankles were as sharply turned and clean-cut as a thoroughbred racehorse's. But her feet— good heavens! I ejaculated as I looked. They were like hands, like powerfully sinewed hands with scarcely any palms, but with fingers of abnormal length and thickness. The thumbs, or great toes, were mere vestigial stumps, and over all was thick, lead-colored hide, coarse and tough and callous as the skin that covers a gorilla's foot. End of Birthmark by Seabury Quinn. The Devil's Finger by A. Irvine. Weird Tales, January 1929. Satyamurti the saint, absorbed in contemplation of the Parabrahma, the Infinite One, sat solitary on the edge of a bluff. With unseeing eyes, he gazed across the sacred river gleaming under the blaze from a cloudless sky. Upon his head, close tonsured, save for a single lock, the sun's rays beat pitilessly, yet he reeked not of it. Heat and cold, hunger and thirst, had long since ceased to rank as penances found voluntarily in meditation undergone. Yoga achieving, repression of the passions had begun, whilst all around him his fellow men toiled in pursuit of power, wealth or love. There was naught that he craved except nirvana, final deliverance, extinction. His countenance was that of the true sannyasi, penitent, serene, devoid of guile, the skin drawn parchment tight on the high cheekbones. His eyes, deep sunken, were those of a visionary. Naked to the middle, the lower portion of his tall figure, shrunken to extreme emaciation, was covered by a single garment of reddish saffron cloth. From left shoulder to right hip depended the genio, the triple Brahmanical cord. His staff and sandals lay on the ground beside him. In front of him, beyond where a drowsy crocodile sunned itself on a mud bank, a distant range of low, arid hills showed through the quivering heat haze. Behind him, in the gloomy, thick-set shelter of the mango groves, flocks of gaudy parrots chattered on the branches, and troops of monkeys squabbled and played. Yet he heeded them not. Like an image carved from stone, he sat, silent and motionless, with life and death on either hand. Downstream, to his right, blue-grey wreaths of smoke curled lazily upward from the funeral pyres of the burning ghats. Upstream, clustered like ants around the myriad conical-roofed temples, jostling one another on the long flights of steps leading to the margin of the river, dense crowds of men, women, and children shouted and surged in the gay turmoil of a bathing festival. The river itself was black with them, standing waist-deep for the barbers to rid them of their beards and hair and eyebrows. It was the season when the sun had entered the sign of the ram, and it behooved all pious Hindus to bathe in the waters of purification. For many hours had the saint been seated thus, remote from the world. But though his expression was serene, there were questions that troubled him always. Were good and evil mere figments of the imagination? Were the universe and all its phenomena nothing better than Maya, illusion? Like all Hindus, he had learned in childhood that, after nearly 4 million years, this world was now in Kali Yuga, the Iron Age, the age of misery. Virtue had ceased to rule. Everyone and all things were under the domination of the man of sin, created by Vishnu to torment humanity. But what if there were no reality of existence, save that of the Parabrahma alone? Satyamurti nodded his head slowly. Someday, the truth of the matter would be revealed to him. The shadows began to lengthen, and he roused himself from his trance. He picked up his staff and sandals and bent his footsteps along the road, ankle-deep in powdery dust toward the city. From the great red sandstone walls, the turrets jutted out like monstrous heads of war elephants advancing in line of battle. He drew nearer and passed under the arched gateway. The narrow bazaar lanes were packed with a brightly dressed, ever-moving throng. There were groups slaking their thirst at the wooden stalls of the Sharbat sellers, chaffering with the vendors of cheap glass bangles. Peddlers of charms and amulets wrangled with the fortune-tellers over clients. Stout Brahmin priests, ever on the watch for gain, bustled about solicitous of offerings for the temples, guiding sightseers down to the tanks to feed the sacred fish. Acrobats and snake charmers were plying their trade. Ever and anon, a drove of tiny donkeys or a string of softly padding camels, part of the caravan of some grim-faced, bushy-bearded trader from the north, forced a way through the gaping holiday crowd with little ceremony. Here and there, in the shade of the booths, were men upon whom the eyes of the saint rested coldly, loathly fakirs, naked except for a loincloth, red-eyed from draughts of intoxicating bhang, their bodies grey with ashes, and ashes in their unkempt, matted hair. He knew them for what they were, charlatans, holy merely by favour of oriental custom. Such an one had travelled for many 100 miles, toilsomely measuring his length along the highway, and now lay stretched upon a bed of spikes in a venial parade of holiness. Another, self-mutilated for a life of idleness, held aloft immovable his withered, stiffened arms. A third, slung from a bamboo pole head downward, like a great bat, poured forth a blessing or a curse, according as passers-by enriched or ignored the begging bowl rattled ceaselessly by his disciple. Satyamurti turned his glance from them to the bathers returning from the river, carrying their bowls filled with sacred water. Purged of their sins, they were happy, and yet, he reflected sorrowfully, it needed but a chance word from one of them to lead to a blow to lead to a quarrel to a riot. Thus, from a trivial happening might result death and disaster. He passed on, and at the corner, close to the shop of Abdullah, the sweetmeat seller, paused for a while beneath the spreading branches of a peepul tree. On the opposite side of the lane towered the lofty enclosure wall of the palace gardens. From the open shop front came the buzz of flies hovering over the pots of honey and sugar-coated cakes. Abdullah, his palm leaf fan fallen from his hand, snored on his strip of matting, and, of a sudden, it seemed to Satyamurti as if the radiance had departed from the day. It was as though a dusky pall of cloud had been drawn across the sun, shrouding the streets in shadow. Down the center of the lane came twirling toward him a column of dust, growing as it came, and before it drove a wind scorching as a blast from a hell furnace in Naraka. And Satyamurti knew that it heralded the approach of the man of sin. He felt no fear. Thrice before had he seen him, had spoken to him, plying him with questions, and thrice had the man of sin listened, smiling his malignant smile but returning no answer. The dust cloud thinned, and there appeared, leaning against the mud wall of the shop, one elbow resting on the roof of it, the gigantic figure of him whom Hindus call the executioner of mankind. Except for his belly, which was scarlet, his body was black as jet. His hair and beard were long and white. From high above the lintel of the doorway, his visage, distorted by rage, glared down upon the saint with wild, bright eyes. Satyamurti questioned him boldly. "O man of sin," he demanded, "why dost thou range this beautiful world seeking to bring misfortune upon men?" For a space there was a silence. Then came the answer with a crooked smile, "I do no such thing." "Verily thou art rightly called the father of lies," rejoined Satyamurti impatiently. "The justice of my saying is clear to me. For wheresoever thou goest, there follow calamities, hatred and murder, rapine and war. But for thee this earth might well be paradise. Again I say, why dost thou do this wickedness?" The man of sin answered him once more, "I do not." Thereat he broke into mocking laughter at the saint, and mocking stooped and dipped one huge black finger in a jar round which the flies were buzzing. With his finger he daubed a glistening smear of honey along the lintel of the doorway. And he was gone. For a few moments longer, Satyamurti lingered, wrapped in thought, and whilst he pondered, a fly hovered for an instant over that shining smear of honey, then settled on it. Satyamurti stood watching, and like a streak of emerald flashing through the sunlight, a lizard darted downward from the eaves and gulped the fly. The saint shook his head sorrowfully. "The devil's finger," he muttered. "Behold, already 3 links in the chain of destruction, the honey, the fly, and the lizard. What shall the last link be?" In her pavilion set high upon the walls, Aparajita, the princess, reclined listlessly against her pile of silken cushions. Through the latticed window in front of her drifted the hum of the busy streets below. From the palace pleasure grounds, a soft breeze wafted the heavy perfume of roses and orange blossoms into that cool retreat. In the peaceful half-light of the pillared hall, whose alabaster columns reflected in the dark green marble floor, seemed to her whimsical fancy a flock of giant swans dipping their necks in water. She could lie and watch through the open portico gay butterflies flitting in radiant sunshine from flower to flower of the scented gardens, poised for a second on the brink of a tinkling fountain. In attendance on her were her handmaidens, Alipriya and Hasamurti, along with Bana the dwarf, one of the few men whom she was permitted to see. Of the 2 girls, Hasamurti was her favourite. She was smaller than her mistress, lovely, feather-brained, fond of intrigue, well-named laughter incarnate. Alipriya was a graver beauty, conceited, sullen sometimes, but skilled in the singing of love songs to the lute-shaped veena. As for Bana the dwarf, grizzle-bearded, with the strength and valour of a lion in his squat body, yet with ever a humorous twinkle in his keen dark eyes, the princess knew that he would give his life for her. Was she not a Parajita, the peerless one? He would say to himself, as he sat by the window teaching some new tricks to Gaur Khan, the monkey. And, in truth, she was worthy of a man's adoration. Her face was a pure oval, the chin a little pointed, like a peepal leaf. The crest jewel of her charms was her mouth, drooped slightly at the corners, the soul of vermilion in her lips. Her eyes were lazy mirrors, long-lashed under the twin arches of her brow. A coil of dusky jasmine-scented hair twined over one rounded hip, curved like a breaking wave. Upon the silken bodice, a shell-pink lotus nestled in the hollow between her breasts. From the waist downward, she was robed in silver tissue, which scarce concealed the graceful symmetry of dainty limbs. There were rings and jewels everywhere, pendant from delicate nostrils, on slender throat and arms, on fingers and little feet rosy with henna. But though she was made for love, and dreamed of it, love would never be hers. She knew that clearly. Parents she had none, and Raja Nai Singh, her uncle, chief of Kamba, bent on alliance with the neighbouring state of Andi, had framed her destiny. Though a princess, she was but a pawn in a game between 2 kings. The gem-studded coconut, symbol of a marriage offer, had been accepted. Before the year had died, she would be consort of one old enough to be her father, drug-sodden, sated with life, wearied of other women. With a sigh, she turned her head and gazed down through the lattice at the freedom of the open street. Standing under a peepal tree close to Abdullah's shop, she saw a tall figure clothed in the garb of an ascetic. His face was upturned, and his lips were moving, as though in converse with himself. "Who is yonder sannyasi?" she inquired of Bana the dwarf. Bana rose, and with the 2 girls looked through the window. "He is Satyamurti the saint," he answered promptly. "A holy man indeed. Not like the others. Even the Raja listens when he speaks." "He has the face of one who would bring peace," the princess murmured. "But see, he talks with someone, though there is none present." "All sannyasis are mad," declared Hasamurti, giggling. "Perhaps he is making a jap," Alipriya suggested with a shiver, fingering the charm at her neck. "It is well known that such men can make powerful spells against their enemies. Perhaps he communes with the gods," the princess hazarded gravely. "I would that I might listen a while to such an one as he." "'Twould be but time wasted," Hasimerti interjected pertly. "Doubtless he looks on all women as a peacock looks on snakes." "Nevertheless, some day I would have speech with him," the princess said, "for I think there be many things that he could tell me." Alipriya simpered. "All that I desire to hear from a man is that I am beautiful." Bauna, who trusted her but little, eyed her askance. "That I can believe," he snapped. "The saint would have naught in common with thee. He cares nothing for the trifles of this world. But it is said that as a swan can separate milk from water, so can Satyamurti distinguish truth from falsehood. Wherefore be careful," Alipriya retorted angrily. "Thou hintest then that thou mayest divine my meaning. There came lately to mine ears a tale, thine ears forsooth, which project from thy pumpkin head like the two arms of a pot, less for hearing than for handling." Bauna only grinned. The insult fell on him like a leaf on the back of an elephant. Ghor Khan, the monkey, created a diversion. His small grey head thrust through the lattice work, he was staring at the lintel on the confectioner's doorway. Then he scrambled through and swung down, clinging to the tufts of coarse grass in the wall crevices. Hasimerti clapped her hands gleefully. "He goes to raid old Fat Abdullah's store," she cried. "Aho! Rightly is he named Chor Khan, Prince of Thieves." "Nay, it is the lizard that he chases," Bauna said. "Now watch." Chor Khan crept stealthily across the street, then sprang suddenly upward. A second later, the dead body of the lizard fell into the roadway. There was a smear of honey on the lintel. Chor Khan found it to his liking and descended to where the jars on the wooden trestles promised ampler provision. And whilst he gorged himself at leisure, darting ever and anon a wary glance at the snoring form of his unwitting host, those in the pavilion heard the distant murmur of a mob swarming along the narrow wards of the bazaars. The sound drew nearer, and Bauna enlightened the women. "'Tis but a crowd of sightseers," he explained, gaping at Shaitan, the Raja's fighting blood horse. His grooms lead him back to the stables. They could see Shaitan presently, a huge bay-ramping beast, nostrils distended, ears cocked, and eyeballs aglare, tearing at the cruel thorn bit in his jaws. To each cheek-piece of the bit had been welded rings of steel, through which ran ropes gripped by strong men. On his steaming, foam-flecked coat were deep-cut talon sears, for, once on a feast day, as all the city folk remembered, Shaitan had fought before the Raja in the walled arena with Ali Sher, the tiger, and had trampled him to death. More than one man had died beneath those iron-shod hooves. The noise awoke Abdullah. He sat up, saw the monkey robbing him, and with a bellow of wrath went blundering forward. A great brass tray of sweetmeats clattered into the street, and Chor Khan, scuttling to safety, sprang from the trestles under the forefeet of the furious horse. Shaitan, with a snort of mingled rage and terror, reared straight up, wrenching the ropes from the grasp of those who held them. There followed pandemonium. Sensing his freedom, the mighty brute wheeled and plunged murderously at the struggling throng behind him. A cry went up, "The manslayer! The manslayer is loose!" One unlucky wretch, seized by the shoulder in a vicious grip, was whirled from his feet and hurled with a sickening thud against a pillar. The bazaar emptied like magic, doors slamming as those fortunate enough to be near them bolted like rabbits into their holes. But the bazaar was not quite empty. In the center of it, forgotten in the general stampede, there stood bawling for his mother a tiny brown-skinned urchin. From behind the latticed window, the princess, breathless with horror, saw the maddened beast glimpse his fresh quarry and bear down upon it open-mouthed. An instant later, the small screaming bundle was snatched aloft, held by a strip of clothing. And then, before worse could happen, there came rushing from a nearby alleyway a man armed with a brass-shod cudgel. Dauntlessly, he tore the child from the reeking jaws, leaped sideways, dropped it behind him, then, turning swiftly, swung the cudgel up two-handed and brought it crashing down between the great brute's eyes. Stunned by the blow, Shaitan staggered bewildered, and with a yell of triumph, his panicked grooms dashed from their shelter and flung themselves upon the trailing guide ropes. But as the thorn bit racked his mouth afresh, his savage heels lashed out. Struck on the side, his vanquisher rolled over and lay still. Aparajita the princess, heedless of her sobbing maidens, stood by the window wide-eyed. She could see him lying there, a young, strong man, his calm, pale face turned skyward. And then she saw him again, brave as the war god, fair as the god of love, who carries a bow of flowers with a row of bees for his bowstring. An arrow had pierced her heart. Bauna the dwarf spoke first. "By the favor of Rama, I have this day seen a man," he burst out exultantly. "And look, he moves. Inquiry shall be made as to his name, so that he may receive the reward which is fitting." The yearning look passed from the princess's face. She gave an imperious order. "Go now, bring him within the walls, that his hurts be tended." Bauna hesitated. "It is scarce proper," he dared to remonstrate. "His garb is that of a common fellow, yet there might be found for him employment." The princess stamped an impatient foot. "Am I a beggar, that a servant questions my bidding? Go, I say." She glanced warningly at her maidens. "And let those who value my service refrain from babbling." So they brought Jai Singh, returned to his own country with a caravan from the north, within the walls of the palace. Hasamurti was the first to guess her mistress's secret. She could read the tokens, the listlessness, the sighings, the questions as to the young man's welfare. Needless to say, the affair had her warm-hearted sympathy. "He is recovered from his hurts," she said. "But if her mistress wishes to hear from his own lips, there is her room, she can arrange a meeting." "Alipriya should know nothing," Bauna would grumble, but be silent as the grave. "What are her dear mistress's orders?" The princess hid her face, but the colour flushed like dawn over her throat and bosom. "Hasamurti, that it be soon," she whispered. So, at night, when the palace was asleep, Jai Singh for the first time stood in the princess's presence. The fragrance of her loveliness held him spellbound. She seemed to him Lakshmi, born from the foam of the ocean, wonderful as moonlight streaming into a forest glade. For a time, he remained speechless, worshipping her beauty. But though she knew that she loved him, she remembered that she was Aparajita, the princess, and a frown spread over her countenance like a dark ripple over the surface of a pool. "What manner of man art thou?" she questioned haughtily, "to stare so rudely, to stand before royalty without obeisance?" Jai Singh regained his courage and laughed softly. "Lady," he said, "must I be blamed if I marvel tongue-tied at the splendor of the lotus? As for who I am, Jai Singh is my name, of thine own race, a Rajput. As for the obeisance, it may be that I also am entitled to it. For verily I believe that I too am a prince." It was her turn to regard him, wonder-struck. "Thou, a prince? Did a soothsayer tell thee this?" Jai Singh laughed again. "Nay, I have weightier proof than that. A horoscope and a seal worn round my neck since childhood. Where wast thou born then?" "As I think, lady, within this very palace. So the woman told me who tended me from infancy. She was my nurse, and when disaster came, she stole away by night and fled northward, taking me with her. Now that I am grown, I have returned to seek my fortune." From a pouch slung around his neck, he drew the paper and the seal and showed them to her. She was at once all eagerness. Her heart beat high, for though a princess has been known to love a common man, it is more seemly that she should have a prince for her lover. "Let us take counsel with Bauna the dwarf," she advised. "He is wise, and has great knowledge of such things." Bauna came sour-faced, but when he had seen the seal and heard the young man's story, he lifted his turban from his head and placed it at Jai Singh's feet. "Maharaj," he cried respectfully, "have I permission to speak? A certain matter is now plain to me. Know then that Rajanai Singh, who rules today over Kamba, was the youngest of 3 brothers. Madhu Singh and Prithi Singh were the names of the two elder. Both of them died within a year. There were those who spoke of poison. Raja Madhu Singh had an infant son. It was given out that the child had died also. Prithi Singh had a daughter. The dwarf stopped speaking and looked across at Aparajita the princess, listening with parted lips. "And the seal?" Jai Singh questioned impatiently. "Maharaj, there is no mistaking it. It is the seal of Raja Madhu Singh, thy father." After a moment, Jai Singh spoke ruefully. "It seems, then, that I am a prince without a principality, a beggar prince, with as little chance of fortune as a beggar." Bhavna sought to hearten him. "Who knows? There may yet come opportunity. As I read thy horoscope, at the time of thy birth, the lord of the first house was the lucky planet. Thy name likewise is of good omen, Jai Singh, Lion of Victory." Jai Singh smiled bitterly. "A dangerous lion indeed, with his claws cut." Bhavna was thinking rapidly. "They will grow again," he asserted. "Listen, Maharaj, the people wax daily more weary of Raja Nai Singh, his cruelties and his taxes. 'Twould take but little to rouse them. Moreover, there might come help from Andi," he hinted craftily. The princess exclaimed in amazement, "Now do I know that thou art mad, Bhavna. How say you, help from the chief of Andi, the state with which my uncle seeks alliance at the price of my maidenhood?" The dwarf chuckled. "It was not of the chief that I thought, but of Dola Rai, the leader of his army. It is known that Dola Rai covets the throne of Andi, and whither he goes, his troops will follow him. It may well be that he would aid us, in the hope that someday we may render him assistance. If it be permitted, Maharaj, I will inquire further into the matter." After Bhavna had withdrawn, Jai Singh turned once more to the princess. His breath came quickly, for he saw her leaning upon her cushions, observing him with soft lips breaking into a smile. Youth was hot within him, and fervent worship of her beauty. He fell on his knees before her. "Behold, I make obeisance, O my princess," he said. Shyly she looked at him through silky lashes, then smiled again as his arms went round her. "How long have I known thee?" she whispered. "O thou bold lover!" He answered, "For 1,000 years, or for an instant. I have lost count of time." Days passed, and while Bhavna was busied with his plans, the lovers met often in Hasamurti's chamber. Aparajita found him a gallant wooer, and as she lay in his arms, her glances entered his heart like diamond arrows tipped with fire. He devised love names for her delight, Nilanalini and Alichumbita, kissed by the bees. And then one evening there came a hammering at the outer door. Hasamurti, bursting in, flung herself distraught at her mistress's feet. "We are lost," she cried. "Alipriya has learned our secret and betrayed us. There are soldiers waiting without to take him away." Grim-faced there entered men of the Raja's guard. A great seal was set on the door. Jai Singh was dragged to the common prison, Aparajita's farewell words still ringing in his ears. "Beloved, death is strong, but love is stronger." Under cover of the dusk, Bhavna the dwarf slipped past the sentries at the city gates and hastened to the lonely cave in the hills where Satyamurti the saint had his meagre lodging. When next the lovers met, it was in the audience chamber. This was a spacious hall, rich carpeted, its lofty columns draped with brocades of scarlet and silver. At one end of it, on a marble dais, was a gem-encrusted throne raised upon massive feet of solid gold. From the upper casements, stray shafts of sunlight played on the jeweled peacocks flaunting on either arm, rubies and sapphires agleam in their spreading tails. To the base of it were affixed emblems of majesty, buckler and mace, and bow glittering with precious stones. Upon the throne, beneath a pearl-fringed silken canopy, was seated Nai Singh, ruler of Kamba, a man of middle age, but old in vice, his gross body bulging from his vesture of cloth of gold. Under his turban, crowned with a snow-white heron's plume clasped by a brooch of diamonds set round a lustrous topaz, his heavy-lidded eyes glowered sullenly at the scene before him. Below the throne, ranged in a semicircle, were the nobles of the court. From behind the columns, dancing girls and servitors, huddled together, peered in eager anticipation. There were those who pitied the princess as she stood, a flush on her scornful face, shamefully unveiled before the eyes of men. But none dared voice his pity. For Jai Singh, tall and unflinching beside her, there was, however, nothing of compassion. He was a nobody, a wastrel who had presumed to sully the honor of the state. "Let the torturers deal with him," Jai Singh, the Raja, spoke. "Their guilt is known to all. They cannot deny it. There remains only to decide the manner of their punishment." Jai Singh cried boldly, "O king, grant me this one favor. Visit thy wrath only upon me. For myself, I look for neither justice nor mercy at the hands of him who slew Raja Madhu Singh, my father." A murmur of amazement, quickly hushed, ran through the assembly. Raja Madhu Singh's rule had been popular. There were many there who hated his successor. The eyes of all were fastened on that young man, dressed like a servant, hurling defiance at a monarch. There was awed silence. Beside himself with rage and consternation, the tyrant was leaning forward, struggling to speak. His grasp tightened on his velvet sea-barded sword, and then his voice thundered through the hall. "Thou dog! Thou lying paramour of a profligate woman! For thy crime, and for that false saying, thou shalt surely die. As for thy wanton, she shall live scorned like a widow till she does my bidding. And on the day that the kneeling elephant crushes thy body to shapelessness, she shall watch from the balcony. Thou shalt go to thy death alone." As the guards turned to lead away their prisoner, the crowd fell apart, and a gaunt figure pressed its way to the center of the hall. The murmur broke out again. "'Tis Satyamurti! Satyamurti the saint!" Satyamurti stood motionless, the deep-sunken eyes in his serene face fixed on the man on the throne. "There is a request, O king," he said, in a voice that all could hear. "Is this a time for requests?" the Raja scowlingly demanded. "For what dost thou ask, then?" Satyamurti answered simply, "For the life of a man." The Raja's scowl deepened. "What is thy concern in this matter, O Satyamurti?" he demanded again. "Since when do holy men champion the cause of traitors? Is it not given to a king to punish his guilty subjects?" "Verily, it is within the power of kings to punish their subjects," the saint admitted dryly. "But the gods can punish kings. And in this affair, I see clearly the trace of the devil's finger, the chain of calamity starting with a smear of honey upon a doorway. What prating is this?" The Raja began impatiently, but the saint would not be stayed. "Nay, listen, O king," he cried, "for to the forging of 3 links of the chain, I was myself a witness. It may be that this world and all things in it are but Maya, illusion. I am not yet assured on the point, or it may be that there will some day come a reckoning. Beware, therefore, how thou addest a link to the chain. Even now thou mayest be thyself in the mouth of death." The Raja sat moodily frowning. He knew well that he had enemies. He knew in what veneration Satyamurti was held by the people. To repeal the death sentence in response to the behest of such a holy man would be accounted an act of kingly clemency. Moreover, there might be an even choicer mode of satisfying his lust for vengeance. At length he spoke. "Thy request is granted, O Satyamurti. Still his offense justly merits retribution. He shall not die. He shall even be cherished, as a man cherishes a favorite bird in a cage with a little rice and water." The saint made no reply. He had done what he could. As the Raja finished speaking, there arose a hubbub at the back of the hall, and Bana the dwarf was thrust forward. He had been caught that morning, said his captors, hiding in a house in the city. Before the tittering company, his grotesque countenance distorted by terror, his hands clipped tightly together in a cleft bamboo. He stumbled forward and fell grovelling at the foot of the throne. "Mercy, great king," he wailed. "By the cow's tail will I swear that I was ignorant of this misdoing." "Thou didst not know, forsooth?" "I swear it. How could I play a part in such an infamy? I, who am the king's most loyal slave. I, who dare not tread upon even the king's shadow. Rajanai Singh was growing weary. It was time for his morning draught of opium water. "'Twas thy duty to have known, and to have informed those in authority," he growled irritably. "I need no fools in my service. Thy goods are forfeit, and let this night find thee far beyond my territory." Blubbering his thanksgiving, the dwarf scrambled to his feet. As the court dispersed, the princess cast him a look bitterly reproachful. Even Balna had forsaken her. Before dawn, while she lay, dry-eyed and sleepless, with sobbing Hasamurti in her chamber, she heard a tapping at the window. Balna crept in. "Lady," he whispered, "the horses are ready and the guards are bribed, but there is need for haste." The princess answered him proudly, "I deal not with cowards. How should I know that this is not a trap set by thy master?" Balna replied patiently, "I pray you, believe me, lady. There is little time for explaining. But could a man who was himself a prisoner help others?" Still she wavered. "While Jai Singh, the prince, still lives, I leave not the palace," she protested. Balna grinned. "Gold is a sure key to a prison lock. He awaits us with the horses." She believed him, then mounted, and before dawn they came in sight of the white tents of Dolarai's encampment spreading across the plain. On the day and at the hour declared propitious by the astrologers, the army marched against Kamba. At daybreak, Jai Singh and Dolarai had pledged mutual fidelity, had exchanged turbans, dipping their hands in salt. The troops were in high fettle. The omen had been favorable, a partridge calling from the left. It made a brave sight, that mighty host surging forward to the din of the monster kettledrums, trumpets and cymbals. Jai Singh rode in the forefront, leading the horsemen armed with swords and lances. Round the great orange standard was a special escort. These were picked warriors clad in yellow, sprinkled with saffron water, their faces stained with turmeric, vowed to the death. They were merry, for they said among themselves, "Ere nightfall we shall taste the cups of sparkling wine served by the lovely Apsaras in Surya Yoka, the mansion of the sun." Behind them, led by Dolarai, marched bowmen and pikemen in thick quilted corselets. Some of them carried sharp-edged metal discs and war rockets to be launched against the enemy horse. Then came the elephants, clanking in body armor, tolling their brazen bells, their howdahs packed with javelin men. There would be work for the lumbering monsters in the last assault, trampling over the heaps of slain to ram the city gates. The rear was formed of a noisy, straggling mob, camels, baggage carts, and the riffraff of an army. Soothsayers, astrologers, mendicants, and dancers, a looting rabble. On Moti, the huge war elephant, rode Aparajita, the princess. Against her lover, minded to leave her in safety, she had turned rebellious. Facing him, splendid in chainmail blazoned with the sun emblem, she had cried mockingly, "Nay, but I come with thee. Am I the first woman of the Rajputs to follow her lord to battle?" So she had prevailed, and climbed to the rocking howdah, where Banner the dwarf might shelter her with his leathern buckler. At noonday battle was joined upon the sun-parched plain before Kamba. Great was the slaughter, but from the first the fortune of the day was with Jai Singh. Word had gone forth of who had been his father, and Rajanai Singh's troops had little stomach for the fight. For a time the battle swayed, swords clashed, and men ripped men with the dreaded tiger's claw, while twanging warbows clouded the sky with arrows. Then a rumour flew through the ranks that Rajanai Singh, desperate of victory, lay dead within his citadel, slain by his own hand. Outflanked and driven in upon the fortifications, the enemy turned and fled, pursued by shouting horsemen. The trumpets blared the call for the final onset. Jai Singh, sheathing his dripping blade, climbed to his lady's side. Moti, the elephant, wallowed across the moat to a patch of firm, dry land before the fortress gate. There arose, then, imminent danger to the princess. Arrows were raining from the battlements, rattling on leathern bucklers, bristling in the howdah front like quills upon a porcupine. Ahead was the massive, heavy-timbered gate, studded with iron spikes, which Moti dared not face. In vain his driver strove to urge him forward, prodding behind the ear with his steel-shod goad. Swinging his trunk, Moti searched this way and that, but nowhere could he find even a truss of grass to serve for a forehead pad against those threatening barbs. From the battlements the arrows still rained down. "Bauna," the princess called, "is there no way to force the gate for us?" For a moment longer, Bauna stayed perplexed. Then, with the laugh of a brave man facing death, he gave her an answer. "There is a way, O my princess," he said. They watched him leap from the howdah, shout to Moti an order. Too late, they understood his sacrifice. The slate-grey trunk shot out, coiled around that valiant body, heaved it aloft for a brow pad, obtained a purchase. The soul of Bauna the dwarf joined the souls of the warrior heroes in Surya Yoka, and the gate crashed open. The sun was setting when Satyamurti reached the bluff above the sacred river. It was the hour for his evening meditation, and whilst he stood there, scanning the distant hills, there slunk from the darkened mango grove behind him one of the fleeing soldiery, a lowering giant, his garments stained with blood. He halted, and with opium-reddened eyeballs glared at the saint. "A curse on thee," he snarled, "thou meddlesome old crow! But for thine interference, Jai Singh, the upstart, had been dead ere now, and I not masterless." His hand whipped to his sword hilt. Satyamurti turned to him, his arms flung wide. "Behold the last link in the chain," he affirmed. "Strike then, I fear not." The sword point flickered to its mark. Before the eyes of the dying saint there passed a vision. He saw first illimitable space, through which a cold wind blew. He saw the planets wheeling on their courses, beyond them a great white light. Then these too vanished. Gasping, he raised himself a little on one elbow. "Lo, there is nothing," he murmured. "No good, no evil, only Maya illusion." And so he died. Had they known this, Jai Singh and Aparajita would have deemed him mistaken. Often they mourned the death of Bauna the dwarf, but they had other things to think of. The cares and joys of ruling, children, and the pleasant government of a house. For they were young and in love with each other, and the world seemed to them very good. End of The Devil's Finger by A. Irvine. The Man Who Amazed Fish by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, May 1943. It is bad form to murder one's customers, but the ancient Chinese alchemist had other, more subtle methods with which to take care of his country's invaders. Through the lattice-work screen, Dr. Shen Fu watched the Japanese officer enter the drug shop of 1,000 years. In his heart was a sharp sword, but his face was bland as he walked out to meet the smug little man. "I am the proprietor, Dr. Shen Fu," he said aloofly. "And I, General Nishikori, in charge of this district." The doctor nodded, but he did not bow. He stood tall and straight as a bamboo reed, despite his years. He was shrewd, a Hanlin graduate, a famed alchemist who had discovered the secret of immortality, so he spoke without fear. "The district needs no one to take charge of it. It has been Chinese soil for countless centuries, and so forever shall it remain, unless by some fantastic power you are able to carry it back to Nippon." The stunted general wondered whether he should be insulted and claim that he had lost face. It was the usual trick of his people, but he turned from it. He could make better use of the famed doctor by treating him with a modicum of respect. Therefore, he ate bitterness and managed a somewhat bilious-looking smile. "I wish tea," he said. "This is a drug shop, not a tea house." "Nevertheless, I wish tea." The doctor said gently, I accept your command. Tea shall it be." A clerk went to fetch the divine beverage, and though he was overly long, the general made no comment. He could afford to be patient, since he had caused this noted doctor of Hangzhou to bend to his will. Finally, the tea was ready, and the clerk brought a small table and one chair. "Will you not join me?" asked General Nishikori. "Alas, I had 7 cups before you came. I can drink no more." "At least sit at the table with me," said the general. He was provoked beyond reason, but he did not show it. "I have important matters to discuss with you. I prefer to stand. And if I command, I will obey, but I will not listen. The heart is without fear. If you have come to me for help, choose your words well. I was walking this earth, a free man even before your grandfather was born. I refuse to cringe before his grandson. Honor should be bestowed upon age, as well as bombs, the firing squad, and poison gas." The general's education had been extensive. He repeated maneuvers by rote, but here was a set of circumstances that had not been drilled into him. He tried to sit straight and tall, drawing his back up till it looked as though his neck was being goose-stretched. He was a member of the Bushido. He loomed large in his own importance, but he avoided looking in mirrors. He resented the fact that Dr. Shen Fu was so very tall. He hated to have the doctor towering over him as he sipped his tea. He found it unpalatable. "The tea is bitter," he said fretfully. "Unfortunately, for years we of China have been drinking only bitter tea. Our Japanese tea is fragrant. Drink of it well, while you have the opportunity. It is ill-advised for the conquered to threaten." "Why threaten? I might have poisoned the tea had I so desired." Mr. Nishikori had a bad moment, but he did not show it. "I hope you did not," he said. "I am too important to my nation to die. That is debatable. However, you were served naught but bitter tea. I cannot be untrue to business tradition. It is bad form to murder one's customers." "A customer, yes, and one who can pay well." "With what?" "Chinese money." "I cannot accept money that has blood on it. Rather pay me in rice." "It would be unwise. You might feed it to the poor. Starving people are more easily overcome. They have little opposition in them. Our new order in East Asia must be established by undernourishment. I am General Nishikori. I will not be defied. My word is supreme law in Hangzhou. You can be of service to my soldiers, and I repeat, you will be well paid. For treachery? No, for certain drugs that I need. Then you must pay in rice. Should I hand you over to a firing squad? It matters little. I have solved the riddle of immortality. Your bullets could do no more than wound me severely, but in time I would recover. However, I do not presume to decide such weighty problems for you, though if I am shot, your chances of getting drugs are nil. Speak quickly. I have other customers entering the shop." "Throw them out," the general stormed. "No. Their wishes shall be attended to while you finish your tea." As he spoke, Dr. Shen Fu turned and walked over to greet 10 newcomers. Usually he left the tending of shop to clerks well versed in the intricacies of the pharmacopoeia, but not now, for he wanted to throw Nishikori's pomp in his face. For 1,000 years Shen Fu's ancestors had ruled over this drug shop with its large areas of ground that were used for warehouses, clerks' homes and gardens, besides a considerable reserve for the herd of deer whose horns were ground up to make important and popular medicines. A rich man was desirous of purchasing ginseng tonic. One of the most expensive preparations in all the world for ginseng is the medicine par excellence, the dernier resort when all drugs fail. A few drops of ginseng will raise the dead to life, and it is even whispered that after 3 centuries, the ginseng root changes into a man with white blood. Dr. Shen Fu measured out the life-giving fluid with reverence, though he knew that as a restorative it was somewhat overrated. The drug was about 40% tonic and 60% folklore and legend. Still, it was worth 10 times its weight in pure gold, and so not to be handled carelessly. A coolie wanted some powdered dragon's bones to reduce his child's fever. Dr. Shen Fu made no charge to the poor man, but added the cost to the sum for the ginseng, since the rich man was better able to pay. Before returning to General Nishikori, he surveyed the familiar scenes about him, the black enameled boards with golden characters, containing suitable proverbs, the shelves filled with rows of blue and white porcelain jars, with square pewter covers containing various liquids of an array of colors. Vermilion medicines were those eagerly sought for by the sick. Above, on the upper shelves were smaller octagonal-based jars containing sundry expensive seeds or ready-mixed powders. It was the custom of Dr. Shen Fu to give advice free to those too poor to afford a doctor. Intense hatred gnawed at the doctor's heart. All this might be swept away, lost forever, if something were not done to stem the vicious Jap flood. He stood for an instant before the tiny alcove that sheltered the altar to Shen Nung, the god of healing. The smoke of burning incense spiraled languidly upward, as though to foretell that someday China would sweep out her invaders with the broom of circumstances. But could the old drug shop be saved? That was a moot question. Shen Fu's face was a mask as leisurely he returned to General Nishikori, who appeared as puffed up with venom as an adder. Nevertheless, he swallowed his pride, though it was harder than gulping a live toad. "Take me to a room where we may speak without interruption," he said, and there was silk in his tone. But he could not help adding, "If we remain here, I may be forced to order your execution." "That is hardly a prelude for a satisfactory conversation," the doctor said gently. "However, your command shall be obeyed. Come." As he spoke, he led the way through a steep, winding hall of unusual length, until they entered a windowless room, at the far end of which a single candle burned feebly. "See," said Shen Fu, "the candle weeps. It weeps for China." As he spoke, a heavy brass-studded teakwood door swung closed and they were wrapped in silence. The sudden change from daylight to a room that was almost in darkness was more than Nishikori's myopic eyes could stand. "Light!" he cried. "I demand light!" Instantly a lantern blazed forth so brightly that it dazzled Nishikori. But Dr. Shen Fu ignored the general's discomfiture as he said, "Be seated. Here we can converse secure from interruption. The room is soundproof and below the level of the earth. In this hidden room, it would be well for you not to be too arrogant. Here, I alone am master. This shop has never been invaded by the Japanese, nor will it ever be. Rather would I turn it into a monstrous bomb that would annihilate Hangzhou. Rest assured that in my warehouses are the ingredients and facilities for doing so. It is pleasant to mull over the extraordinary proposition that I could order your destruction, and dispose of your body by using an acid bath to eat it away, and no one would ever know what had become of so illustrious a general. However, I hesitate to do anything distressing to your person, since you have already said you have come as a customer. Only a fool turns away business. But what you buy, I repeat, must be paid for in rice, Japanese rice. I will deal with you on no other terms." "I admire your spirit," said Nishikori, and there was surprisingly little bombast in his tone. "Of the situation you are now master. Naturally, I agree to your terms. I am confronted by a curious perplexity, and I have decided you are the one best fitted to solve it." Not by as much as the flickering of an eyelid did Dr. Shen Fu acknowledge the compliment. His face was a grim mask in a play that was certainly not for children. But Nishikori, drilled in a military school of automatons, was unable to distinguish the signs of peril that were all about him, for they were written in water. So he went on speaking, "Our conquest of your country has gone on well. For the most part, we have met with little opposition. And so you were forced to drop poison gas and disease germ-infected cotton on unprotected people so that plagues might break out. Relinquish your filthy untruths, or I shall close my ears against your words, and if you leave this room alive, it will only be by a miracle. Let us both speak bluntly. Your slogan is not Asia for the Asiatics, but Asia for the Japanese. Your warlords are vile. Proceed. That is an affront to the Bushido. Here, let us put aside our heroic robes. My patience is wearing thin. If you have a purpose in your visit, expound it. Otherwise, I must turn to my own affairs. Like a frog in a well is a man of small thoughts. At that moment, General Nishikori had the feeling that he was wearing a hair shirt. But to argue farther with this ancient doctor, who was without fear, was as futile as catching a fish and throwing away the net. So he continued speaking as though there had been no interruption. "My visit to you is not concerned with war," he said in a honeyed tone. "I am here to help save lives, not to expend them. We have found, as we march peacefully through your vast cultivated river provinces, the farmers have an unpleasant habit of opening the dikes and spreading havoc among our soldiers. Recently, after we had taken the city of Hankou and were marching forward toward further conquests, the dikes of the river were suddenly opened, and 55,000 Japanese soldiers, carrying full pack, were drowned, while the Chinese lost 3 times that many, stamped into the earth by roaring floods to make fertilizer for next year's crops. What manner of people are the Chinese who would throw their own lives away in such stupid fashion? Our men died that China might live. Perhaps the spirits of Confucius, Mencius and Lao Tzu walked among them to welcome them among the immortals. Our sages are great because they never look for ivory in a rat's teeth. Nevertheless, this problem of losing almost as many soldiers by drowning as are killed in battle is a serious problem that I have set myself to solve. Knowing that your drug shop is renowned throughout all the 18 provinces, I lay my problem at your feet. I've heard that you are 150 years old. Age is elastic. A boy with a sore foot is an old man. An ancient with firm step and good teeth is young. Some say I have drugs to cure all sicknesses, but alas, I have none to cure China's present acute distress. Unless, but I hesitate to express the knowledge that recently my eyes have given unto me as I walk through the countryside. Once more the che plant is growing in profusion in our farms and hillsides. The che plant, repeated Nishikori. What is that? It is a plant of supernatural growth and auspicious omen. It is only to be found when virtuous leaders are leading our government. It augurs well for the future of Chiang Kai-shek. But China is beaten, protested Nishikori. She's on her knees. Beaten? Beaten? What is the meaning of that word? We know it not in the 18 provinces. But let us proceed. You have come to me for help, because you are concerned over the loss by drowning of so many men. Mr. Nishikori smiled. Now they were on firmer ground. Perhaps you can prepare an elixir for me so that my men will be able to live beneath the water to survive floods without undue fatigue. In short, a drug that will bestow upon them the province of living under water indefinitely. An interesting proposition, said Dr. Shen Fu gently, and I am glad that you have consulted me, for my library is bulging with ancient manuscripts, some that have been recopied from bamboo books on the Lian Tan, the drug of transmutation, and of the powdered pearl medicine which is the concrete essence of the moon. Let me ponder over my manuscripts for a few days. I am sure that the results will be worth your trouble. So General Nishikori departed and returned again in 3 days. Dr. Shen Fu greeted him in a manner that was almost affable. A book is only a man talking, he said. And since your departure, I have been listening to the voices of the ancients. But it was not until this early morning that my efforts were rewarded. All through the night I loitered in my garden, entranced by the countless whispering voices about me. When the dawn crimsoned the sky with peony splendor, I drank the dew that had fallen from the magnolia trees, for I had solved the riddle that so perplexed you. I walked with padded footsteps into my mixing room. No one was about, no one was stirring. The accumulated mass of knowledge I had absorbed so hurriedly became simplified. I worked fast and with sure hand. I mixed the ingredients well. The resultant pills are perhaps the most expensive to be found in all the world, and, for their purpose, the most powerful. From his sleeve, he drew an elegant jade bottle with a legend in red grass characters upon it, "May Chiang Kai-shek have 10,000 lives." But Mr. Nishikori paid not the slightest attention to the inscription, for he did not understand Chinese. But it wouldn't have mattered if he had been versed in the language of the 4 seas. So intent was he on his purpose. Cold perspiration stood out upon his forehead in beads, and even his narrow, close-cropped head was damp. He took off his glasses and polished them carefully, that he might the better see, for Dr. Shen Fu was pouring small vermilion pills into the palm of his hand. Nishikori liked the color. The doctor had staked much on its psychological effect. "1 pill and 1 pill only, that is all that is necessary," he explained. "Your men will find little difficulty swimming for sustained periods under water. Nor will the effects of the drug wear off, rather will the power of it intensify with each day that passes. My idea for this great boon to humanity was motivated by the writings of renowned Lieh Tzu, who ages and ages ago conquered the laws of gravitation. Accounts of his adventures are written history for all who care to read." While the doctor was speaking, General Nishikori gulped 2 of the pills, believing he was unobserved. Shen Fu smiled, and the eyes of his heart grew merry, but his face mirrored not his thoughts. Perhaps, ere long, the ghost of chaos would be halted, and the ruined sky swept clean of enemy planes. "The elixir has been delivered," he said. "Now your payment shall begin. Set out at various street intersections of the city huge tubs of cooked rice that the poor may eat till their stomachs groan. My clerks will designate the positions where the tubs are to be placed, and they will go along with you to see that instructions are carried out and to ensure the good quality of the rice. It is fitting that I have put into those tiny pellets certain ingredients that, for want of a better word, I shall call harmonious elements. With discord they will evaporate as surely as the clouds are a dragon and the wind a tiger. The slightest chicanery might spoil the experiment." General Nishikori was a man of action. He lived by the sword and had little respect for words, nor did he know that many an unhappy culprit has been impaled on a sentence. He liked not the idea of wasting rice when so many of his own people back in Japan were starving. True, it was only the peasant whose stomachs were being gnawed constantly by hunger. The Bushido and the warlords were well fed. The emperor feasted well in his golden prison and wondered what evil was abroad in the land. But he was too weak to lift his hand to stem it if he had wanted to. Nishikori was more than half tempted to destroy this vile doctor who had flaunted his power and insulted the Bushido, now that his use was at an end. But suppose the pills did not work. Suppose the doctor had anticipated just such treachery and acted accordingly. What good would be a dead Shen Fu? Better keep him alive, so that he could be tortured fittingly in the Japanese manner if the pills failed. But there was another factor also to be considered. The doctor, living, might be a safeguard for him if sickness or distress flitted about his person. With a sigh, Nishikori reluctantly agreed to put out the tubs of rice, reluctance that was seasoned with fear. He shuddered to think of what might happen if all the hungry were fed. Famine was the best ally Japan had, next to disease. What a pity it was that the plague germs dropped from airplanes in carefully prepared cotton batting had not caused the anticipated havoc. Asia for the Asiatics, but for the Chinese bubonic plague, the Imperial Japanese New Order. During the next few days, General Nishikori was much pleased with the effects of the drug. A few of his men had experimented. They had stayed underwater for over an hour. The experiment had been conducted at Westlake, not far from the new hotel where Mr. Nishikori was living in luxurious quarters. So long did his men remain below water, he imagined they had been drowned and was about to return to his hotel for tiffin when they reappeared, laughing and jabbering excitedly. The only casualty was that one of them had lost his glasses. The general was overjoyed. Now he was indeed the leader of an army of supermen, but there was one oddity that was of little importance. He himself, scarcely aware of his own actions, plunged into the lake, all clothed as he was, and swam about, all forgetful of the war and of the officers that were waiting to have tiffin with him at the hotel. When at last he came out of the lake, he was jubilant, though his uniform was a sorry spectacle and he looked as bedraggled as the lowliest soldier. But what matter? His head was in the clouds. Now indeed would he be a conqueror, and his fame would go down in history among the greatest warriors the world has ever known. Perhaps it would be better to kill Shen Fu after all, so that no other person might learn this amazing secret. Back at the hotel, after he had bathed and put on dry clothes, he swallowed 2 more pills before joining the officers who were waiting for him. The doctor had said that 1 pellet was sufficient perhaps for a private soldier, but he was a noble general, a member of the Bushido, and his father had been an aristocrat with special privileges. Late that evening, when he had been able to shake off the leech like petty officers, he returned to Westlake, cast off his clothes and plunged into the cool, refreshing water. His throat had felt parched. Though the day had been cool, he had suffered intensely. There must have been much humidity in the air. Another thing that troubled him was that red marks had appeared on either side of his throat just below the ears, odd straight marks, half as long as his thumb. They looked like old knife wounds that had only recently healed. He had an unaccountable feeling, a wish that they would break open. Then it would not be so difficult to breathe. But now as he glided through the waters of Westlake, among the lotuses, all was right once more. No longer was it difficult to breathe. The night was full of spring, even though it was early autumn. A yellow moon hung low in the sky, or was it the rising sun of Japan glistening on the wide domains it would soon encompass? He laughed gut-tearily. Someday Japan would control the world. General Nishikori remained in the water until the first silver fingers of morning lifted to gently push aside the veil of night. Then with great reluctance he came ashore, put on his clothes and became an important personage once more, the commandant of all the armies in Zhejiang province. However, he could not refrain from casting a glance over his shoulder at the enticing water of the lake. Never had he passed so glorious a night. Nor was he, aware that after 10 long desolate years of constant defeat, the scales of fortune were tipping slowly in China's favor. In Sichuan and Hunan provinces especially, old China, revitalized by supplies from the allied nations, was slowly pushing back her enemies, topped by an especially brilliant victory at Changsha. Once more the tea of the Middle Kingdom was fragrant, free of its bitter, bitter taste. General Nishikori walked about as though in a dream, little concerned with what was happening about him. He even ceased to deplore the necessity of putting out tubs of rice for the poor in accordance with the directions of Dr. Shen Fu. His officers tended to this for him, obeying like automatons. The red marks at the sides of his neck caused him almost constant discomfiture. Occasionally they bled slightly. Every day he stopped at the drug shop of 1,000 years to talk with the learned doctor. He asked the doctor to examine the marks on his neck. Shen Fu smiled as he gazed upon them. "You have nothing to worry about," he said. "Strangely enough, some of the officers of my staff are similarly marked. You are blood brothers. It is a good omen." He did not bother adding that he meant a good omen for China. After a moment he continued, "When the flesh separates, you will be able to swim even better." Nishikori was little perturbed at the prospect. On the contrary, he seemed well satisfied. He walked out into the garden to the large artificial fish pond. The water was like clear turquoise. The goldfish reflected the sun. How clear and cool the water was, with here and there a pond lily or a lotus. His throat was dry. Slowly he walked around the pool, gazing at the shimmering fish. He was so fascinated that hours passed without his knowledge. Meanwhile, his men were acting in a peculiar fashion. All seemed keenly elated. They cast aside their guns. Their interest in war had evaporated. Many of their necks were bleeding slightly from small slits below the ears. As though they were fleeing from a plague-infested city, they rushed down to the river's edge. Some were running, but it was a joyous rout. Many were laughing. A few tried to sing, but their throats were too dry for that. And in their wake walked many of the people of Hangzhou, uninterested in their actions, but still bent on one of the great occasions of the year, to watch the Hangzhou boar at the autumnal equinox. That strangest and most startling phenomenon of nature along the entire Asiatic coast. The estuary at the mouth of the Xiantang River, from Yangtze Cape on the north to the opposite point of land on the south, is about 65 miles in width. And from the Yangtze Cape to where the boar begins to form is about 80 miles. Throughout this distance, the estuary narrows down to about 8 miles, producing a broad funnel-shaped channel. The roar of the tidal wave can be heard for 45 minutes before it comes into view. Instead of the banks of this channel being straight and regular, they are very crooked, the right or southern bank being pushed in upon the land a great distance. This concavity of the channel bank deflects the tidal currents, throwing them against the river currents, which, together with the piling up of the water as it crowds into the apex of this funnel-shaped channel, produces the phenomenon known as the boar. On this particular occasion, thousands of Chinese, quiet and orderly, were crowding the great stone embankment. Throngs which permitted the free movement of the Japanese troops, who ran pell-mell down the dikes to await the coming boar. Many, overzealous, sprang into the river and swam toward the onrushing flood, but none of them spoke. None of them said anything, nor did they utter a sound, though their lips moved. It was the supreme hour of their existence. On they came like beetles, swarming over one another, forcing the front ranks into the water. But none cared. The cool water closed over them willingly. Onward, the monstrous wave plunged, as an ancient poet has written, muttering, hurrying, seething and surging, confused and troubled, vast, unbridled, immensely deep and wide, a chaos unlimited. It hopes to seize the southern hills. It reaches up to the azure sky, confident it will leap over the steep banks. The poet wrote long before Qian Shiu built the first dike walls in AD 910. Since that time, many superb engineers have added to this great work, so that now the thousands of Chinese spectators were enabled to stand at the summit of the dikes and watch the water carnival with considerable safety. They ate kumquats, melon seeds and dried almonds. The children chanted verses and laughter was plentiful, but the elders were silent. The few venturesome riverboats were tied fast to the shore, but the water lifted them so high that they strained at their chains and ropes. They rocked madly at the impact of the water, which rose to a height of 25 feet, carrying all the Japanese soldiers along with it. Certainly, for the Chinese, it was a time for eating kumquats. Within 45 minutes, the flood subsided, but the invading soldiers returned no more to Hangzhou, preferring to go out to sea on the ebb tide. But none were drowned. All were content. Dr. Shen Fu's experiment had been eminently successful. Truly, he had created 1,000 blessings pills. But he was unable to visit the ramparts of the river. It would not have been in good taste, for he still had a guest in his establishment. In the lotus pond, General Nishikori was swimming around joyously. The fish were amazed. End of The Man Who Amazed Fish by Frank Owen. The Smiling Face by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, January 1950. Cedric Harbin, the British archaeologist, rolled his head from side to side irritably on the canvas cot. It was the scream of a jaguar that had waked him this time. 2 hours ago it had been the chittering of night monkeys. Half an hour before that, some other weird jungle noise. From the supine position in which he had been lying for 8 sweltering nights already, he glared up at the young Chavante native who was fanning him with a giant fern to keep away the mosquitoes and the tiny, vicious little pium flies that swarmed about him. At his look, the boy grinned apology and began to ply the shoe fly with more energy, the capybara tooth in his pierced lower lip bobbing furiously. Harbin cursed, blinking away the sweat that kept trickling down into his eyes. He tried to sit up despite the adhesive strapped over his bare chest like a cocoon, but sank back with a groan. Instantly the tent flap opened, and a girl hurried in out of the humid night. "Darling, I thought I heard you groaning. Are you in pain?" "Not much, just bored and disgusted. Haven't you gone to bed yet?" Sir Cedric looked up at her wearily as she bent over him, gently mopping the sweat from his face and neck. She was small and blonde and exquisite, strikingly beautiful even in her rumpled shirt and jodhpurs. It was when she smiled, however, that one stopped seeing anything else. A quiet humor seemed to emanate from her broad, sweetly curved mouth and sparkling blue eyes, as though they invited one to share some joke that she knew and was about to tell. The Brazilian Indian boy beamed at her, visibly attracted. Harbin, her husband, though he looked old enough to have been her father, caught at her hand gratefully. "Diana," he sighed, "my dearest, how the devil you can be so bright and cheery after the confounded mess I've made of this expedition. Walking into that boa constrictor like a damned tourist who'd never set foot in the Mato Grosso interior." He scowled in self-condemnation. "Don't know why I ever let the Foundation talk me into this jaunt anyhow. On our honeymoon. What was I thinking of, dragging you out into this steaming hell? Now, darling." Diana Harbin laid 2 fingers over his mouth. She lifted his head tenderly, gave him a sip of herva mat through a bombilia stuck in a gourd, then riffled through a month-old magazine. "Here, do try to read and relax. You can't go hunting your precious lost city with 3 broken ribs, and that's all there is to it. So stop fretting about it. Mario has the situation well in hand." A look flashed over Sir Cedric's middle-aged face. It was gone before his wife observed it, but she did notice a peculiar tense note in his voice. "Mario, oh yes," the archaeologist drawled. "Our handsome and dashing young guide." "Handsome?" His wife laughed so lightly that Sir Cedric gave her a quizzical look. "Is he? I hadn't noticed." "Why, Cedric?" She returned his look, eyes twinkling. "I do believe you're jealous of Mario." She half closed her eyes, imitating the sultry attitude of a screen Romeo. "Aksh, Senora. You are like jungle orchid," she mimicked, then burst out laughing. "Darling, he's so corny." Harbin did not share her mirth. His grey eyes iced over and narrowed. "The devil!" he exploded. "Did he really say that to you? Insolent half-breed swine. Send him in here, I'll sack him right now." "You'll do nothing of the kind." His wife laughed, kissing him on the forehead. "Cedric, don't be absurd. All Brazilians make passes at every North American girl they meet. It's part of the good neighbor policy." She gave him another sip of the nutritious tea, looking fondly amused. "Mario," she pointed out, "is a very efficient guide." He's kept these war-happy Cervantes from traipsing off to start something with other tribes we've passed. He's kept a supply of mandioca and rapadura without trading half our equipment to get it. And he's the only guide in Belém who had the vaguest idea how to reach that lost city of yours. If there is one, she reminded dryly. Remember, all you have as proof is that silly old paper in the Biblioteca Nacional. Mario doesn't believe it exists. Mario, the archaeologist snorted. If Lieutenant Colonel Fawcett and his sons died trying to find it in 1925, there must be something to owe. If only I were off this ridiculous cot, he fumed. We're only 2 days' march from the place. I'd stake my life on it. Oh, well. His pretty wife patted his arm soothingly. There'll be other expeditions, dear. We'll try again, but right now you must get well enough to be carried back to Belém. There may be internal injuries we don't know about. Ugh, that horrible snake. Dropping on you. From that tree crushing you, she shuddered, then knelt beside him with a little sob, pressing his hand to her cool cheek. Oh, Cedric, you might have been killed. Harbin relaxed, caressing her long wheat-blonde hair, the bitterness and frustration ebbing slowly from his face. My dearest, he murmured, I'll never understand what a lovely little yank like you ever saw in a crotchety, dried-up old limey like me. But my whole outlook was changed that night at the Explorers Club in Rio, when you turned away from that ass Forrester and smiled. At me. When I first saw you smile, Diana, the most wonderful thing happened. It was as though the sun had come up for the first time in my... Oh, rubbish. Sir Cedric broke off, embarrassed. Never was much at expressing my feelings. You're doing all right, his wife whispered. Remind me to tell you how I felt when I first met the famous Sir Cedric Harbin. Ah, she dodged his quick embrace. Not now, after Mario and I get back from Matura with supplies. Darling, do go to sleep so I can. We're starting at daybreak, you know. Harbin returned her smile of gentle humor with a hungry, possessive look. All right, but you'll hurry back. I mean, oh, dash it. His wife bent over to kiss him once more lightly. Of course I will, she whispered. Next Thursday is our first anniversary. We've been married a whole month. You don't really think I'd spend that day with Mario and a lot of grinning tapir-apes babbling Ticanlo, Ticanto, which isn't my idea of a snappy conversation to put in my diary. Sir Cedric chuckled and lay still, his eyes following Diana as she left the tent to complete plans for the short journey at dawn. The river village of Matura, he knew, was only a few miles down the Rio das Mortes, the River of Death, which had once run red with the blood of a Portuguese party of mining engineers massacred by Indians. Now it boasted a small trading post, run by a fat, one-eyed Dutchman. There Diana could send a wireless message via Belém to the Foundation, saying, Harbin sighed bitterly, that he was crippled up, that he had made a complete botch of the expedition. There also Mario could replenish their dwindling stock of supplies, coffee, quinine, mandioca, perhaps even a few trinkets for the new native bearers Mario had recently added to their party. The Cervantes had not appeared to like it much, but even their capitao, their chief, Burity, could see his men could not carry both the equipment and the injured white explorer on their return trip. Harbin sipped his mat and thought about the new porters. They were ugly, stunted little Indians, the 4 Mario has hired, their loincloths dirty and ragged, their greasy black hair hanging long and snaky under their braided headbands. They were Urubus, Sir Cedric frowned, trying to recall what the inspector of Indians at Belém had said about that particular tribe, the vulture people, he had called them. Was it something about a history of cannibalism? Harbin could not remember. All 4 of the Urubus had been fully armed, with bows and 5-foot arrows, with spears and with blowguns, when the Brazilian guide had happened across their hunting party. In fact, a poisoned blowgun dart, presumably aimed at a silver and black iguana, had barely missed his shoulder, Mario had reported uncomfortably. "And good riddance," Harbin muttered half aloud, glowering up at the patched roof of the tent. "Never did trust those pretty boys where a woman's concerned. Not one as lovely as Diana, so young and romantic and impressionable." "Han, Senhor, speak?" The Shavante boy startled him, waving his fern rapidly and flashing white teeth in a dark brown mongoloid face. "What? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself," Harbin snapped. "Swat that damned tarantula over my head, will you? It's going to drop on me." "Si, Senor." The boy hastened to obey, his solicitude born of the fact that Diana had promised him a pair of her husband's cufflinks for his pierced ears. Harbin closed his eyes, now lulled by the throbbing hum of frogs and cicada, now startled awake by the moaning hiss of a nearby anaconda or the splash of an alligator in the river washing sluggishly against the sandbank, where they had made camp. Presently, in spite of the pium flies, Sir Cedric drifted into a troubled slumber and a recurrent dream in which his lovely young wife was lost in a tangle of undergrowth and looped lianas. She kept calling him, calling and laughing, somewhere just ahead, just out of reach, and he slashed away helplessly at the green wall of jungle with a fesau, a cutlass-like machete, which kept turning to flimsy rubber in his hand. When he awoke, torpid and head-achy, the tent was steamy with mid-morning heat. The Shavante boy was setting his tray of breakfast. Roast crane, farina gruel sweetened with a toffee like rapadura, and coffee with fermented sugarcane. Harbin made a wry face and squinted at the boy, whose black eyes were gleaming with a curious excitement. His calm voice, however, betrayed nothing. "Bon dia, Senor dormiu bem?" he inquired politely. "Muito bem," Harbin grunted, yawning. "Where's the Senora? She had her breakfast yet?" The boy smiled brightly, his face an inscrutable mask now, mysterious and unreadable as the jungle itself. "Senora pay," he announced, then elaborated in a painful combination of Portuguese and English. "Senora es aguan. Senora, Senor Mario. Es aguan. Say let you asleep you seek no wake." "Oh, gone already, have they?" Sir Cedric looked disappointed, then shrugged. "Well, they should be back by tomorrow at sundown. Matura's only a few miles down the river." "They," he broke off, puzzled again by the sly look of amusement on the Shavante boy's face. "Eh? What are you grinning about?" he demanded. For answer, the boy ran to the door of the tent and beckoned. An older, nervous-looking Shavante, possibly the boy's father or older brother, entered warily, braced as to dash out again if the white man appeared angry. "Senor, please?" The man stammered. He was Bearity, the chief. Harbin recognized him suddenly from the dried palm fronds stuck in his pierced lower lip, like a spiky beard from his hairless chin. "Senor?" he began again. Give present if Bearity tell." "Tell what, you gibbering ape?" Sir Cedric snapped. He tried to prop himself up on his elbows, a sense of foreboding suddenly knotting his stomach muscles. "Yes? All right, to present. Speak up." The Shavante chief swayed, steadying himself against the tent pole. He was drunk, Harbin perceived. A strong whiff of fiery native rum reached his nostrils. Twice Bearity started to speak, blinked and grinned foolishly, then blurted out, Senora et Senor Mario. Es no go down Rio, es go up, no go Matura. Es take boys." He held up one finger, then two vaguely. "Es run away, go Goyas. Es no come bok." "What?" Harbin wrenched himself to a sitting posture, oblivious of the pain that knifed through his broken ribs. "You're lying," he roared. I'll beat you to a pulp, you lying scum. I'll cut your tongue out for saying a thing like that." Bearity cringed, shaking his head violently. No lie, capitao. Es a truth. Senor zangado. No be zangado for Bearity. Me no do nada, me manso, good Indian. Sir Cedric glanced about wildly for something to throw at him, but the Shavante whirled and darted out of the tent, followed by the explorer's angry curses. Harbin fell back on his cot, breathing hard. Pain clutched at his chest under the strapping. He had probably torn loose those half-mended ribs again. The fury of complete helplessness racked him for a moment. That Indian was lying. Of course he was lying. Diana would no more desert him in this condition than Than. Or would she? Could a middle-aged husband ever really be sure of a young and beautiful wife? Sir Cedric forced himself to lie still, teeth clenched, fists knotted at his sides. The Shavante boy crawled out from behind a trunk where he had hidden and began timidly fanning him again. Harbin waved him away irritably, then called him back. "Boy?" He hesitated, flushing at his own lack of reserve. "Boy, do you happen to know which way the Senor Mario went? Upriver or down?" "No, Capital." The Indian boy lowered his eyes respectfully, but Harbin could detect a secret contempt in his impassive face. "Is there anyone who could find out for me? A tracker. A tracker could tell which way the Bawaloa took off, couldn't he?" Sir Cedric pressed. "A tracker, Capital?" The Shavante was standing before him, still outwardly respectful. "Yes, tracker tell, but Brujo know more better. Ask Brujo look upon Senora's Batalao. Brujo see all the Engs today, yesterday, tomorrow. Oh yes, quite." Sir Cedric suppressed a smile. This was not the first time he had heard marvelous powers attributed to the Brujos, the witch doctors of these Mato Grosso native tribes. The Inspector of Indians had advised him to take one along on this expedition as arbiter, medico, and general advisor to his Shavante bearers. Brujos were usually old men with wrinkled faces and mystic eyes, half crazed from addiction to yarj, the deadly topaz-green drug brewed from liana pulp. Murica, the Brujo of his Shavantes, was no exception. But Murica, Harbin considered swiftly, would know about Diana and that sneaky Brazilian, if anyone would. All rumors, all remnants of local gossip, found their way quickly to those wise old ears, to be palmed off later on the credulous as knowledge gleaned from supernatural sources. "Of course, Murica." Sir Cedric nodded eagerly, snapping his fingers at the Indian boy. "Well, go fetch him. At once." The young Shavante nodded and dashed out of the tent. He dashed back presently, but more reverently, holding the tent flap aside for a wizened old Indian to enter. Murica was a very small man, for a Shavat, most of whom stood well above 6 feet. But there was something about his erect bearing, about the serene wrinkled face under its feathered headdress, that commanded respect. The old man's face and chest were heavily pigmented with red and black, blue-black stain from the jenipapo fruit, and red from the uruku berry. A jaguar skin, with the tail dragging, was wrapped around his skinny loins, and a great deal of stolen copper telegraph wire coiled around his arms from wrist to elbow. In his pierced lower lip was a rather large bone from a howler monkey, which affected his speech but slightly. He evidently knew no English at all, but spoke perfect Portuguese, probably learned at a Christian mission school before he took to black magic. His voice was deep and mellow like the music of a distant oboe, and Sir Cedric was impressed in spite of the smile that twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Murica," he greeted the old Indian haltingly. I called you here to." The aged Brujo nodded matter-of-factly, stuffing some kind of fiber shreds into his cigar holder like pipe. He sat down, cross-legged, beside the explorer's cot and leaned back comfortably against the tent pole. Without a word, he closed his eyes, puffing slowly at the pipe. A peculiar acrid odor filled the tent, making Sir Cedric feel suddenly light-headed and queer. He frowned, annoyed. "Now see here," he said. "I've no time for a lot of mumbo-jumbo. Just tell me if you know which way the Shavante boy hissed sharply, shaking his head and making a silencing gesture. On the opposite side of Harbin's cot, he whispered in obvious awe, "Senor, do not speak. Brujo smoke the ayahuasca, the drug of second sight." "Oh," Sir Cedric snorted, impatient. "I've heard of that damned lot of nonsense. Or," he smiled wryly, "maybe it isn't. Maybe it works something like sodium pentothal, releases the subconscious mind, helps dig out facts the conscious mind's forgotten." He rolled over on his side, wincing, to watch the old man as he sat, swaying and smoking, in utter silence. Presently, however, the Brujo's eyes opened. They had a weird doped look, staring unseeingly at Harbin, as though they gazed through him, through tire-stained tent walls, and farther, much farther, through the matted jungle outside. Very slowly the old witch doctor began to speak, chanting a curious sing-song now in Shavante, now in Portuguese. Harbin made out the Portuguese with an effort, but the Indian was beyond him. "They go toward the rising sun. The Batala moves slowly. There are 3 hearers, Shavantes. The smiling one sleeps under the toldo. The man watches. Now he shoots the gun, killing a blood-red arara. He brings the feathers to the senhora. She laughs, thanking him and putting the feathers in her golden hair." Sir Cedric cursed, heaving himself upright again furiously. It was all a lot of silly patter, meaningless and without any foundation on truth, he told himself sickly. Or was it? "Toward the rising sun," the old man had said. Then the Balalau was being paddled east toward Goiás, just as Berati had said, not west to Matura. Did the Brujo know for certain from tracks he had found along the riverbank, amid a network of other spoors? The round cup-like tracks of jaguars, the broad 3-toed marks of a tapir, the splayed track of the capivara, those sheep-sized water guinea pigs of the jungle? Or was he only guessing? "Now she sings," Marika droned abruptly. "She sings this song, it is plain to hear." He began to hum, and Harbin's scalp prickled as he recognized the halting strains of Noel Coward's "Never Try to Bind Me," an old favorite of Diana's. The very tune she had been dancing to with young Forrester at the Explorers Club that night. Amazingly, unbelievably, Marika was even singing the words now, although he knew not a phrase of English. "Never try to bind me, never try to hold. Take me as you find me, love, and let me go." The sound of those words, their import so obviously meaningless to that wrinkled Shavante singer, stabbed at Sir Cedric like a knife thrust. "Stop," he yelled furiously. It's a lot of damned nonsense. How could you possibly hear them if they set off down the river or up the river, as you say, 4 or 5 hours ago?" The old Brujo closed his eyes for answer. In a few moments, when he opened them and looked at the white man again, their weird faraway look was gone. He rose from his cross-legged position and stood quietly beside Harbin's cot, waiting. Sir Cedric glowered at him, then shrugged and thrust a cheap plug of tobacco at the old Indian, who took it with a gracious air of bestowing a gift rather than of receiving one. "Is there more which you wish to know, Capito?" he asked softly. "Marika has looked into the past and has seen the padre in Rio speaking the marriage vows." The Capitao drops the ring in his eagerness to place it on the smiling one's finger. A man with a golden mustache picks it up and gives it back to, Harbin started, his scalp prickling again. "Kimball," he murmured. He was my best man, and I did drop the ring. How could you possibly know? Did you ever overhear Diana and myself?" "That must be it," he broke off, surreptitiously mopping at his forehead. "Of course, nothing supernatural about it." Marika's bland expression did not change. He merely stood quietly, waiting, looking more sure of himself than Harbin had ever felt in his whole life. In fact, The quiet wisdom in that wrinkled face made him feel more unsure of himself now than ever. "Do you desire that I shall look into the future, Capilao?" the old Shavante asked gently. "The ayahuasca sends the eyes in all directions. One is able to see what was, what is, and what is to be." "The devil you can," Sir Cedric snorted, more to convince himself than to scoff at Marika. "All right," he snapped. "What is to be? My wife's run off with a damn Brazilian, you say? Is she coming back?" Marika took another puff at the pipe, his eyes again taking on that opaque, drugged look, the pupils widening until the iris had disappeared. Harbin watched him, fascinated, trying to feel amused and scornful, trying to deny that hollow, sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Marika opened his eyes wide, swaying. His voice sounded very thin and echoing as he spoke, like the voice of one shouting down a mine shaft. "I see," he intoned. "I hear, the smiling one, screaming. It is written in the stars, that the Capitao may keep before him, for all the rest of his days, the smiling face of his Senora. But—" "Yes?" Harbin urged tensely as the brujo paused. "Yes." "But it is also written in the stars," Marika said thinly, "that the sight of it will drive the Capitao into madness. This I see and no more." Sir Cedric expelled a quivering breath. Rubbish, all of this. Sheer rubbish. And yet, that bit about the Noel Coward song, and the dropped ring, and Kimball's blonde moustache, he and Diana had certainly never mentioned that in Marika's hearing, though it might have been only a clever bit of guesswork. Still, he lay back on his cot, battling for self-control. At his sides, his hands were clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. 2 drops of blood oozed from the broken flesh and ran down his wrists, unfelt. But Marika noticed them and approached the white man's cot. He made a few curious passes in the air with a monkey skull produced from somewhere under the folds of his jaguar skin, then laid the skull gently on Harbin's forehead. "Capitao," the old man said, "forgiveness is better than vengeance." The archaeologist jerked his head away savagely, the monkey skull bumping hollowly to the ground as he glared up at Marika. "Get out of here," he grated, sweat popping out on his forehead and upper lip. "What are you trying to do to me lying here trussed up? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Get out." He wrenched himself up again, panting and cursing. The Shavante boy dodged behind his trunk again, but the old brujo merely bowed slightly and backed toward the tent opening. "Jealousy," he said in his soft, mellow Portuguese, "is like a poison, Capitao. The Senor stands where the trail forks." "Think well. Get out!" Harbin roared, hurling his gourd of mat at the old Indian's head. The missile described a peculiar curve as it neared its target, however, and fell harmlessly to the floor. Again the white man shivered. He had heard before how a brujo can deflect the flight of an arrow or a blowgun dart. Impossible, of course. He fell back, gritting his teeth against the pain of his ribs. Sweat poured from his forehead now. The tent was like a steam cabinet. From outside he could hear the faint splashing of an alligator somewhere upriver, the dismal hiss of a flock of ciganas, the mew of a hawk sailing enviously above where some of the bearers were shooting fish with their short bows and 5-foot arrows barbed with the tails of arrays, stingrays. Harbin's mind sailed upstream, following a batelao where a lovely blonde girl and a handsome young man sat very close together under the palm-thatched toldo awning. Perhaps they were kissing now, perhaps only clinging together, in the way of young lovers. A groan escaped him, half rage, half pain. Diana, Diana. Of course it had been too good to be true. The first handsome, virile young idiot to come along, and she had left him. The glamour of his reputation worn thin, now that she had seen him make such a botch of this expedition. He would never hold her again, never see that dazzling, good-humored smile of hers that had caused the Chavantes to call her Risante, the smiling one. Harbin's eyes chilled. Damn it, she was always smiling. Had she actually been cheerful and courageous, Or was she merely laughing at him? These American girls, they were so light-hearted, so unconventional, unlike all the straight-laced British women he had known. Perhaps she had merely married him for a lark, planning all along to leave him when she became bored. Leave him to face all these grinning natives, to get back to Belém the best way he could, without a guide. At the thought of Mario, Sir Cedric's face hardened. Damned insolent Brazilian. If he could follow them, if he could only get Ian's hands around that tanned neck. His fingers flexed with the desire to kill, and suddenly he let out a roared command. "Boy, boy, where the devil are you hiding?" The Chavante lad scrambled out from behind his trunk, quaking. "Get me Burity again," Harbin snapped, then shook his head. No, he wouldn't go. It's Yoruba country." "Ah," his eyes glittered. "Those new porters, send them to me, now." The Indian boy dashed off to obey, eager to placate and worried about that gift of cufflinks. He was back with the 4 squat Yorubas in 5 minutes, and Harbin looked them over, still quivering with rage. He blurted his order in Portuguese, then in a few halting words of Chavante, but the vulture men shook their heads, grinning foolishly. Harbin scowled, resorting to sign language. "Senora." He drew the form of a woman in the air. "Understand? I want you to. Bring her back." He made scooping motion toward himself. The leader of the Yorubas, a stocky, evil-eyed Indian with deep scars cut from eye corners to mouth corners, nodded suddenly, and jabbered a few words to the other 3. They nodded eagerly, gabbling, and sounding for all the world, Harbin thought with a shudder, like the nauseous, hideous-looking birds they worshipped. The leader edged forward, beady eyes gleaming. "Turi?" he asked slyly, then brought up an English word, pointing to Harbin, then vaguely out into the jungle. "Mon? Oh, the white man, Mario?" Harbin's face was contorted. "The devil with Mario," he growled. "I don't care what you do to him." He made a broad gesture of dismissal, at which the Yoruba chief grinned delightedly, nodding and replying with a throat-cutting gesture. His face held the unholy delight of a child given permission to pull the wings off a fly. Then they were gone, like a flock of gabbling scavenger birds, and Harbin lay back on, his cot, closing his eyes wearily. In a day or so, the Yorubas, in a light, fast monteria, could overtake the other slower boat. And well, if they were cannibals, if that was what the Inspector of Indians had warned him, the devil with Mario, luring a man's wife away from him as he lay helpless, unable to follow. Diana, they would bring back with them, and well, he could take it from there. Tears of reproach seeped from between Harbin's closed lids. Diana, how could she have done this to him? But she was such a child, easily impressed, overly romantic. Forgiveness? What was it old Morika had said about forgiveness being better than vengeance? Sir Cedric smiled wryly. Well, after a time, perhaps he would forgive her. They could build a life together, even with the memory of her having run off with that handsome guide standing like an impenetrable wall of jungle between them. It wouldn't, really. Harbin's smile became peaceful, almost eager. He was a civilized man, he told himself. The daily sight of his wife's smiling face would not, as Murica predicted, drive him into madness. Probably, after he forgave her for this outrageous escapade, she would love him all the more, really love him. "Asiu!" One of the Chavantes in the river shallows was shouting he had evidently speared a pirara or else been bitten on the bare leg by a man-eating piranha. Those murderous little fish that could strip a man's skeleton in a few minutes. "Asiu!" They were forever shouting, these savages, the word meaning hello or hooray or merely ouch, according to the events of the moment. Harbin smiled at their simplicity. Sighing, settling himself to wait and to forgive, the archaeologist drifted into a restless slumber, with the Chavante boy plying his giant fern once more timidly. His eyes on Harbin's sleeping face were wide and shocked, and warily respectful now. All night Sir Cedric dreamed of his lovely wife. All the next day, and the next two following, he lay docilely on his cot, taking the last of the quinine and eating what was brought him without a murmur. 100 times, sentimentally, he made up speeches to chide Diana, ever so understanding, for her unfaithfulness. She would cry, then fling her arms around his neck and beg him to forgive her, which he would. Harbin told himself wearily, humbly, all he wanted was to have her back, smiling at him, smiling in the old way as if none of this had ever happened. A small prickle of conscience nagged him now and then, thinking of the Urubu's gesture when he spoke of Mario. Suppose Diana loved the blighter. Had he any right to? But what sort of life would she lead with a jungle guide? Harbin snorted. Whatever the rotter was going to get, he richly deserved. Killing a man, or having him killed, for seducing your wife was the accepted thing, here in hot-tempered Brazil. Besides, Sir Cedric gave a hard laugh. He could say he hadn't really given that order to the Urubu chief, that the Indian had misunderstood him. On the 5th day after the vulture men had set out, old Marika walked silently into his tent. He stood for a moment, staring curiously at the supine white man, then walked slowly over to him. "Capitão," he said softly, "you have given an order to the Urubu men, and it is not good." The Senhor stood at the forked trail, and he has taken the wrong turning. Harbin started. Had the old blighter been hovering outside his tent, eavesdropping? He scowled, ordering the brujo to leave with an impatient gesture. Arrogant old devil, give them an inch and they'd take a mile. But Marika did not leave. His large, vague eyes were troubled, and again they had that faraway look. Again Harbin's nose wrinkled as he smelled the acrid odor of ayahuasca from the brujo's pipe. Marika was staring at him and through him. "I see," the mellow voice intoned. "I see. A lost city which the jungle has eaten. There are great blocks of stone, carven with strange writing. The smiling one stands before it, while the man takes her picture. The devil you say." Sir Cedric pulled himself erect, glaring. "So the rotter's not only stolen my wife, but he's jumped the gun on my expedition, eh? Going to claim the credit for finding my—" His eyes glittered coldly. "Well then, it's good enough for him, whatever they'll do to him," he muttered under his breath. "I'm glad I sent them. I'm glad." Marika said nothing, but shook his head very slowly. "They are but children," he said quietly. "Do not condemn the forest people. Capitão if they do not understand. They go only to do the Senhor's bidding." Harbin nodded impatiently, eyes narrowed. "All right. So I told them to kill him. What's it to you, you shriveled-up old fool?" he snapped, waving Marika from his tent. "Get out of here. They should be back here with my wife by tomorrow at sundown, and that's all I want," he muttered. I'll never let her out of my sight again, and that's certain. Romantic child, doesn't know her own mind." He reached for his gourd of mat, sipped at it, then lay still. Through the long, sweltering jungle night he lay, sleeping little, his heart pounding with eagerness. Through the steaming day he waited, trying to peruse the old magazine he had read through twice already. The pain in his ribs had subsided now. The broken ends of bone were knitting again. Well, the devil take his confounded ribs. Tomorrow he'd have the bearers lift him into the boat, and he and Diana would go back to civilization. They'd follow the river, even if it took longer. He'd not keep her here in this green hell another day longer than necessary. Back at Belém, in a decent hotel, he'd make her forget all about Mario. He'd shower her with presents, make subtle love to her. Abruptly, a cry reached his ears. He had been straining for the sound, praying for it to come. The Urubus were back. Now, darting to the tent opening, his Chavante boy turned and nodded, wide-eyed and subdued. "Capitao?" he announced in a respectful whisper, almost as he addressed the brujo. Harbin noted with a grin of self-satisfaction. "Capitao. The Senor Mario is not with them. The 3 bearers of our tribe were slain, or escaped, but the smiling one they have brought as the Senor ordered." "Oh, good, good." Sir Cedric mopped at his face, nervous and eager. "Have they landed? Send them in here. Hurry, hurry." He braced himself for the sight of his wife, perhaps being dragged angrily in between 2 grinning Eurupus. But the chief came in alone to present him with a crumpled sheet of paper. Harbin frowned, reading it swiftly. His heart leaped. It was a note Diana had evidently been writing to him when the vulture men overtook them at the lost city, a note proving her innocence, her loyalty, the love he had doubted. Flushing, miserably ashamed but grateful, Harbin's lips moved, reading, "My darling, I'm sending this message back by one of the Chavantes. By now you must know we didn't go to Matura and never planned to go. I persuaded Mario to take me on to your lost city, so your expedition need not be a flop. My dear, it seemed to mean so much to you, and I couldn't bear to see you looking so disgusted with yourself. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd stop me from trying it alone. Mario has taken some pictures, and I've copied a few hieroglyphics off the stones, also some pottery. Darling, you and Lieutenant Colonel Fawcett and your silly paper in Rio were right. There's a sort of temple here, Inca, I believe. The altar stone for sacrifice is inlaid with gold and silver. I wish you could see it. But I've made maps, and we can come back after your ribs, ha." The note broke off, significantly. Sir Cedric raised his eyes, looking up at the grinning Yorubu beaming down at him like an evil, stunted child of some forest demon. Again he nodded happily, pleased to have carried out the Capitao's orders so well. Again he made the throat-cutting gesture. And suddenly, like a cold hand on his heart, Sir Cedric remembered what the Inspector of Indians had said about the Yorubu tribe. Not a history of cannibalism, of headhunting. Harbin swallowed on a dry throat. What had he caused his young wife to witness? What horrible rites? Would she ever forgive him, ever look at him again without a shiver of revulsion? Would she? "Risante," he asked hoarsely, Where's my wife?" He made the sign of a woman's body in the air, hurriedly, pointing to himself. "Tell her to come in. Bring her here. Quickly." The Yorubu grinned evilly, nodding several times like a small boy proud of the homework he was handing in to teacher. He called out a few words of his dialect, and one of the other Indians entered, carrying a small wicker basket. Even before he jerked off the lid and saw the shrunken thing inside, tips stitched together in a hideous travesty of a smile, the long blonde hair unbound and carefully brushed clean of blood flecks, Harbin began to scream. End of The Smiling Face by Mary Elizabeth Counselman.
Dark Windows by Bryce Walton. Sooner or later it would happen, and after that he wouldn't ever have to worry again. He'd be dead, or worse, one of the silent living dead. I was suddenly wide awake and listening. A gray light the color of wet charcoal lay over the chilled room. There it was again, plain and sharp through the thin wall separating my room from that of old man Donaker, the shoemaker. Maybe he was sick. No, that wasn't it. Another muted cry of pain, then a choking sound, and the unmistakable thud of a falling body. An odd whirring sound clicked off. Then a voice said, "Grab the verminous legs of this subversive Marty. Let's get him in the wagon. You gave him too much bip. He looks deader than Einstein." I said grab his legs. A door shut. I went to the window. I was shivering in the morning chill. A black car moved away down the broken pavement. It swerved to miss a large mud hole in the middle of the street. and an old woman with burlap wrapped around her feet didn't move fast enough. She flew across the sidewalk like a ragged dummy and lay in a heap. Goodbye, Donaker. I had seen the black car before. Donaker was dead, but it didn't bother me. I never had anything to do with neighbors. Anybody I didn't know had a top clearance. I was clear and intended to stay that way. You just never knew. Donaker had seemed like a true patriot. My carefully distant and casual observations of him had led me to believe he was as happily stupid as I was. But he had been hiding something. I turned from the window and started the day's routine that had been the same for as long as I could remember. I warmed up some mush on the gas burner. At 7, as always, the TV warmed up, and Miss Info with the lacquered lips smiled at me. And so don't worry, citizens. The past is dead. The future is assured, and tomorrow will only be another today. And today we are safe and carefree. Amen. She said it every morning, but it was nice hearing it again. Then the news came on. There was a pile of junked tractors, trucks, and harvesting machines, smashed and rusting. Then a line of farmers working with hose and hand-guided plows drawn by horses. Machines took away sacred routine work from citizens. Eggheads built the machines to disrupt and spread the disease of reason. We are now replacing machines at the rate of 1 million a week. Soon, all of us will again be united in the happy, harmonious brotherhood of labor. And when you see a rusting machine, what you are seeing is another captured egghead, frothing and fuming in its cage. At 7:45, I walked 10 blocks to work. There were the usual hectic early morning traffic jams. Wagon loads of produce and half-starved horses blocking the streets. The same man was beating a nag with a board. A wagon piled with fruit and vegetables was stuck in a pothole in the pavement. 2 men were carrying a spinning wheel into the front of an apartment building. A peddler was selling oil lanterns, wicks, and kerosene out of a barrel. The same women and boys in dirty sheepskin jackets were hauling rickshaws. I really didn't see anyone or speak to anyone. I didn't know anyone. I knew I was safe and had nothing to worry about. Once a week I used up my GI liquor chit at a bar with a security seal on the window. Twice a week I slept over at a GI brothel, where every girl had a security clearance number tattooed on her thigh. I had nothing to worry about. I was passed through 3 gates by guards and went to my little cage inside Pentagon Circle, local headquarters of the Department of Internal Security. Until that Tuesday morning, I couldn't remember ever having done anything but sort colored cards. My chief qualification for my job, I wasn't color blind. When a green card with figures on it meaning nothing to me came out of a slot in the wall, I pushed it into a green slot that led somewhere into a filing department. When a red card came out, I pushed it into a red slot, and so forth. There were cards of 15 colors. Another qualification, my unconscious efficiency. I never had even a hint of an abstract thought. I never remembered yesterday, let alone the day before. And until that Tuesday morning, I never made even a tiny mistake. I had no idea what I was doing, nor was I at all curious. Curiosity was highly suspect. Curiosity was dangerous in the best of all possible worlds. It was ridiculous in a state where people had never had it so good. Cards sped from my hands always into correct slots. Carefree hours slipped painlessly by into the dead past. I was sure I was safe and not thinking at all. I was a blessed blank, and then all at once, the eyes are the windows of the soul. The thought meant nothing to me, except it was wrong. It didn't belong in the routine. The routine flew to pieces. My efficiency blew up. I felt like a shiny bottle in a row of bottles with a sudden crack running down the middle. Red cards hit blue slots. Green cards hit yellow slots. Cards piled up, spilled over the floor. The more I tried to return to my efficiency, the worse everything was. My suit was wet with sweat. I thought of Mr. Donaker. If a man's routine broke, it could only be because some inner guilt was disrupting his harmony. A happy person is an efficient person. Inefficiency is the symptom of a guilty conscience. Mr. Fredericks. A voice whispered, "You're replaced here." A cold paralysis gripped me. "Get up, Fred." I jumped out of my chair. A thin, stooped little man in a cheap gray suit and dull eyes took my place. In no time at all he had straightened out my mess. Cards were blurs moving into the right slots. A wide, fattish man in a wrinkled dark suit was watching me out of curiously shining eyes. He carried a black briefcase. I had seen the black briefcases before. Special police agent. He opened the door of my cage and motioned for me to go out ahead of him. Say good-bye to all this, Fred. I felt the smile on my wet face as I nodded and tried to feel grateful, while at the same time trying to suppress the flood of fear coming up through me and turning to sickness in my throat. I simply couldn't be afraid. I had nothing to hide. And if I was hiding something inside me I didn't know about, I should feel glad to have it detected and get it all cleaned out. My name is John Messner, he said as we walked down the corridor. I couldn't say anything. I felt like a string someone was beginning to saw on with a rusty knife. Messner's office somewhere upstairs was a dingy room with a dusty desk and a couple of chairs. The walls were made of cracked concrete lined with dusty filing cabinets. The window was so soiled I could barely see the shadows of bars through the panes. Messner sat down, put his feet on the desk. He took an apple out of his desk drawer and started peeling it slowly with a small penknife. You scared, Fred? Of course not. He smiled, held out a long ribbon of apple peel and dropped it on the floor. You're scared, Fred. I put my personology card on his desk right in front of him. I just had a quarterly brain check a week ago. There it is. I stopped myself somehow from yelling out wildly as he stabbed the card with his penknife, then tore it in little pieces and dropped them on the floor. You've got nothing to be afraid of, Fred, but it'll probably take you a while to realize it. He went on peeling the apple. He had thick hands, stubby fingers, and the nails were dirty. He had a round, pale face, a receding chin, thinning hair, and an absurd little red Cupid bow mouth. I tried not to hear the moaning sound that seemed to come from the other side of a door to Messner's right. He got up, went to the door, opened it. Shut that guy up, he said. He shut the door and sat down again. He sliced off a bite of apple and pushed it into his mouth. To make it short, Fred, I've investigated you thoroughly, and I can use you here in SBA. You're being transferred. My throat was constricted. I leaned against the desk. I don't understand, sir. I don't know anything about police work. I'm only a clerk, a card sorter. I don't have any qualifications, and you can see my card. A couple of field trips with me, Fred, and you'll be a veteran. But why me? You're already in the security department for one thing. That makes it convenient. Also, your intelligence quotient. It's a low 80. I said, that's the average. I'm well below normal, and this brain check showed I was lower this time than the last. So how could my IQ make any difference? Curiosity killed the cat, Fred. I managed to sit down before I fell down. It was impossible that I should really become an agent in the SB, the most powerful and feared organization in the state. What then was Messner really up to? One work error shouldn't have snagged me. I'd never been guilty of thinking above a rudimentary and socially acceptable level. My IQ was unquestionably low. I was little more than a moron. So why was I frightened? Why did I feel guilty? Why was Messner interested? Messner stood up and dropped the apple core on the floor. We're going on a field trip now, Fred. Your indoctrination as an SBA man is beginning. Messner piloted the heliocar. Messner said the only heliocars left in operation belonged to SBA. He dropped it on a plot of dried grass on the side of a forested hill in the Tennessee mountains. Until we got out of the heliocar, I didn't know Messner had a gun. I couldn't remember having heard of a gun or seen one before, but Messner told me all about guns. He slid the rifle out of a canvas case, checked it, called it his favorite little field piece. Then he handed me his black briefcase. He led the way down a narrow path. It was a quiet, sunny day. Squirrels ran between the trees. Birds hopped and sang up in the leaves. In front of a gray, dilapidated shack was a rickety wagon. Two men were lifting a sack out of the rear of the wagon. They wore ragged overalls and no shirts, and they were both barefoot. Messner yelled, "You Dirksons, this is a security check." The shorter one started to run. Messner shot him in the back of the head. The tall man grabbed up a piece of iron with a hooked end and started yelling as he ran toward us. "Open the briefcase," Messner said calmly. I opened it. Messner leaned the rifle against a tree. He knelt down, brought a metal disc out of the briefcase attached to a wire. He turned a dial on a bank of controls inside the case. I heard a whirring hum. The tall hillbilly screamed. He stretched up on his toes, strained his arms and neck at the sky, then fell twitching on his face. Messner walked toward the hillbilly and I stumbled after him. I was going to be sick, very sick. The sun worked like pins in my eyeballs. Messner drew a round metal cap which he called a stroboscope from the case, fitted it on the hillbilly's head. The metal strip had a disc hanging down in front of the hillbilly's eyes and about 2 inches away. Messner worked the dials and the flicker began blinking off and on, faster and faster, then slower, then faster again as the hillbilly's eyes stared into it unblinkingly. His muscles began to twitch. He beat the ground with his flat hands. Grasshoppers jumped across his face. Messner pointed out to me that I was watching an on-the-spot brain probe. The brain prober, or bipper, as Messner called it, was so effective he hardly ever had to use the other items in the case such as the psychopharmaceuticals, drugs, brain shock gadgets, extractors, nerve stretchers, and the like. Messner sat on his haunches, worked the flicker, and lit a cigarette. These brain wave flickers correspond to any desired brain wave rhythm. You play around and you'll get the one you want. They talk. What they don't say comes out later from the recorder. With this bipper you can get anything out of anyone, almost. If you don't get the info you want, it's only because they don't have it. It burns them out considerably in the process, but that's all to the good. They're erased and won't do any meddlesome thinking again. The hillbilly wasn't moving now as the flicker worked on his eyes and activated desired mental responses. "Dirksen," Messner said, "what happened to your sister, Elsa?" "Don't know. She runned away." "She was blind, wasn't she? Wasn't she born blind?" I felt an icy twist in my stomach. That's right. Born blind as a bat. What happened to her? Runned away with some river rat. "You've hidden her somewhere, Dirksen." "Where?" "I ain't hid her nowhere." Messner turned a dial. The hillbilly screamed. His body bent upward. Blood ran out of his mouth. He was chewing his tongue. Messner stood up and frowned. Guess he didn't know. If he knew, he'd have told us. He's no disguised egghead. Just a damn collaborating, bottle-headed jerk. I went over behind some brush and was sick. The hillbilly would never answer any more questions. I knew that much. Now he was laughing and babbling and crawling around on his hands and knees. "It's rough at first, Fred. No matter how patriotic you are, and how much you hate eggheads, it's always rough at first. But you should get used to it." "What, I mean why?" "The Dirksens didn't show for their quarterly brain check. You assume they're hiding something. It turns out they're not, then you haven't lost anything. Of course you have to burn them out a little to question them. But better to burn one innocent bottlehead than let one double dome slip away." Messner turned and looked at me. "Isn't that right, Fred?" "Of course it's right," I said quickly. Messner smiled at me. On the way back to Washington, Messner piloted the heliocar casually. He leaned back, smoking cigarettes, the ashes streaming down the front of his soiled lapels. "I think you'll work out fine in SBA, Fred." I was still sick. I had a throbbing ache in my head and sweat kept stinging in my eyes. I nodded numbed agreement with Messner. "I appreciate your trying to make an SBA man out of me." I finally managed to say, "But could you have made some mistake? Gotten the wrong file or something?" "No. Your IQ is a nice low 80, Fred. But you're just not aware that you have what is technically known as a quiescent IQ. What's that?" "You're a true patriot, Fred. We both know that. So don't be scared. You know the sick and evil danger of a high IQ, and so you've put an unconscious damper on your own intelligence. You're not really so dumb, Fred." "But I am," I said quickly. "No, Fred, you think you are, and you look and act normally stupid, and believe me, Fred, I admire your patriotic suppression of your intelligence, even from yourself. But a fact is a fact, and you're not so dumb. I'm not pretending. I'm not a subversive, easy now." Messner said, "You're not a subversive, that's right." A real subversive knows he's smart, is proud of it, and consciously tries to hide it from others. But you loathe your own inherent mental ability, and you've been able to freeze its operation, conceal it even from yourself. Now realize this, Fred. The only place we can allow intelligence to operate is inside the government. The government must have a slightly superior thinking capacity in order to run things, for the present anyway. But any IQ above 80 is subversive. It says that's an ideal, a goal for the future, Fred. When the transition's been made, when the last egghead is captured and put away, then all of us will be normal. We'll get ourselves bipped and burn our excessive intelligence down to the 80 mark. But until that time, Fred, some of us, especially the SBA, have to keep our wits about us. An unfortunate necessity that we pray will soon be ended. I gazed numbly out through the plastic canopy at the white clouds streaming past. He was trying to get some admission out of me, I thought. That was the only explanation, working some subtle game with me. But that was absurd on its face, because I was way below normal. My IQ no good for you then? I said. I just don't see, Messner interrupted with an impatient laugh. You're a hell of a lot brighter than you let yourself admit that you are, Fred. That's all I'm saying. You know it's a terrible thing to be smart, so you keep it under wraps. But now you know there's nothing to be afraid of. You know it's legal for a while longer to be smart as long as you're in SBA. Now you can start opening up, releasing your mental capacity. Believe me, Fred, it's for the good of the state. I know it sounds like a paradox, but that's how it is. How can it be good when it's such an evil thing? Because right now it's a necessary evil. SBA has problems, Fred. There are still a lot of eggheads running loose, causing trouble. And the double-domes still loose are the toughest ones to catch, and that's our job. We've got to track down the old maniac physicists, chemists, engineers, professors, psyche boys, and the like who are still working underground. Until they're all caught, Fred, we've got to live with our own filthy brains, because you see it takes brains to catch brains. But I have hardly any brains at all. I insisted. You'll see, Fred, you'll see. Before I left his office that evening, he gave me an SBA identity card. My name and face were on it. Suddenly it seemed impossibly official. All at once, I was one of the most feared and powerful men in the state. Only I knew that the only one I really feared was me. That card supposedly gave me a free hand. It could take me anywhere, even into top secret departments in security. With it, I was immune to curfew laws, to all social restrictions and regulations. But when I went for a walk that evening, I knew I was being followed. Wherever I went, eyes watched me constantly. Shadows moved in and out of gray doorways and dissolved around corners. After 9, after the curfew sirens howled down the emptied streets, I walked fast toward the ancient rooming house in which I thought I had always lived. Hundreds of silent gray women and children came out onto the streets and began cleaning them with brooms. One by one, the gas lights along the rubbled streets went out. I started to run through shadows, and footsteps moved behind me. A drunken man came out of an alley and staggered down the broken pavement where weeds grew. A black car whisked him away, but no black car stopped for me. I saw no one with a black briefcase either. I saw only shadows, and felt unseen eyes watching me. The old woman who had been run down by a black car still lay there on the sidewalk. No one dared approach that corpse to get it off the streets. No one knew who it was, or why it was dead. No one would take any chances. One was just as suspect from associating with a guilty corpse as a living neighbor named Donaker. Upstairs, I saw a splotch of blood on the hall floor. This time I knew it was Donaker's. It reminded me of the Dirksons now, and of who could say how many others. I lay down and took all 3 of tomorrow's Tranquitabs. We were allotted a month's supply of Tranquitabs at a time, and we were all compelled by law to take 3 a day. They knocked out worry and anxiety usually, but now they didn't seem to do me much good. I couldn't seem to go to sleep. This had never happened to me before. Maybe Messner was right. Maybe I did have a high IQ, but wasn't consciously aware of it. This being true, then I had to be in SBA. SBA was the only place a high IQ could be tolerated. What really bothered me the most, of course, was why I should be worried about anything. If my IQ was useful, I ought to be glad of it. A true patriot should be glad also to have unconscious subversive elements detected. A true patriot would be grateful for whatever treatment could cleanse him. What was the matter with me? Didn't I want to be purified, cleansed? Didn't I want to be bipped a little? I didn't trust Messner. I didn't believe he really wanted me to help him track down eggheads. But so what? If he was trying to find out something about me, I ought to be glad to cooperate. Only I wasn't. I had bad dreams. I dreamed of Dirksen babbling and crawling and smiling at me with his bloody mouth. He kept smiling and whispering to me. I never did know nothing, and now I'm just all burned out. I dreamed of old man Donnacher being dragged down the stairs. Then I dreamed that Messner came in and looked down at me sleeping. A light bulb came down from the ceiling. It turned bright, then dull, then bright, then dull. Messner smiled as he lit a cigarette. That really bothered you, didn't it, Fred? Bipping the Dirksen boy. It made me sick. I wanted to wake up. I tried my best to wake up because I felt that if I didn't wake up now, I never would. I would die in my sleep. Let's talk about it, Fred. I'm uneasy about it myself sometimes. I've bipped so many of them, maybe my conscience bothers me. You think it might bother a man's conscience, Fred? What do you mean, conscience? Maybe you think there's something immoral about bipping a man. If the state does it, it's right. I said, if it helps bring about the era of normalcy and absolute and permanent stability, then any method is right. Was that the correct answer? I was beginning to feel confused. Thoughts, words all jumbling up. There was an orthodox thought and an orthodox answer for everything. I'd learned them all. But had I answered this one correctly? That's right, Fred. But the old crackpot egghead moralists used to say that the end doesn't necessarily justify the means. They would claim that bipping a man was wrong, and that no good results could ever come from it. They would say that a destructive means would always create a destructive end. Violence, they said, could only create more violence. What do you think of that, Fred? That's wrong. I said, that's confusing double-dome stuff. I know, but we've got to identify with egghead thinking if we can. No matter how repulsive it is, we've got to understand how they think if we're going to track them down and put them away. Now think hard, Fred. Have you ever heard a man say, better that the whole world should die than that one man's brain should be invaded against his will? No, no, that's subversive. I screamed. There was more dream, more questions, more and more confused answers. I woke up in a cold sweat. I found several electronic spy eyes concealed about the room. Just outside my door I saw one of Messner's cigarette butts. It was yellowed with spittle, twisted and pinched in the way his always were. I didn't know if all of that night, or only part of it, had been a dream. I didn't know if Messner had actually been questioning me in my sleep or not. The spy eyes could do that, but I knew Messner had been outside my door. Probably he had been questioning my dreams. That day was worse than the night. Messner had said to wait until I heard from him, but there was no word from him that day. I tried more tranquilabs. The hell with tomorrow's supply. They didn't help me. A blinding headache hit me at regular intervals. What was Messner using me for? What did he want from me? What was I supposed to know? The educational TV came on also at regular intervals. So if you might think, citizens, that a machine could do your simple work better, just remember what a terrible thing the machines did to us during the cataclysmic age of reason. As you know, the machines were invented to replace human labor by eggheads who have always tried to destroy normal, comfortable, and simple ways of life. The disease of free thought was only possible after the machines replaced human beings, gave us the time to develop excessive and self-destructive thinking. I watched the light outside my window turn a duller gray than black, and after that an edge of white moon slid partly across the pane. Why should I care what Messner was trying to get out of me? If it was subversive, then I should be glad to get rid of it. If I was clear and clean, then I had nothing to worry about. Why wasn't I simply bipped like Donnacher and Dirksen had been? Why should a true patriot care? I shivered and stared into the darkness. Something horrible had happened to me. For the first time I realized I was entertaining unpatriotic thoughts. I didn't want to be bipped, and I knew that when Messner finished with me, I would be bipped. When he found out whatever I was supposed to know, I'd join Dirksen and the rest of them. It had been all right, going along with the routines, as long as I actually hadn't seen what happened to a man if he didn't. I didn't want to be erased. Whatever I was, I suddenly wanted to stay me, guilty or not. Maybe this attitude was all that Messner wanted to be sure of, but I doubted it, because a simple bipping would have determined that. I didn't think I could stomach any more of Messner's field trips. On the other hand, I had to go along. It all seemed to boil down to whether I wanted to get bipped now or later. Bipping isn't bad at all. Messner had said yesterday, after you're bipped, you can do routine work like everyone else. Never worry again about worrying. That guy who replaced you, for example. He was bipped. He's never made a mistake for 20 years. He never will. I closed my eyes. I thought of all the happy bottleheads walking the streets, out on the farms, doing their routine work. Happy and carefree as long as they didn't worry. Human vegetables, the erased ones, and the terrified ones who didn't know they were even scared. Cities full of dull-eyed ciphers, and now that I was outside it a little, I could see them with an awful clarity. And I thought, how many are as dumb as they appear to be? How many were just too frightened and numb to think? How many would stay frightened and numb so long that they would never be able to think even if they sometime decided to try? It was easy enough to assume that too much intelligence was an evil, a virus to be burned out. Was it better to have too little and become like the hillbilly? Oh, Messner had set my so-called quiescent IQ going all right. But how far would it go before it had gone far enough for his purpose? That night I had another bad dream. Only it didn't really seem so bad as it should have been. A blind man was talking to me. Then I dreamed that a blind girl with a seeing eye dog was looking at me. She was about 15, maybe younger, dressed in a plain flowered dress tied in back with a ribbon. She had a soft round face, and her eyes were wide and opaque. The girl and dog seemed to come out of a mist, and they whispered to me. It was frightening, but important, and I didn't remember what it was. I woke up shivering. I seemed to smell wet hair, and the window was open. I couldn't remember whether I had shut the window before I went to sleep or not. Messner called me early the next morning. He looked the same in his wrinkled suit with the food stains on the lapels, and peeling an apple. Fred, have you ever heard a phrase sounding like, "And the blind shall lead them"? I appeared to be trying to think about it, then said I had never heard anything like that. You're positive about that? I don't remember it. You mean you might have, but you just can't remember it. I didn't say that. I doubt if I ever heard such a phrase. What about this one, "And the blind shall see again"? No, I said. You're sure? I looked directly at him, and he stopped peeling the apple. If I'm supposed to have such a damn high quiescent IQ, why not let me in on a few things? What few things? These references to the blind, the Dirksens, some blind girl named Elsa. What are you trying to find out? I thought maybe you remembered something, that's all. I'm pretty much in the dark myself. All I have are a few clues and theories. Clues, theories about what? Eggheads, sabotage. What the crackpots could build, they can best destroy. They're blowing up factories, manufacturing and power plants, machines, production. That's sabotage. I thought the whole idea in bringing about the era of normalcy was to do away with all mechanization. Do everything with the hands, like in the good old days. That's an ultimate goal, Fred. Drudges don't think, they're happier. But the transition has to be more gradual. The eggheads want to take away all mechanization at once, create chaos and anarchy. They figure that will cause the bottleheads to revolt against the government. We can't catch the saboteurs. The saboteurs inside a blown-up factory, for example, we never know who they are. We bip every worker, not a sign of a saboteur. So whoever does the dirty work is a mindless tool of the egghead underground, having no memory of having committed sabotage. Who are the couriers, the ones who make vital contact between the egghead underground and the saboteurs? The dumb saboteur has to get his highly complex directives from the eggheads. Who are the couriers? Why ask me? I know this much, Fred. Blind people are used as couriers. My knees felt weak. I couldn't say anything. All I could think about was my dreams. I want to show you something, Fred. Messner led me through the other door. A bleak concrete cubicle, no windows, a damp, walled gray cell. 2 naked men lay on slabs, stroboscopes on their heads. Behind them, styluses recorded brain wave patterns on moving white strips. One of the men, the one on the left, was blind. His eyes staring up into the flicker were opaque. Look at those brain wave recordings, Fred. They're getting the same stimulus. We can give 1,000 heads this stimulus with the flicker and get identical responses. But not the blind boys. We can't successfully bip a blind boy. The brain waves are radically different, and we've never figured out a way of codifying them. A blind bastard's never seen anything. The seeing eyes are trackers, like radar. But a blind boy takes in reality and records it and keeps it in a different way. We can't get at the code easily, but I'm getting it. I've bipped plenty of blind boys, and I'm getting it, Fred. The blind are used for couriers. I know that much, for the simple reason that we can't bip meaningful info out of their scrambled think tanks. The naked men on the slabs moaned. One of them opened his mouth, and a bloody foam spread over his chin. What I'm looking for now is a known courier who is also blind. Then I can bip him, and check the info with the code I've worked out. He unbuttoned his coat and took a black handgun out of a holster strapped beneath his arm. Meanwhile, Fred, these bottleheads have had it. They're burned out. I heard the 2 sharp echoing reports as Messner shot them in the head. One of them beat his heels on the slab. Messner pointed the smoking revolver. Even dead, the blind brain records differently. See there. I leaned against the wall. Through a crumbled hole down in the corner of damp concrete, I saw 2 red eyes and heard the rat squealing. Let's go, Fred. We've got some important field trips on today's schedule, and you still have a lot to learn. We went to Chicago. We set up some hidden electronic spy eyes in a big apartment building. They were to be checked later for evidence of someone there who was hiding an IQ of over 100. And that afternoon we ran down a renegade biochemist hiding in a tenement. He had disguised himself for a number of years as a plumber. Messner bipped him, and an official security heliocar came down from Washington to take him away. When Messner finished with the old man, he was hopping around like a monkey, making grotesque faces, giggling and yelling. TV cameramen were on hand. A reporter was commenting on the capture of another insane crackpot who has been living here under an assumed name while plotting and planning and building some diabolical machine with which to blow up the city. Our Department of Internal Security, exercising its eternal vigilance, captured him in time. Messner and I took the heliocar back up into a clear blue sky and headed for Sauk City. Do you wonder, Fred, why we just don't kill them after they're bipped? What could it matter? It doesn't to them, but to us it matters. Public likes their scapegoats alive. More satisfying to hate live people. Public likes to see their dragons behind bars, humiliated, treated like crackpots. Makes a bottlehead feel good to see an egghead dancing like a monkey. Also prevents martyrs. Living men are never martyrs. So why are we going to Sauk City? I asked. I wanted to change the subject. Messner had information that an ex-professor from some long-extinct university had been concealing a high IQ after having supposedly purged himself of it years before. He was supposed to have been caught by a brain-probing spy eye, and was reported to have an IQ of over 160. Messner talked of such an IQ as though it was a living time bomb that might go off any minute and blow Sauk City and the entire state to hell. He shot the heliocar along at 50 miles an hour. He held the T-bar in one hand and lit cigarettes with the other. What upset you so much, Fred? I mean that morning when I interrupted you sorting cards. I felt a warning click in my head. I remembered it. The eyes are the windows of the soul. Messner, I thought, couldn't look into the windows of a blind man. Could I? It hadn't been my own thought that had disrupted my idyllic, carefree life sorting cards. Messner had said it to me. Just the unexpected break in the routine. I said, "You've already explained it," my quiescent eye. Hugh is just too high to be a successful card sorter. It wasn't what I said. What did you say? I've forgotten. The eyes are the windows of the soul, but I was only quoting Fred. Some crackpot said that long ago. Why probe me about blind people? I never knew any. 90% of a human being's mental activity is underground, like most of an iceberg is underwater. How much of your past can you remember, Fred? Very little. The past is dead. Why should I remember it? Because a good intelligence depends on the past. Memory is a part of it. Without a past, you don't have a brain, and we've got to release our brains, Fred, for a while. Until we can catch saboteurs and eggheads. I guess I've just been a patriot too long. I said, remember attending Drake University 10 years ago, Fred? Sure. I said, fast as though it was unimportant. I was really beginning to sweat. I can remember if you keep prodding me. Sure, I can. So what? I purged myself. I forgot it. Schools weren't illegal then. But we've got to reawaken all those past memories, Fred. Make our brains work better, even if a lot of double-dome stuff comes up. You remember a psyche prof named O'Hara. I felt suddenly dizzy, sick. A wavering wheel started turning in my head. I managed to stop it from turning so fast. I don't remember that at all, I said. Then of course you wouldn't remember that he was blind. In the darkness behind closed lids I could see patterns of light begin to flicker and threatening whispers dug at a fogging curtain. Don't push it, Fred. It'll come. I'm patient. If I weren't, then by this time I would be bipped myself and safely put away. He would get it all right, I knew. Sooner or later he would tap it. First I would tap it, then Messner would tap it. And after that I never would worry again. I'd never worry about remembering or forgetting anything. I wouldn't even be me. A body with a bipped brain would walk around doing routine work and looking like me. But I'd be dead. I didn't want to die that way. Genuine physical death would be all right. But not that bipping treatment. Messner turned quickly and caught me staring at the outline of the handgun under his coat. He smiled. You want one of these, Fred? Not yet. I said, I don't remember enough yet. I'm not smart enough yet. Tell me when you're ready. By the time we closed in on the professor in an old deserted house on the outskirts of Sauk City, he had managed to hang himself to a water pipe in the basement. He wore a pair of ragged pants. He was terribly thin, and his hair was white, and his toothless mouth gaped open, and his jaws sucked in. I had never seen anyone appear so pitiful and so harmless as that old man hanging there. We untied the rope, and the body fell to the floor. Messner took a small disc from his case and put it over the dead man's heart, then stood up. He's too dead. We should have gotten here a few minutes earlier. He seemed tired as he sat down on a soggy box. His hands were dirty with coal dust, and a smudge of it was on his face. This is it, I thought. Now was as good a time for it as any, because there wasn't any good time for it. He had all the advantage, and the longer it went on, the greater advantage he would have. It was only a question of time anyway, and I couldn't stand waiting. I lunged at him. I heard the faint whining sound, saw the flash and the glint of the disc coming out of his pocket. A sudden, painless paralysis hit me, and I was helpless on my knees looking at Messner. He just stared at me morosely, tired, irritated a little. You should know better, Fred. You're smart. Go to hell, I said. He shook his head. Not now, Fred, nor you either. It isn't me you want to get, Fred. You just don't want to get bipped. You ought to trust me. I don't want to bip you, now or ever. I mean it. We need brains to catch eggheads, and that's my job. You're valuable. Everybody getting bipped. It isn't easy to get smart people these days. Bip me now then, you bastard. Get it over with. You'd better trust me. I'm being honest. Some of these other orthodox jerks in security, they wouldn't fool with you. They would bip you sooner than look at you. Why don't you? I've told you, for God's sake. You're a bright guy, and I'm eager to learn, and I don't want to burn up any important info. Then I got it. Then I knew why he was keeping the bipper off me. I thought about it all the way back to Washington while Messner fed himself apples. I was supposed to have valuable unconscious info. Messner wanted it, but the old crackpots were right. The means not only created the ends, but could destroy the ends if the means were bad enough. You probe and pry into a man's brain deep and hard enough, and you come up with nothing. Your methods have destroyed the end. You've burned out the truth you're trying to get. Messner was trying to get info from me without burning it up. The bastard was trying to have his bloody cake and eat it. But the insight didn't make my position any easier. He was going to get it some way. His talking and hinting and probing was designed to awaken vital memory in me, get it up into total consciousness where he could get at it with his instruments without the danger of burning it up. Soon as he got what he wanted, he would bip me. I couldn't keep him from getting it because I didn't know what it was. I couldn't keep on suppressing something if I didn't know what it was, and I knew that no one can consciously suppress knowledge in himself in any case. For 2 more days I didn't hear from Messner. I indulged in feverish and ridiculous escape fantasies. There could be no escape for me. The educational voices from the Tevi drifted in and out. The greatest threat to man's happy survival is reason. Man was never intended to go above a certain mental level and become thereby a victim of his own imagination and complex fears. This disease of reason has been carried to its final suicidal limit by eggheads. No mention of sabotage. The carefree public must not hear of such disquieting things. All the public heard 24 hours a day was a voice telling them about the evils of reason, the destructiveness of overly developed brains, and the vicious criminality of eggheads. After listening to that long enough, and having all subversive level IQ purged, who could believe otherwise? How many believed otherwise now? Did I? What in hell did Messner want to dig out of me? Who, what, why was I? I was still a bottle, but now there were countless cracks appearing in it. Then Messner called, said we were going on another field trip that next afternoon. All right, I said. Some way or other, I knew, I would make this my last trip with Messner. He had located a blind man, he said, who he knew had been a courier. A blind man definitely linked up with a recent sabotaging of a motor parts plant somewhere in Illinois. Messner looked down on the shanty town from a high bluff above the river. The river rats' shanties were built half in, half out of the water, some of them on stilts, some of them actually consisting of dilapidated houseboats. Messner said river rats were worse rebs even than hillbillies. They drifted up and down the rivers. You staged a raid, and they dissolved away into the river like rodents. Many of them skipped quarterly brain checks, but no one knew how many. Birth and death records weren't kept by river rats. I walked ahead of Messner down a winding gravel path into rotting reeds by the river. Then we followed another muddy path toward the shanties. Frogs and insects hummed. A path of moonlight moved across the water. A ribby hound dog slunk away from me. A ragged kid, looking wilder than the hound, ran across the path and slipped soundlessly into the muddy water. Messner pointed out the blind man's shack. Then he looked at me and smiled with that absurd little Cupid bow mouth. This isn't the time either, Fred. If you think we're not covered, you're wrong. You couldn't run 50 feet before they burned you down. We walked nearer the loosely boarded and sagging shack. You take the back, Fred. Just remember, better later than now, and be careful. When these river rats get stirred up, they can cause a hell of a row. The entire goon squad would have to move in, and there would be a mass bipping spree. Messner crept nearer, then whispered, "No light. You can't even tell if one of them's at home after dark. Why do they need a light? Go on, watch the back door, Fred, and don't let this one slip by." I heard the front door crash inward. A man wearing only tattered pants ran out. He was thin and ribby like the dog, and I could see the moonlight shining on the opaque whiteness of his eyes. He ran directly at me, and I knew I wasn't going to try to stop him, but I didn't know why. Then Messner came out and fired a small gun, smaller than the one under his coat. It wasn't the same. This was a nerve gun, and it curled the synaptic connections between neurons. The blind man collapsed and lay like a corpse at my feet. I knelt down and felt of him. Messner whispered for me to drag the old man inside. I hooked my hands under his shoulders and pulled him into the shack. It didn't matter to me now, nor to the blind man, I thought. He hardly weighed anything. His eyes were fixed in a white silence as Messner shone a small flashlight into them. Then Messner shut both doors and pulled a ragged cloth across the single window. He opened his case. He put the stroboscope on the blind man's head. The bluish light began to flicker over the staring opaque eyes. I saw the nerve gun lying on the floor beside Messner's hand. "You're too late," I said. "He's dead. I wouldn't have dragged him in here if I hadn't known he was dead." Messner was breathing thickly. His fat round face was pale and shiny with sweat. "I know he's dead. He must have gulped a fast-action poison soon as I came in the door. Maybe even the blind boys are deciding things are getting too hot." Messner worked the stroboscope. "But he's dead," I said. "Brain cells are the last to die." Messner said, "Maybe I can pick up a little info yet." It burst out of me then as from an abscess. The bottle cracked into 1,000 fragments. I lunged at Messner. He seemed to roll away from me, and then he squatted there in the flickering light. He leveled the gun at me. "So you're beginning to wake up, Fred." Probing a dead man, questioning the dead. Even a corpse was sacred no longer. The vile and horrible bastards, all of them. "I don't care what happens to me." I said, "That's noble of you." "I'm going to kill you." "Why?" "You wouldn't understand." "Maybe I wouldn't agree, but I'll understand, Fred. I know what you're thinking. What I'm doing now is just too much." "Right. The final indignity one human being could inflict on another." "Right. A human mind should be sacred, even if it's dumb. Even if it's dead. Especially if it's dead." "Right, Fred." I started around the rickety table toward him. "Now it's set off, Fred. You're fired up now. That's what I've been waiting for. You were planted to sabotage security itself, Fred, and I always knew that. Now we're going to find out all the rest of it. Now it's squeezing out of your unconscious, and we can drain it, empty it all out. They put a lid on your mind, Fred, and I've taken it off. Put on the ethical pressure. Put it heavy on your idealistic egghead morality. Steam it up hot. Blow the lid off. It's working, Fred." "Is it?" I said. "I don't remember anything that would do you any good. I just know that it's wrong, the final horrible fraud. It isn't intelligence you guys want to wipe out, Messner. Not your own, not the big wheels in power. It's only certain kinds of thinking, undesirable thoughts, attitudes you don't like. Those are what you have to purge." "Right, Fred. Only the wrong kind of eggheads. Me, hell, I'm an egghead too. Remember the prize pupil in your psych class at Drake University, Fred?" Messner laughed. "That was me. You can kill people," I said. "You can't burn a sense of what's right or wrong out of people. That old dead blind man there has preserved something you can't touch. Too bad you won't be around to see how wrong you are, Fred. We can make people whatever we damn well want them to be. Your old ethical pals worked out the methods. We're using it for a different end." The front door squeaked. I felt a moist draft on my face and a whisper in my brain. A few words. I don't remember what they were. But they were a key that opened floodgates of self-understanding and awareness. I remembered a lot then, a lot of things and feelings that warmed me. I had a wonderful sense of wholeness, and I was no longer afraid of being bipped, or afraid to die. There was an expression of complete triumph on Messner's face, and he knew what had happened to me, and he wanted it, all of it, sucked away into his briefcase. Just the same, the whisper from the doorway distracted his attention, and I went for him. In that second of time, I saw the little blind girl who had whispered that triggering phrase for my release, and behind her, the seeing-eye dog. She was utterly unafraid and smiling at me. Courage, she was saying, and I could share it with her. She had sealed her own death in order to make me whole again. I smashed the flashlight off the table into the wall, and my weight drove Messner onto the floor. I managed to grab his arm, and we lay there in the dark straining for the nerve gun. I began to hear the whir of heliocars. I twisted Messner's arm up and around and released the nerve gun's full charge directly into his face. A stammering scream came out of him. It was the scream of something not human. A full charge of that into the brain. It must have curled up the intricate connections and short-circuited his brain into an irreparable hash. I took the blind girl's hand, and we ran toward the river. The sky was crossed with search beams, and in the deep darkness by the river, I was suddenly as blind as the girl who held my hand. We kept running and stumbling through the reeds. I felt her hand slip from mine. Then something hit me. It wasn't a localized impact, but something seemed to have hit me all over and moved through me as though my blood suddenly turned to lead. I tried to find the girl. I tried to crawl to the river, into the river, and near me I heard the girl say softly, "Goodbye now, Mr. Fredericks. Don't worry, because you'll be brave." "Thanks," I said. "Little girl, what's your name?" She didn't answer. I tried to call out to her again in the darkness, but I couldn't move my lips. Paralysis gripped me, and after that blackness, with the lights sometime later beginning to flicker against my tearing eyes, and then the horror. The Inquisition ended sooner than I thought it would. After the awful intrusion, there isn't any farther awareness of time. After you are thoroughly invaded, after your private soul, every naked cell of your brain is peeled open, exposed to the raw glaring light. After that you no longer care. What is you has been obliterated the way a shadow is eaten by the burn of cold light. Your identity is gone. They take it. You are theirs. All of you belongs to them. You feel them pouring out your mind down to the pitiful dregs as though they are pouring cups of coffee. The pain is a shredding, ripping, raveling horror. After that there is no feeling at all, and this is worse. I told them everything I knew. What I couldn't tell, they tapped, tearing chunks out the way you would rip pages and chapters out of a book. The responsible humanists, scientists, intellectuals had known what was coming. They prepared for it, and set up the plan before the last days of the Egghead Purge. They set up the future saboteurs by a long, intricate process of psychodynamic conditioning. They did it in the universities before the schools were purged. Promising students were selected, worked on. Fredericks, a psychology student, was subjected to repeated hypnotic experiments. A blind professor named O'Hara did most of it. It was all there finally in Frederick's head, but then it was all suppressed, and finally Fredericks himself forgot that he knew. A delayed hypnotic response pattern, an analog, is set up. Later it will be triggered off by a phrase, a word, a series of words repeated at conditioned response intervals. 10 years later he was working inside security itself. When circumstances were right, a blind courier was to have triggered off Frederick's suppressed knowledge, allowing him to sabotage the entire Department of Records and Scientific Method. So many scientists and intellectuals had already been purged that few remained among the available personnel of security, who could have repaired a simple gasoline motor without a step-by-step chart taken from the Department of Records. It would have been a master coup for the underground, but Messner had traced Frederick's identity back to Drake University, back to O'Hara. He had gotten suspicious and removed Fredericks from security. The blind girl had whispered the key phrase just the same, in order that Fredericks might face the ordeal of the Inquisition with as much pride, strength, and courage as possible. Only a free man, a man who fully respects himself as an individual and a human being. Fredericks told his inquisitors, "Only a man who has learned why he is living can die like a man." Then they killed me. They tried to get more out of me, but what they wanted to know, I knew nothing whatever about. I knew nothing about the underground or the headquarters of the Eggheads, but by then I was dead, and what they did was of no importance. I was no longer me. There was no awareness of being me. I had joined Dirksen and the renegade biochemist and all the others. I was hopping up and down in a cage before the TV cameras, and a reporter was talking to millions of smiling, carefree citizens, and telling them how another vicious crackpot had been captured just in time to avert some terrible disaster which would have disturbed the status quo. Then I was taken away. "Are you awake now, Mr. Fredericks?" I opened my eyes. I was in a clean white room lying near a barred window. An attractive nurse smiled at me. She was holding a clipboard and making notations on a report pad. "How do you feel now, Fred?" Painfully, I turned and saw several ghosts standing and sitting on the other side of the bed. I could see a door behind them, partly opened onto a softly lit corridor. There was Dr. Malden, a famous anthropologist whom I had last seen in a newspaper headline during the purge, and Dr. Marquand, Nobel Prize winner in electrobiology, and Dr. Martinson, one-time head of the UN Research Foundation. Dr. Rothberg, social psychologist. All dead, all purged, bipped and confined years ago. All ghosts. Only they were there. And they were alive, and they seemed glad to see me. All I knew was that I was alive again. I was aware of being me. And somehow I knew that these forgotten names were also alive again. Rothberg handed me a cigarette, and the nurse lit it for me. I remembered that once I had liked cigarettes. So what's happened? I said. My voice was weak. My insides felt as though they were filled with grinding pieces of broken razor blades. You're in Zany Ward No. 1-4. Dr. Rothberg said. I don't believe I quite understand. I said carefully. You will. Dr. Rothberg said. Let's just say for a starter that when a man is bipped and brought here, we try to put him back together again. It's a long, painful process. Sometimes he's not quite the same, but we've done pretty good work. We rebuild burned-out circuits. We have to know exactly what you were before you were bipped, and we try to duplicate the pattern. Regeneration is slow and rough. You'll be all right. They shook hands with me and smiled down at me and went out. The pretty nurse gave me a pill, and I lay back and thought about it. It was logical enough, and I started to laugh. During the months after that, while the slow process of relearning and regeneration continued, I learned more about the Zany wards. Serious as it was, and as much as there was yet to be done, it was always amusing. As eggheads were apprehended and confined, they were rehabilitated, put back together again, in a way you could say fissioned. The eggheads are the inmates. They run the Zany wards, which are used also as bases of operation in a continuing attempt to disrupt the era of normalcy. Great scientific labs are concealed underground. When security inspection committees appear on the scene, we all put on our acts. We dance, make faces, act like monkeys and giggle. Dr. Rothberg told me yesterday that if our sabotage work doesn't soon cause people to rebel against the era of normalcy, it won't be long before we'll be the only sane people left in the world. End of Dark Windows by Bryce Walton. A Cold Night for Crying by Stephen Marlowe. It's much easier to believe than disbelieve, whether it's a truth or an untruth, when you have to, and when the brain and body are weak. The snow sifted silently down, clouds of white confetti in the glare of the street lamps, mantling the streets with white, spilling softly from laden, wind-stirred branches, drifting with the wind and embanking the scars and stumps of buildings that remained of what had been the city. Mr. Friedlander trudged across the wide, quiet avenues, his bare, balding head burrowed low in his tattered collar for warmth, chin against chest, wet feet numb and stinging with cold inside his torn overshoes which could not be replaced until next winter, and then only if the karate did not decrease the clothing ration still further. All the way home, he conjured fantasies from the white, malt, eye-shaped exhalations of his breath. Here it was the smoke of a good Havana rolled cigar, and there the warm hissing steam from a radiator valve, and later the magic carpet clouds from the funnel of an ocean liner that might take him to far, warm places the karate had not reached. Almost, he thought he heard the great sonorous drone of the ship's whistle. But it was the toot of an automobile horn as the sleek vehicle came skidding around a corner, almost running down Mr. Friedlander before it disappeared in the swirling flurries of snow. He thought if he followed the tire tracks before the snow could cover them, he would discover in which section of the city these particular karate lived. But he shook his fist instead, knowing the gesture would bring, at worst, a reprimand. In the dim hallway of his tenement, smelling pungently of cabbage and turnips, and from somewhere way in back the faint, unmistakable aroma of beef, Mr. Friedlander shook the snow from his coat and stamped his numb feet before he climbed the 3 dark flights to his apartment. At each landing he would pause and look with longing and resentment at the door of the unused elevator shaft, then shrug and wonder why the karate had denied man even this simple luxury. On the floor below his own, Mr. Friedlander heard the unmistakable crackling sound of a short-wave radio receiver. The fools! He wasn't going to talk. He lost no love on the karate. But there were others. There were neighbors, friends, brothers, even wives. There were the obvious quislings you shunned, and the less obvious ones you didn't suspect until it was too late. One thing you never did was listen to the short-wave radio so defiantly its crackling could be heard not merely on the other side of the door, but all the way out on the landing. The punishment was death. Mr. Friedlander paused in front of his own door, where the odor of strong yellow turnips assailed his nostrils. It was so unsatisfyingly familiar, he almost gagged. The new generation hardly remembered the delightful old foods, but if Mr. Friedlander shut his eyes and thought, he could clearly smell steak and roast chicken and broiled lobster swimming in butter, and a dry red wine to wash everything down slowly. So slowly he could taste every tiny morsel. He pushed open the door and began to shrug off his worn coat. "I'm home," he said to the scabby walls, the gas range which had been converted to wood when the karate suspended all public utilities, to the bubbling pot which exuded the turnip smell, to the drab sofa, the 2 wooden chairs, the table he had constructed from 2 old saw-horses, and the planking he had found long ago after the 14th Street bomb. From the small bedroom he heard sobbing. Mrs. Friedlander blinked red-rimmed eyes at him and squeezed his hand, wringing it as if it had been a wet rag. She was 44 years old, 6 years younger than Mr. Friedlander, with a face which once had been comely, but now was lined, gaunt, and big-pored. She was even thinner than Mr. Friedlander, but looked shapeless in her thick woolen sweater and the baggy work trousers he had stolen from the quartermaster store of the plant where he worked. "Try to tell me, Martha," he said. "It's good to talk." She looked at him mutely, opening her mouth to talk but swallowing instead. "You tell me, Martha. There now." She managed to get the words out. "It's Freddie." Mr. Friedlander placed a tired arm about her shoulder. The feeling had started in the pit of his stomach, like when their son George had died of pneumonia 2 years ago this month. The karate had outlawed all wonder drugs, all hospitals, all medical schools. Helpless, they had watched George die, his big child eyes not understanding, asking for help. Mr. Friedlander always wondered if he had died hating them. People die and you see them. You know. Mrs. Friedlander said, "They are sick, and you can't do anything but try to nurse them, anyway. Or the big karate cars run them down and you see the broken body. You see them, alive, then dead. It's hard, so hard you want to stop living too. But there's God, and God shows you they are dead, and you have the memories, all the sweet ones. You know they're dead because you see them dying. You can forget. In time, you forget. You have to forget because otherwise you don't want to live, but you. Hold me tight." Mr. Friedlander patted her hair awkwardly. The karate not only condoned but encouraged displays of simple emotion, and for that reason Mr. Friedlander tried to avoid them. "What are you trying to tell me?" he asked. Freddie, his plane was shot down over the mountains, they told me. Freddie is dead. Freddie." Mr. Friedlander stopped patting his wife's hair, stopped stroking the tangles into a smooth glossiness. He bent down and carefully unbuckled his torn overshoes, placing them carefully in a corner of the room. Then he walked to the window and stared out at the snow sparkling in wind-blown puffs under the street lamp, which remained only because the karate liked to drive their confiscated autos at night. "What are you saying?" he asked his wife. "Just because they tell us Freddie is dead. Stop it. Don't say that. Freddie is dead because they tell us, that's no reason to believe. How can we believe? We saw Freddie alive, but now they tell us Freddie is dead. Far away, 2,000 miles, over the mountains. Did we see him die? He's dead. Oh, he's dead, but we'll never learn to live with it. Don't you see? How can we believe? How can we know? We saw him alive. Now he's dead." Freddie was flying a karate plane against the last strongholds of free man in the Rocky Mountains. Not because Freddie had wanted to pilot the dart-swift craft particularly, but because they had made him. The karate announced their own human losses readily, almost as if they took great pleasure in the impressive figures. "They told you this?" Mr. Friedlander asked. "That Freddie's plane was shot down, that he is assumed dead. You saw nothing in writing. They sent a man. You knew him. No, he wore good clothing. He drove up in a sleek karate car. Quisling. Freddie died a hero's death, he said, against the rebels. Rebels, trying to preserve their own freedom. freedom which we lost because the bombed cities couldn't survive. I only know what the man told me, but how can we? How? All my life, always, forever, I will be praying and waiting for Freddy to walk in, right behind you, through that door. We never saw him die. They should at least send something, some proof, anything to make me understand he is dead. Mr. Friedlander had been thinking the same thing. If you loved someone, your son, all his life, and then a stranger came and said he was dead, you could forget the stranger came and go on thinking of that someone, your son, alive and not dead, but too busy to come and see you, eating the food you could only dream about, sleeping in a warm bed, in some clean place far away. Only it was like the cat he once had read about. You took the cat and gave it food, catnip, but every time it ate you also fed it electricity, a shock. It wanted to eat, but it was afraid of the electricity, the shock. It starved to death screeching from hunger in a room full of food. If that was what the karate wanted, he would say Freddy was dead. He would believe and laugh every time he saw them because they thought he was screeching from hunger in a room full of food. Stop it. Mr. Friedlander told his wife, "You stop that. If they say so, then Freddy is dead. We must put an announcement in the karate newspaper and make plans for a funeral. In all this snow, it's so cold. Anyway." Mrs. Friedlander walked to the stove and stirred the bubbling turnip water. "You come and eat your supper." She said, "We'll talk about Freddy later." "There's nothing to talk about, only the funeral. Maybe he was lying, the stranger." "Stop that. It's what they want. They want us to be animals. They want us never to know, always doubting. Always clean in dirty places, working hard, using all our energy to be only a little better than animals. Every time you see a karate, you won't hate him. You'll think maybe he's going to tell you some good news about Freddy. It was all a mistake. They want that, too. They feed on our sorrow and despair and confusion. There is a word for them and their invasion and why they are here. They don't need us, our resources. They feed on what we feel. They are a sadistic fungi. Fred, eat your supper and you'll feel better. You must be half frozen. It's warmer in here." Mrs. Friedlander shivered, although she stood near the stove. "It's still cold. I hope it's warm where Freddy is." He slapped her and was glad when she cried, then sorry, then glad again when she came into his arms, sobbing. They would make funeral arrangements in the morning. After supper, a man from the karate newspaper visited them. He wore a new overcoat and shining plastic overshoes and a bright scarf of red wool around his neck. His face was plump, his cheeks rosy, his well-groomed hair smelling of some expensive perfume when he removed hat and earlaps. "Mr. and Mrs. Friedlander," he said, his voice like the dimly remembered taste of pure maple syrup, "I bring you the heartfelt sympathies of the karate newspaper. If it is any consolation, know that your son, Freddy Friedlander, Jr., died a hero's death against the barbarians of the mountains." His nose was running with the cold. He patted it daintily with a pale blue silk handkerchief. He offered Mr. Friedlander a small, dry, crackling cigar, took one himself and touched flame to them with a monogrammed lighter. Mr. Friedlander inhaled gratefully, allowing the unfamiliar smoke to sear his lungs painfully before he exhaled a long blue plume at the ceiling. For Mrs. Friedlander, the man from the karate newspaper had a small box of candy, the chocolate frozen over with powdery white, but, by the expression on Mrs. Friedlander's face, succulent nevertheless. At times like this, the man from the karate newspaper said after he had politely refused what was left of the yellow turnip mash, "It is customary to place an ad in the newspaper in memory of the departed. The cost in such cases is quite reasonable, benevolent, you might say. 7 days of overtime for Mr. Friedlander." "But," said Mrs. Friedlander, "if we place the announcement in the karate newspaper, don't you see, we are admitting Freddy is dead." The man from the karate newspaper cocked an eyebrow in practiced surprise. "He is quite dead, Mrs. Friedlander. What my wife means is that, well, we didn't see him die." "Then you don't believe the karate." "That's not it at all," said Mr. Friedlander. "If Freddy is dead, it is unhealthy not to believe. We want to believe. We find it difficult." "I understand," the man said. "I would suggest a large ad in that case. 2 weeks overtime, Mr. Friedlander. Write it yourself. Don't use any of the forms. Write it from your heart, from what you feel deep inside. I suppose that is best. Mr. Friedlander admitted, secretly amazed at his own objective reaction to his son's passing. The sorrow would come later, he told himself. The grief, when it came, would be good. It would wash them clean so they could live again. Even at the funeral, he guessed, they would walk slowly with measured tread and be sad. But they would expect Freddie to join them in their sadness, as if it were a funeral, but not his funeral at all. Mr. Friedlander was about to tell this to the man from the karate newspaper because he thought it was a great truth, and he had discovered it, when there was a knock on the door. It was Mr. Davidson from downstairs on the second floor, a small old man, just bones and clothing and a high voice, who lived alone in the apartment where his wife had died 4 years before of old age. It was said the karate wanted old men like Mr. Davidson to go on living because they were unproductive and had to be cared for by younger people who could hardly make ends meet, thus lowering the standard of living. Everyone in the tenement took turns inviting Mr. Davidson in for dinner. Beautiful snow, isn't it? Mr. Davidson demanded, puckering his dry lips in a toothless grin. Have you heard about Freddie? Have you heard the news? He seemed spitefully cheerful, Mr. Friedlander thought. Happy because he had outlived a man 2 generations his junior. If, indeed, it was such a case of sadistic glee, so like the karate themselves, Mr. Friedlander made a mental note to stop inviting the old man to share their dinner. Yes, sir, great news, chirped Mr. Davidson. Then, who's your friend? He's from the karate newspaper, Mrs. Friedlander explained. Here to see about placing an announcement in the paper. Damned quisling, spat Mr. Davidson. The old folks certainly had privileges. That remark would mean a month of overtime for Mr. Friedlander, who turned earthenware kitchen pots on an archaic wheel. All it earned Mr. Davidson was a scowl from the man from the karate newspaper. What great news are you talking about? The man wanted to know. Great news. Who said anything about great news? Why don't you mind your own business anyway? You said it, old man. Great news, you said. I want to know. Maybe I did, and maybe I didn't. You did. Don't always remember. Just what were we talking about? Freddie Friedlander, wasn't it? Yes. Like I said, great news. We all don't get to die a hero's death. No, sir. Look at me now. Die in bed one of these nights, just like that. Claw-like fingers snapped and made a singularly dry sound. Who'll care? Who'll know until I don't show up for dinner one night? Great news. Great thing to die a hero's death, I always say. The man from the karate newspaper smiled. I certainly misunderstood you, old-timer. I like your attitude. If the boy is dead, let's look at the bright side of the picture. All at once, Mrs. Friedlander wailed Freddie's name and cupped her face in coarse, work-hardened hands. Freddie's dead. She sobbed. Dead, dead, dead. Mr. Friedlander gulped and turned away. If he touched her now, he would break down too. He plopped a fork in the turnip mash and made little tracks with the tines, criss-crossing them like the tracks in the deserted railroad yards down by the river. You see. The man from the karate newspaper said, That's exactly what I said. The announcement is good for you. Let other people know about Freddie, and you'll be able to live with your terrible loss. This man has been very helpful. Please. Mr. Friedlander told him, not now. But now is exactly the time. The man explored through his pockets and found an announcement blank for Mr. Friedlander, a stiff yellow sheet of paper folded over crisply 3 times, with words printed in upper-case letters and many blank lines to be filled in. Mr. Friedlander read it, handed it back to the man from the karate newspaper, who then asked questions and filled in the blanks with a precise hand as Mr. Friedlander answered him. The man stood up, giving Mr. Friedlander another small cigar and giving 2 of them to Mr. Davidson. Karate blessings on you, he said. You'll be notified at work about your overtime, Mr. Friedlander. When will we see it in the newspaper? Tomorrow, afternoon edition. Karate blessings. The man was gone. There, said Mr. Friedlander. Go ahead and cry. It will do you good. Cry all you want. Young jackass, muttered Mr. Davidson. Thought he'd never leave. And don't you cry, young lady. Laugh, sing, jump for joy. I couldn't tell you the great news about Freddy while that man was here. We heard about Freddy. Mr. Friedlander said in a chill voice, "Will you please go downstairs? You heard baloney, or you wouldn't be talking like that. Freddy ain't dead." "What did you say?" Mr. Friedlander stood perfectly still in the center of the room, his back to the stove, trying to peer through the window which by now had frosted over. Mrs. Friedlander had stopped her crying, hands clasped in front of her, below her waist, in an obsequious oriental pose which the karate promoted. "I said Freddy ain't dead." "What are you talking about? Heard it on the short wave, by God. Wouldn't kid about a thing like this. I came busting in here to tell you, only that Quisling was here and I had to wait." "You mean it's you who owns the short wave set downstairs?" demanded Mr. Friedlander. "I never stopped on the landing. I always ran upstairs. You see, I didn't want to know who owned the short wave, who listened to the free radio, other side of the Rockies. Go ahead, say it. Listen to me, Mr. Friedlander. Those karate ain't here to stay. If you stopped to think of it a minute, you'd understand like the rest of us." "The rest of you?" "Well, a lot of us, anyway. They don't need us. We have nothing they want. They enjoy making us knuckle under is all. Something in their makeup, I don't know what. They won't stay here forever, though some of us won't be around long enough to see them go." "What's all that got to do with?" "With Freddy and the short wave. He's been captured, Mr. Friedlander, by the free folk. He's on their side now, the side all of us want to be on but can't be. He's alive, you understand. You wouldn't just be saying this. You're sure? Wouldn't you trust the word of your own people, the people who saw him come down by parachute, who took him in, got his name and beamed it back here so you, his folks, wouldn't have to worry none? Well, wouldn't you?" "Yes," Mrs. Friedlander cried in a tremulous voice. "Oh, yes, sensible girl," said Mr. Davidson, walking to the window and wiping away a circle of frost with his hand. Mr. Friedlander felt a spring in his step he hadn't felt for 20 years, since the day the karate came swooping down from space and caught the world in a tired breathing spell in World War III. Freddy was alive and Freddy was free. He must tell everyone. He must shout it now, to all the neighbors, and shout it again at work tomorrow, and withdraw his announcement from the karate newspaper and 100 other things. He lifted the warped window, with cardboard replacing 2 of the shattered panes, and breathed in the crisp, cold night air. "I'll visit the newspaper in the morning," he said. "Tell them to forget all about the announcement." He turned around and faced his wife and Mr. Davidson. "What are you crying for? Stop crying. I'm so happy, Fred. Maybe I can get down to the newspaper now and see their nightman. Hold on there." Mr. Davidson said, "Are you crazy or something, young feller? Want to fit the noose around my neck yourself? Not just me, but all the others. Think I'm the only one. There's Mr. and Mrs. Peters, and the Schwartzes, the McDonalds, the Kopacks. You're just slow catching on, that's all." "You mean they all have short waves, all those people?" "That's exactly what I mean. We have to find freedom our own way. Oh, we conform. We cry when we're supposed to, and laugh. But at night we listen to the radio and learn some of the truth, so that when the karate get bored with us and decide to leave, we can take our places in a free world. Took me 2 years to build that short wave out of spare parts, but it was worth every minute." "What do you do when they come around hunting?" Mr. Friedlander asked. "Hide it, of course. Son, you're afraid of your own shadow." "I am not. I just didn't know. For a time we were worried about you. Thought maybe you was a Quisling. Now I had to take the chance. I just had to tell you. Listen, here's the thing. Here's what we'll do. We'll let the announcement stick in the paper. Got to make them think we believe. Then we'll have ourselves a real solemn funeral out to the graveyard near 92nd Street. Know a preacher who will wring every last tear out of all of us. I mean all. We'll all go. The Kopacks, the Schwartzes, the Peters, everyone who heard in on the short wave about Freddy, and how he's alive and everything. The sadder we look, the happier we'll feel later on. Then we'll have ourselves a real old-fashioned celebration, like before the karate came. Mr. McDonald says he has a bottle of real champagne he was saving for when his girl Betty got married, but I talked him into letting us use it. Son, we'll pull out all the stops, Of course, you can't really get looped on an ounce or so of champagne, but we sure can try. Well, see you at the funeral." And Mr. Davidson went downstairs, cackling and whistling the dirge from Beethoven's Eroica. "Well," said Mr. Friedlander to his wife, "what do you think?" "I think it's wonderful, that nice man going to all that trouble." "I'm not so sure. What do we know about Mr. Davidson? Maybe he's lying. Maybe he wouldn't lie, not about a thing like that." "I know how you feel. I felt that way at first, too. Free and, well, relaxed for the first time in so long I can't remember. But then I got to thinking, what if he's seen? What if he imagined the whole thing? It would be a sin to celebrate with Freddie dead. We could ask Mr. Peters or the others, and Freddie's not dead. That's what you want to believe. It's what I want to believe, too." Mr. Friedlander walked to the window again, where the pane was frosting over once more, giving a ghost-like quality to the street, the lamps, the facades of the other tenements, the snow-laden trees outside. He wanted to believe, but he had wanted to believe in his youth that the killing war would one day end. When it did, the Karate had come, with talk of peace, although with their invincible weapons they had disarmed all the world's armies, and, instead of rebuilding, had made a shambles of our civilization. Every day the Karate told lies and told you to believe, and planted spies to see that you did, and visited you at unexpected moments to see that you conformed, and trained your children to fight against free people who they said were your enemies, and gave extra clothing rations to a spy, to a believer, to a man in the Karate image. We can't ask the others. Mr. Friedlander said, "What if Mr. Davidson was lying or making it all up? You can't go around talking about short waves and things. It isn't safe. We have to know. Do you want to be turned in as an undesirable? Is that what you want? We already know. The Karate told us." The more he spoke, the easier it was to convince himself. You couldn't live with doubt. The Karate fostered doubt and taught you that. You had to avoid it. You had to know. This is so, this is not so. If this other thing may or may not be so, I don't want to talk about it. Alternative A or alternative B, simple, concise. What did old Mr. Davidson know, anyway, listening to his subversive radio? Why should the barbarians in the mountains tell the truth any more than the Karate or their agents? The barbarians are our enemies. It's propaganda. Maybe Mr. Davidson is a saboteur for them. Is that clear? Mr. Friedlander demanded. Is that quite clear? Cry if you want. Freddie is dead. Freddie is dead. Dead. You can't believe all the wild stories you hear. Mrs. Friedlander was smiling at him through her tears, wiping them away, assuming again the oriental pose. "You believe what you want." She said, "We won't celebrate. We won't pretend. We'll say Freddie is dead. But I'll believe what I believe, and I'm thankful to Mr. Davidson." "So you can live in doubt all the rest of your life. For that you're thankful." "I'm thankful for a crumb when I expected nothing." "Where are you going?" Mr. Friedlander was buckling his worn overcoat and forcing his shoes into wet overshoes. "Out for a walk." He said, "I want to think. It's a cold night. I don't care." Outside, with the snow still falling, drifting down in unhurried silence, he found himself hating Mr. Davidson. The man should have minded his own business. Old meddler. He was a menace to the community, too. Whose side was he on, anyway? A scene. Old man. An agent provocateur for the barbarians in the western mountains. Was his self-appointed mission in life to see to it that people like poor Mrs. Friedlander never knew another moment of peace all the rest of their lives? The short-wave radio, all lies. It had to be lies. If it weren't lies, you could understand nothing. Black is white or white is black. Everyone's saying something else. You don't know. You never know. He didn't want to start any trouble. He wasn't looking for trouble. He was only a good, Karate-fearing citizen who knew his place. But Mr. Davidson had made a revelation to him. If all the others, if all those people Mr. Davidson had named, chuckling over each name, taking secret delight in each one as if he, the patriarch of the tenement, had converted them, one at a time or in groups, into clandestine outlaws, if all those people were subversive, thought Mr. Friedlander, why should he suffer along with them? Was it fair that he received the same inadequate food, the same squalid lodging, the same menial jobs to perform? He knew his place. But they had told him about Freddie, or Mr. Davidson, their spokesman, had, and he owed them something for that, for the one brief moment in which they had shoved back the snow, the grim cold winter, the bleak building and the smell of turnips, as a curtain, and revealed his own youth to him, sparkling with hope, with promise, with a life unfulfilled. No, even that had been unkind, premeditated. His lot would be all the more unpleasant for it, and Mrs. Friedlander's. They'd sealed her in a half-mourning, half-hoping future. They'd ruined her whole life. He'd have to move, of course, with his wife. But perhaps they'd earn the right to a better neighborhood. He walked up the 6 snow-covered steps to the police station, went inside, sat down and started telling the uniformed figure at the desk about the subversives in his building who owned short-wave radios, starting with Mr. Davidson and going right on down the list. He hoped the karate would come and take them away before the funeral. End of A Cold Night for Crying, by Stephen Marlowe. Defense Mech, by Ray Bradbury. Holloway stared down at Earth, and his brain tore loose and screamed, Man, how'd you get in a mess like this? In a rocket 1,000,000 miles past the moon, shooting for Mars and danger and terror and maybe death. Oh, my God, do you realize how far from Earth we are? Do you really think about it? It's enough to scare the guts from a man. Hold me up. Do something. Give me sedatives or hold my hand or run call Mama. 1,000,000 cold miles up. See all the flickering stars. Look at my hands tremble. Feel my heart whirling like a hot pinwheel. The captain comes toward me, a stunned expression on his small, tight face. He takes my arm, looking into my eyes. Hello, Captain. I'm sick, if that's what you want to know. I've a right to be scared. Just look at all that space. Standing here a moment ago, I stared down at Earth so round and cloud-covered and asleep on a mat of stars. And my brain tore loose and screamed, Man, how'd you get in a mess like this? In a rocket 1,000,000 miles past the moon, shooting for Mars with a crew of 14 others. I can hardly stand up. My knees, my hands, my heart are shaking apart. Hold me up, sir. What are hysterics like? The captain unprongs the inter-deck audio and speaks swiftly, scowling into it. I hope he's phoning the psychiatrist. I need something. Oh, damn it. The psychiatrist descends the ladder in immaculate salt white uniform and walks toward me in a dream. Hello, doctor. You're the one for me. Please, sir, turn this damned rocket around and fly back to New York. I'll go crazy with all this space and distance. The psychiatrist and the captain's voices murmur and blend, with here and there an emphasis, a toss of head, a gesture. Young Holloway hears on a fear-jagged doctor. Can you help him? I'll try. Good man, Holloway is. Imagine you'll need him and his muscles when we land. With the crew as small as it is, every man's worth his weight in uranium. He's got to be cured. The psychiatrist shakes his head. Might have to squirt him full of drugs to keep him quiet the rest of the expedition. The captain explodes, saying that is impossible. Blood drums in my head. The doctor moves closer, smelling clean, sharp and white. Please understand, Captain. This man is definitely psychotic about going home. His talk is almost a reversion to childhood. I can't refuse his demands, and his fear seems too deeply based for reasoning. However, I think I've an idea. Holloway. Yes, sir. Help me, doctor. I want to roller skate. I want to climb into the old cool wet ice wagon and go chick on the ice with a sharp pick. I want to take long sweating hikes in the country, see big brick buildings and bright-faced people, fight the old gang, anything but this, awful. The psychiatrist rubs his chin. All right, son. You can go back to Earth now tonight. Again the captain explodes. You can't tell him that. We're landing on Mars today. The psychiatrist pats down the captain patiently. Please, Captain. Well, Holloway, back to New York for you. How does it sound? I'm not so scared now. We're going down on the moving ladder, and here is the psychiatrist's cubicle. He's pouring lights into my eyes. They revolve like stars on a disk. Lots of strange machines around, attachments to my head, my ears. Sleepy. Oh, so sleepy. Like under warm water, being pushed around, laved, washed, quiet. Oh, gosh, sleepy. Listen to me, Holloway, sleepy. Doctors talking. Very soft like feathers. Soft, soft. You're going to land on Earth. No matter what they tell you, you're landing on Earth. No matter what happens, you'll be on Earth. Everything you see and do will be like on Earth. Remember that. Remember that. You won't be afraid because you'll be on Earth. Remember that. Over and over. You'll land on Earth in an hour. Home, home again. No matter what anyone says. Oh, yes, sir, home again. Sleepy, home again. Drifting, sleeping, oh thank you, sir, thank you from the bottom of my drowsy, sleepy soul. Yes, sir, sleepy, drifting. I'm awake. Hey, everybody, come look. Here comes Earth, right at us, like a green moss ball off a bat. Coming at us on a curve. Check stations, Mars landing. Get into Bulgers, test atmosphere. Get into your, what did he say? Your baseball uniform, Holloway. Your baseball uniform. Yes, sir, my baseball uniform. Where'd I put it? Over here. Head into, legs into, feet into it. There. Ha, this is great. Pitch her in here, old boy, smack. Yow. Yes, sir, it's over in that metal locker. I'll take it out. Head, arms, legs into it, I'm dressed. Baseball uniform. Ha, this is great. Pitch her in here, old boy. Smack, yow. Adjust Bulger helmets, check oxygen. What? Put on your catcher's mask, Holloway. Oh, the mask slides down over my face, like that. The captain comes rushing up, eyes hot green and angry. Doctor, what's this infernal nonsense? You wanted Holloway able to do his work, didn't you, Captain? Yes, but what in hell have you done to him? Strange. As they talk, I hear their words flow over my head like a wave dashed on a sea stone, but the words drain off, leaving no imprint. As soon as some words invade my head, something eats and digests them, and I think the words are something else entirely. The psychiatrist nods at me. I couldn't change his basic desire. Given time, yes, a period of months, I could have, but you need him now. So, against all the known ethics of my profession, which say one must never lie to a patient, I've followed along in his own thought channel. I didn't dare frustrate him. He wanted to go home, so I let him. I've given him a fantasy. I've set up a protective defense mechanism in his mind that refuses to believe certain realities, that evaluates all things from its own desire for security and home. His mind will automatically block any thought or image that endangers that security. The captain stares wildly. Then Holloway's insane. Would you have him mad with fear, or able to work on Mars hindered by only a slight touched condition? Coddle him and he'll do fine. Just remember, we're landing on Earth, not Mars. Earth, Mars, you'll have me raving next. The doctor and the captain certainly talk weirdly. Who cares? Here comes Earth. Green, expanding like a moist cabbage underfoot. Mars landing. Airlock opened. Use Bulger oxygen. Here we go, gang. Last one out is a pink chimpanzee. Holloway, come back, you damn fool. You'll kill yourself. Feel the good sweet Earth. Home again. Praise the Lord. Let's dance, sing off key, laugh. Ha. Oh boy. In the door of the house stands the captain, his face red and wrinkled, waving his fists. Holloway, come back. Look behind you, you fool. I whirl about and cry out happily. Shep, old dog. He comes running to meet me, long fur shining amber in the sunshine. Barking, Shep, I haven't seen you in years. Good old pooch. Come here, Shep, let me pet you. The captain shrieks. Don't pet it. It looks like a carnivorous Martian worm. Man, the jaws on that thing. Holloway, use your knife. Shep snarls and shows his teeth. Shep, what's wrong? That's no way to greet me. Come on, Shep. Hey, I pull back my fingers as his swift jaws snap. Shep circles me swiftly. You haven't rabies, have you, Shep? He darts in, snatches my ankle with strong, locking white teeth. Lord, Shep, you're crazy. I can't let this go on. And you used to be such a fine, beautiful dog. Remember all the hikes we took into the lazy corn country, by the red barns and deep wells. Shep clenches tight my ankle. I'll give him one more chance. Shep, let go. Where did this long knife come from in my hand like magic? Sorry to do this, Shep, but there. Shep screams, thrashing, screams again. My arm pumps up and down, my gloves are freckled with blood flakes. Don't scream, Shep. I said I was sorry, didn't I? Get out there, you men, and bury that beast immediately. I glare at the captain. Don't talk that way about Shep. The captain stares at my ankle. Sorry, Halloway. I meant, bury that dog, you men. Give him full honors. You were lucky, son, another second, and those knife-teethed bored through your ankle cuff metal. I don't know what he means. I'm wearing sneakers, sir. Oh, yeah, so you are. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Halloway. I know how you must feel about Shep. He was a fine dog. I think about it a moment and my eyes fill up, wet. There'll be a picnic and a hike, the captain says. 3 hours now the boys have carried luggage from the metal house. The way they talk, this'll be some picnic. Some seem afraid, but who worries about copperheads and water moccasins and crawfish? Not me. No, sir, not me. Gus Bartz, sweating beside me on some apparatus, squints at me. What's eat in you, Halloway? I smile, me, nothing. Why, you and that act with that Martian worm. What are you talking about? What worm? The captain interrupts nervously. Bartz, lay off Halloway. The doctor'll explain why. Ask him. Bartz goes away, scratching his head. The captain pats my shoulder. You're our strong-arm man, Halloway. You've got muscles from working on the rocket engines. So keep alert today, on your hike to look over the territory. Keep your gun ready. Beavers, do you think, sir? The captain swallows hard and blinks. Oh, beavers, yeah, beavers, sure. Beavers, maybe. Mountain lions and Indians too, I hear. Never can tell. Be careful. Mountain lions and Indians in New York in this day and age. Aw, sir, let it go. Keep alert anyhow. Smoke. I don't smoke, sir. A strong mind in a healthy body, you know the old rule. The old rule. Oh, yes, the old rule. Only joking. I don't want to smoke anyway. Like hell. What was that last, sir? Nothing, Halloway. Carry on, carry on. I help the others work now. Are we taking the yellow streetcar to the edge of town, Gus? We're using propulsion belts, skimming low over the dead seas. How's that again, Gus? I said, we're tacking the yellow streetcar to the end of the line, yeah. We're ready. Everyone's packed, spreading out. We're going in groups of 4. Down Main Street past the pie factory, over the bridge, through the tunnel, past the circus grounds, and we'll rendezvous, says the captain, at a place he points to on a queer, disjointed map. Whoosh, we're off. I forgot to pay my fare. That's okay, I paid it. Thanks, Captain, we're really traveling. The cypresses and the maples flash by. Kawum, I wouldn't admit this to anyone but you, sir, but momentarily, there, I didn't see this streetcar. Suddenly we moved in empty space, nothing supporting us, and I didn't see any car. But now I see it, sir. The captain gazes at me as at a 9-day miracle. You do, eh? Yes, sir. I clutch upward. Here's the strap. I'm holding it. You look pretty funny sliding through the air with your hand up like that, Halloway. How's that, sir? Ha, ha, ha. Why are the others laughing at me, sir? Nothing, son, nothing. Just happy, that's all. Ding, 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 ding. Canal Street and Washington. Ding, ding. Whoosh, this is real traveling. Funny, though, the captain and his men keep moving, changing seats, never stay seated. It's a long streetcar. I'm way in back now. They're up front. By the large brown house on the next corner stands a popcorn wagon, yellow and red and blue. I can taste the popcorn in my mind. It's been a long time since I've eaten some. If I ask the captain's permission to stop and buy a bag, he'll refuse. I'll just sneak off the car at the next stop. I can get back on the next car and catch up with the gang later. How do you stop this car? My fingers fumble with my baseball outfit, doing something I don't want to know about. The car is stopping. Why's that? Popcorn is more important. I'm off the car, walking. Here's the popcorn machine with a man behind it, fussing with little silver metal knobs. Lock, core is Tony. Tony Bambino, what are you doing here? Click. It can't be, but it is. Tony, who died 10 long years ago when I was a freckled kid, alive and selling popcorn again. Oh, Tony, it's good to see you. His black mustaches so waxed, so shining, his dark hair like burnt oily shavings, his dark shining happy eyes, his smiling red cheeks. He shimmers in my eyes like in a cold rain. Tony, let me shake your hand. Gimme a bag of popcorn, center. Click, 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 sput, click, really. The captain didn't see you, Tony. You were hidden so well, only I saw you. Just a moment while I search for my nickel. Really. Phew, I'm dizzy. It's very hot. My head spins like a leaf on a storm wind. Let me hold on to your wagon, Tony, quick. I'm shivering and I've got sharp needle head pains. Really. I'm running a temperature. I feel as if I have a torch hung flaming in my head. Hotter. Pardon me for criticizing you, Tony, but I think it's your popper turned up too high. Your face looks afraid, contorted, and your hands move so rapidly. Why, can't you shut it off? I'm hot. Everything melts. My knees sag. Warmer still. He'd better turn that thing off. I can't take any more. I can't find my nickel anyhow. Please, snap it off, Tony. I'm sick. My uniform glows orange. I'll take fire. Here, I'll turn it off for you, Tony. You hit me. Stop hitting me. Stop clicking those knobs. It's hot, I tell you. Stop, or I'll, Tony. Where are you? Gone. Where did that purple flame shoot from? That loud blast, what was it? The flame seemed to stream from my hand out of my scout flashlight. Purple flame, eating. I smell a sharp, bitter odor. Like hamburger fried over long. I feel better now. Cool as winter. But, like a fly buzzing in my ears, a voice comes, faint, far off. Halloway. Damn it, Halloway, where are you? Captain. It's his voice, sizzling. I don't see you, sir, Halloway. We're on the Dead Sea bottom near an ancient Martian city, and oh, never mind, damn it, if you hear me, press your Boy Scout badge and yell. I press the badge intensely, sweating. Hey, Captain, Halloway, Glory, you're not dead. Where are you? I stopped for popcorn, sir. I can't see you. How do I hear you? It's an echo. Let it go. If you're okay, grab the next streetcar. That's very opportune, because here comes a big red streetcar now around the corner of the drugstore. What? Yes, sir, and it's chock full of people. I'll climb aboard. Wait a minute. Hold on, murder. What kind of people, damn it? It's the West Side Gang, sure. The whole bunch of tough kids. West Side Gang, hell, those are Martians, get the hell out. There. Transfer to another car, take the subway. Take the elevated. Too late. The car's stopped. I'll have to get on. The conductor looks impatient. Impatient. He says, "You'll be massacred." Oh, everybody's climbing from the streetcar, looking angry at me. Kelly and Grogan and Tompkins and the others. I guess there'll be a fight. The captain's voice stabs my ears, but I don't see him anywhere. Use your R-gun, your blaster, your blaster. Hell, use your slingshot, or throw spitballs, or whatever the devil you imagine you got holstered there, but use it. Come on, men, about face and back. I'm outnumbered. I bet they'll gang me and give me the bumps, the bumps, the bumps. I bet they'll truss me to a maple tree, maple tree, maple tree, and tickle me. I bet they'll ink tattoo their initials on my forehead. Mother won't like this. The captain's voice opens up louder, driving nearer, and Papa ain't happy. Get out. There, Halloway. They're hitting me, sir. We're battling. Keep it up, Halloway. I knocked one down, sir, with an uppercut. I'm knocking another down now. Here goes a third. Someone's grabbed my ankle. I'll kick him. There. I'm stumbling, falling. Lights in my eyes, purple ones, big purple lightning bolts sizzling the air. 3 of them vanished, just like that. I think they fell down a manhole. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt them bad. They stole my flashlight. Get it back, Halloway. We're coming. Get your flash and use it. That's silly, silly, he says. Silly, silly. I got my flashlight back, broken, no good. We're wrestling. There are so many of them, I'm weak. They're climbing all over me, hitting. It's not fair, I'm falling down, kicking, screaming. Up speed, men, full power. They're binding me up. I can't move. They're rushing me into the streetcar now. Now I won't be able to go on that hike. And I planned on it so hard, too. Here we are, Halloway. Blast 'em, men. Oh, my lord, look at the horrible faces on those creatures. Gah! Watch out, Captain. They'll get you too and the others. Ah! Somebody struck me on the back of my head. Darkness. Dark. Dark. Rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows. Okay, Halloway, any time. Just any old time you want to come to. Dark. A voice talking. Dark as a whale's insides. Ouch, my head. I'm flat on my back. I can feel rocks under me. Good morning, dear Mr. Halloway. That you, Captain, over in that dark corner. It ain't the President of the United States. Where is this cave? Suppose you tell us. You got us into this mess with your eternally blasted popcorn. Why'd you get off the streetcar? Did the West Side Gang truss us up like this, Captain? West Side Gang, go. Those faces, those inhuman, weird, unsavory, and horrible faces. All loose-fleshed and gangrenous. Aliens, the whole rotting clutch of 'em. What a funny way to talk. Listen, you parboiled idiot, in about an hour we're going to be fried, gutted, iced, killed, slaughtered, murdered. We will be, ipso facto, dead. Your friends are whipping up a little blood-letting jamboree. Can't I shove it through your thick skull? We're on Mars, about to be sliced and hammered by a lousy bunch of Martians. Captain, sir. Yes, Berman. The cave door is opening, sir. I think the Martians are ready to have at us again, sir. Some sort of test or other, no doubt. Let go of me, you one-eyed monster. I'm coming, don't push. We're outside the cave. They're cutting our bonds. See, Captain, they aren't hurting us after all. Here's the brick alley. There's Mrs. Haight's underwear waving on the clothesline. See all the people from the beer hall. What are they waiting for? To see us die. Captain, what's wrong with Halloway? He's acting queer. At least he's better off than us. He can't see these creatures' faces and bodies. It's enough to turn a man's stomach. This must be their amphitheater. That looks like an obstacle course. I gather from their sign lingo that if we make it through the obstacles, we're free. Footnote. Nobody's ever gotten through alive yet. Seems they want you to go first, Berman. Good luck, boy. So long, Captain. So long, Gus. So long, Halloway. Berman's running down alley with an easy, long-muscled stride. I hear him yelling high and clear, even though he's getting far away. Here comes an automobile. Berman. Ah, it hit him. He's fallen. Berman, get up, get up. Stay here, Halloway. It's not your turn yet. My turn? What do you mean? Someone's got to help Berman. Halloway, come back. Oh, man, I don't want to see this. Lift up my legs, put them down, breathe out, breathe in, swing arms, swing legs, chew my tongue, blink my eyes, Berman. Here I come, gee, things are crazy funny. Here comes an ice wagon trundling along. It's coming right at me. I can't see to get around it. It's coming so fast, I'll jump inside it. Jump, jump, cool, ice, ice pick. Chick, chick, chick. I hear the captain screaming off 1,000,000 hot miles gone. Chick, chick, chick around the ice perimeter. The ice wagon is thundering, rioting, jouncing, shaking, rolling on big rusty iron wheels, smelling of sour ammonia, bouncing on a corduroy dirt and brick alley road. The rear end of it seems to be snapping shut with many ice prongs. I feel intense pain in my left leg. Chick, 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 chick. Piece of ice, cold square, cold cube, a shuddering and convulsing, a trembler. The wagon wheels stop rolling. I jump down and run away from the wrecked wagon. Did the wagon roll over Berman? I hope not. A fence here. I'll jump over it. Another popcorn machine, very warm, very hot, all flame and red fire and burning metal knobs. Oops, I didn't mean to strike the popcorn man down. Hello, Berman. What are you doing in my arms? How'd you get here? Did I pick you up, and why? An obstacle race at the high school. You're heavy, I'm tired, dogs nipping at my heels. How far am I supposed to carry you? I hear the captain screaming me on. For why? For why? Here comes the big bad truant officer with a club in his hand to take me back to school. He looks mean and broad. I kicked the truant officer's shins and kicked him in the face. Mama won't like that. Yes, Mommy. No, Mommy. That's unfair. That's not ethical fighting. Something went squish, Let's forget about it, shall we? Breathing hard. Here comes the gang after me. All the rough, bristly Irishmen and scarred Norwegians and stubborn Italians. Hit, kick, wrestle. Here comes a swift car, fast, fast. I hope I can duck with you, Berman. Here comes another car from the opposite way. If I work things right, Stop screaming, Berman. The cars crashed into each other. The cars still roll, tumbling, like two animals tearing at each other's throats. Not far to go now, Berman, to the end of the alley. Just ahead. I'll sleep for 40 years when this is over. Where'd I get this flashlight in my hand? From one of those guys I knocked down. From the popcorn man. I'll poke it in front of me. People run away. Maybe they don't like its light in their eyes. The end of the alley. There's the Green Valley and my house, and there's Mom and Pop waiting. Hey, let's sing, let's dance, we're going home. Halloway, you so-and-so, you did it. Dark, sleep, wake up slow, listen. And Halloway ran down that amphitheater nonchalant as a high school kid jumping hurdles. A big saffron Martian beast with a mouth so damn big it looked like the rear end of a delivery truck. Lunged forward square at Halloway. What'd Halloway do? Halloway jumped right inside the monster's mouth, right inside. What happened then? The animal looked dumbfounded. It tried to spit out. Then, to top it all, what did Halloway do? I ask you, what did he do? He drew forth his Boy Scout blade and went chick, chick, chick all around the bloody interior, pretending like he's holed up in an ice wagon, chipping himself off pieces of ice. No, on my honor. The monster, after taking a bit of this chick, chick, chick business, leaped around, cavorting, floundering, rocking, tossing, and then, with a spout of blood, out popped Halloway, grinning like a kid. And on he ran, dodging spears and pretending they were pebbles, leaping a line of crouched warriors and saying they're a picket fence. Then he lifted Berman and trotted with him until he met a 300-pound Martian wrestler. Halloway supposed that it was the truant officer and promptly kicked him in the face. Then he knocked down another guy working furiously at the buttons of a paralysis machine which looked, to Halloway, like a popcorn wagon. After which 2 gigantic black Martian leopards attacked, resembling to him nothing more than 2 very bad drivers in dark automobiles. Halloway sidestepped. The 2 cars crashed and tore each other apart, fighting. Halloway pumped on, shooting people with his flashlight which he retrieved from the popcorn man. Pointing the flash at people, he was amazed when they vanished, and oh, Halloway's waking up. I saw his eyelids flicker. Quiet, everyone. Halloway, you awake? Yeah. I've been listening to you talk for 5 minutes. I still don't understand. Nothing happened at all. How long I been asleep? 2 days. Nothing happened, nothing, except you got the Martians kowtowing. That's all, brother. Your spectacular performance impressed people. The enemy suddenly decided that if 1 Earthman could do what you did, what would happen if 1,000,000 more came? Everybody keeps on with this joking, this lying about Mars. Stop it. Where am I? Aboard the rocket about to take off. Leave Earth. No, I don't want to leave Earth, good green Earth. Let go. I'm afraid. Let go of me. Stop the ship. Halloway, this is Mars. We're going back to Earth. Liars, all of you. I don't want to go to Mars. I want to stay here on Earth. Holy cow, here we go again. Hold him down, Gus. Hey, doctor, on the double. Come help Halloway change his mind back, will ya? Liars, you can't do this. Liars, liars. End of Defense Match. By Ray Bradbury.
Tiger is a supernatural thriller with psychological horror, curses, isolation, and the clash between cultures. Set in a remote jungle house, the protagonist, Hardin, an arrogant foreigner in a strange land, becomes entangled in a mysterious and dangerous curse linked to an ancient tiger spirit. Tiger by Bassett Morgan. Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror, March 1932. The story of Senyap and the ghost tiger with Hardin standing between. Sitting on the porch of his bungalow, Hardin watched the copper-colored moon creep stealthily from the black waters of the Malacca and tried to fight down the feeling that he would have done better to sell his plantation than pit his courage and wits against the mysterious forces that baffle a white man in the Sumatra highlands. That morning, his native workers had deserted the fields of young rubber trees and sugarcane, leaving only a few Chinese coolies and his 3 houseboys, who explained that an alarm of tiger had frightened the natives. From the river village, the beating of drums came to Hardin, incessant and annoying as the throb of pain. D-Jack, his number 1 boy, came to the porch and asked for an advance of wages to buy jimats, which are love charms or talismans against evil. Hardin shook his head, which was a mistake. "You've got 1 wife," he said. "Love charms are a silly superstition. Is your old wife willing for you to marry again?" Jack's manner was cringing, but his black eyes glittered. He explained that he wanted to buy a dancing girl from the temple, and her price would take all his wages. Undoubtedly his old wife was jealous, for she belonged to a head-hunting tribe of Dyaks, and she had made gifts and said prayers in the temple to cure Jack of his desire for the girl. But her youth and comeliness were gone, and the girl was beautiful. Of a truth, Jack needed jimats. Hardin was generous with wages, but he was new to Sumatra and had all a white man's scorn of superstition. He left Jack in a sullen mood with his refusal and went for a stroll down the path to the road between a double wall of flame trees and hibiscus in heavy bloom. The shadows on the moon's face were not unlike the eyes and muzzle of a tawny tiger head, and he was glad when the disk sailed high and changed to silver. Coming back to the porch, he neglected to catch the door. Pajama-clad, his toes thrust in grass sandals, he lighted a cigar and lay back in his chair, conscious of the maddening buzz and drone of insects beating against the copper wire porch screens. Then something cold and horrible touched his bare foot. At the same moment came Jack's whisper, soft as the flower-scented wind, "Don't move, Tuan." Paralyzed by fear, Hardin held his body rigid while a seemingly endless length of cobra slid over his instep toward the door. There came the thud of a weapon, a lashing and grating disturbance on the matting, and Jack's yelp of triumph. Sitting on his own feet in the chair, Hardin saw Jack behead the cobra with a kriss and toss its still writhing body into the jungle grass beyond the flower hedge. A minute later he thrust a glass of brandy into Hardin's hand. His whispered warning had saved Hardin's life. "Thanks, Jack," he said. "You get the money for jimats." "Tomorrow I will kill the cobra's mate," said Jack. "There is a cousin of my old wife who is a priest at the temple, and he has great power," he added, sighing like a man with great odds against him. "But the girl is like the flower of the Chindanwan Matahara, Tuan." "But what took you, a Mohammedan, to this native temple to see the girl?" asked Hardin. "I did not go," protested D-Jack. "She danced out there in the starlight, Tuan, and charmed me so that my liver is fire for her. It was your own good fortune to be sleeping, or who knows." Hardin snorted his disdain of native women and charms, yet he wondered about the affair, whether it had anything to do with the desertion of his field workers. Cromley, who wanted to buy his plantation, had warned him to step warily on native mysteries. Next morning, Jack built a crude stage on stilts above the jungle grass, and under a sheltering palm thatch he sat, piping tunes on a bamboo whistle. Hardin, fuming inwardly over his neglected trees and cane, returned to the bungalow and writhed at the irritating monotony of Jack's weird tunes. Yet the following morning, a 7-foot length of cobra with its head smashed to a pulp lay near the house. Hardin was generous in rewarding D-Jack, and the small brown man departed to visit his old wife and go about the business of bringing his girl bride to the hut near the river. Sonar, the second boy, fingered a jimmet hanging about his neck as he watched Jack depart. "Evil will come. he assured Hardin earnestly. "The priests can do anything. And my lord prowled in the night near this house, though he never came before." Hardin remembered that he had been warned never to speak of a tiger by its name, but to refer to it as "my lord," lest the beast hear and take vengeance for the disrespect. He fought a growing sense of evil until Jack returned that night with bad news. His old wife had disappeared. There was the trail of crushed jungle grass where my lord had crouched to drink his fill of blood, then dragged its prey to a hidden lair. They also found the blood-stained sarong of his old wife. In spite of the tropic heat, Hardin shivered. The cobras had been bad enough. A man-eating tiger was far more dangerous. "Then we had better go tiger hunting," he said emphatically. Shrieks of protest came from the 3 houseboys who gathered to hear D-Jack's story, and they now chattered excitedly in native lingo and broken English. Hardin listened and began to understand that this particular tiger must not be killed. Having devoured D-Jack's wife, it had become a family tomb, subject to veneration, worship, and dedicatory gifts. If Jack failed to observe the reverence due this receptacle of his wife's mortal remains, he would be haunted in this life and damned in the next incarnation. He groveled in fear as he talked, bumping his head on the matting, moaning that his old wife had laid a terrible curse on him. But was he to blame that the girl, whose name was Senyap, had danced for him in the starlight until he could not live without her? True, he had given her his old wife's bracelets, at which his wife wept and raged, but only a woman possessed of a devil would deliberately feed herself to a tiger because of jealousy. He would have to kowtow all his life to this feline tomb to gain forgiveness of the lady and the tiger who took this means of suicide and vengeance. Everyone knew it is the worst of evils for a relative to commit suicide, for the spirit of the departed haunts the place where his or her body lies. My lord the tiger was not only sacred as a tomb, but he was ghost-haunted until vengeance was accomplished. "This tiger," began Hardin, bringing howls of anguish from the 3 natives at the direct mention of the beast. He cursed and gave in to their fears. "My lord," he began again, disgusted with his own helplessness, "has tasted human flesh and will be dangerous. If he is not killed, he must be captured. Jack, gather your relatives and trap the beast. Otherwise I will shoot my lord." From that instant, Hardin felt a queer sense of loss, as if he had capitulated and sold his soul to some demon. The never-ending throb of tom-toms in the village was carried on a gust of wind, rippling in his flesh like the purring of a great cat. Now again he felt that he ought to dispose of his plantation. D-Jack departed to gather his people and make a tiger trap on the river trail where there had been pad marks in the soft ooze. All signs pointed to an old beast. Young tigers are seldom man-eaters. Also, it was the mating season, when tigers in their prime are not flesh-greedy. Hardin gave his servants a brief holiday for the hunt and went himself to the river, where he saw the long stockade of bamboo lashed together, ending in a corral with a deadfall gate weighted by a teak log. In a natural cave in the hillside, D-Jack was building a cage front of formidable bars. He beaded it with clean grass, decorated it with flowers, and placed bowls of food as votive offerings. The native drums pounded incessantly. Hardin went from the cave to where a second stout cage stood on a carabao cart near the corral. Beyond the trap gate, a carabao calf was tethered as bait, bawling piteously and adding to Hardin's dislike of the whole business. The natives were feasting and working magic, and his fields were still deserted, except for the faithful Chinese. In his house that night, Hardin tried to forget the tiger and avoided the sight of the yellow moon peering above the darkly brooding sea, but he could not shut out the purring throb of drums, which got under his skin and behind his eyes, rippling in his flesh. Next morning, when D-Jack returned to report no luck in tiger trapping, Hardin lost patience. It was lonely hill country, with natives unfriendly to white men and under the domination of temple priests and their tricky superstitions. But he had the courage to tell Jack sternly that unless the tiger was trapped that night, he would go gunning for it. And Jack shuddered in fear at the threat. My lord now sees with the eyes of my old wife, who was a woman of wisdom, Tuan. She will not be lured by the carabao calf, but there is one thing she desires above all else, and that she must have. There was a resignation in the man's voice which alarmed Hardin. Unable to shake off the feeling of impending trouble, he went to the river in the evening and saw a dangerously excited group of natives near the hut where Dijak had brought his bride to be. Above the jabbering and clamor rose the high, shrill scream of a woman, and Hardin stalked to the hut and demanded an explanation of that cry of fear. He learned that, despairing of taking the tiger by other means, Jack had hoisted the girl, who was the cause of all the trouble, high in a nearby tree to attract the tiger. Hardin's gorge rose at the idea of baiting the tiger trap with a woman. He marched through the crowd of natives, a commanding figure in his fresh white ducks and pith helmet, and talked to Dijak as he never before talked to a native. His commands were met with sullen defiance from Dijak and the other natives. Excitement exploded into rage, and Hardin found himself the vortex of an angry mob gesticulating with their wicked-looking waved krisses. The Dayak relatives of the dead woman were in a nasty rage, and Hardin knew his 2 revolvers could not hold that mob in check, even if he wanted to attempt a shot that would be a signal for slaughter. Controlling his voice and rising alarm, he argued and commanded in vain, then resorted to the only way he could think of to protect the woman in the tree from a possible attack of the tiger. He yelled that he would share her night vigil, and after a lengthy argument with Dijak as interpreter, the crowd agreed. But they made it very plain that if Hardin killed the beast, its spirit would have company in death. Although the death of the old wife was one of many such tragedies in a land infested with tigers, crocodiles, orangutans, and cobras, the affair struck Hardin as being out of all proportion to its significance. Alone in the village of semi-naked brown men, Hardin saw bloodlust in their eyes, heard murderous threats in their jabbering, and like flame in dry grass. The excitement swirled until it required courage of a ruddy order to face them and demand to be bodyguard for the young girl in the tree. When the chattering died to mutterings, Hardin walked through the village until he came to the tree. Already the bamboo stockade was in shadow, and the carabao calf in the corral wailed with hunger and fear. Once up the tree, Hardin found the least uncomfortable perch near a small figure swathed in white and lashed to a seat in a limb crotch. She sobbed pitifully and strained at her bonds. His blood boiled with the indignity of making a marriage chattel of the girl and using her as tiger bait. Yet, at sight of the menacing horde below, staring up and chattering, their betel-stained mouths suggestive of cannibal feasts, Hardin could only control his rage and wait. They vanished, and night fell with tropic swiftness. The insect noise grew louder, and the calf bawled monotonously. Hardin wondered if a tiger that ignored the carabao calf was now hungry enough to be tempted by the scent of a human being. The woman near him had ceased sobbing. He caught the gleam of starlight on her metal anklets and bracelets, and heard the tinkle of bangles. Then she spoke. "Tuan, you will kill the ghost tiger," she said pleadingly. In his halting Malay, Hardin explained that he had given his word not to shoot the tiger, but once it was trapped, she need not fear it again. "Kill it, Tuan," she begged, "or it will live to haunt you." It would not haunt him, he protested, because he did not believe in ghost tigers. He talked for some time, quietly persuading her that the worst to be feared was an attack by the beast. Yet his reasoning did not shake off his own uncanny chill, or the tensity that puckered his flesh as he awaited what the night might bring. In the tree the darkness was profound, but just as the moon rim rose above the faraway Black Sea, the calf ceased bawling, and the insect clamor died away. There was a quiet rustling as little monkeys scampered off. Then came deep, thick silence in which Hardin felt something like the purring of muted drums that came nearer, set time to his rapid pulse, tingled on his skin. He stared below with his scalp prickling as if some indefinable presence were approaching. The revolver in his hand came to full cock. Then, as if the tiger had heard the metallic click, it streaked into the open and turned its green shining eyes towards the tree. He saw the black muzzle and white fangs, the venerable look of a white beard, and magnificent stripes on the amber hide. Its tail lashed the grass with a silky hiss, and there came the frightened whimper of the calf. The girl's hands clutched at him, and sharing her terror, Hardin slipped an arm about her as the beast prowled below, gliding about the tree and trap, evidently confused by two different scents of prey. Hardin felt cold sweat trickling inside his shirt until the tiger moved away, sniffed about the trap mouth, then shot, like a streak of gold, in a splendid leap on the whimpering calf. There was a shrill bleat, the crash of a teak log, the vicious snarling of the tiger. The bamboo creaked at its angry lunges against the walls, but the natives came running from cover and howled their joy around the trap. Cutting the girl's lashings, Hardin lowered her to the ground, and as he followed, she was running toward the river hut. Drunk with triumph and native liquor, Jack lorded it among his fellows. But Hardin did not wait to see them prod the tiger into the cage on the carabao cart back to the trap gate. Returning to his house, he slept through the noisy celebration at the river, which continued through the next day. By evening he felt that enough time had been wasted on Djak's affairs, and seeing the torches of the river town flaring through the night darkness, he strapped on his guns and strolled down to interview Djak. The early night was dark, and the light of a solitary torch against the hill took him to the cave. On the clean straw behind the cage bars of its den, he saw a splendid tiger. Its golden eyes followed every movement of Jack, who squatted on his heels, chattering prayers and incantations, touching his head to earth at intervals, worshipping his family tomb. Fresh flowers draped the cage bars. Inside were fresh offerings of meat and rice. After watching Djak's fervent petitions from a distance, Hardin told the man it was time to get back to his work. But Jack came to him with a rambling tale of more trouble. The dancing girl he had bought refused to worship at the tiger shrine, and they could not begin the wedding until she showed proper veneration for his old wife's tomb, especially since her spirit dwelt in such a terrible home as this body of my lord. He could not mate with a woman who refused to placate the Berhantu. Instead of showing proper grief, the girl danced for joy. She outraged Jack beyond all reason. He could not beat into submission a woman not yet his wife. Perhaps the Tuan would talk to her, for she was loud in her praise of his master, who had been with her in the tree. "Bring her to the house," said Hardin. "I'll try to talk sense to her, and you get back to work. Anything for peace." Hardin returned to his house with Djak and the girl. He finished dinner, after which Djak went to say more prayers to the tiger and left him alone with the woman. She had been sitting motionless in her white wrappings with bowed head until Hardin spoke. Then she rose, dropped her white garment, and stood like a bird of gorgeous plumage in the glow of lamplight. Her jacket and trousers were kingfisher green. There were scarlet pompons on her red slippers. Her teeth shone white between lips like a bitten pomegranate. Jeweled butterflies quivered in hair of dusky silk, slightly curly, and by the rose-tinted amber of her skin, Hardin knew she was a hybrid. Coquetry and allure shone in her eyes. She swayed on her feet like a flower in the wind. "Why do you refuse to obey Jack?" he began sternly. Dimples stirred the warm gold of her cheeks. "I am not yet a wife," she said. "But a woman should obey her man," he protested. "How should you know who have no woman in your house?" she asked with pretty impertinence. Hardin laughed. Instantly, her feet twinkled nearer. She knelt with her pretty head on one side like a pert bird, the butterfly ornaments twittering, her young breasts straining the silk of her jacket. Hardin tried to scowl, but he was thinking how wasted this child was on D-Jack. As if she knew his thoughts, she swayed forward, touching her forehead to his foot. Hardin caught and lifted her to her feet, but she suddenly slipped to his knee and curled like a gorgeous doll in his arm, red lips parted expectantly, her eyes like pools of dark fire, her whole body an invitation. For a moment he allowed the girl to clutch at the woman hunger of loneliness in the Sumatra hills. Then his face grew stern. She read his face like print and slipped from his arms. Then, crooning a wordless, tuneless song, she danced. It was as if hummingbirds were released to quiver like living jewels, as if fountains played brightly and butterflies flashed as bits of wind-blown silk. Her feet slipped from the sandals, and with her arms she wove a story of passionate appeal. Never had he seen such fire veiled in sensuous gestures. His stern scowl melted, and through lowered eyelids he watched until she sank on the matting at his feet. "My dancing pleases the Tuan?" she entreated. "It is very pretty, Senyap," he admitted cautiously, then reached for a cigarette. Like a flash, she caught the match from his fingers, struck a light, and held the flame in her cupped hands. He caught the fragrance of her perfumed body and saw the opal moons on her fingernails. When he lay back inhaling smoke, she again danced, circling about the white garment which lay in a heap of silk gauze on the floor. Suddenly, she snatched it up, and from a small basket he had not noticed before, 2 cobras glided, coiling their lengths on the matting. They lifted their swaying heads as she danced between them, twinkling, glittering as she sang, in so perilous a dance that Hardin sat gripped by admiration and fear, a clutch that held him rigid as Senyap spun faster in the maddening whirl of the terrible death dance of the temple. Hardin had heard of it. He had heard of dread rites in which the dancing girls file out slowly, leaving one alone as the bride of the awful Hamadryad god that lay hidden in a golden urn above the altars. Watching the dance, fascinated by the swaying, hypnotic glitter of the cobras, Hardin felt as if the walls of his house receded and left him motionless, trapped in a vast gloom of which the lamp was the altar fire, and this girl a priestess of evil rites that chained his will and lured his senses. With hair rising on his scalp and sweat starting on his palms, he found himself powerless to move or speak as she bent slowly backward until the flat of her hands and feet rested on the floor and made of her body a living arch of flesh. The silk jacket fell open. Her breasts were smoothly molded and gold-tipped with coral, and, as if trained to that lure, the cobras swung aloft and glided over her motionless, rigid body that shone like pale metal, then disappeared into the basket. Still, Hardin stared, leaning forward in his chair, waiting, hearing the slow thud of his own heart, seeing the girl sway upright and begin a deliberate padding dance with her feet, keeping time to the pulse of his veins. Her pale arms writhed like white snakes. She moved with the grace of a cat, holding his gaze until he could have screeched at her. Yet no sound came from his parted lips, nor could he move foot or finger. He knew he was caught in a hypnosis, yet he was conscious of some dread thing to come and his inability to avert it. He knew he should have crashed a fist at this glittering creature trained by temple priests. He was conscious then of the menace that had by devious ways sought contact with his life. Serpent lure and tiger ferocity breathed about her, and there came from her parted lips the strange purring sound of a tiger. The sudden stab of memory cracked a little of that spell she cast. She leaped, but his hands met her as her white teeth grazed the skin of his throat. He caught her wrists as she screamed an inhuman feline cry that started a rustling in the basket on the floor. Free of the trance gripping his will, Hardin snatched at his revolver as he held the girl in one arm. 2 shots rang out, and 2 cobras with smashed heads twisted in death frenzy on the matting. Then, as if a spell had been broken for her also, Senyap lay limp on his arm. He swung her to his shoulder and turned to the door, only to face Dijak, who had returned in time to see Hardin catch her in his arms and start toward his bedroom. For a moment Dijak stared, then turned on his heel and ran. Hardin touched his fingers to his throat where her teeth had struck and felt them sticky with a few drops of blood. He dropped the girl and ran for permanganate, daubing the tiny wounds thickly. Sonar heaved the reptiles from the porch and began to scrub the blood from the matting as Hardin returned. The girl crouched in a corner of the couch, sobbing. "Tuan, Tuan, you saved us both from the curse of my lord," she said, and Hardin stared. She seemed so pretty, so soft and helpless now, that he could not believe her teeth had drawn blood in that savage lunge at his throat. His mind was chaos as he went near the couch, and she clung to him, quivering in perfumed warmth, her arms about his neck. Then he felt her body stiffen, and at the window he saw the face of Jack and his flattened brown nose against the wire gauze. The face vanished as Hardin called him. "Tuan, keep me here in your house. If you send me away, I die. Jack will think I am your woman." "You had better be taken to the temple where you belong," said Hardin. "Tuan, Tuan, they will make me the bride of the serpent god. I have disobeyed." "Disobeyed what?" he demanded, catching her wrists, forcing her arms from his neck, pressing her back on the couch cushions. "Tuan, Tuan," she sobbed in hysterical fear. "It was commanded, and I was forced to obey. I have failed, and I shall be given to the Hamadryad god of the temple." Sonar had darted away with his task only half done, as if he feared to breathe air of this small temptress. Hardin had not the heart to turn her into the night alone, with Jack nursing the belief that she had given her charms to his master, so he carried her to the guest room and closed the door. All that night he expected trouble, nor could he sleep for thinking of the strange hypnosis of that dance of death, and the tiger-like leap of the self-hypnotized dancing girl who had been sent from the temple, trained in some wickedness that concerned himself. The dark and devious ways of priestcraft were inscrutable to a white man. Some mystery pressed close, but he assured himself he need only keep his wits and will working to shake off the clutch of evil that undermined a white man's morale. Morning dawned. The silver and pink mists of the valley disappeared, and the hot sun shot out of the distant sea. There was an ominous peace over the house, and Sonar's disapproval was tangible when he reported that Jack had not returned. In high dudgeon, Hardin started for the village to tell Dijak to take his bride away from the bungalow and get down to work, or he would get another boy. But he did not find Jack, and the natives whom he tried to question ran from him, muttering incantations. Thinking Dijak was feeding the tiger, Hardin went to its rock den and peered inside. For a moment he saw nothing. Then, as his eyes became accustomed to tree-shadowed gloom after the sun glare, his breath caught. The grass was stained with evidence of a gory meal. The cage door was open, and the tiger was gone. Striking a match, Hardin held it until the flame nipped his fingers. He was not mistaken. The horrid remains of a man lying on the grass were Jack. An exceedingly frightened white man ran through the hot sun to his own house and dropped in a porch chair, spent with heat and fear. Senyap was among the cushions of his day couch, eating fruit, and the sight of her made him furious. She was the cause of this tragedy, the death of Jack's wife and Dijak. She had dared bring her cobras and temple tricks to his house for some fell purpose. Yet he dared not send her away now to the cruel vengeance of Jack's relatives, and it was worse than folly to keep her there. She had half confessed that she was sent from the temple for no good. She enticed Jack by dancing for him in the starlight and encompassed his death. When Hardin told her about it, she preserved a callous calm, then said childishly and simply, "He was only a servant, Tuan. I had to come to you." "Why did you have to come to me?" he demanded. "Who sent you?" "The god Tuan, but I have failed his command. I will be an outcast, except to become the bride of the god." Hardin grew cold inside. Dimly he saw the wickedness of priestcraft dispatching this pretty messenger of death to charm him with her dance until he should have been helpless in her hands. Then the cobras. Well, he had robbed her of the cobras, and now he dared not send her away. He himself felt insecure and was afraid to leave the house. He could not eat, and at night he sat on the porch until the moon rose. Then the girl, who had sat all afternoon on the couch with her slender hands in her lap, motionless as a small Buddha, glided to the porch and curled at his feet on the mat, regarding him with unwinking dark eyes. Hardin dozed. He was wakened by the faint tinkling of her bangles and the whisper of her voice. Small brown fingers touched his wrist. One hand pointed to the dark jungle grass, and as Hardin turned his head, he saw two twin green flames, the eyes of a beast staring at him. "Tiger!" Those eyes moved up and down, across and back. The girl threw herself between his knees, clutching at his arms. Breaking her grasp, he went into the house for his gun. He was firmly resolved to kill the tiger menace once and for all time. But when he came to the porch, the tiger was gone. He slept badly, troubled by fearful dreams. As he shaved in the morning, a gray-faced sonar came with news that the ghost tiger had killed a woman and her 2 children in a hut along the river, and terror stalked the land. Hardin screwed his courage to visit the village to gather natives for a tiger hunt, but they not only refused to listen, they threatened him with death if he harmed the ghost tiger, which was now the tomb of both Jack and his wife. His life was in double jeopardy. Jack had seen the girl in his arms and laid on his house the curse of suicide. His ghost would take vengeance on Hardin. That night, drums made the darkness hideous. Senyap sat at his feet on the porch, her eyes turned to the jungle. Her sudden cry whipped him to his feet, and again he saw the twin green flames of tiger eyes. Snatching the gun beside his chair, he fired twice, aiming between those glowing orbs. But they only moved nearer. Both shots had gone wild. Hardin stared at the round, clean bullet holes in the wire gauze where mosquitoes streamed inside. A second cry from Senyap turned his head. The tiger was on its hind legs, swaying to and fro, taller than a man, swaying and stepping in a cumbersome and uncouth dance. Hardin was horrified as he stared at the grotesque spectacle. "Tuan, Tuan, the death dance," moaned Senyap, hiding her face. His skin prickled as he took a second aim and fired, then cursed the gun. The tiger dance went on until it grew into a slow, undulating catwalk. Hardin was breathless as he watched the tiger's grinning muzzle, his gleaming fangs, his lolling tongue. Senyap writhed in a frenzy of fear on the floor. "Jack and his old wife have come for me, Tuan," moaned Senyap. He carried her into the house, shut and locked the door, lighted lamps, turned on the gramophone, then called for whiskey. All night the spectral beast haunted him. At dawn, he told Sonar to reinforce the windows with wooden bars. The house was now a cage with the humans trapped within it, while the beast stalked at large outside. Hardin laughed, but his laughter sounded queer. He drank heavily, and the third boy wound the gramophone all day. He commanded Senyap to dance, anything to drive out the memory of the golden beast. To satisfy his reckless mood, the girl became, in turns, bird and butterfly, and the room glittered and sparkled with her radiance. drinking many pegs of brandy. Hardin forgot the racial barrier between them. He caught her from her dance to his arms and lowered his head until their lips met. A wild screech of beast rage jerked him from that kiss. With the girl clinging to him, he turned to the window and saw the swishing tail and green eyes of the tiger. He tore the small fingers from his arms, feeling as merciless and brutal as the tiger, and told Sonar to lock the girl in the bedroom. Her screams maddened him, and the night was one of terror. In the darkness, he heard the tiger snarling and purring at his windows. At times he heard it scraping the wire, grating with its paws, and he smelled the fetid breath of the big cat. Gun in hand, he prowled all night, shooting at beast eyes from every window. Drink and fear shook his hands, yet he felt cold sober except for those hot spurts of terror at the base of his brain. The shots sped harmlessly into the darkness. Finally, he dropped into a chair with the gun across his knees and fell into a drunken sleep from which he awakened, unrefreshed, to the hot day. He assured himself the affair was the result of loneliness and inaction, a touch of tropic fever, a disordered liver. But Sonar reported that even the Chinese had gone from his fields, and that there had been another tragedy in the night, an old man and an unbeliever who refused to make obeisance to the ghost tiger. "Tuan," added Sonar, his face a greenish hue with fright. "The number 3 boy has gone to visit a sick mother. I also crave permission to visit my grandmother who lies at death's door. I have shown respect to the Berhantu, my lord Tuan. Nevertheless, it will not leave your house until this dancing woman is gone, nor will your gun kill it." Hardin snarled a curse. Then, as Sonar left the house on winged feet, the laughter of the white man held a note of incipient madness. The servants were gone, and he had to get his own meals or go hungry. When he went to the larder, it was to find only the spoiled remains of yesterday's food. And he knew that Sonar had been refused when he went to buy food from the village, and for that reason had deserted. He had to have food, and there was his car, seldom used because of the almost impassable hill roads made only for carabao carts. He might go deeper into the highlands and buy food from natives not affected by this mysterious curse laid upon him. But as he left the bungalow, there came the tinkling of a bell, and he saw the patch of blazing yellow of a priest's robe, under an umbrella shielding him from the sun. The sight of it halted Hardin. The girl crept to his side, crooning songs, but his face was averted, and he cursed her in words she could not fail to understand. Up the path between the flame trees came the pungi, black eyes gleaming wickedly below his shaven head, holding out his begging bowl for alms. Hardin laughed and spat in the dust. The girl crouched at his feet, whispering hoarsely, "The priest who laid the curse, Tuan, the Tiger Lord." Hardin remembered that G-Jack's old wife had a relative who was a temple priest. The robe of the pungi was tiger yellow. His shaven head, the long, narrow eyes, and lips stained with betel looked bloody, carnivorous, and cruel. He paid no attention to Hardin's commands and curses as he stared through the screen, glaring at the girl who threw an arm up to shield her eyes. Hardin caught the tiger stench, heard the whirring prayer wheel like the purring of a great cat as the girl's fingers curved like claws. Her eyes were glassy and flecks of foam gathered on her lips from which came a snarling, mewing sound, horrible to hear, answering in some beastly way the uncouth sounds from the pungi's mouth. The screen door was fastened. Hardin caught up the girl who fought it, and he carried her, struggling and hissing like a wildcat, to the kitchen, where he sloshed water over her. At the touch of water, her body stiffened as in a convulsion, then went limp, and she slipped to the floor. But a noise on the porch took Hardin to the living room with his flesh crawling and cold with fear. He knew now that the crisis of the mystery was at hand, and dreaded the swift-falling tropic darkness, which swooped over the hills as the sun set. In the gloom of vines and trees about the bungalow, He felt a presence that stilled the insect clamor and his own heartbeats. The little monkeys that played in the trees fled whimpering far away. Somehow he must keep this Pungi from the girl whom his glance hypnotized into an unspeakable creature. He stared into the porch, and the breath caught in his throat. From a hole torn in the heavy wire netting advanced a tigerish yellow shape with eyes like dark coals, yellow fangs showing from lips drawn back in a snarl. It glided toward him in a grotesque and growing form that was no longer human. Fascinated by terror, Hardin watched the eyes change from black fire to glowing green that came nearer, holding him spellbound and helpless. Taller grew the shape of the creature until above him towered a tiger head with a quivering red tongue drooling, purring so loudly that the sound shut out the moaning of the girl in the next room. Slowly the beast was stalking him, and Hardin backed towards the wall with one hand groping. His fingers touched the barrel of his gun standing against the door frame, and the touch of metal seemed to release a catch in his numbed brain. He caught up and swung the gun, firing against that advancing terror. The shot crashed and brought a screech of animal fury, a lunging shape tearing through the screens, vanishing into the darkness. Through the tiger stench, Hardin was grateful for the honest smell of gunpowder. Then in the silence, he heard the girl sobbing, splashing water, and saw her bathing her amber body. She wrapped herself in white and knelt, touching her head to the floor. He was staring into the night from windows and doors when she came on dragging feet. Then he remembered the significance of bathing to these Orientals, and that white is their mourning color. He wheeled and caught her in one arm. "Twice have I disobeyed when I should have killed you, Tuan. It is the curse of Jack's old wife whom you took into your house where he lived like a fighting cock and made her jealous. Because I loved instead of killing you, I die out there in the grass, not honored as is the bride of the Hamadryad god, but tiger meat." He held her close to his breast with one arm, his other hand clutching the gun. "Why is this curse laid on my house?" he cried. "I have said Jack's old wife wanted him to live in her river hut. She asked her relative, the Tiger Lord, to lay a curse, and I was sent to dance for you, and the cobras would have killed you. But you slept, and Jack saw me dance, and desired me. Thus it was the old wife entered the tiger to haunt you and me, and a curse is laid on me because I could not kill you, Tuan." His mouth touched her lips lightly. She was merely the trained tool of a demoniac temple priest, and her heart had betrayed her master's training. Then, looking toward the window, he saw in the starlight the twin green eyes of the tiger. It stood on its hind legs, dancing. As it glided nearer, his flesh again rippled with the evil purring of that beast. His scalp crawled and his legs were limp. The girl slipped from his arm. He tried to catch her, tried to call her name, but he was powerless to move or speak. She glided to the door, down the steps, and Hardin saw the great beast padding nearer, lifting its head in a roar of triumph. Then, like a blow, came a memory of Senyap dancing for him, all glitter and color, parted red lips near his own, her body curled on his chair. The gun falling from his nerveless fingers was caught up. He braced it against the window frame as the girl halted and dropped on her knees before the terrible ghost tiger in the jungle grass. Hardin's fingers jerked again and again. In that room the shots were deafening. From the darkness came a scream of rage, a threshing of the grass, a pitiful cry from the girl. "Tuan! Tuan!" Clubbing the gun, he rushed to where she crouched and snatched her to his shoulder. Then, as the old moon with its broken edge peered above the sea, the girl laughed softly and slipped her arm about his neck. Spreading her fingers between which blood trickled from the tiger's claw marks that would scar her flesh for all time. "They will not have me at the temple now, Tuan," she said, for the brides of the god must be unblemished by birthmark, scar, or the caress of a man. But Hardin was staring down at something dead in the grass. There was the shaven head of the tiger lord. There were his cruel features and lips stained as if they sucked blood, and on the yellow robe lay bars of black that were shadows of jungle grass and light of the old moon. But now he was conscious of Senyap speaking softly to him. "You could not kill the tiger, Tuan, but when he changes his shape for the body of a priest he may be killed," said the girl, clinging happily to his neck. "But you did not kill the tiger, so the workers will return to your fields, and the young trees and cane will thrive." Hardin made a generous gift to the temple for the accident to the Pungi. Sonar and the number 3 boy returned the next morning, and his fields were busy with workers. Senyap danced and filled the room with jeweled butterflies and birds. But Hardin's eyes lingered on the claw marks of a tiger striped down her arm, the visible brand of a mystery still incomprehensible to a white man, even one who survives the tiger curse. End of Tiger by Bassett Morgan.
Black as the Night by Alice Drayton Farnham. Weird Tales, November 1952. "But somehow," said the housekeeper slowly, "somehow I don't rightly feel that creature is a dog." Her pleasant face was troubled. Behind the steel spectacles her eyes wore a puzzled, thoughtful look. It's more as if she was human somehow, human as you or me, but bad. Bad all the way through. The grocer's man, on his weekly visit to the lonely house by the sea, looked uneasily down at the great black beast stretched out in the doorway, its unwinking amber gaze on the white lane that led into the London high road. "Look at her now," said the housekeeper in a low voice, "watching that road like a jealous woman. Oh, it's fair give me the creeps, I tell you, knowing what I know, and staying here night after night alone with that beast." The grocer's man edged behind the table. "Oh, no fear of that. I've a good stout stick, you see it there in the corner, and I made sure to keep it handy. My husband will have me bring it. But it's not the likes of you and me she'd trouble with, and it's not her teeth I'm afraid of. It's the cunning mind of her, and what may happen now that his honeymoon's over and he's bringing his new wife home." The grocer's man brightened. "Coming today, ain't they?" Utterly indifferent, the dog continued to stare at the empty road that wound among the rocks, away from the cliff and the sea. "Ah," said the housekeeper darkly, "and stand in her shoes I wouldn't. Not for £1,000,000, George Otti." She dropped her voice, almost as if afraid the dog might overhear. "I remember what happened to his first wife, poor thing, right here on this very spot." "Suicide, wasn't it?" faltered the grocer's man. "Suicide, they called it. Only some said accident." "It was murder," said the housekeeper, half beneath her breath. "Murder down among those rocks, and no one the wiser but me. Murder, and I know the one who did it." Tyne Dog lifted its head then and looked at her steadily, its yellow eyes alight with perfect intelligence. The upper lip lifted just a trifle over the sharp white teeth in a silent snarl, and then the dog turned its head back and once again lay motionless, watching the lonely road. At its other end, in London, Moira Glenn stepped laughing into her new husband's car to begin a long journey. By Charles's expression, she could see that the laugh had been a mistake, but you can't just switch a laugh off in the middle. Your face feels so foolish. "Oh dear, that's the worst of marrying on such short acquaintance," she thought. "I don't know which things I can laugh at and which I can't." Charles's nice mouth set in rather a stubborn line. He was thin and dark and intensely serious, which was perhaps why light-hearted Moira loved him. That, and his wonderful skill as an artist, and the hint of tragedy in his past. "I'm sorry it strikes you as ridiculous," he said stiffly. "Mrs. Bunty told me at the last minute she won't stay any longer than a week, and I can't very well let Jet starve just because she has a rival," Moira finished gravely. "All right, darling. It's Hofer Road's End I can do with the sea breeze anyway." Hofer Road's End was all very well, but when Moira saw the place, she felt a sinking of the heart. Lonely, Charles had said, but she had never pictured anything so savagely remote as this grey stone house on the cliff. Silent and dark and ugly, it stood near the edge, under an overcast, wind-broken sky. Beyond it, a path led down through a scattering of jagged rocks to the sea. 3 wind-bent fir trees at the back leaned inward, all their branches flung out toward the house, as if long ago they had frozen in that attitude of supplication. Moira felt suddenly cold. Oh, why did it look like this? Why couldn't the sun have stayed out? She shivered as the car drew closer and slid her hand under Charles's arm. A bit out of the world. He gave her a half-apologetic look. "But you said you wouldn't mind, you know, darling. As long as we're together, you said." "I know." She squeezed his arm. "Silly, of course that's all that matters." But the feeling of chill and apprehension persisted. This house wanted none of her. A furious barking broke out within the house, high-pitched and almost hysterical. Charles laughed, the tension broken. "Jet's heard the car. Now Mrs. Bunty will let her out." The heavy front door opened slowly, and a black form came bounding out to tear round the lawn in widening circles, still barking wildly. "What a beautiful dog!" exclaimed Moira involuntarily. "She's taken 2 prizes." Charles's manner was offhand as he guided the car to a stop. "I've had her from a puppy, you know. That's 7 years." Jet continued to race about in circles, her fluid black body moving with effortless grace. Her pointed ears were laid close to her head. Her long muscles rippled under the smooth, silky coat. "She's a beautiful thing. I'm going to love her. But what's she running for?" "Showing off, for my benefit. Now she'll pretend I'm not here. It's a regular ritual. She hasn't noticed you yet." Slowing to a stop, Jet abruptly sat down, a tall, graceful creature with a fine economy of line that delighted Moira's artist soul. Conspicuously, she did not look at the car, but at a point 20 feet to one side of it. Her yellow eyes were fixed upon that point, with what appeared to be great interest. Only the erect alertness of the pointed ears betrayed her. "Born actress, isn't she?" Charles spoke with pride. Jet's head moved just a fraction. Her gaze wandered to the sky. A crow flapped across her range of vision, and she barked at it once rather mechanically. Charles stepped down from the car, and on the instant she had covered the intervening distance in 2 bounds. In a frenzy of joy, she leapt to his face 6 times before he could quiet her. Suddenly the dog stood back. Its body stiffened. Watchful, wary, hostile, the yellow eyes stared into Moira's. "Get out and make friends with her. Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Moira was rather resentful as she scrambled out of the car. She held out a coaxing hand. "Hello, Jet. Good girl. Come then." Jet backed Eerie, her eyes still intent upon Moira's. Her coat bristled almost imperceptibly. "It's no use, Charles." Something, reaction perhaps, caused an absurd prickle of tears behind Moira's eyelids. This overcast sky, this foreboding house, the unfriendly dog. We'll just have to get used to each other by degrees." Charles waved his newspaper at the stout, aproned figure in the doorway. "Back on time, Mrs. Bunty," he called. Smiling, Mrs. Bunty shook her head. She knew, and he knew, that she had stayed a day beyond her time, and that it was distinctly felt on both sides as a favor. Her presence was needed at home, and her bicycle stood waiting by the kitchen door. "I'm glad to see you back, sir. Bunty's been that impatient he's been ringing me all day on the phone. I told him I'd be along just as soon as I'd finished the clearing up." Yes, said Charles hastily. "We'll try not to keep you. My wife, Mrs. Bunty. Moira thought she saw an odd look of compassion on the housekeeper's face as she turned toward her. It lasted only a second, while Mrs. Bunty civilly acknowledged the introduction and withdrew, but still it was somehow disconcerting. My own servants to be sorry for me, she thought with a trace of anger, of which she was immediately ashamed. Dinner was a rather silent meal, served with an expedition quite new to Moira, but to which she was later to become accustomed. The dog lay in a corner by the empty stone fireplace, chin resting on her outstretched paws, watching them steadily as they ate. "Mrs. Bunty's the salt of the earth," Charles said once. "Good yeoman farmer stock. Husband's an invalid, that's why she needs the job. I like her looks," Moira admitted, "but I have a feeling that she thinks employers should be kept in their places. Shh! Here she comes now with dessert." They fell silent again. The dog continued to watch them from her corner. Strangely, the constraint which Moira had mentally attributed to the intermittent presence of Mrs. Bunty still persisted after she had gone. "I've never felt like this with Charles before," she thought. "I must be crazy." For a fleeting instant, she saw the lighted coziness of their room at the hotel, felt again the warmth and gay intimacy that had so lately been theirs, saw Charles's face bright with eager longing, heard the rumble and the clatter of traffic in the streets below that intensified their delicious isolation. Already it seemed half a lifetime away. "It's a long way to Piccadilly," she thought ruefully. But it wasn't. The trip had taken them less than 2 hours. That was why Charles had bought the house, he told her, close enough to London for him to keep up the necessary contacts with agencies and advertisers, remote enough to provide solitude that his work demanded. Moira felt a little homesick when she thought of TI office. She wondered if they missed her. She might not be so gifted an artist as Charles, but she had carved a nice little niche there for herself all the same. They tried to scare her out of her impulsive marriage, of course. "My good girl, what do you know about the man?" Bill Conway had demanded, weaving his pipe. "He comes, he goes, he sells, he gets commissions, and dwells in some god-forsaken hole in the rocks along the Cornwall coast. What do you think you'll do down there, Count Batts?" Involuntarily now, her gaze strayed to the dark beams. No bats. "I'm going to inspire him to higher things," she had retorted. "And for your information, I love solitude, and I'm fond of rocks, and I grow all pink and merry on sea air. And I'm going to," she had hesitated, "make up to him a little if I can. For Caroline." But why had Caroline killed herself, she wondered now, looking across the room at Charles. Why and how? He was absently stroking the dog that lay at his feet. Looking up, he caught her eye and smiled. "Lonely old place," he said apologetically. "Think you'll be happy here?" Moira perched on the arm of his chair and ruffled his hair. The dog gave her an inscrutable glance, got slowly to its feet and walked away. Charles's eyes followed it, but he said nothing. "Of course I will, silly, especially if Mrs. Bunty goes with it." Later that night, she was not so sure. When they went up to bed, the dog followed as a matter of arse, and Moira lost her temper. "Charles, really? You're not going to tell me that animal stays in our room all night?" Charles looked gently obstinate. "But she'll get lonely. She always has slept in the bedroom, Moira. Even when," Moira wanted to cry, "even when Caroline was your wife." But she couldn't say the words even in her anger. Charles persevered. "You told me you liked dogs, Moira. You said you were used to them." "So I do, and so I am," said Moira shortly. "But in our family, dogs were slightly subordinate to the rest of the family. They didn't dominate the household. And I warn you, Charles Glenn, if that dog stays in here at night, I don't. We'll sleep in separate rooms." Charles gave in. In a rather sulky silence, he put Jet outside in the passage. Despite beseeching jabs at him with her forepaw, she refused to go voluntarily, and in the end had to be dragged across the room in a sitting position by her collar. Charles's lips tightened as he shut the door on her whines, but he still said nothing. The whining kept up all night. Sometimes it rose to the pitch almost of a howl, and at others sank to a sort of sobbing, but it never stopped for more than a few minutes at a time. And all night long, Moira lay quite stiff, and still on her side of the bed, in the unhappy knowledge that Charles too was awake and unmoving. Toward morning she must have fallen asleep. When she awoke, the room was empty. Mr. Glenn had to go to Pembroke on business, Mrs. Bunty told her, serving her lonely breakfast in the deserted dining room. Sunlight peered timidly through the narrow windows and lay in thin fingers on the floor. The dog was nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Bunty. Moira stopped abruptly. She amended her question. Is Jet about?" Again that curious look of pity, and then Mrs. Bunty averted her eyes as she set down the teapot. "The dog went in the car with Mr. Glenn, madam. Too bad." Moira helped herself to marmalade and reflected on the stupidity of last night's jealousies and irritations when examined in the morning sunlight. "I was hoping to make friends." "If you can, madam," said Mrs. Bunty gently. "I recall the first Mrs. Glenn feeling the same, but she found, poor thing, some dogs and some people won't be made friends with." She stood for a moment in the doorway. "If you'll excuse me, madam, I think it's not my place to say it, but sometimes I think it's important to know who our enemies are at the very beginning." The door closed very softly behind her. Moira sat staring at it for a moment, and very slowly and thoughtfully finished a piece of toast. Strange. Very strange indeed. Dogs weren't your enemies. They were your friends. You just had to know them. Nothing in the world more natural than that Charles should have become attached to the dog in the 3 years that had passed since Caroline's death. In a sense, Jet had been his only companion. Charles, with his almost morbid sensitivity, would have shrunk even more than his wont from meeting other people. The dog had become the friend of his solitude. How silly of her to have resented that friendship, even for a moment. And how silly of Mrs. Bunty to seem to suggest, with a little impatient movement of her shoulders. Moira went out into the kitchen. Mrs. Bunty was scouring a table, her back turned. Absently, Moira fingered a cup. "Mrs. Bunty, how long has Mr. Glenn had this dog, Jet?" Mrs. Bunty straightened up. "I couldn't say exactly, madam. I know he'd had her, it might be 3 years before he married the first time. Then it was just 2 years after that." "I know." Moira struck in hurriedly. Only she didn't know. Charles would never speak of it. You say the first Mrs. Glenn didn't care for dogs." The housekeeper shook her head. "She'd one herself when she came here. A cute little thing. Jet killed it." "Oh yes, Mr. Glenn would never believe it," she added, at Moira's startled look. "But Jim Roberts's boy from the village, he saw them up on the moors. The two of them went out for a run that day, but only Jet came back, happy and frisky and wagging her tail. They found what was left of the little dog, 3 miles on the moors, but Mr. Glenn said it couldn't be so. He said the boy was lying." Mrs. Bunty dipped a reflective brush in the bucket of soapy water. "It was about then that Mrs. Glenn stopped trying to make friends with Jet." Moira felt a little sick. On impulse, she said, "You don't like Jet, do you, Mrs. Bunty? Are you afraid of her?" The housekeeper put her brush down. She did not answer for a moment. When she did, it was to nod toward a stout ash stick leaning in a corner by the stove. "I'm not afraid of her, no. But there are bad dogs as well as bad people. I'd not stop in this house without that stick for company." Moira's eyes went to the stick for a second, and then she turned away, gossiping with a servant, she thought shamefacedly. And probably nothing but village talk, all of it. Prejudice and dislike. I'll close my mind to it. When she had finished unpacking, she spent the day in not unpleasant exploration. There was a savage beauty in that barren spot that somehow explained the hold it had on Charles. She followed the little ravine leading from the house to the sea and clambered over the rocks tumbled about the water's edge. Charles found her standing there, gazing out to sea, her hair blown straight back by the strong salt wind. When she heard his voice, she turned and held out her hands. Her face was alight. "Oh, Charles, isn't it splendid? This is where I'm going to spend my time." For just that instant, she noticed an odd look of strain about Charles's face, and then it was gone. He kissed her and held her to him for a moment. "Darling, I did make an ass of myself last night. Can you forget it?" "Darling, there were two of us," answered Moira promptly. Standing on tiptoe, she kissed him again. "Let's forget it." When he released her, she saw that he was staring at the rocks beyond her. The look of strain was intensified. "Look," she pointed to a pool just below them, hemmed in by rocks on the shoreward side, except for a narrow passage. "That's where I'm going battling tomorrow." A muscle twitched uncontrollably in Charles's cheek. Turning, he pulled her roughly along the path away from the sea. The hand gripping her arm was shaking. "Charles, what?" He didn't look at her. "Get away from there," he said harshly. "Get away. Stay away. Get away from those rocks." He pulled her faster up the path, so fast that she stumbled. "Charles, stop it. Tell me why." But suddenly she knew why. She stared at him with horror. "Oh, Charles, is that—" Charles's pace slackened a little, but he still wouldn't look at her. "She couldn't swim." His voice was harsh. "She just walked into the water. There in that pool. Nobody ever knew why. Jet found her when the tide went out. Jet stood guard over her. I found Jet there, between the rocks, and Caroline lying on the sand. The tide went out, and left Caroline lying in the bottom of the pool. She could see it. She saw Caroline lying quite still in a few clear inches of water, Jet silently watching. Her scalp prickled. "Charles, here's Jet," he said in a different voice. Mrs. Bunty's let her out. "Hi, girl. Good dog." Jet bounded down the ravine with her ears back, her whole face one laugh of delight. "Good dog," echoed Moira faintly. She held out her hand. "Come then, come along, Jet." With a shock of utter unbelief, she saw the dog come toward her, wagging her black stub of a tail with a placating whine. "You see?" Charles was triumphant. "I told you she'd make friends." Mechanically, Moira patted the dog's eager head. Jet licked her hand, and then, barking excitedly, leapt up to lick her face. Involuntarily, Moira shrank back, cloaking her revulsion with an unsteady laugh. "But Charles, Jet, what's come over you?" Panting with eagerness, the dog continued to leap at her face. "Oh, Charles, must she?" Moira pushed her away with a look of apology. "I'm ever so happy that she's making friends, if only she wouldn't lick my face." "Down, Jet!" the dog grovelled. "Stop it, you're making a nuisance of yourself." Jet slunk along at his side. The three walked up the path in silence. Moira realized with a slight sinking of heart that though the dog cast her a reproachful glance now and then, accompanied by a pathetic licking of Charles's hand, Charles himself would not look at her. Somehow, in spite of Jet's newfound friendliness, Moira had managed to offend him. She had been put in the wrong by a dog, she thought wonderingly. "I noticed Jet's making up to you," said Mrs. Bunty, a day or two later. "Just when Mr. Glenn's here." Moira stared at her book without answering. "So I didn't imagine it," she thought. "It is only when Charles is here that Jet acts so friendly. More than friendly, really. Affectionate, almost embarrassingly so. So heartbroken at the faintest breath of coldness, so pointedly going to Charles for comfort." As if Moira gave herself an impatient little shake and tried again to concentrate on her book. "She used to beg him to get rid of that beast," said Mrs. Bunty, going ponderously toward her pantry. Half crying, she was over it. Yes, many's the time. Moira closed her book. Jet was lying on the hearthrug. "Here, Jet," she called softly. "Come, girl, come over and let me pat you." The dog raised her head. She stared at Moira with an unwinking yellow gaze, but did not move. In that total lack of response, there was something almost of contempt. Pressing her lips together, Moira crossed the room. She knelt down. "Let's make friends. Jet, shall we go for a walk?" She put out her hand to stroke the sleek black head, but there was a barely audible growl. Almost in one movement, the big dog got to her feet and sprang away, her hackles bristling. Moira stared at her, her mind a confusion. Jet hadn't changed then. But why the pretense? At a sound still inaudible to Moira, Jet pricked up her ears. Moira scrambled to her feet and heard it too, the low deepening hum of Charles's motor turning down the lane. The dog dashed to the front door and began to whine, pawing at it in her eagerness. Moira stood beside the dosed door and looked down at her. She was filled with sudden anger. "Oh, no you don't," she said through clenched teeth. "I'm sick of your always being first." Darting to the corridor door, she dosed it swiftly behind her and drew a deep breath. When Charles switched off his motor and jumped out, she ran out the side entrance to meet him. "Hello, darling," she called gaily. "I thought you'd never get here." From the house there came wail after ear-splitting wail. Charles's face darkened. He kissed her perfunctorily. "What on earth's wrong with Jet? Is she locked up?" Moira tried to laugh. "No, darling, not really. I just forgot to let her out when I heard you coming." Charles said gently, "You don't understand what a disappointment that was to her." Loosening her arms, he went toward the house, leaving Moira to follow. She dropped her eyes for a moment to hide the sudden tingle of tears. But what utter nonsense, to be crying because Charles loved his dog. Blinking the tears away with a little shamefaced laugh, she hurried after him. Jet, released, was ecstatic. Like an arrow from a bow, she flew out, circled the house twice, and then leapt to Charles's face over and over, with an hysterical abandon not to be denied. When Charles finally pushed her away with a soft, "Down, girl," she seemed suddenly to recollect Moira, standing rather stiffly to one side, cringing, wagging her tail, her whole body writhing in exaggerated submission and supplication. She crawled over to Moira and began licking her hand. Without thinking, Moira drew it away. "Why do you do that, Moira?" Charles's voice held displeasure. "Don't you realize she's sensitive? Why must you show so persistently that you dislike her?" "My God," said Moira and stopped herself. "Never. And Mrs. Bunty's still in the house." "Let's go in," she finished lamely. "You must be starving." Jet followed them, walking close beside Charles, wagging abjectly and shrinking away whenever she caught Moira's eye, quite evidently in mortal fear. As she always does, Moira thought bitterly, as if when Charles is away I beat her. Dinner over, the washing up concluded, she stood at the window watching Mrs. Bunty pedal away, sternly erect, into the grey dusk. "Let's go for a walk, Charles," she said, with a touch of wistfulness. "On the rocks. No, not just the two of them. Never just the two of them. Only at night, and even then that haunting, tragic presence just outside their closed door." Charles looked up from his paper. "I'm a bit tired, dear. Why don't you go and take Jet?" At sound of her name, the dog moved closer and laid her head on his knee. "That's not what I meant." There was a lump in Moira's throat. She sank down on the hearthrug. "I don't think she wants to go for a walk. Do you, Jet?" The dog's tail wagged. With an almost imperceptible glance at Charles, she grovelled across the rug toward Moira. "What an affectionate thing she is." Charles's voice was fond. Moira stretched out an unwilling hand. The dog cringed and drew back with a faint whimper, her body wagging apologetically as she shrank toward Charles. He put down his paper. "Why on earth docs she do that, Moira? She tries so hard to win your love over and over, I've seen her. But what have you done to frighten her? Moira sprang to her feet. She was shaking from head to foot. Diaries, Glenn. Do you realize what you're implying? Are you really out of your mind? I realize exactly what I'm implying, said Charles deliberately, that your harshness and unkindness have hurt Jet's feelings so badly that she's afraid of you. A child could see that. I've never been unkind to an animal in my life. Moira's voice rose. You've put me in an impossible position ever since I came here, you and that dog between you. I've tried to be understanding, Understanding? His face was flushed with anger. You don't know the meaning of the word. You're hard as nails where this poor dumb beast is concerned, and you know it. Jet's loving and sensitive. You've cut her to the heart. Don't you think a dog has feelings? Don't you think a woman has feelings? Moira suddenly found herself screaming. Jet, damn you, why did you get married at all? You don't need a wife, you've got Jet. She slammed the door behind her and ran up the stairs, weeping. Charles slept in the guest room that night. He was gone when she came down, listless and swollen-eyed, to breakfast. Jet lay in the corner, her black body relaxed in easy grace. At Moira's entrance, she raised her head but did not move. Moira crossed the room and stared down at her. The dog's yellow eyes met hers without wavering. I hate you, she said softly, bending closer. You understand that, don't you? I hate you. Not a muscle of Jet's face moved. Steadily she gazed at Moira. In the end it was Moira who moved away, feeling shaken and slightly sick. She leaned against the open casement, staring at the heat-heavy garden without seeing it. I must be losing my mind, she thought drearily. Talking to a dog like that, a dog. For appearance's sake she attempted to eat the breakfast that Mrs. Bunty put before her, but it was no use. Her eyes kept straying to Jet in her corner. Always the dog's eyes were on her, watchful, steady, a depth of still dislike cloaked beneath that impassivity. Abruptly, Moira rose from the table and walked upstairs. Padding footsteps followed. Sitting down at the dressing table, she could see in the glass Jet stretched out in the doorway, watching her. Get out, she screamed suddenly. Get out, get out. Springing to the door, she pushed it with all her strength against Jet's weight, and when she had closed, it leaned against it, panting. I'm losing my mind, she thought again. This isn't me, I've changed. Something ghastly is happening to me, and I don't know what it is. The day was a still and breathless one, a weight of motionless heat oppressing the air. From her window she saw the sea, heavy and oily at the foot of the cliff. Not a bird was in the sky. A dog, she thought wonderingly. A dog is breaking up my marriage. No, that's impossible. That's absolute nonsense. It's I, Moira Burton. I've had kittens and cats and dogs all my life, and a darling old pony named Whiffle. She walked the floor restlessly, without realizing that she did it. I'll go for a swim. No, Charles didn't want her to go swimming because of Caroline. Perhaps she could read. Perhaps if only Jet would die. The day grew steadily hotter, till it was effort almost to breathe. In the afternoon, Charles put through a trunk call from London. Darling, I'll be a bit late. Look here, I'm frightfully sorry about last night. Did you sleep? Sunshine flooded Moira. She drew a deep breath. Oh, Charles. Oh, darling, I was so horrid. I was horrider, he said apologetically. I've got a bit unreasonable, I think, being alone so much. You know, I think perhaps we should stay in town. What do you think? Oh, darling, said Moira in a daze. Just heavenly. Better all around, I mean. You'd have company, and I imagine we could manage about Jet. Take her for walks and so on. Don't you? Jet. When Moira replaced the receiver a minute later, she felt curiously numb. Jet, always Jet. Wherever they went, always Jet to be a third. There was a slight movement behind her. She turned and looked at the dog, her eyes narrowing. Oh no, she whispered. You won't be there. He'll never know what carried you off, but believe me, my dear dumb friend, You won't be there." She felt strangely light and elated as the afternoon wore on. "I'll have an early dinner, Mrs. Bunty," she said gaily. "I'm feeling quite ravenous. And then you can go, since Mr. Glenn won't be home until late." When dinner was cleared away, she still felt restless and excited, almost feverish. She was filled with a continuing intoxication of a decision taken which cannot yet be confirmed by action. As she stood smiling by the drawing-room window, looking out with bright, unseeing eyes, Mrs. Bunty came in to bid her good night, her sensible hat set squarely atop her smooth head. She hesitated a moment in the doorway, regarding Moira with an odd concern. "I'm not just easy leaving you here alone, madam. If you'd like me to stay," Moira laughed. She felt gay and triumphant. "Not a bit of it, Mrs. Bunty. Run along home to your family. I'm off for a walk along the cliff." Mrs. Bunty took one step toward her. Her eyes held Moira's. "Madam, don't take that dog with you. Whatever you do, promise me you'll not take that dog with you, or here I stay." Moira wanted to laugh. Mrs. Bunty was so terribly in earnest. "All right then, I promise. I'll lock the door behind me." But when Mrs. Bunty had gone, her mood was a little deflated. The house was so very quiet. From the window she could see the lurid sunset. The water shone crimson as blood among the rocks. "I will go for a swim," she thought suddenly. "Charles is an old granny, but he needn't know. After all, I can swim." A few minutes later, she was slipping down the rocky path in her swimsuit, fastening her rubber cap. From the house behind her came a sharp, angry barking, and she laughed aloud. Silence followed, and then, as she was almost down to the pool, there was again the familiar sound of padding footsteps behind her. "Oh, bother," Moira said under her breath. "Jet's jumped through the window." For a moment she stood undecided, while on sky and water the crimson stillness deepened. Should she go back to the house and lock Jet more securely? She seemed almost to hear the housekeeper's warning voice again, with that note of curious urgency. Then she shrugged and laughed, turning once more to the sea as Jet came down the rocks behind her. It was really rather funny. She looked back at the dog with amusement. "I'm sure you're waiting, dear, for me to commit suicide too. What a hope! I can swim, you know." Silent, indifferent, the dog followed. When Moira had squeezed through the twin rocks that held the entrance to the cove, Jet sat down between them, her body blocking the passage. The overcast sky, fiercely lit by an angry sun, was red. Moira slid into the water, gasping at the coldness of it. The surf was rougher and stronger than she had expected, but she found it exhilarating and rolled over in the water, gasping with delight. The little pool was quite deep, the tide still coming in fast. There in the narrow confines of the rocks the waves seemed to break with intensified force. "I should have expected that," she thought, clinging for a moment to a rock while she got her breath. The red of the sky was fading, but the water was still like blood. "A fine idiot I'll look if a wave bangs me against a rock and bashes my silly head in." In a lull between waves, she loosed her hold on the rock and began swimming toward the passage. Jet still sat there impassively, silhouetted against the sky. Moira cast an uneasy glance over her shoulder. That big wave was rushing in fast. Best grab onto something. No, there was nothing to grasp. Faster, faster. She could feel the swell of it beneath her, lifting her up like a feather, and then cried out in pain and fright as the wave hurled her against the sheer rock wall of the inner cove. For a moment she lost consciousness. When she came to, choking and spluttering, she was clinging desperately to a tiny spar of rock near the water's edge. Her side was numb. There was a sickening pain in her head. The pool had faded to grey now, but around her the water was red. Dizzily, she tried to shake the water from her eyes. It was blood, the passage. She must get to the passage, drag herself somehow over the rocks and home. Bracing herself with one hand against the sheer rock, She made a weak essay to swim with the other. Her arm hung limp and lifeless beside her. For one instant, in a lull between waves, she thought dizzily, she heard someone calling. "Charles!" she screamed, but her voice was drowned in the roar of the incoming surf. With her one hand, she clawed at the rock wall, feebly pushed against it with one foot. Inch by painful inch, gasping and sobbing, she crawled toward the break in the rocks where Jet still sat immobile, watching her. It couldn't have been Charles, she thought dully. Jet's still here. Something in the dog's implacable pose struck her then with a cold thrill of fear. Against the red afterglow, between black enormous rocks, she seemed to loom huge against the sky. Her last reserve of strength carried Moira to the opening in the rocks. At the very second that she knew she could have kept up no longer. Crying weakly with relief, she started to pull herself out of the water. With a savage snarl, the big dog leaped suddenly to its feet, every hair bristling. Moira made one last attempt to clutch at the ledge, and the dog sprang. Recoiling, she lost her grasp. "Charles!" she screamed again, and knew it was no use. There was only Jet, and Jet had won again. Once more Jet would have Charles to her. In the sharp clarity of imminent death, it all became plain to her. As she felt herself sinking, she looked again with a detached and wondering vision at that black, featureless outline between the rocks, and looked again in anguished intensity, and clawed again at the rock. For another figure was suddenly silhouetted against the fading light, a sturdy figure, with a stout club which rose and fell as the dog whirled around just a second too late. Mrs. Bunty dropped to her knees at the water's edge. "Woman dear, catch hold my hand," she gasped, forgetting decorum for the first time in her life. "God, I thought I was too late. I thought that black beast had done for you." For a second, Moira hung helpless and limp from Mrs. Bunty's firm hold on her arms. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't make it." "You've got to." Mrs. Bunty's voice was urgent. "Now." She pulled with a will, and slowly, with pain that seemed breaking her body in two, Moira crawled out of the water, averting her eyes from the thing that had been Jet and lay utterly spent on the wet rock. Mrs. Bunty was breathing hard from her exertion, and for a moment neither of them spoke. "Something seemed to turn me back," said Mrs. Bunty. Just a kind of feeling when I was almost halfway home. I just knew, like as if a voice had spoke, I shouldn't have left you alone with that dog." A sudden noise sounded above the fret of the waves, the hoot of an auto horn. "Charles!" Moira gasped. She raised herself painfully from the rock. "Oh, Mrs. Bunty, what will we do?" Their eyes met. "He'll never believe it," Moira whispered. "Quick, Mrs. Bunty, push Jet into the pool. We've got to tell him. What can we tell him?" There was a splash as Jet's body slid gently into the water. Mrs. Bunty knelt and washed the blood from tire spot by the water's edge. Washing the club, she shoved it in a little recess in the rocks and pulled the scanty bushes across the opening. "I found you in the pool together, madam," she said rapidly. "Jet was trying to save you. Trying to save you, do you hear? The master would never believe what happened, not on our Bible oaths. He's deep, he'd cover it up, but all his life he'd hold it against you. Jet jumped in to save you, and a wave threw her against a rock and killed her, the same wave that nigh killed you. She died a heroine," murmured Moira, her eyes brightening. "Yes, he'll believe that." Her mouth twisted with the irony of it. "I'll be hearing about it for the rest of my life. I forgot something, we'll say, and come back and was a little worried to find you gone. Pulled you out just in time, and that's God's truth. When he sees the look of you, all covered with blood, and knows how close he was to losing you, trust me, madam, it's not Jet he'll be thinking of." "Moira," called Charles from the top of the path. "Moira, darling, where are you? Where's Jet?" Wildly, sobbingly rocking back and forth, Moira began to laugh. End of Black as the Night by Alice Drayton Farnham.
A voice from the inner world, by a Hayat Veril, and it was evident that the others were equally afraid of me. They stood regarding me with an odd mixture of wonder and terror on their huge faces. The author of this story, well known to our readers in submitting his prize story, adopts a treatment entirely different from that of practically all the rest of the winners. He has submitted a tale so characteristic and so original that it holds your interest by sheer strength. That there should be a cannibalistic race of females somewhere in our world is, after all, not impossible nor improbable. There are still cannibals at large, at the present writing, and probably will be for many generations to come. While the story has its gruesome moments, it also contains good science, and Mr. Verrill certainly knows how to treat his subject and get the most from it. As a different sort of story, we highly recommend it to your attention. On the 18th of October, the New York papers reported the appearance of a remarkable meteor which had been seen in mid-Pacific, and the far more startling announcement that it was feared that the amazing celestial visitor had struck and destroyed a steamship. At 11:15 last evening, read the account in the Herald. The Panama-Hawaiian Line steamship Kyrick, we reported by radio the appearance of an immense meteor, which suddenly appeared above the horizon to the southeast, and which increased rapidly in size and brilliance. Within 10 minutes from the time the phenomenon was first sighted, it appeared as a huge greenish sphere of dazzling brilliance high in the sky, and heading, apparently, directly for the Kyrick. Almost at the same time as reported by the Kyrick, several other ships, among them the miners' and merchants' line Vulcan, and the Japanese liner Fujiyama Maru also reported the meteorite, although they were more than 1,000 miles apart and equidistant from the position of the Kyrick. In the midst of a sentence describing the appearance of the rapidly approaching meteor, the Kyrick's wireless message came to an abrupt end, and all attempts to get into further communication with her operator failed. The other vessels reported that a scintillating flash, like an explosion, was followed by the meteor's disappearance, and it is feared that the immense aerolite may have struck the Kyrick and utterly destroyed her with all on board. As no SOS has been received, and as the ship's radio broke off with the words, "It is very close, and the sea is as bright as day," below the immense mass of green fire are two smaller spheres of intense red. It is so near we can hear it roaring like a terrific wind. It is headed. It is probable that the vessel, if struck, was instantly destroyed. It has been suggested, however, that it is possible that the meteor or meteors were accompanied by electrical phenomena which may have put the Kyrick's wireless apparatus out of commission, and that the ship may be safe. Later editions of the press announced that no word had been received from the Kyrick, that other ships had reported the meteor, and that 2 of these had radioed that the aerolite, instead of exploding, had been seen to continue on its way and gradually disappear beyond the horizon. These reports somewhat allayed the fears that the Kyrick had been struck by the meteor, and prominent scientists expressed the opinion that the supposed explosion had been merely an optical illusion caused by its passage through some dense or cloudy layer of air. They also quoted numerous cases of immense meteors having been seen by observers over immense distances, and declared their belief that the aerolite had not reached the earth, but had merely passed through the outer atmosphere. When asked regarding the possibility of the meteor having affected the ship's wireless apparatus, experts stated that such might have been the case, although, hitherto, severe electrical disturbances had never been associated with the passage of meteors. Moreover, they declared that even if the wireless had been injured, it could have been repaired in a few hours, and that they could not explain the continued silence of the Kyrick. Word also came from Panama that the naval commandant at Balboa had dispatched a destroyer to search for the Kyrick, or any survivors of the catastrophe if the ship had been destroyed. A few hours later, dispatches were received from various points in Central and South America, reporting the meteor of the previous night. All of these agreed that the fiery mass had swept across the heavens in a wide arc and had vanished in the east beyond the summits of the Andes. It was, therefore, fairly certain that the Kyrick had not been struck by the meteor. and in a few days the incident was completely forgotten by the public at large. But when, 10 days later, the warship reported that no sign of the missing ship could be found, and the officials of the Panama-Hawaiian line admitted that the Chiriqui was 4 days overdue, interest was again aroused. Then came the startling news, featured in screaming headlines, that the meteor or its twin had been again reported by various ships in the Pacific, and that the USS McCracken, which had been scouring the seas for traces of the missing Chiriqui, had sent in a detailed report of the meteor's appearance, and that her wireless had gone dead, exactly as had that of the Chiriqui. And when, after every effort, no communication could be established with the war vessel, and when 2 weeks had elapsed without word from her, it was generally conceded that both ships had been destroyed by the amazing celestial visitor. For a time the double catastrophe filled the papers to the exclusion of nearly everything else, and such everyday features as scandals and murder trials were crowded to the back pages of the dailies to make room for long articles on meteors and missing ships and interviews with scientists. But as no more meteors appeared, and as no more ships vanished, the subject gradually lost interest and was no longer news. About 3 months after the first report of the green meteor appeared on January 15th. To be exact, I was in Peru, visiting my daughter, when I received a communication of such an utterly amazing character that it appeared incredible, and yet was so borne out by facts and details that it had all the earmarks of truth. So astounding was this communication that, despite the fact that it will unquestionably be scoffed at by the public, I feel that it should be given to the world. As soon as I had received the story, I hurried with it to the American minister in Lima, and related all that I had heard. He agreed with me that the authorities at Washington should be acquainted with the matter at once, and together we devoted many hours to coding the story which was cabled in the secret cipher of the State Department. The officials, however, were inclined to regard the matter as a hoax, and, as far as I am aware, no steps have yet been taken to follow out the suggestions contained in the communication which I received, and thus save humanity from a terrible fate. Personally, I am convinced that the amazing tale which came to me in such an astounding and unexpected manner is absolutely true, incredible as it may seem, but whether fact or fiction, my readers may decide for themselves. My son-in-law was intensely interested in radio, and devoted all of his spare time to devising and constructing receiving sets, and in his home in the delightful residential suburb of Miraflores were a number of receiving sets of both conventional and original design. Having been closely in touch with the subject for several years, I was deeply interested in Frank's experiments, and especially in a new type of hook-up which had given most remarkable results in selectivity and distance. Practically every broadcasting station in America, and many in Europe, had been logged by the little set, and on several occasions faint signals had been heard which, although recognizable as English, evidently emanated from a most remote station. These, oddly enough, had come in at the same hour each night, and each time had continued for exactly the same length of time. We were discussing this, and trying to again pick up the unintelligible and unidentified signals on that memorable January evening, when, without warning, and as clearly as though sent from the station at Buenos Aires, came the most astounding communication which ever greeted human ears, and which, almost verbatim, was as follows. 1. Listen. For God's sake, I implore all who may hear my words to listen, and believe what I say no matter how unbelievable it may seem, for the fate of thousands of human beings. The fate of the human race may depend upon you who by chance may hear this message from another world. My name is James Berry. My home is Butte, Montana. My profession a mining engineer, and I am speaking through the short-wave transmitter of the steamship Chiriqui, on which I was a passenger when the incredible events occurred which I am about to relate. On the evening of October 16th, the Chiriqui was steaming across the Pacific in calm weather when our attention was attracted by what appeared to be an unusually brilliant meteor of a peculiar greenish color. It first appeared above the horizon to the southeast, and very rapidly increased in size and brilliancy. At the time I was particularly struck by the fact that it left no trail of light or fire behind it, as is usual with large meteorites, but so rapidly did it approach that I had little time to wonder at this. Within a few moments from the time that it was first seen, the immense sphere of green incandescence had grown to the size of the moon, and the entire sea for miles about our ship was illuminated by a sickly green light. It appeared to be headed directly towards our ship, and, standing as I was on the bridge deck near the wheelhouse, I heard the chief officer cry out, "My God, it will strike us!" By now the mass of fire had altered in appearance, and a short distance below the central green mass could be seen two smaller spheres of blinding red, like huge globes of molten metal. By now, too, the noise made by the meteor was plainly audible, sounding like the roar of surf or the sound of a tornado. Everyone aboard the ship was panic-stricken. Women screamed, men cursed and shouted, and the crew rushed to man the boats, as everyone felt that the Chiriqui was doomed. What happened next I can scarcely describe, so rapidly did the events occur. As the meteor seemed about to hurl itself upon the ship, there was a blinding flash of light, a terrific detonation, and I saw men and women falling to the decks as if struck down by shell fire. The next instant the meteor vanished completely, and intense blackness followed the blinding glare. At the same moment, I was aware of a peculiar pungent, suffocating odor which, perhaps owing to my long experience with deadly gases in mining work, I at once recognized as some noxious gas. Almost involuntarily, and dully realizing that by some miracle the ship had escaped destruction, I dashed below and reached my cabin almost overcome by the fumes which now penetrated every portion of the ship. Among my possessions was a new type of gas mask which had been especially designed for mine work, and my idea was to don this, for I felt sure that the meteor had exploded close to the ship and had released vast quantities of poisonous gases which might hang about for a long time. Although almost overcome by the choking fumes, I managed to find and put on the apparatus, for one of its greatest advantages was the rapidity and ease with which it could be adjusted, it having been designed for emergency use. But before it was fairly in place over my face, the electric light in my room went out, and I was in complete darkness. Also, the ship seemed strangely still, and as I groped my way to the stateroom door, it suddenly dawned upon me that the engines had stopped, that there was no longer the whir of dynamos from the depths of the hull. Not a light glimmered in the passageway, and twice, as I felt my way towards the social hall, I stumbled over the sprawled bodies of men, while in the saloon itself I several times stepped upon the soft and yielding flesh of passengers who lay where they had been struck down by the poisonous gas. In all probability, I thought, I was the sole survivor aboard the ship, unless some of the firemen and engineers survived, and I wondered how I would manage to escape, if the vessel should be sighted by some other ship, or if it should be my gruesome task to search the Chiriqui from stem to stern, drag the bodies of the dead to the deck and cast them into the sea, and remain, perhaps for weeks, alone upon the ship until rescued by some passing vessel. But as I reached the door and stepped upon the deck, all such thoughts were driven from my brain as I blinked my eyes and stared about in dumbfounded amazement. I had stepped from Stygian darkness into dazzling light. Blinded for the moment, I closed my eyes, and when I again opened them I reeled to the rail with a cry of terror. Poised above the ship's masts, and so enormous that it appeared to shut out half the sky, was the stupendous meteor like a gigantic globe of green fire, and seemingly less than 100 feet above me. Still nearer, and hanging but a few yards above the bow and stern of the ship, were the two smaller spheres of glowing red. Cowering against the rail, expecting to be shriveled into a charred cinder at any instant, I gazed transfixed and paralyzed at the titanic masses of flaming light above the ship. Then reason came back to me. My only chance to escape was to leap into the sea, and I half clambered upon the rail prepared to take the plunge. A scream, like that of a madman, came from my lips. Below me was no sign of the waves, but a limitless void, while, immeasurably distant beneath the ship, I could dimly see the crinkled surface of the sea. The Chiriqui was floating in space. It was impossible, absolutely preposterous, and I felt convinced that I had gone mad, or that the small quantity of gas I had breathed had affected my brain and had induced the nightmarish vision. Perhaps, I thought, the meteors above the ship were also visionary, and I again stared upward. Then I knew that I was insane. The spheres of green and red light were rushing upward, as I could see by the brilliant stars studding the sky, and the ship upon which I stood was following in their wake. Weak, limp as a rag, I slumped to the deck and lay staring at the great globes above me. But the insanely impossible events which had crowded upon my overwrought senses were as nothing to the amazing discovery I now made. As my eyes became accustomed to the glare of the immense green sphere, I saw that instead of being merely a ball of fire, it had definite form. About its middle extended a broad band from which slender rods of light extended. Round or ovoid spots seemed placed in definite order about it, and from the extremities of its axes lines or cables, clearly outlined by the glare, extended downward to the red spheres above the ship. By now, I was so firmly convinced that I was irrational, that these new and absolutely stunning discoveries did not excite or surprise me in the least, and as if in a particularly vivid dream, I lay there gazing upward, and dully, half-consciously speculating on what it all meant. Gradually, too, it dawned upon me that the huge sphere with its encircling band of duller light was rotating. The circular markings, which I thought were marvelously like the ports of a ship, were certainly moving from top to bottom of the sphere, and I could distinctly hear a low, vibrant humming. The next second I jerked upright with a start, and my scalp tingled. Reason had suddenly returned to me. The thing was no meteor, no celestial body, but some marvelous machine, some devilish invention of man, some gigantic form of airship which, God only knew why, had by some incredible means captured the Chiriqui, had lifted the 20,000-ton ship into the air, and was bearing her off with myself, the only survivor of all the ship's company, witnessing the miraculous happening. It was the most insane thought that had yet entered my brain, but I knew now for a certainty that I was perfectly sane, and, oddly enough, now that I was convinced that the catastrophe which had overtaken the Chiriqui was the devilish work of human beings, I was no longer frightened, and my former nightmarish terror of things unknown gave place to the most intense anger and an inexpressible hatred of the fiends who, without warning or reason, had annihilated hundreds of men and women by means of this new and irresistible engine of destruction. But I was helpless. Alone upon the stolen and stricken ship I could do nothing. By what tremendous force the spherical airship was moving through space, by what unknown power it was lifting the ship and carrying it, slung like the gondola of a zeppelin beneath the sphere, were matters beyond my comprehension. Calmly, now that I felt assured that I was rational, and was the victim of my fellow men, fiendish as they might be, I walked aft to where one red sphere hung a few yards above the ship's deck. There seemed no visible connection between it and the vessel, but I noticed that everything movable upon the deck, the iron cable, the wire ropes, the coiled steel lines of the after derrick, all extended upward from the deck, as rigid as bars of metal, while crackling blue sparks like electrical discharges scintillated from the ship's metal work below the red sphere. Evidently, I decided, the red mass was actuated by some form of electrical energy or magnetism, and I gave the area beneath it a wide berth. Retracing my way to the bow of the ship, I found similar conditions there. As I walked towards the waist of the ship again, I mounted the steps to the bridge, hoping from that height to get a better view of the monstrous machine holding the Chiriqui captive. I knew that in the chart house I would find powerful glasses with which to study the machine. Upon the bridge the bodies of the quartermaster, the first officer, and an apprentice lay sprawled grotesquely, and across the chart house door lay the captain. Reaching down, I lifted him by the shoulders to move him to one side, and to my amazement I discovered that he was not dead. His heart beat, his pulse, though slow and faint, was plain, he was breathing, and his face, still ruddy, was that of a sleeping man rather than of a corpse. A wild thought rushed through my brain, and hastily I rushed to the other bodies. There was no doubt of it. All were alive and merely unconscious. The gas had struck them down, but had not killed them, and it came to me as a surprise, though I should long before have realized it, that the fumes had been purposely discharged by the beings who had captured the vessel. Possibly, I mentally decided, they had made a mistake and had failed in their intention to destroy the persons upon the ship. Or again, was it not possible that they had intentionally rendered the ship's company unconscious, and had not intended to destroy their lives? Forgetting my original purpose in visiting the bridge, I worked feverishly to resuscitate the captain, but all to no purpose. Many gases, I knew, would render a man unconscious without actually injuring him, and I was also aware that when under the influence of some of these, the victims could not be revived until the definite period of the gas's effect had passed. So, feeling certain that in due time the captain and the others would come to of their own accord, I entered the chart room, and, securing the skipper's binoculars, I again stepped upon the bridge. As I could not conveniently use the glasses with my gas mask in place, and as I felt sure there was no longer any danger from the fumes, I started to remove the apparatus. But no sooner did a breath of the air enter my mouth than I hastily readjusted the contrivance, for the gas which had struck down everyone but myself was as strong as ever. Indeed, the mere whiff of the fumes made my head reel and swim, and I was forced to steady myself by grasping the bridge rail until the dizzy spell passed. Once more myself, I focused the glasses as best I could upon the whirling sphere above the ship, but I could make out little more than by my naked eyes. The band about the center or equator of the globular thing was, I could now see, divided into segments, each of which bore around, slightly convex, eye-like object from the centers of which extended slender rods which vibrated with incalculable speed. Indeed, the whole affair reminded me of the glass models of protozoans which I had seen in the American Museum of Natural History. These minute marine organisms, I knew, moved with great rapidity by means of vibrating, hair-like appendages or cilia, and I wondered if the enormous spherical machine at which I was gazing might not move through space in a similar manner by means of vibrating rods moving with such incredible speed that, slender as they were, they produced enormous propulsive power. Also, I could now see that the two extremities of the sphere, or as I may better express it, the axes, were equipped with projecting bosses or shafts to which the cables supporting the red spheres were attached. And as I peered through the glasses at the thing, the huge green sphere, which had been hitherto traveling on an even keel, or, in other words, with the central band vertical, now shifted its position and one end swung sharply upward, throwing the band about the center at an acute angle. Involuntarily I grasped the rail of the bridge, expecting to be thrown from my feet by the abrupt uptilting of the ship. But to my utter amazement the chiriqui remained on an even plane, and I then saw that as the sphere tilted, the cable at the uppermost axis ran rapidly out so that the two red spheres, which evidently supported the captive ship, remained in their original relative horizontal position. No sign of life was visible upon the machine above me, and I surmised that whoever might be handling the thing was within the sphere. Wondering how high we had risen above the sea, I stepped to the starboard end of the bridge and glanced down, and an involuntary exclamation escaped my lips. Far beneath the ship and clearly visible through the captain's glasses was land. I could distinguish the white line marking surf breaking on a rocky shore, and ahead I could make out the cloud-topped, serried summits of a mighty range of mountains. Not until then did I realize the terrific speed at which the machine and captive vessel were traveling. I had been subconsciously aware that a gale had been blowing, but I had not stopped to realize that this was no ordinary wind, but was the rush of air caused by the rapidity of motion. But as I peered at the mountains through the binoculars, and saw the distant surface of the earth whizzing backward far beneath the chiriqui's keel, I knew that we were hurtling onward with the speed of the fastest scout airplane. Even as I gazed, the mountains seemed to rush towards me until, in a few minutes after I had first seen them, they appeared almost directly under the ship. Then the gigantic machine above me suddenly altered its course. It veered sharply to one side and swept along the range of summits far beneath. For some reason, just why I cannot explain, I dashed to the binnacle and saw that we were traveling to the south, and it flashed across my mind that I had a dim recollection of noticing when I first realized the nature of the machine which had been mistaken for a meteor, that by the stars we were moving eastward. In that case, my suddenly alert mind told me the land below must be some portion of America, and if so, judging by the altitude of the mountains, that they must be the Andes. All of this rushed through my brain instantly, and in the brief lapse of time in which I sprang to the binnacle and back to my observation point at the bridge rail. Now, I saw, we were rapidly descending, and focusing my glasses upon the mountains, I made out an immense conical peak in the top of which was a gigantic black opening. Without doubt, it was the crater of some stupendous extinct volcano, and with a shock, I realized that the machine and the ship were headed directly for the yawning opening in the crater. The next instant we were dropping with lightning speed towards it, and so terrified and dumbfounded had I become that I could not move from where I stood. Even before I could grasp the fact, the Chiriqui was enclosed by towering rocky walls. In sky blackness surrounded me. There was an upward breath-taking rush of air, a roar as of 1,000 hurricanes. The Chiriqui rocked and pitched beneath my feet, as if in a heavy sea. I clung desperately to the bridge rail for support, and I felt sure that the ship had been dropped into the abysmal crater, that the next instant the vessel would crash into fragments as it struck bottom, or worse, that it would sink into the molten, incandescent lava which might fill the depths of the volcano. For what seemed hours, the awful fall continued, though like as not the terrible suspense lasted for only a few minutes, and then, without warning, so abruptly that I lost my balance and was flung to the bridge, the ship ceased falling. An indescribable blue light succeeded the blackness, and unable to believe my senses, I found the ship floating motionless, still suspended from the giant mechanism overhead, above a marvelous landscape. On every hand, as far as I could see, stretched jagged rocks, immense cliffs, stupendous crags, and rugged knife-ridged hills of the most dazzling reds, yellows, and purples. Mile-deep canyons cut the forbidding plains, which here and there showed patches of dull green, and in one spot I saw a stream of emerald-hued water pouring in a foaming cataract into a fathomless rift in the rock. But I gave little attention to these sights at the time. My gaze was riveted upon a strange, weird city which capped the cliffs close to the waterfall, and almost directly beneath the Chiriqui. Slowly we were dropping towards it, and I could see that the buildings which at first sight had appeared of immense height and tower-like form were in reality gigantic basaltic columns capped with superimposed edifices of gleaming yellow. The next second the glasses dropped from my shaking, nerveless hands. Gathered on an open space of greenish plain were hundreds of human beings, but were they human? In form and features, as nearly as I could judge at that distance, they were human, but in color they were scarlet, and surmounting the head and extending along the arms to the elbows on every individual was a whitish, membranous frill, which at first sight reminded me of an Indian's war bonnet. The beings appeared to be of average height, but as the Chiriqui's keel touched solid ground and, keeling to one side, she rested upon one of her bilges, I saw with a shock that the scarlet creatures were of gigantic size, fully 30 feet in height, and that, without exception, all were females. All were stark naked. But despite the frills upon their heads and shoulders, despite their bizarre scarlet skins, despite their gigantic proportions, they were unquestionably human beings, women without doubt, and of the most perfect proportions, the most graceful forms and the most regular and even handsome features. Beside the stranded ship, they loomed as giants, but against the stupendous proportions of their land and city, they appeared no larger than ordinary mortals. By now they were streaming from their houses, and even in the surprise and excitement of that moment, I noticed that the giant rocky columns were perforated by windows and doors, and had obviously been hollowed out to form dwellings. Meantime, too, the huge machine which had captured the Chiriqui had descended and was lying at rest, and no longer emitting its green light, upon a cradle erected near the waterfall, and from openings in its central band several of the scarlet, giant Amazons were emerging. How long, I wondered, would I remain undiscovered? How long would it be before one of the female giants spied me? And then, what would be my fate? Why had they captured the ship? Where was I? What was this strange land reached through a crater? All these thoughts rushed through my brain as I peered cautiously down at the giant women who swarmed about the ship. But I had not long to wait for an answer to my first mental question. With a sudden spring, one of the women leaped to the Kyrique's anchor. With a second bound she was on the foredeck, and close at her heels came a score of others. Standing upon the deck with her head fringed by its erect vibrating membrane level with the boat deck, she gazed about for an instant. Then, catching sight of the form of a sailor sprawled upon the deck, she uttered a shrill, piercing cry, leaped forward, and before my unbelieving, horror-stricken eyes, tore the still living, palpitating body to pieces and ravenously devoured it. Unable to stir through the very repulsiveness of the scene, realizing that my turn might be next, I gazed fascinated. But the giant cannibal female was not to feast in peace. As her companions reached the deck, they rushed upon her and fought viciously for a portion of the reeking flesh. The struggle of these awful giants, as smeared with human blood, scratching and clawing, uttering shrill cries of rage, they rolled and fought on the deck, was indescribably terrible and disgusting. But it came to an abrupt end. With a bound, a giantess of giantesses, a powerfully muscled female, appeared, and like cowed beasts, the others drew aside, licking their chops, the membranes on their heads rising and falling in excitement, like the frills on an iguana lizard, and watching the newly arrived giantess with furtive eyes. Evidently she was the leader or chieftainess, and in curt but strangely shrill, and, of course to me, utterly unintelligible words, she gave orders to the others. Instantly, the horde of women began swarming over the ship, searching every nook and corner, and, wherever they discovered the inert bodies of the ship's company, dragged them on deck and piled them in heaps. Shaking with abject terror, I crouched back of the bridge, and racked my brains for thought of some safe spot in which to hide. But before I could make up my mind, one of the terrifying, monstrous females sprang upon the bridge and rushed towards me. With a maniacal scream, I turned and fled. Then, before me, blocking my way, there appeared another of the creatures. And then a most marvelous and surprising thing happened. Instead of falling upon me as I expected her to do, the giantess turned, and with a scream that equaled my own, leaped over the rail and fled to the uttermost extremity of the deck. I forgot my terror in my amazement. Why should this giant, cannibal woman fear me? Why should she run from me when, a few moments before, she had been fighting over a meal of an unconscious sailor? And it was evident that the others were equally afraid of me, for at her cry, and my appearance, all had rushed as far from me as possible, and stood regarding me with an odd mixture of wonder and terror on their huge faces. And then it occurred to me that their fear was, perhaps, due to my gas mask, to the apparatus that transformed me from a human being to a weird-looking monster. At any rate, I was evidently safe from molestation for the time being, and thanking my lucky stars that I had on the mask, I descended from the bridge, the giantesses retreating as I advanced. I entered the captain's cabin and locked the door. Here I breathed more freely, for even if the women overcame their fear of me and attempted to capture me, the steel doors and walls of the cabin would be impregnable defenses. Moreover, upon the wall above the bunk was a rifle, in a drawer of the dresser was a loaded revolver, and a short search revealed a plentiful supply of cartridges. Yes, if I were attacked, I could give a good account of myself, and I determined, if worst came to the worst, that I would blow out my brains rather than fall a victim to the female cannibal horde. Dully, through the thick walls of the cabin, I could hear the sounds of the women on the deck, but I had no desire to witness what was going on, and seated upon the captain's chair, I thought over the events which had transpired during the past few hours, and tried to find a reasonable solution to the incredible happenings. That I was within the earth seemed certain, though utterly fantastic. But who the giant women were, why they had captured the Kyrique, or by what unknown, tremendous power their marvelous airship was operated, were all utterly beyond my comprehension. But I must hurry on and relate the more important matters, for my time is limited, and the important thing is to let the world know how the human race may be saved from the terrible fate which has befallen me and all those upon the Chiriqui, and upon the destroyer McCracken, for that vessel, too, has fallen a victim to these horrible cannibalistic giantesses here within the center of the earth. Hunger and thirst drove me at last from my refuge in the captain's cabin, and armed with the loaded rifle and revolver, I cautiously peered out and stepped upon the deck. Only one woman was in sight, and instantly, at sight of me, she fled away. Not a body of the hundreds of men and women aboard the ship was visible, and feeling relieved that I was for a time safe, I stepped to the ship's rail and peered over. Scores of the women were carrying the inert forms of the unconscious men and women towards the nearby city. Stealthily, I hurried below in search of food and drink. Fears assailed me that the women had, in all probability, preceded me and carried off everything edible. But I need not have worried about food. I was yet to learn the horrible truth and the gruesome habits of these red giantesses. The saloon, the corridors, the staterooms, everything had been searched, and every person upon the vessel removed. In the pantry I found an abundance of food, and quickly satisfied my hunger and thirst. I pondered on my next move. The skipper's cabin seemed my safest refuge. I placed a supply of provisions within it, and locked myself in the little room again. For several days nothing of great importance occurred. I say days, but there are no days in this terrible place. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, and no darkness. The whole place is illuminated by a brilliant, greenish light that issues from a distant mountain range, and which seems to be of the same character as that which emanated from the spherical air machine. Fortunately, I had presence of mind enough to keep my watch going, as well as the captain's chronometer, for otherwise I would have had no knowledge of the passage of time. Once or twice the Scarlet Women visited the ship, but seemed nervous and wary, and made no effort to approach or molest me, merely gazed about as if searching for something, perhaps for me, and then retiring. Several times, too, I ventured on deck, and peered over the ship's side, but saw none of the giantesses, although with the glasses I could see crowds of the beings about the city in the distance. Also, I noticed among them several individuals who were much smaller than the rest, and who appeared to be men, although I could not be sure. I also discovered, and almost lost my life in the discovery, that the atmosphere of this place is unfit for human beings to breathe, and is thick with sulphurous fumes. Close to the ground these fumes are so dense that a person would succumb in a few moments, but at the height of the Chiriqui's decks, nearly 70 feet above the rocky bed on which she rests, the air is breathable, although it causes one to choke and cough after a few minutes. And I am sure that the houses of these giant beings have been built on the summits of the basalt columns in order to avoid the suffocating fumes of the lower levels. Later, too, I learned that the membrane-like frills upon these creatures are a sort of gills, or as I might say, natural gas masks, which by some means enable the beings to breathe the sulphur-laden air. But even with these, they avoid the lower areas where the fumes are the worst, and only visit them when necessity arises, which accounts for my being left in peace, with none of the horrible women near the ship, for days at a time. I discovered the presence of the sulphur gas on the first day when, attempting to eat, I removed my gas mask. Suffocating as I found the fumes, I was compelled to endure them, and gradually I became slightly accustomed to them, so that now I have little trouble in breathing during the short time it takes me to eat my meals. At all other times I must wear the apparatus, and I thank God that this is so, for I know now that it is the gas mask which so far has preserved my life. On the 10th day after my arrival, I noticed a number of the giantesses gathering about the huge, spherical airship, which still rested on its cradle near the Chiriqui, but which, I have forgotten to state, ceased to emit its green or red lights after it had landed. Lying there it resembled nothing so much as a gigantic canboy or a floating mine, if one can imagine a buoy 200 yards in diameter. On the day I mentioned, all interests seemed to be centered on the thing, and cautiously peering from the shelter of the deck-house, I watched the proceedings. Presently several of the women entered the sphere through an opening in its middle band. The aperture closed behind them, and immediately there was a low, humming sound as of machinery. As the sounds issued from the sphere, the cables to which were attached the smaller spheres, which glowed red when carrying the chiriqui through the air, were drawn in until the two smaller spheres were resting in recesses at the axes of the large sphere, and where they appeared merely as hemispherical projections. Then, slowly at first, but with ever-increasing speed, the slender rods about the large sphere began to move back and forth, or rather in an oscillating manner, until they were vibrating with such rapidity that they appeared merely rays of light. Slowly, majestically, the immense globe rose from its cradle, and gathering headway, leaped upward to an immense height. Then, tilting at an angle, it passed over the city and headed for an immense pinnacle of rock, which, fully 7 miles from where I stood, reminded me of a gigantic chimney or funnel. Although it was barely visible to the naked eye, I could see it distinctly through the glasses, and I watched it with the most intense and concentrated interest. For a few moments it remained, poised 100 feet or so above the pinnacle. Then, from the towering, tapering rock, a terrific jet of steam roared forth, and striking the great spherical machine above it, hurled it upward and beyond my vision. Give close heed to these words, whoever may, by God's grace, be listening to what I say, for upon them may hinge the fate of the human race. Only by this means, by being shot upward by this titanic jet of steam, can the airship leave this subterranean land and emerge through the crater by which it entered bearing the chiriqui. Within this place it can sail at will. Once above the crater opening it can travel anywhere, although it cannot land. But by some unknown force or magnetic attraction or freak of gravitation, the machine cannot ascend through the crater, although, when over it, it will drop like a plummet through the opening. And herein, for the sake of humanity, listen to this and remember my words, lies a means of destroying the machine. For by surrounding the crater with powerful guns, the sphere can be shelled as it emerges and utterly destroyed. To attempt to do so as it returns to the crater would be suicidal, for once in the outer air, it emanates vast quantities of most poisonous gas, and all living things within a radius of several miles would be struck down unconscious, as were my companions on the chiriqui. Even if gas masks were worn, it would be most difficult to destroy the machine as it descended, for it travels with incredible speed in its descent, and, moreover, the terrible creatures who man the thing would see that enemies lurked near, and would find some means of destroying them, or by the mysterious magnet force they control, would draw even the heaviest cannon to the machine as an ordinary magnet draws needles or iron filings. So if the thing is to be destroyed, it must be done as the machine emerges from the crater. Would to God that I could tell where the crater is, but beyond feeling sure it is at the summit of an Andean peak, I have no means of locating it. But I was telling of what occurred on that 10th day when the spherical airship was projected from my sight by the blast of steam. As the machine vanished, the women who had watched its departure returned to their city, and I swept the landscape with my glasses, wondering at the bleak, terrible scenery and bizarre colors. As I focused the binoculars upon a level plateau, perhaps a mile from where the chiriqui rested, I gasped in surprise. Clearly defined lay the remnants of what had once been a steamship. Had I given the matter thought, I might have known that the chiriqui was not the first vessel to have fallen a victim to these awful beings, but the sight of another ship's skeleton came to me as a terrific shock. As nearly as I could judge, the vessel had been dismantled, for only the great steel frame remained, with the mighty boilers and other portions of the ship scattered about, and gruesomely like some mammoth creature lying disemboweled upon the earth. I was consumed with a mad desire to visit that pathetic wreck, but I knew not to what dangers I would be exposed once I left the security of my ship. Not a being was in sight, however, and carefully I studied the land, visually measuring the relative distances between myself and the wreck, and between the city and the route I must traverse. Having already observed that the giantesses moved slowly and cumbrously on foot, I at last decided that even if they attempted to intercept me, I could regain the chiriqui before I was overtaken. So I threw caution to the winds and prepared to undertake my hazardous journey. Slinging the loaded rifle on my back, with the revolver at my belt, and still further arming myself with the keen-edged fire-axe. I hunted up the pilot's ladder, lowered it over the lowest side of the ship, which was also the side farthest from the city, and clambering down the Kyrikwe's lofty sides, leaped down upon the ground. To my amazement, I landed in a dense jungle of dry, tough vegetation which rose to my shoulders. From the deck, looking directly downwards, I had thought this dull green growth a short, wiry grass, and, of course, in its relative proportion to the gigantic women, it was no higher than ordinary grass to a normal human being. It was a wonderful example of the theory of relativity, but my mind was not interested in scientific matters at the time, and I merely gave thanks that the miniature jungle, which I saw was composed of giant lichens, would afford me cover through which I might sneak in safety, and with little chance of detection. Without much difficulty I made my way to the other vessel, and found her even more dissected than I had supposed. Why the denizens of the place had torn her to bits I did not then know, but certain portions of her machinery and fittings had been left intact, and as I examined these, I made another and most astounding discovery. Deeply engraved upon a brass plate was the ship's name USS Cyclops. For a space I stood staring, scarcely able to believe my eyes. Here then was the solution to that mystery of the sea, the disappearance of the collier, as laden with manganese. She vanished without word or trace when off the Barbados during the World War. No doubt, I thought, many a mystery of the sea had been caused by the damnable work of these beings with their infernal machine. But why, for what reason, did they capture ships? Why did they carry off the unconscious persons upon the vessels? And why did they tear the vessels apart? It was all a mystery which, in all its horrible, gruesome, ghoulish details, I was soon to solve. There was nothing more to be learned from the remains of the Cyclops, and in safety I returned to the Kyrikwe to find, to my surprise and terror, that a gang of the monstrous females had boarded the ship in my absence and were stripping her of everything. But as they caught sight of me, all threw down whatever they had and fled precipitately, leaving me once more in undisputed possession of the ship. I was relieved at this, for it was obvious that I had no need to fear the creatures. By now, too, I had formulated a theory to account for this strange dread of a being who was a puny, miserable thing compared to them. Unquestionably, my gas mask rendered me a most grotesque and unknown creature in their eyes. My remaining alive and active while all others upon the ship had succumbed to the noxious gas had probably caused them to think that I was a supernatural being. The fact that I could go about and breathe the sulphur-laden air would cause them to regard me with even greater wonder and superstition. And, as I found later, the fact that I was never seen to eat confirmed their belief that I was some mysterious being against whom their gases and their deviltries were of no avail. I had not much time to devote to such matters, however. Soon after regaining the Kyrikwe, I heard excited cries from the land, and looking over the ship's rails, I found an immense crowd had gathered near the empty cradle of the airship, and that all were gazing upward. Following their example, I stared into the greenish void and instantly understood. Descending rapidly towards the plain came the great sphere, and, suspended below it, was the hull of another captive ship. And as I focused my glasses upon this, I rubbed my eyes and gaped. The dull gray color, the lines, the raking funnels, the barbettes and gun muzzles left no room for doubt. Incredible as it seemed, the captive vessel was a warship. What hope, then, had my fellow men upon earth? What chance was there if these giant creatures could send forth their flaming machine, and by it capture the fastest, most powerful war vessels, all within the space of a few hours? Rapidly the machine and its burden approached, and presently descended, gently dropping the war vessel close to the Kyrikwe. My worst fears were confirmed. The vessel was an American destroyer, the McCracken, and I knew that scores of my countrymen must lie unconscious upon her, and in a few moments would be carried off to some unknown horrible fate. What that fate was I had already surmised. That first demonstration of the ferocious cannibalism of the giantesses upon the Kyrikwe's deck had been enough to make my blood run cold. But I had not yet guessed even a fraction of the true horror of it. Scarcely had the McCracken been dropped upon the earth, when the women swarmed upon her, and once more I saw the creatures gathering the inert forms of men and carrying them to the city. And rapidly they commenced dismantling and tearing the destroyer into bits. How they had accomplished this with the Cyclops had puzzled me, but now I witnessed the process close at hand. From the vicinity of the waterfall, lines or pipes were led to the vessel's side. Presently there was the roaring sound of steam. Dense clouds of vapor arose from the cataract. The water ceased to flow, and from the extremities of the lines or tubes 20-foot jets of blinding flame shot out. As easily as though made of wax, the steel sides, the massive beams, the armored barbettes of the warship melted and were cut by these jets, and as the pieces fell apart, the spherical airship took a position above the vessel, and by its magnetic power lifted tons of the fragments, then sailing off, deposited them in some spot beyond the city. It was then, as I saw the ship rapidly dissolving before my eyes, that the inspiration came to me which may make it possible for me to communicate with the outside world, and may, if God wills, serve to warn my fellow men of the fate which will overtake them if these terrible creatures are allowed to follow out their plans. As the jets of flame cut through the McCracken's superstructure, and the radio antennae fell in a tangled mass across the deck, I forgot all else and rushed to the wireless room of the Chiriqui. Here was my chance. If the ship's radio transmitter was still in working order, if the auxiliary battery was still charged, I might send out messages which, small as the chances were, might reach the ears of some of the countless thousands of persons who listened each night at their receiving sets. I trembled with fear that I would find the transmitter injured or dismantled. I shook with dread that the battery might be dead. I felt faint with apprehension that the message, if sent, might never penetrate the sulfur-laden atmosphere or might never reach the outer world, and I realized with a sickening sinking of my heart that even if heard my communication might be regarded as a hoax, and no attention would be given it. But I would do my best. The radio set had not been molested. Everything was in working order, and I set myself the task of transmitting my story each night at the same hour, repeating it over and over again, until the storage batteries are exhausted. For to get up steam and start the dynamos is beyond my powers. Had I knowledge of Morse, I would send my story by that code, but I have not, and so I must cease. For the love of your race and of your dear ones, listen, I beseech you, until I can resume. Here the message broke off abruptly, and Frank and I sat staring at each other, fearing to speak lest we might interrupt or miss the words which might come, and listening with straining ears at the headsets. For an hour we sat there, and then, once more the voice spoke. The doom that I feared is approaching. I have been here for 3 months, and this will, I know, be my final message. Oh, that I could only be sure that someone has heard my words, that my fate has not been in vain, but has served to warn my fellow beings. But I must hurry on. I have learned everything of importance. I have watched, studied, and have even learned to understand much of the language of these beings. I found that there were men. They are puny beings compared to the women, though 10-foot giants compared to normal men, and they are cowed, abject, mere slaves of the females. Only enough male children are permitted to survive to propagate the race. All others are killed. As they reach manhood, only those males of superintelligence, strength, and virility are permitted to live. The others are destroyed, and yes, horrible as it sounds, their bodies, like those of the murdered infants and of the aged, sick, or infirm, are devoured. And as fast as the males attain middle age, their lives are forfeited. Long ago these beings subsisted upon the few wild creatures which roamed their land, but long ago all these were exhausted, and human flesh became the only meat. There is no vegetable food, and for a time the sacrificed surplus males, and the aged, provided food for the race. But gradually the male births decreased, female children preponderated, and with the increased population resulting, the males were too few to nourish the others. Then, through what damnable accident or design I do not know, the creatures went forth in their airship and discovered the teeming millions of human beings on Earth. But the bulk of humanity was and still is safe from them, at least until new means of attacking mankind are devised, for the globular airship cannot approach the land, the very power it uses to lift the greatest steamships and carry them off, draws the machine to the earth and holds it fast. But above water, which acts as an insulator apparently, the apparatus can operate at will, and they have a two-fold purpose in capturing ships. All the available metal in this land was exhausted in constructing 2 of the spherical machines. One of these never returned from its first trip, and only the one remains. To construct more, these giant women plan to use the metal salvaged from captured ships, until a vast fleet of the infernal things is ready to go forth and wipe the seas clean of ships and human beings. And the bodies of the men and women, struck down by the gas, are to serve as food for these demons in human form. This is the most horrible, blood-curdling thing of all. Rendered unconscious by the gas, the victims remain in a state of suspended animation indefinitely, exactly as do grubs, spiders, and insects when stung by certain species of wasps and placed in their nests to provide food for their young. Stacked in great storage vaults these breathing, living, but paralyzed human beings are kept, and as needed, are taken out. Already they have a supply on hand sufficient to last them for over a year. Some of the Cyclops company are still preserved. There are over 300 from the Chiriqui, hundreds from other ships, and the entire crew of the McCracken. All these things I learned little by little, and mainly through a friend, for marvelous as it may seem, I have a friend, if friend he can be called, a miserable, trembling, terrified male, who, doomed to death, sought to escape his fate and sought refuge with me, dreading my presence less than his doom, and hoping that such a feared and almost reverenced being as myself might protect him. For 2 months he has been my companion, but he cannot eat anything but meat, and the supply of meat upon the ship is getting low, and sooner or later he must succumb. And the women, maddened at his escape from their clutches, though not yet daring to approach too closely to me, are getting bolder. Sometime, at some unguarded moment, they will find the poor fellow alone and will fall upon him. And in his terror, in an effort to buy his life, he will, I know, reveal to them that I am but an ordinary mortal, a man who eats and drinks, and who survived the gas by mechanical and not supernatural means. But I will not be taken alive by these fearful female cannibals. When the time comes, as I know it will, I will blow my brains out, and though they may devour my body, they will not rend me alive. No more ships have been brought in here since the McCracken was captured. But this, I know, is due to the fact that all the energies of these creatures are being devoted to building additional air machines. This work goes on in a vast cavern beyond the city where tremendous forces, furnaces with heat beyond human conception and machines of which we know nothing, are controlled by the internal steam, the radiant energy, and the magnetic powers of the earth's core. And now, again let me implore any and all who may hear my words to give close attention to what I say. For here again is a means by which humanity may combat and destroy these ghastly, gigantic cannibals. The spherical air machines are helpless from above. Their magnetic or electrical forces extend only downwards. The gases they throw out are heavier than air and descend but cannot ascend, and by means of swift planes, huge bombs, and machine guns, the things can be easily destroyed, and they cannot travel without throwing off the dazzling green light. Only when motionless are they dark, and so they will offer easy marks and can be readily detected. So, I beseech you who may hear, that the governments are notified and warned, and that a fleet or many fleets of airplanes properly equipped patrol the seas, and at first sight of one of the green meteors rise above it and utterly destroy it without mercy. Wait, I hear a terrified scream. I am back again at the transmitter. It was the fellow who has been with me. Poor devil, he has met his fate. But after all it was the custom of his people, and, moreover, he would have starved to death in a few days. For that matter I, too, face starvation. The ship's stock is running low. All the food upon the McCracken was destroyed in cutting up that vessel, and unless another ship is captured I will have no food after 2 weeks more. What a strange thought, how terrible an idea, that the awful fate of hundreds of my fellows would be my salvation. But I will never live to die from hunger. I can hear the terrible screams of my late companion on the deck outside. God, it is the end. The fellow must have told the enraged females. His body has been torn to shreds. With bloody hands and reeking lips they are rushing towards the upper deck where they are here. This is my last word. God grant that I have been heard. I am about to. Crashing in our ears came the report of a pistol. End of a voice from the inner world. By a Hayat Veril. Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Ere the end of his 15th orbit as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over control. Everything normal. All mechanical devices were operating perfectly. This information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing, both on the ground and as empty satellites, before entrusting them to carry animals, and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the Earth and the stars alternated over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that even during his initial orbit, when the Earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily. For there had been 2 men hurled into orbit before he ventured into space. 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period, and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending upon what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living. But this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground. But this, too, was part of the careful planning, radio control of the retro-rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro-rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that in spite of all precautions he was dead because he had not fired the rockets on the 50th orbit, and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers and all others were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 30th. His incoherent babble of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsy of even selected brain tissues seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a 3rd time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and, although he had anticipated each event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feeling as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate such experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit, he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more of Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but in only a remote way. A vague indistinctness born of distance served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas, which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of the 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The E&D of Egocentric Orbit, by John Corey. File name, Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. TXT, Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. Being a world unto one's self is lonely. Even the poor amoeba creature from Venus knew that. She found herself floating again in that strange, half-familiar world of murky fluid where only she existed. The liquid was all around her, pressing gently on all sides with a force that cushioned but did not restrain. It was a pleasant sensation, a calming one. The cares of the outside world were non-existent and therefore meaningless. She drifted, unhampered by the fluid. There seemed to be no direction but outward. Her thoughts went out, and they returned with impressions. This was her world, and she was the center of it. It pleased her to think this. It was an alien pleasure that was mental and without physical counterpart. There was quiet, stillness, a peace she had never known. The fluid flowed about her like a great silent sea that held no sound, no movement. It seemed natural that she should be here. She was content. At the accustomed time, the auto-hypnotics in Miss Abby Martin's body forced her to the threshold of consciousness and cleared her brain of the fog of sleep. Slowly, she opened her eyes to the morning brightness of her bedroom and stared at the vacant skylight and the blue expanse of sky beyond it, not quite comprehending where she was. The cloud foam cushions of her bed gave credence to the floating sensation she had had during her dream, and for a few seconds she lacked orientation. Then her eyes wandered about the room, to the closed door of the Raybath stall, the retracted dressing table, the chronometer label that told her it was March 14, 21:23 at 30 seconds past 700 hours, the subtle intonation of her favorite music, Churton's Maze of Crystal, murmured softly from the walls. Awareness came then, and she lay back on the bed and tried to follow the intricate crystal melodies. But a frown ridged her brow, and she wondered at the strange dream instead. She had found it pleasant enough, for she rather enjoyed the languid floating sensation, the feeling of being self-sufficient, a world unto herself. Yet the very fact of the dream's existence in a world where such things were manufactured disturbed her, for she had taken no dream pills the night before, nor at any of the other times the dream had come. The incident made her almost wish that witch-doctor psychiatrics had not been outlawed 20 years ago, so she might get some inkling of the dream's meaning. But psychiatrists had been pulled forcibly from the web of society when mental derangements were put under the jurisdiction of the somaticists. Overhead, a rocket thundered, shaking the house with a gentle hand, and Abby turned her attention to the sound, momentarily forgetting the dream. Through the one-way skylight, she saw a speck of light accelerate beyond vision. She shook her head impatiently. Rush, 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 that was all people seemed to think about these days. Go to the moon, go to Mars, go to Venus. In time they might go to the outer planets and perhaps even try to reach the stars. as though they didn't have enough trouble right here on Earth. All they did, it seemed, was hunt down poor beasts from the various planets and bring them back to Earth to put in cages and tanks on display, ostensibly to learn more of the planets by studying their inhabitants. To Abby, it seemed cruel and unnecessary. Like that poor amoeba creature from Venus, she thought, remembering the day last week when she and her niece Linda had visited the zoo to see this latest acquisition.
Phantoms by Lawrence R. Dorsey. Weird Tales, January 1925. The only man who knew the story was Carson, and he never told it. He was as hard-headed a man as you could find in the country, and his pride was that he wasn't superstitious. When Sellers called on him that evening, he left the monstrous tale in Carson's breast. True, he repudiated. 10 minutes later, the confession made, evidently, in a moment of weakness. "You can't go back on your statements like that, Sellers," the physician said quietly. "Even if the hop has so undermined your system that it's but a matter of weeks, you're not insane. You are as sane as I am, and you're lying to me when you try to get out of it like that. Swear to me that you'll never tell, never tell. All made up of whole cloth, spun you a yarn, don't know why. All rot, Carson, old man. Promise to forget it." "I would promise and welcome," said the other slowly, "if it weren't for the victims. The child, man. You know, Sellers, your case is serious. If you die with that on your soul, I guess I'm old-fashioned and all that, but the child, apart from the other thing, abandoned, as you say, in the woods. See a priest. Let me call in Father Quinn." "My God, Sellers!" Sellers laughed, a trifle uneasily. The doctor's blue eyes widened with horror. "You won't see a priest, Sellers?" he pleaded. "No, damn the priest, damn you, if you believe the rot I gave you a while back. I made it up, always was a bit theatrical. I lied. You lie now, Sellers, you know that." And the keen eyes bored into the shrunken soul rattling in the frail body before him. "Stop lying, man. You are about to die, it's no use blinking the fact. Common decency, even if you have no respect for religion." With an oath, the other turned on his heel and slammed the door behind him. Yes, Martha was dead and gone. There was no doubt about that. Yet, as Sellers glanced uneasily about the one little room comprising the old ramshackle cabin in the midst of the marsh, he had an eerie sensation that she was present. He had a feeling that she was trying to impress her presence on him, that she was vainly trying to communicate with him. This was the third day that he had passed alone in the old cabin since Martha died. But 3 days, they seemed like years. Like years it seemed since he had returned in his skiff from Vallejo to his home above the inlet, and Martha, noting his drunken state, had started the argument. It had degenerated into the usual squabble, for both were of uncertain temper. Martha, womanlike, seeing that she was being worsted in the argument, had pushed him through the door of the cabin, causing him to land full length in the sticky mud outside. Then he had risen in a towering rage and, grabbing a heavy iron bar, had dealt a terrific blow at his wife's head, expecting to see her dodge, as on many similar occasions. But she had slipped and lost her balance, and with a crunching, sickening sound, the bar had descended on her unprotected head. He could see her now, lying where she had dropped without a cry or groan. Horrified and frightened, he had poured cold water on her upturned face, had slapped and chafed her wrists. Finally, in a frenzy of terror, he had placed his hand over her heart. There was no movement, not even a flutter. Martha was dead, her head crushed in by the frightful blow. He had sought the hypodermic needle again, and his fears had fallen from him. He had picked up the baby and taken it to the outskirts of Suizun. Someone would find it and give it a home. But as the drug gradually wore off, he had fallen a prey to remorse and fear, and at last had fled to Carson for comfort and counsel. And, God pity him, he had not had the courage to go through with it. Sellers straightened up and glanced around. To his fervid imagination, 1,000 pairs of eyes seemed watching him. The leaves on the trees and bushes nearby, rustling in the wind, sounded like accusing voices. A crane rose from the swamp with a mighty flapping of wings and a shrill, harsh cry, causing Sellers' flesh to creep and his hair to stand on end. What if the crane had seen and was now trying to attract man's attention to the murderous deed? Martha's body had been disposed of in a shallow grave quickly dug in the soft, muddy ground. It was covered over with damp earth. Sellers breathed a sigh of relief. All the same, if only the crane hadn't seen. How gloomy and depressing the old cabin seemed. The very air seemed weighted with an unearthly, deathly chill, and those unseen eyes watching his every movement. He had been aware of their presence for 2 years and more, long before Martha died. The doctor had said hallucinations, but Sellers knew better. At night, out at his lines or setting his nets, he'd been conscious of ghostly whispers and strange murmurs which quivered in the air about him. He could not shake off that strange sensation that invisible eyes were watching him out of the misty, damp air that hovered over the swamp. The mysterious sounds were more noticeable in foggy or rainy weather. In fact, several times, when out late at night, he had seen mist-like shapes dogging his footsteps. He had at last come to the firm conviction that the air around the swamp was inhabited by a peculiar group of phantoms whose forms were almost visible in damp or foggy weather. Foggy, stormy, gloomy, and the wind this evening whistled across the swamp with a mournful intensity, like a legion of demons turned adrift, seeking for some human being to destroy. Every moment Sellers, sitting there, expected to see the cabin torn apart and its debris scattered broadcast over the swamp. The rain came down in torrents, dripping down the chimney and threatening to extinguish the small fire in the open hearth. If only Martha were not buried so close to the house. Again and again he felt certain that someone was trying to force open the door. Tiptoeing over, he listened intently. He imagined he could see misty shapes peering in through the solitary window. A damp chill was in the room, despite the fire. He rolled a barrel of water against the door, then fastened a large sheet of cardboard across the window. The misty shapes, furious that their view was obstructed, pointed ghostly, accusing fingers in his direction. The night wore on, and Sellers was unafraid. He pulled a writing tablet towards him and began to write, laughing at the foiled phantom shapes outside. He dozed off to sleep, only to awake with a shriek of terror and that strange, intangible feeling that the house was surrounded by invisible beings, ready to pounce upon him the moment he stepped outside. And then a cold perspiration stood on his forehead. What if the piece of cardboard which he had fastened across the window should fail to resist their attempts to force it? With terrified eyes, he glanced across the room. The cardboard still protected the window. But Martha seemed to be in the room, and so strong was this feeling that, although he could not see her, he caught himself speaking to her and waiting for her to answer. She seemed somehow to be in the room sewing or knitting in the old familiar way, and yet she was buried in the shallow grave outside the cabin. What a gloomy place the cabin was. He saw something on the threshold, but as he looked again, it was not there. He searched every nook and corner of the room, even going down on his knees and looking under the bed. He could discover nothing. Finally, he decided that it must have been the cat. It was now purring lazily before the hearth, and he gave it a vicious kick and began to prepare hot coffee. But the wind began to rise, and the rain beat against the window pane in a steady downpour. A chill crept over Sellers. The cat was mewing eerily. At times the cabin rocked and swayed with the fury of the gale. Again he was sure that Martha was in the room, quite close to him now, seeking to communicate with him. There was a loud rapping at the door, a loud, insistent knocking, as if someone demanded admittance. In a voice trembling with fear, Sellers asked who was there. No response came, but the latch clicked, as if someone were trying to open the door. Panic-stricken, Sellers sat at the table, muttering incoherently to himself. He noticed that the cat, with arched back and hair standing straight in the air, dived under the bed and continued to spit and mew. Again that knocking on the door, making it quiver on its frail hinges. Then the bar that secured it on the inside began to move slowly out of its socket. Sellers half attempted to rise from his chair, with the intention of holding the bar in its place, but he was powerless to move. The cat gave a wild screech and dashed through the flame and smoke of the hearth up the wide chimney. A loud click of the latch, and the door swung open. With eyes starting from their sockets, Sellers, nearly crazed with terror, watched several misty shapes circling around the threshold. They changed and drifted in the wind like phantom forms of fog or smoke. The desperate man's hand flew for the revolver in his hip pocket. As he grasped the weapon, the foremost of the phantoms glided up to where he sat. His brain reeled as he felt a pair of ice-cold hands encircle his wrists. His hands were held as in a vice. Sellers tried to struggle to his feet, but other hands forced him with irresistible pressure back into the chair. His elbow knocked the lamp from the table. It overturned on the floor, and at that moment the fire on the hearth went out, leaving the room in utter darkness. The rain and wind had suddenly ceased. The cat on the roof was mewing in an agony of terror. Far across the swamp, the bell of one of the channel buoys sent out a mournful sound, like the bell in the belfry of a church as a funeral approaches. The chill, clammy hands that encircled Sellers' wrists with a slow, steady pressure forced the muzzle of his revolver against his forehead. He tried desperately to resist, but he was as putty in the grip of those unseen hands. And then, in a far corner of the room, he saw Martha, and her face was red with blood from the wound he had inflicted. Sellers made a desperate effort to rise from his chair. The thought flashed through his mind that if he could reach her, he would be saved. But in the grip of those uncanny, unearthly forces, he was powerless. The muzzle of the revolver was forced back slowly, irresistibly. Now, like the finger of fate, it pointed directly at his forehead. A pressure on his finger, a flash of fire before his eyes. Martha swayed forward as if to embrace, drifting through space, drift. "Suicide," said Carson at the inquest. "A constitution undermined by long and excessive use of alcohol and drugs. Brain snapped. Undoubtedly he was already insane when he killed his wife. But what about the statement in the deceased's handwriting, containing what purported to be a record of the happenings of the hours immediately preceding his death?" asked the coroner. "That seems rational enough." "Alcohol and drugs," said the doctor shortly. "Hallucinations." And he turned abruptly, as if he were glad to have done with the case. For Carson was as hard-headed a man as you could find in the country, and his pride was that he wasn't superstitious. End of Phantoms by Laurence Dorset. The Street of Faces by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, July 1943. As General Yoshida walked through the Street of Faces where the masks were made, the children fled from him in terror, for he had no face, merely hideous scars and frightful purple-blue welts. His eyes, however, were still able to function. Miraculously, they had been spared by the bits of shrapnel that had sprayed his face. For weeks he had lain in a hospital, so long that many of the officers of his command believed he was dead, and those that visited him had grave doubts. General Yoshida he might be, but they could not be sure, for his face was unrecognizable and his voice was thick as he tried to speak. They could hardly understand him. To them it seemed hardly credible that their merciless general should be reduced to such a pitiful wreck. He had always been cruel to his enemies. He never took prisoners, slaying them all in order to save rice. Many he permitted his men to bayonet. It was good practice for them, it gave them certain pleasure, and more important still, it saved ammunition. And now General Yoshida lay without a face, or at least a face that was recognizable. But his heart was strong, and as he had lain there, he had been busy plotting. In all China, no man was a greater strategist. Not even that recent premier who had won many a point by feigning illness and going to bed for a few days when his presence was vitally needed at a conference. Even without a face, Yoshida's black, shrewd heart was alert and plotting. Entering the Street of Faces, General Yoshida went at once to the shop of Dr. Fang Kan, the only shopkeeper on the street who was a mechanic in human flesh. His brother, Fang Qi's shop next door, was a kaleidoscope of color. Not only did he create masks and puppets, but also dragons for the Dragon Festival. Few cities in China had not had one of his magnificent dragons moving along its gay-decked streets. Dr. Fang Kan had just partaken of a hearty meal, and he was resting. Only the rich came to him, and now, in all of China, no man was rich. But he was not perturbed. The affairs of the country were his affairs. He believed with Confucius that to lead an uninstructed people to war is to throw them away. When called upon, he had given freely of his medical skill to reconstruct the wrecked features of soldiers. And he had done more. Though his manner was gentle, he walked by night, and many was the Japanese who had the ill fortune to encounter him on a lonely road. There was steel in his arm, and his strength was like unto that of 5 men. However, few knew of his great strength, and so he encountered little opposition as he translated the Japanese. General Yoshida, though he lacked a face, was buoyed up by arrogance. Despite the fact that he was frightfully disfigured, he was still a general. He had even walked in the presence of his glorious emperor. When the festivities were over, the Golden Emperor had been locked up once more in his palace until it should be time to parade him again on a similar occasion. Dr. Fang Kan's eldest son had been killed when the Japanese invaded the Philippines. Fang Kan had stood before the gods in his temple and taken a vow that 10 Japs should die for every season his son had lived. Nor did he spend time in grieving. There was a mighty work to do. Time for grief would come afterward. China had been invaded. The spectre of war had left many deep and agonizing wounds. Hunger was riding rampant. Disease was held somehow in check. Each night Fang Kan walked, and Japs were dying. Other men walked by night. The farmer who ploughed his field by day, at night turned into a stalwart warrior. Even cooks left their employer's home when the evening meal had been cleared away. Little wonder, therefore, that the soldiers believed the late evening air of China was unhealthy for the Nipponese. They longed for their homes in Tokyo, Osaka, and Yokohama, which so few of them would ever see again. General Yoshida was angered that Dr. Fang Kan did not get up to meet him as he entered the shop, but he did not show his true feelings. For arrogance is a sorry flag to be waved by a man who has no face. Hanging on the wall were a few written pictures, while here and there were displayed masks from his brother's factory. One might have been Hirohito, but the general did not notice, so an explosion was avoided. "I am General Yoshida," said the little man curtly. "You wish me to make you a new face?" asked the doctor gently. His manner was too abrupt to please Yoshida, but after all, one glance at him was sufficient to suggest his mission. "If you are Dr. Fang Kan, you have come to the right place. What kind of a face would you like to have? Evil, I suppose." "Do you want your shop destroyed?" cried the general. "In that case," was the tranquil reply, "what a pity it will be that you will have to pursue conquests with a destroyed face. There are other doctors. Plenty, famed for acupuncture and the intricacies of the pulse, to dispel a fever or to prepare tonics, but, alas, in the entire province, I alone meddle with faces. When a great man loses face, he comes to me. I can remove blemishes of every kind, but not the eternal blemish of oppression. At the time of the Qin dynasty, at about the time the Great Wall was completed, One of my ancestors of revered memory was known as the Doctor of Lip Repair. It was one of the earliest recorded operations in the medium, which our American comrades in arms speak of as plastic surgery. Even then, vanity was rampant, and my illustrious ancestor amassed a considerable fortune. His healing art he taught to his son, who taught it to his eldest son, and so on, down through the centuries. And every son was named Fang Khan. I am fortunate to have been the recipient of this elegant heritage. Frequently we have had doctors in China whose sole claim to knowledge has been that they could wield a pen. For PO, special medical training was necessary for them to go about among the sick. It is because of them that we have such sayings as, "To take no medicine is the best cure," and "Medicine does not kill, the physician kills." However, in the days of the Shu and Qin dynasties, medicine attained a high degree of development, and doctors were superior men. So also have been the long line of lip repairers who are known as Fang Khan. Very interesting, spat out Yoshida, but of what interest is that to me? Certainly to you of all people. My qualifications as a physician should be of prime importance. However, I should add that the good surgeon first cures the ills of the nation, then human ailments. You mean China must be healed of her wounds before you will help me? There was little bombast in the general's tone now. It's an interesting kernel to chew on, but I will not hold you to it, even though the urge to do so is great. But that too will come when the dragons that guard our earth and sleep under our mountains grow weary of this war and spew out all invaders wherever they lie festering. Dr. Fang Khan was in an amiable mood. He closed his eyes so that no single glitter of his thoughts might shine through them. Yes, it would indeed be a great moment for him when Yoshida lay at the mercy of his knife. If the knife took matters into its own hands and snuffed out a despicable, arrogant life, the air of China would have a whiff of garden freshness. Fang Khan's garden was small, but he seldom slept without walking in it for a while before retiring. That night, the chrysanthemums would report to him that all was well. General Yoshida had the sudden fear that the operation might never be performed, that at the last moment Fang Khan might decline the honor that was offered to him. However, his fears were allayed when the doctor began speaking once more. There was an occasion when a man came to me who had the appearance of a wolf. This was decidedly awkward in his business, for he was a pirate, a brigand, captain of a junk that went about in the China seas, exacting toll from all those too weak to resist. Frequently, while vacationing on shore, he concocted various nefarious schemes that were not very successful because the intended victim always looked at his face and saw the shadow of a wolf in his expression. So he came to me. He wanted to be made over, so that his expression might be that of a philosopher. I acceded to his wishes. I gave him a handsome, gentle, benign expression. Nevertheless, the shade of the wolf still peeped out from his eyes. I was satisfied, however, for I am a doctor of lip repair. I cannot operate on the eyes. Very interesting, said Yoshida meekly. To try to frighten the doctor with an overbearing manner was as hard as getting a mountain to follow one down the road. However, there was still hope that the doctor might indirectly help him with his carefully worked-out plans. After all, he was not a brigand, nor did his appearance suggest that of a wolf. A parallel was lacking in the story. He was a noble member of the Bushido, though without some semblance of a face, it would be hard to convince anyone of his high position. Never once did it enter his smug little mind that he was placing himself at the entire mercy of Dr. Fang Khan's knives, nor that frequently in the annals of the world. Sharp knives had cut history into interesting and more serviceable patterns. I will start molding a new face for you tomorrow morning, said Fang Khan. Be here with the first streaks of dawn. If you are late, I shall refuse the job. That night, the doctor spent long hours in his garden. It was refreshing to hear the wind chattering in the tall bamboo. When daylight cleft the sky with streaks of light like new-drawn swords, His knives would be at work on the loathsome Yoshida. It was a pleasant task to contemplate, but who would guarantee that it would be successful? And yet, unaccountably, fear cluttered his heart. He was weary beyond all understanding. He sat down on a marble bench. Oddly, he had the feeling that there was someone at his back. Perhaps it was Yoshida anticipating his own actions, with a knife equally as sharp as any the doctor might use in his operations. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Angered, he was at the thought of death should terrify him. In these hours of torture for China, with women and children being blown to pieces by bombs and aged, wounded people with blind eyes groping along furrows that once were roads, death was more precious than life, and a deal kinder. Let Yoshida strike, it would not matter. He was not afraid of the future. He was without debt and had taken good care of the ancestral tablets. But still the feeling of horror persisted. With considerable effort, he turned his head and looked in back of him. No one was there, and yet a short distance away, a long line of figures in dark robes were entering the garden. Silently, like slim ghosts they came. What matter that there was no gateway within the shadows from which they emerged? In regular order, they took their places in front of him, like unto an audience before the dais of a storyteller. Some looked very old, none looked young, and all had a vague something about them, a kinship with him that he could not explain. Then understanding came to him. These were his ancestors. These were all the long line of doctors of which he was the living symbol. All of them were or had once been doctors named Fang Can. Cold perspiration broke out on his forehead. His eyes felt like ice in their sockets. His very marrow had frozen, and his blood had ceased to flow. This was ignominy indeed. He was on trial before his elders. Not one of these doctors had ever lost a patient, had ever been guilty of treachery, and he was planning the destruction of Yoshida while pretending to rebuild his face. It mattered not to his ancestors how many Japanese he killed for China, but they must not be his patients when their lives were snuffed out. These were the men who had glorified surgery. Through the ages, they had built up a family reputation that was written in living ink in the annals of China. It must not crumble because one of their number had failed in his duty. Dew was dropping from the tall trees, and there was chill in the air. The music of the bamboos was a dirge. No longer was there perfume in that garden, and the night sounds were stilled. The doctor's eyes were unaccountably keen. Why should all his ancestral doctors appear before him to balk the decomposition of General Yoshida? Was not a dead enemy a friend? Outside the wall, a drunken dragon that is a poet was walking somewhat unsteadily homeward and in direct violation of the edicts of the Japanese army. He was filling the air with song, "Sing to your heart's content, for gods and ghosts there be. How do I know I shall not die of hunger and fill the gutter?" The sound of the booming voice broke the spell. The night sounds stirred into life. Dr. Fang Can gazed about him in bewilderment. Gone were the ghosts of his ancestors. But the memory of them filled his thoughts, nor did he forget their message. Though they had not spoken, their presence was enough. He knew as surely as though their wishes had been written in flaming characters on the sky. But still the desire to dispose of General Yoshida once and forever had grown to be a craving he could not assuage. The light of morning was burnishing the eastern sky. He bathed his face in the water of a spring. It cooled his forehead and washed away the ice beads of perspiration. There was work for him to do. As he walked into his shop, Yoshida was waiting for him. Dr. Fang Can's greeting was perfunctory. He motioned the general to follow him to the small garden-facing room that he used as his surgery, though he preferred to call it the studio wherein he modeled faces. Yoshida was somewhat arrogant, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Apparently, he was unable to grasp the absurdity of it. a Chinese enemy doctor brandishing knives about his head, and no one to witness whatever might happen. It was a moment for Yoshida to offer prayers to the gods of Shinto, but he was too busy plotting the future to worry about anything else. And Fang Kan went to work. Dexterously he handled the knives that lay in a friendly row on a table before him. The last knife in the line was long and thin and deadly. It might spell finis for the arrogant general. Or perhaps it would not speak at all. Fang Kan gathered sufficient skin from the chest and thighs of Yoshida to fashion a face, and if he took off a trifle more skin than was needed, set it down as merely a guarantee against emergencies. Yoshida felt little pain, for the doctor used an ancient local anesthetic that was as soothing as a fragrant balm. As the surgery progressed, Dr. Fang Kan became so absorbed in his work, he forgot all else. No longer was he an enemy of this little faceless man, but a doctor performing an age-old miracle that had been handed down from father to son since the Tang dynasty. For hours he worked without cessation, as the day swallowed the sun. When the last beams of light had died, his task was done. Bandages had been applied to the sculpted likeness of a Chinese face. At Fang Kan's command, servants carried Yoshida gently to a pleasant room opening upon the garden, where he could rest, sleep, recover and forget for a while that he was a despicable general, hated by all those who watched over him so carefully, fed him, and saw to it that he was as comfortable as possible. Meanwhile, the doctor put on his ancestral robes and repaired to a room where he could drink tea in quietude. Through the open window perfume drifted. Another night was upon him, but now there was no longer fear. He had been true to ancestors, true to his surgical tradition, and somehow he knew that all would work out satisfactorily for China. From the ancients, wisdom had come to him. The dead, wrapped in silence, had yet been able to convey their thoughts to him. Not for a moment did he believe he had been dreaming. That the ancestral doctors had come to him, he had no doubt. For it seemed no more absurd to him than the acknowledged fact that at the age of 50, a fox can take the form of a woman, and frequently does. During the next few weeks, Yoshida had no reason to complain about the service that was given him. He was fed well and the bed was comfortable. The pillow, however, was too soft. He would have preferred one made of wood or porcelain as in his own land. Then, too, he was not used to sleeping on a bed, and for a while he was worried about the little fireplace under it for heating in the winter months. Suppose some Chinese patriot should build a fire with heat enough to roast him to death. There was reason enough for worry, but of the doctor he was not afraid. He longed to rise from the bed and sleep on rugs spread upon the floor, but he refrained. That might be interpreted as a mark of cowardice. So he endured the torture of a soft bed with pillows. The morning came at last when the bandages could be removed. Trying to suppress his excitement, Yoshida looked into the mirror which the doctor obligingly held for him. The face that gazed out at him was that of a young Chinese with a friendly smile. Dr. Fang Kan had added the suggestion of a smile in a spirit of mockery. He knew that his people were always wary of a man who had a smiling face, even though they were the most laugh-loving people in the whole world. Now, however, with China so grievously wounded, there was no reason to laugh. Yet Yoshida smiled and was satisfied. "How can I ever repay you?" he said jubilantly. Now he could be a menace to China without personal danger. He could kill at will, nor would he be suspected. "You are satisfied, then," said the doctor softly. "Abundantly. I am gratified. I was afraid you might be disappointed." "What do you mean? I don't understand. Is not my face pale and round as the full moon?" "True, but it is the wolf story all over again. I wish I could have done something for your eyes." "You mean my eyes are those of a wolf?" asked the general angrily. "No, of a Japanese, in other words rapacious, crafty, drunk with power." Yoshida made little attempt to hide his anger. For your insults, he screamed. I will cause your entire family to be wiped out, even your cousins and your father-in-law. We of China have grown used to death, was the gentle reply. It is never further away than our fingertips. We fear it not, but you, preposterous general, will be in a difficult position. Unless you come to me every month, so that I may apply a special unguent to your face, it will wither and grow black, more frightful than the smashed face with which you came to me. And people will shun you as though you had a plague. You will be friendless and alone and forced to live in a desert place. Yoshida's attitude changed at once. You are safe from me, he said, and your offense will be overlooked. I wish I could grant you the same immunity, but I cannot. With a smiling face or not, you are vile. Nevertheless, I am your doctor, and I wish my handiwork to be a success. I have never had the misfortune to fail in my surgical work, but now the time has come for you to pay for my services. Name whatever price you wish. My fee will not be large, merely any papers you may have in your pockets. I cannot accede to your wishes. My papers are of a secret nature. They must not be read by anyone. I do not wish to read them. If you wish, we'll burn them right here. As though the entire scene had been rehearsed, a servant brought a lighted candle. Give me the papers, the doctor directed. Reluctantly, Yoshida handed them over. At once, the doctor applied them to the flame. They burned with considerable enthusiasm. When naught but ashes remained, Fang Can collected them carefully, as though they were so much gold. This is my fee, and I am satisfied. I don't understand, they're only ashes. Put it down that I am eccentric. If you wish, or perhaps I do not care to risk carrying a large sum of money in my humble shop, as long as so many of your soldiers are in the city. To accept gold would place my life in jeopardy. By accepting ashes, I leave jeopardy to you. I was always bad at riddles. In time, this one will be solved for you. And now you may go. You are well enough to travel. 1 month from today, return to my shop if that is possible. You can depend on it, I'll be back. I intend to take good care of my new face. If I can help it, it shall not wither. So General Yoshida swaggered from the shop and along the street of faces. Children smiled at him in friendly manner as he passed. His body was all vice, but his face reflected virtue, and children were no longer afraid of him. Now he could go wherever he wanted with immunity. He knew enough Chinese for the passing brief words he might be forced to utter. Through Great Street he strode, glancing with simulated interest at the beautiful vertical signs as though he was able to understand them. He was affronted by the fact that most of the men that passed him were taller than he was, nor did he notice that many of the elder shopkeepers, loitering in their doorways, looked askance at a Chinese wearing a Japanese uniform. Traitors were few in China, and they found his presence among them an unpleasant novelty. However, there were many dark nights, and eventually his time would come to hang up his hat. General Yoshida decided that he would spend a few days with his troops, dispose of the dispatches and letters that had accumulated in his absence. He would place Oshima in charge, and then set out on his travels. Perhaps his fellow officers would like to give a large banquet at the hotel on the lake, which they had taken over to use as headquarters. Perhaps when the emperor heard of his exploits, he would be given a high position with the war board in Tokyo. As he readied the outskirts of his own encampment, he was accosted by a Japanese sentry with a fixed bayonet. When he was about to speak, to explain his Chinese face, the sentry prodded him, and the sharp bayonet bit into his flesh. Other soldiers came running up. They jabbered and gesticulated excitedly. He wanted to tell them that he was Yoshida, supreme commander of all the troops, but they wouldn't let him speak. If he uttered a sound, he was stabbed viciously. They were dunderheads. It was inglorious misunderstanding. A member of the Bushido to be exposed to such indignities. He remembered that he himself had instigated this form of bayonet practice. He had proclaimed that the steel tongue of a bayonet was very persuasive. Now it was being used on his noble person, but the culprits would pay. He'd see they were thrown into the lake, carrying full pack, and no one would be permitted to rescue them. If they succeeded in fighting their way ashore, they'd be thrown in again until they ceased to struggle. General Yoshida's hopes revived as he saw Oshima approaching. Colonel Oshima was a man of culture and refinement. He had been educated in China, but had absorbed little of Chinese philosophy. Nevertheless, he was of a kind nature. He hated to harm anyone except his enemies. With them, he was a past master of Gestapo methods. Not even Germany's Himmler could excel him in wanton cruelties. He hunted down all those who were opposed to the Bushido as relentlessly as a hunter stalks his prey. But as an officer, General Yoshida could find no fault with him. He was a bright exponent of military discipline. Surely Oshima would release him from this stupid and painful position in which he had inadvertently placed himself. However, as Oshima came toward him, Yoshida's hopes perished. There was blood in his eyes, the lust for killing. He had killed more prisoners than any other officer on Chinese soil. Most of his associates permitted the soldiers to do their butchery, but Oshima liked to be in on the kill, and so he came up to this new prisoner with the friendly Chinese face. How dared he wear the uniform of a Japanese general? Bushido must be avenged. General Yoshida uttered an agonizing shriek as Oshima seized a rifle from one of the guards. A single vicious thrust of the bayonet, and Yoshida's heart was impaled. Oshima smiled. He seldom missed. Death by a single blow. It was rather a pity that the prisoner had not been subjected to torture, for torture gave the soldiers something to do, kept them near camp. For there were no theaters nearby, and when they were too long without action, the troops grew restless. All day the body of Yoshida lay where it had fallen. He was very fortunate. His Chinese face was not even scratched. The operation by Fang Kan had been enormously successful. End of The Street of Faces by Frank Owen. Possession is a psychological horror story that delves into themes of identity, duality, and the fragility of the human soul. Set in an academic setting, it follows a professor as he faces the horrifying consequences of a colleague's experiment to transfer consciousness. Possession by Julius Long. Weird Tales, January 1934. A short and amazing tale of hypnotism and dual personality. When I beheld Anderson's face as he emerged from Dr. Silvara's inner office, I expected the worst. His manner was easy and calm. Years of intimacy had taught me that my nervous and excitable friend was serene and tranquil only when face to face with some inevitable misfortune. I had never before seen him so cool. Never before had he been confronted with a catastrophe so dire and unavoidable. I knew that he was doomed to die. In his bosom he carried the fatal seed of extinction. It would soon expand within him until it had suffocated the last small remnant of vitality. "Let us take a bus," he said. We climbed to the top of a Fifth Avenue bus and occupied a front seat. Slowly we progressed down 57th Street to the drive. I could not bring myself to question Anderson concerning the interview. I anticipated the answer and did not wish to make him repeat his own death sentence, yet I feared he might interpret my silence as indifference. He must have sensed my dilemma, for he turned and spoke to me. His tone was utterly casual. "You may not know it, but you are riding with what is virtually a corpse. I have but 2 weeks to live." Dr. Silvara was very precise about it. 2 weeks exactly. I must be careful not to live 13 days or 15. That would seriously undermine the doctor's reputation for infallibility. I was appalled by this ghastly raillery. One expects a certain measure of dignity in a man on the threshold of death. But the speech was characteristic of Anderson. He could take nothing seriously, not even his own demise. "You must resign at once," I told him. "You must use these 2 precious weeks to complete your book." Anderson was professor of psychology, and he had intimated to me that his latest work was based upon a discovery that would revolutionize the science of psychology. He laughed cynically. "Nothing matters to me except my own life," he said. "If I am not to live to enjoy my fame, why strive for it?" I was surprised by this selfish attitude, but said nothing about it. "I shall have to find someone else to put me to sleep at night," I observed, more to break the silence than anything else. I had suffered from insomnia for years, and not until Anderson had come to my aid with hypnotic treatment had I enjoyed relief. Every night thereafter, he would come to my apartment, which was in the same building as his own, and repeat his treatment. I became so responsive to his efforts that he could send me off to sleep merely by uttering a few soothing words. I was conscious that my suggestibility had reached a stage where my friend might abuse his trust. I knew very well that prolonged hypnotic treatment subordinates the mind of the subject to that of the operator, but Anderson had never caused me to doubt his goodwill. "Do not worry about the future until it is the present," he said lightly. That night, he came as usual to my rooms and began his operations with great impatience. I accepted this as natural, assuming that he wished to be through to rush back to his book. In the few seconds before I went to sleep, I was struck by the unusual appearance of his face. The light had been extinguished, and only the soft moonlight illuminated the room. His features were shadowed. Even his blonde hair appeared black and sharply outlined. His eyes seemed to appear from the impenetrable recesses of bottomless wells. His thin lips spoke with scarcely perceptible movements. I had never seen a countenance so diabolical, and in the fraction of a second before I lost consciousness, I regretted that I had let myself become so dependent upon the man. Throughout the night, I dreamed strange nightmares, which upon awakening I could not call to mind. I knew only that they had been horrible and gruesome. During the day I was tired and weary, as if I had not slept the previous night. Throughout my English classes, I stammered and stuttered. My students did not conceal their suspicion that I had dissipated, and they exchanged amused glances. The next day, and the days after that, my condition grew worse. Then there occurred an incident which tried my credulity. It happened during my 11 o'clock class. I was lecturing on the idiosyncrasies of Lawrence Sterne when I noticed a stirring and uneasiness in my listeners. I paused an instant and continued. The students again became attentive. At the end of the hour, I summoned one of them to my desk. "There seemed to be some irregularity during my lecture," I said. "Did I commit some frightful blunder?" The student stammered hesitatingly. "Out with it," I commanded impatiently. "We were wondering," he confided, "why you broke off your lecture to give us a discourse on the symptoms of agoraphobia. It was all very interesting, but it seemed a bit unusual to hear such information in a lecture on Sterne." "I can believe that," I said. "That will do. Thank you very much." During lunch, I racked my brain to account for this strange lapse. The circumstance that puzzled me most of all was that I knew absolutely nothing of agoraphobia. I doubt that I had ever heard of it before. I decided to consult Anderson. He taught the neuroses. He would know all about the disease. Besides, he might be able to explain my unusual experience. That night I told him of it, but he was very vague. "You mustn't take your experiences too seriously," he said. That night's sleep was suffused with mad dreams whose hideous content was too elusive for me to recapture upon awakening. That day was more tedious and annoying than those previous. The strange incident of the day before was complicated by an astounding discovery. A student came to me after class and reported that a similar phenomenon had occurred during Professor Anderson's 11 o'clock lecture on the neuroses. Without warning, he discontinued his lecture on agoraphobia and spoke eloquently of the style of Lawrence Stern. I was assured that he supplied the very information that I omitted from my own lecture. I spent the rest of the day trying to account for this strange phenomenon. Had Anderson's personality been exchanged with my own? What could cause such an unnatural occurrence? I could not believe that there existed between Anderson and me a mutual sympathy of such intensity that it would give rise to a supernatural phenomenon. Indeed, I had begun to feel that he hated me for my healthy body and the years I was to outlive him. His manner had become subtly strained, though outwardly he manifested the same friendship. I confronted him with the fact of his own simultaneous lapse, and he simulated surprise, which did not deceive me. Why did he try to pass the whole affair off as a commonplace occurrence? I suspected that even then he was attempting to allay my suspicion. That night, I was frightened by a nightmare, which I could later recall. Indeed, I remembered it so vividly that I refused to think it a dream. Here are the details. I was awakened in the middle of the night by an almost unendurable pain in my lungs. Gasping for breath, I climbed out of bed. My limbs weighed heavily, and my muscles were unresponsive. I was conscious that I was a very sick man. With difficulty, I made my way to the window. Not until I stared down into the street below did I discover that I was not in my own apartment. My room opened only on 112th Street. I found myself looking down into Broadway. I reflected a moment. Had I spent the night with someone? I instantly recalled that I had not. I looked about myself. The clothes that hung carelessly over chairs were not my own, yet they were strangely familiar. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of my hands. I started in horror. They were bony and almost devoid of flesh. I rushed through a door, which I thought would lead to the hallway. I found myself in a bathroom. I searched for a switch and snapped on the light. I saw at once that I was in Anderson's apartment. I turned and stared at my reflection in the mirror. The face I beheld was the sickly and sallow visage of Anderson. Oblivion folded over me. Such was my dream, or was it a dream? I was racked by the terrible suspicion that the experience was not imaginary, but real. There was about my memory of it a persistent vividness that was very unlike the fading recollection of a dream. Was my soul temporarily transferred into the dying body of my friend? Had the unaccountable experience in the classroom been repeated? The thought nearly drove me mad. I recalled Anderson's strange manner, his seeming indifference to death. Could it have been that he expected to live on in my body after his own had succumbed to the ravages of his disease? Was he transferring his soul into my flesh? How could this be so? I remembered his hints of the tremendous discovery he had made, of its revolutionary effects on psychological theory. Was this interchange of personalities a demonstration of his power? A ghastly experiment which was to give him new life, perhaps enable him to live on through the centuries? Was I his chosen victim? Was my own soul to be transferred into his decadent body, to die with it? I did not know how to answer these questions, but I resolved to confront Anderson with them. That night, when he came to repeat his hypnosis, I eyed him sternly. "Your experiment is over," I said boldly. "You will never again hypnotize me." His eyebrows lifted with more amusement than surprise. I shuddered as I looked at his emaciated features. If Dr. Silvara's prediction were correct, he had only 2 more days to live. I marveled that he managed to drag himself to classes. "Whether you want me to hypnotize you or not makes very little difference," he said evenly. "You are no longer in a position to command. You are so suggestible to my treatment that it is not in your power to resist it." I winced at this, but faced him with all the courage I could muster. "You flatter yourself," I said. "You have dominated my mind only because I was fool enough to trust you. I know not what knowledge and skill is at your command, but I realize now what you have been attempting to do. You will fail. In a very few days, you will be dead." Anderson laughed. "So you have discovered my little secret? Yes, I have worked every night with you, and last night I almost succeeded. Tonight I will. It will not be I who will be dead in a few days, but you. That will be the reward of my genius. I am the first to prove that the soul is a separate psychic entity that can be completely divorced from the body. My soul will not live in another world, but on forever in this one, in the bodies of men whose will is less strong than mine. Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will." I was disconcerted by the conviction with which he spoke these words. I recognized them as Joseph Glanville's, which had been quoted by Poe in Ligeia. I felt helpless to cope with the knowledge which was at Anderson's disposal. Nevertheless, I put up a brave front and replied boldly, "It is not I who am weak, but you. If you do not leave this instant, I will take you by the collar and throw you out." Anderson only laughed and moved carelessly toward me. His face was so withered by disease and his body so frail that I could not bring myself to touch him. He began slowly to repeat the words he had used for years to induce sleep in my nerves. I struggled not to listen to them, to fight them off. I felt a numbness creep upon me. Oh my God! Was I so weak-willed that I was to lose this battle for my life? I could hear nothing but Anderson's monotonous voice. I knew that I was lost. My mind became befuddled and my vision befogged. Sleep invested my body. Anderson had won. When I regained consciousness, I only slowly recalled the terrible scene. I switched on the light and looked at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. I noticed at once that I was in my own room. Thank heaven, Anderson, though he had succeeded in hypnotizing me, had failed to effect the transference. But my joy was of short duration. I began suddenly to cough. I reached for a handkerchief and beheld my arms and hands. They were the bony yellow arms and hands of Anderson. I did not trouble to look into a mirror. I knew that I dwelt in the dying body of my false friend. I heard a sound and turned about. Anderson stood in the doorway, but it was I who seemed to appear there. It was my body, my face that I saw. Anderson smiled amusedly. "Well, you see what has happened. There is nothing you can do now to save yourself. You must die with the miserable body that houses your soul." A fit of uncontrollable rage shook me. "You devil," I cried, "I will kill you for this. Both of us shall die." I rushed wildly to the bureau and opened a drawer. Anderson suspected that there was a revolver there, and he sprang after me. "Oh, no, you don't," he said, pinioning my arms. I struggled with all my pitiable strength. He held me fast. I gave a last violent lunge. I tore myself from him and faced him. My victory was short-lived. While I regarded him furiously, gasping for breath, my very lungs seemed to collapse. Blood filled my mouth and nostrils. Anderson watched me sardonically. My knees sagged under me, and I fell to the floor. The pain was insufferable. I was choked, unable to breathe. I knew I was dying. Blackness enveloped me. A second later, I found myself standing, reeling on my feet. On the floor below me lay the body of Anderson. It was bathed in blood. I realized at once that he had suffered a frightful hemorrhage. I stooped to his assistance. I felt his pulse. He was quite dead. In a flash, the memory of all that had happened came to me. I rose to my feet and looked at the dead man with utter stupefaction. What had happened? What had saved me, restored my soul to its own body? The only answer I can give is that the spirit is more inextricably rooted to its corporeal form than Anderson had suspected. Though he had indeed effected a complete metempsychosis, death had undone his work. I simply told the coroner that he had been taken very ill and rushed frantically into my apartment, where he had succumbed from his hemorrhage. It is a pity his genius has been lost to the world. End of Possession by Julius Long. The Mirror by Charles King. Weird Tales, November 1945. It's impossible. His concentration was so great that he didn't know he had spoken aloud. He closed one eye entirely, then opened it, slowly, hoping against hope. He then worked his tongue into a corner of his cheek and rotated it about. He watched, stared. A pulse was drumming fiercely in his forehead as he backed away from the mirror. He had first noticed it a short time ago, 7 days to be exact. It is logical to suppose that he would have known of it sooner if he had been a vainer man. Most certainly, then, he would have looked into mirrors a great deal oftener. But J. Swartz was a mild man, a meek man, a man completely devoid of ego. He wore his habits the way he wore his clothes, soberly. He did not sin, he would not. He did not cheat, he could not. 3 drinks before dinner, and his reactions unmistakably informed him that he'd had enough. He was like that. Once again he shot a covert glance at the mirror. There it was, plain to see. J. Swartz had been brought up properly, but that is an expression that has lost its true meaning. To speak with exactitude, it is better to say that he had been brought up primly, in an era where modesty was considerably more than a fetish, an era where the most innocuous words called down condemnation upon the luckless user. J. Swartz's family proudly outdid themselves in righteous self-effacement, completely cloaked with the mantle of selflessness. Or so they insisted. They balanced themselves with practiced step upon the tightrope of virtue. No matter the season, their bodies were swathed in layer upon layer of raiment. Indoors, their comportment was such as to assure them front-row seats in the heavenly orchestra of harpists. Or so they insisted. Jay had never been one to rebel. He was the sort born to accept orders unquestioningly. If, even in the privacy of one's room, it was immodest and wrong to undress, before dousing the lights, he carefully put out the lights before removing his breeches. His parents had instructed him. He obeyed them. He had to go to the lavatory, it would never do to say so. That would have been grievously shocking. Any simple excuse to leave the room was acceptable under those conditions, but never the immodest truth. But all these bugaboos paled before the one strict, immutable rule that pervaded the Swartz household. Serving the interests of virtue, one might do everything in one's power, and then fail. How? By looking, smiling at, daring to admire one's reflected form in a mirror. The human form was a debased thing of evil that only served to lead its owner off the garden path. Thus, logically, it was a thing to remain unseen, avoided. Jay's father used it for shaving. That was its purpose. One of Jay's most memorable recollections was the time that he had been caught. He'd lost a tooth, as boys will, and was entirely engrossed in exploring the bloody cavity with an inquisitive finger. The mirror helped a great deal as he probed and poked. Until, jar, he swerved, nearly upsetting himself, and paled. Yes, father. Ungodly brat. You were lasciviously admiring yourself. I don't understand, father. Do not trifle with me. I have explained the sin often enough. It was the big word I didn't understand. And honest, I was just fooling. Which is as far as Jay got. His gasp was cut off as a gnarled hand jerked at the back of his collar. The shaving strop was seized, raised aloft, then brought down with a singing swish. Jay's cry of pain suffered the same brief span that his gasp had lasted. The steadily flailing strip of leather effectively stifled everything but an agonized wish for death. Again and again, it rose and fell. The regularity was monotonous, the pain eventually indescribable. Things, after a while, resolved into a whirling world of unbeheaved torture. Again and again rose the leather flail. Down and down it beat against the semi-conscious jerking form that was J. Swartz. Jay finally fainted. A graphic experience is forever etched upon the consciousness of a child. Jay never forgot that beating. It bared the constant impact of a sledgehammer swung against a huge brazen gong. The reverberations went on and on and on. Jay grew older and finally left home to establish his own way in the world. He trod in minor paths. Luckier than most men, he never was troubled by an all-consuming ambition. The highways for others, the byways for him. A small job, a small room, these quite comfortably fitted his small desires. His position with a large insurance company was safe and steady. Nobody resents a man who doesn't covet positions that aren't better than his. Nobody wields an economic knife against a man who is supremely satisfied to trudge a tuneless treadmill. He was accepted with the same careless complacence that is usually associated with a slightly worn piece of office furniture, and he was considered very much as devoid of personality or hidden depth. But they would have been surprised. He did have a secret. Jay Schwartz was still afraid of mirrors. Psychologically conditioned by the ultra-stern conditions of his youth, his fear never diminished. To the contrary, it fed upon itself and grew constantly. Morbidly. A man incapable of making living enemies, he found himself in the anomalous position of having an inanimate foe. He used mirrors as sparingly as was humanly possible. Brushing his teeth and washing his face were easy. No ordeal there. But shaving was a shuddering time of terror that had to be agonized through every morning. And now. It's impossible. But it was possible. It was there, plain to see, plain to see. Even as his eyes clung to the mirror and his mouth was drawn thin with horror, his reflection was laughing at him. His hand stole to his face. His reflected hand didn't. There were new lines in his face, but his mirrored face was full and untroubled. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but not so in the likeness that was flung back at him. Horribly, silently, the face in the mirror kept laughing and laughing. It had been a week ago that he had first noticed. A week ago that his reflection had rebelled. A week ago that his mirrored personality had begun defying him. It might have begun sooner, he hadn't noticed. Until one morning it had winked obscenely at him, and ever since. He remembered now the ancient Germanic legend of the man who had met his double. It had been wringing its hands. Death. He fought himself, but his eyes shot toward his reflection. It was grinning, wringing its hands. The psychiatrist wielded his pen with sure, broad strokes. A man untroubled by personal ghosts. A man who slew the morbid fancies and terrorizing thoughts of others. He scratched a last notation, his lips forming the inaudible words. Psychosis. Autosuggestion. Jay squirmed forward in his chair as the psychiatrist leaned back and studied him. Does it mean I am crazy? The other's full, rich, carefully practiced tones fell upon Jay Schwartz like a protective benediction. No, absolutely not. You are as sane as I am. This last accompanied by a resonant chuckle. Then the thing I see can't hurt me. It is impossible for it to hurt you. Impossible because you do not see it. But doctor, please, a moment. Well-manicured fingers interlaced themselves across a well-padded stomach. From what you have told me, you are a man pursued by phantoms. It is not your fault, Mr. Schwartz. You have related how your boyhood was completely dominated by a thorough abnegation of healthy emotion. No outlets at all. Well, sir, what is the result? What? As you grew older, Mr. Schwartz, you cast off the narrow outlook with which you were most effectively swaddled. You didn't know it, but you did. And due to the inexorable law of nature, you began to think for yourself. That, of course, brought its problems. I don't understand. Let us put it this way. A man who has been perishing of thirst will not allow logic to stand in his way when he is confronted with plenteous water. He will drink and drink until he is uncomfortably sated. If undeterred, he will become rather sick. You, Mr. Swars, are that thirsty man. I see. Exactly. You had a thirst for normalcy. It was, during your childhood, consistently denied to you. You left home and found yourself with an all-consuming thirst for being a healthy ego, for being natural. You follow me? It wasn't a question, but J. Swars felt constrained to answer yes. It was getting so clear now, so normally explainable, that he had to show his improvement by joining in and approving of. The logical explanation. Well, sir, you overdid yourself. The abrupt change to a normal way of living and acting stirred up half-forgotten vistas of your unfortunate youth. Subconsciously, that is. Once again, you were being threatened with unfair punishment. Inwardly, of course. You probably never even perceived, suspected. The first sign was the product of an overworked, though, to you, unsuspected imagination, the fear complex, the worry over being hideously punished, as you told me you were, because you were doing something that is unalterably natural. But, Doctor, my remaining fear of mirrors. You are not afraid. Mr. Swars, believe me, you only think you are afraid. That is why you have been avoiding mirrors with such careful conscientiousness these past few years. As the snake struggles to shed its skin, so are you struggling. And, forgive the comparison, as the reptile finally emerges in new shining armor, so are you emerging. Then, what shall I do? Face your phantom, Mr. Swars. Defy it. Gaze into your mirror steadily without fear. Your clouded imagination will be cleared by the calm, cooling breezes of reason. Look into my mirror steadily, precisely. Drive out the false visions that have been plaguing you so unfairly. Once gone, they will never return. On that, I stake my reputation. It was a new J. Swars who turned the key of his small apartment. It was a new J. Swars that tossed his coat onto his bed. It was something he had wanted to do all his life, a life given to circumspectly genuflecting to all the hallowed proprieties. That was over. Done. He was a snake shedding its dull skin for a brighter one, a butterfly emerging in innocent glory from its dull chrysalis. A man. He turned toward the bathroom. He couldn't help the feeling of aversion, of fear. But wasn't he now a man? He was, incontestably. Hand upon the door. Fear. Twist the knob. No. Think. Psychiatrist's advice. A learned man. Helps people who need guidance. Twist the knob. Try. Sweat forming on a corrugated forehead. Twist the knot. Everything explained. Logically. Exactly. Mathematically. Truthfully. That last very important. Twist the knob, and he was inside. Walk up to the mirror. Boldly. Stare steadily. Unafraid. Block out the false phantoms. Do it. It's easy, one leg before the other. Go ahead. Hesitation only hurts, makes things harder, foolish, nothing to be worried about. All carefully explained. Habits of a lifetime. Lurking. Unfair. No substance. All explained. Figments. Palpably worthy of derision. Go ahead. And he was before the mirror. Open your eyes. Stare steadily. Open your eyes. Nothing can hurt you. It will help. Teach you the truth. Help you. Open broad lanes to happiness. Wipe out the past, the grey past, the punishing past. Open your eyes. See the new world. Your world. Open your eyes. And he opened his eyes. His reflection, nothing to worry about. It looked at him. As he looked at it. Calm, both calm, as it should be. Expressions the same, as they should be. Psychiatrist right, as he should be. Learned man, wise man, helpful man. Good advice. Best advise. Go ahead. Stare at it. Staring. Pride, strength, new feeling of... No. Can't be. Impossible. Psychiatrist said no. Learned man, wise man. Look again. No. Reflection, laughing. Silently. Utterly impossible. Wise man said so. Wealth of experience. Can't be wrong. Good advice. Best advice. Heed it. Heed it. Stare at reflection. Glare at reflection. Don't give up. Must win. Must win. Don't give up. Stare. Gel. And he screamed and he screamed. He caught himself. Lurched out of the bathroom. This was no time to give way to disordered mental stabs. More than evident that his ancient enemy was weakening, employing last hopeless trickery. This was triumph. Triumph. Get a bit of help. Nothing shameful about using all the means at one's disposal to rid one's self of a dying enemy. Nothing to do with one's manliness. The enemy must be destroyed. That is the only important thing. Answering the telephone call, the psychiatrist finally arrived. A bit put out because he'd been disturbed at his meal, but cloaking his irritation and impatience with the thought of adding a substantial amount to an already padded bill. Look, doctor, the mirror. What about it? Can't you see? No, you can't. All I see is that yon have a reflection, which is as it should be, but it reacts differently. That is why I called you. I don't understand. Don't you see? It, my enemy, is still there. However, I am not afraid. It is a figment. I know it. You told me so. But it is there. To be destroyed. Isn't that progress? The psychiatrist backing up. Professionally polite. Words. Words that have no meaning. Professional. Backing to the door. Understanding. Understanding. I'm sorry I troubled you, sir. It was nothing. Nothing at all. Quite all right, Mr. Swartz. Just take my advice. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And he was gone. Failure, and the psychiatrist had lied. Evident. He had seen it too. Wouldn't admit it. Have to help oneself. The only way. Use any means. Any means. Out with logic. Forswear what is fallaciously taught. Seek that which can really help. Seek that which is ridiculed and mocked, but secretly feared. Seek the strange powers that all gibe at, because the true answer is there, for the asking. Many libraries, many bookstores, laughing faces, incredulous faces, sneering faces. He knows. They sneer and mock because they are afraid, cannot seek truth as he does, tirelessly, and then, and old bookshop, and old man, incredibly, nodding, understanding, tottering to an inner room, a book, musty, ancient, refusal of payment, smiling. J. Swartz entered his apartment. He opened the book and studied. He smiled. It was all so easy. How much simpler if he had done this first. He read on. There was the diagram to chalk upon the floor. He drew it. There were the multi-syllabled invocations to intone. He intoned them. There were the careful passes through the air, the repetition of certain odd phrases, the lit match that must scorch his fingertips, and, as it must be, the crouching shape was there, motionless, the shape that would rid him of the rebellious reflection in the mirror, the shape that would take the horror out of his life. It would exact a tribute. That was to be expected. J. Swartz was happy, truly happy. He cast a sidelong glance at his mirrored reflection. Could it be? Yes. It was already losing its shape, becoming tenuous, transparent, wearing a look that Jay knew was one of helpless pleading, no time for mercy, too many years of subjugation, destroy, without conscience destroy. The reflection of him was wavering, almost gone, fighting, hopelessly, going, gone. And the crouched figure stirred itself, slowly unbent, looked up for the first time. Jay Swartz threw a frantic look at his mirror. No reflection. No reflection at all. Blank. Blank. The figure straightened and stepped over the chalked lines. It was going to exact its tribute. Jay Swartz knew this. He also knew that he had incarnated his double, brought it to life. It was wringing its hands, hands which suddenly swooped to Jay Swartz's throat. He knew so many things. Too late. End of The Mirror by Charles King. The Horror at Red Hook by H.P. Lovecraft. Weird Tales, January 1927. There are sacraments of evil as well as of good about us, and we live and move to my belief in an unknown world, a place where there are caves and shadows and dwellers in twilight. It is possible that man may sometimes return on the track of evolution, and it is my belief that an awful law is not yet dead. Arthur Machen. Not many weeks ago, on a street corner in the village of Pascoag, Rhode Island, a tall, heavily built, and wholesome-looking pedestrian furnished much speculation by a singular lapse of behavior. He had, it appears, been descending the hill by the road from Shepherdshay, and encountering the compact section, had turned to his left into the main thoroughfare where several modest business blocks convey a touch of the urban. At this point, without visible provocation, he committed his astonishing lapse, staring queerly for a second at the tallest of the buildings before him, and then, with a series of terrified, hysterical shrieks, breaking into a frantic run which ended in a stumble and fall at the next crossing. Picked up and dusted off by ready hands, he was found to be conscious, organically unhurt, and evidently cured of his sudden nervous attack. He muttered some shamefaced explanations involving a strain he had undergone, and with downcast glance turned back up the Shepherdshay Road, trudging out of sight without once looking behind him. It was a strange incident to befall so large, robust, normal-featured, and capable-looking a man, and the strangeness was not lessened by the remarks of a bystander who had recognized him as the boarder of a well-known dairyman on the outskirts of Shepherdshay. He was, it developed, a New York police detective named Thomas F. Malone, now on a long leave of absence under medical treatment after some disproportionately arduous work on a gruesome local case which accident had made. Dramatic. There had been a collapse of several old brick buildings during a raid in which he had shared, and something about the wholesale loss of life, both of prisoners and of his companions, had peculiarly appalled him. As a result, he had acquired an acute and anomalous horror of any buildings even remotely suggesting the ones which had fallen in, so that in the end, mental specialists forbade him the sight of such things for an indefinite period. A police surgeon with relatives in Shepherdshay had put forward that quaint hamlet of wooden colonial houses as an ideal spot for the psychological convalescence, and thither the sufferer had gone, promising never to venture among the brick-lined streets of larger villages, till duly advised by the wound socket specialist with whom he was put in touch. This walk to Pascoag for magazines had been a mistake, and the patient had paid in fright, bruises, and humiliation for his disobedience. So much the gossips of Shepherdshay and Pascoag knew, and so much also the most learned specialists believed. But Malone had at first told the specialists much more, ceasing only when he saw that utter incredulity was his portion. Thereafter he held his peace, protesting not at all when it was generally agreed that the collapse of certain squalid brick houses in the Red Hook section of Brooklyn and the consequent death of many brave officers had unseated his nervous equilibrium. He had worked too hard, all said, in trying to clean up those nests of disorder and violence. Certain features were shocking enough, in all conscience, and the unexpected tragedy was the last straw. This was a simple explanation which everyone could understand, and because Malone was not a simple person, he perceived that he had better let it suffice. To hint to unimaginative people of a horror beyond all human conception, a horror of houses and blocks and cities, leprous and cancerous with evil dragged from elder worlds, would be merely to invite a padded cell instead of a restful rustication. And Malone was a man of sense despite his mysticism. He had the Celt's far vision of weird and hidden things, but the logician's quick eye for the outwardly unconvincing, an amalgam which had led him far afield in the 42 years of his life and set him in strange places for a Dublin University man born in a Georgian villa near Phoenix Park. And now, as he reviewed the things he had seen and felt and apprehended, Malone was content to keep unshared the secret of what could reduce a dauntless fighter to a quivering neurotic. What could make old brick slums and seas of dark, subtle faces a thing of nightmare and eldritch portent? It would not be the first time his sensations had been forced to bide uninterpreted, for was not his very act of plunging into the polyglot abyss of New York's underworld a freak beyond sensible explanation? What could he tell the prosaic of the antique witcheries and grotesque marvels, discernible to sensitive eyes amidst the poison cauldron, where all the varied dregs of unwholesome ages mix their venom and perpetuate their obscene terrors? He had seen the hellish green flame of secret wonder in this blatant, evasive welter of outward greed and inward blasphemy, and had smiled gently when all the New Yorkers he knew scoffed at his experiment in police work. They had been very witty and cynical, deriding his fantastic pursuit of unknowable mysteries, and assuring him that in these days New York held nothing but cheapness and vulgarity. One of them had wagered him a heavy sum that he could not, despite many poignant things to his credit in the Dublin Review, even write a truly interesting story of New York lowlife. And now, looking back, he perceived that cosmic irony had justified the prophet's words while secretly confuting their flippant meaning. The horror, as glimpsed at last, could not make a story, for like the book cited by Poe's German authority, lässt sich nicht lesen, it does not permit itself to be read. Chapter 2. To Malone, the sense of latent mystery in existence was always present. In youth, he had felt the hidden beauty and ecstasy of things, and had been a poet, but poverty and sorrow and exile had turned his gaze in darker directions, and he had thrilled at the imputations of evil in the world around. Daily life had for him come to be a phantasmagoria of macabre shadow studies, now glittering and leering with concealed rottenness, as in Aubrey Beardsley's Best Manner, now hinting terrors behind the commonest shapes and objects, as in the subtler and less obvious work of Gustave Doré. He would often regard it as merciful that most persons of high intelligence jeer at the inmost mysteries. For, he argued, if superior minds were ever placed in fullest contact with the secrets preserved by ancient and lowly cults, the resultant abnormalities would soon not only wreck the world, but threaten the very integrity of the universe. All this reflection was no doubt morbid, but keen logic and a deep sense of humor ably offset it. Malone was satisfied to let his notions remain as half-spied and forbidden visions to be lightly played with, and hysteria came only when duty flung him into a hell of revelation too sudden and insidious to escape. He had for some time been detailed to the Butler Street station in Brooklyn when the Red Hook matter came to his notice. Red Hook is a maze of hybrid squalor near the ancient waterfront opposite Governor's Island, with dirty highways climbing the hill from the wharves to that higher ground where the decayed lengths of Clinton and Court Streets lead off toward the Borough Hall. Its houses are mostly of brick, dating from the first quarter to the middle of the 19th century, And some of the obscurer alleys and byways have that alluring antique flavor, which conventional reading leads us to call Dickensian. The population is a hopeless tangle and enigma, Syrian, Spanish, Italian, elements impinging upon one another, and fragments of Scandinavian and American belts lying not far distant. It is a babel of sound and filth, and sends out strange cries to answer the lapping of oily waves at its grimy piers and the monstrous organ litanies of the harbour whistles. Here, long ago, a brighter picture dwelt, with clear-eyed mariners on the lower streets and homes of taste and substance where the larger houses line the hill. One can trace the relics of this former happiness in the trim shapes of the buildings, the occasional graceful churches, and the evidences of original art and background in bits of detail here and a worn flight of steps, a battered doorway, a wormy pair of decorative columns or pilasters, or a fragment of once green space with bent and rusted iron railing. The houses are generally in solid blocks, and now and then a many-windowed cupola arises to tell of days when the households of captains and ship owners watch the sea. From this tangle of material and spiritual putrescence, the blasphemies of 100 dialects assail the sky. Hordes of prowlers reel shouting and singing along the lanes and thoroughfares. Occasional furtive hands suddenly extinguish lights and pull down curtains, and swarthy, sin-pitted faces disappear from windows when visitors pick their way through. Policemen despair of order or reform, and seek rather to erect barriers protecting the outside world from the contagion. The clang of the patrol is answered by a kind of spectral silence, and such prisoners as are taken are never communicative. Visible offences are as varied as the local dialects, and run the gamut from the smuggling of rum and prohibited aliens through diverse stages of lawlessness and obscure vice to murder and mutilation in their most abhorrent guises. That these visible affairs are not more frequent is not to the neighbourhood's credit, unless the power of concealment be an art demanding credit. More people enter Red Hook than leave it, or at least than leave it by the landward side, and those who are not loquacious are the likeliest to leave. Malone found in this state of things a faint stench of secrets more terrible than any of the sins denounced by citizens and bemoaned by priests and philanthropists. He was conscious, as one who united imagination with scientific knowledge, that modern people under lawless conditions tend uncannily to repeat the darkest instinctive patterns of primitive half-ape savagery in their daily life and ritual observances, and he had often viewed with an anthropologist's shudder the chanting, cursing processions of blear-eyed and pock-marked young men which wound their way along in the dark, small hours of morning. One saw groups of these youths incessantly, sometimes in leering vigils on street corners, sometimes in doorways playing eerily on cheap instruments of music, sometimes in stupefied dozes or indecent dialogues around cafeteria tables near Borough Hall, and sometimes in whispering converse around dingy taxicabs drawn up at the high stoops of crumbling and closely shuttered old houses. They chilled and fascinated him more than he dared confess to his associates on the force, for he seemed to see in them some monstrous thread of secret continuity, some fiendish, cryptical and ancient pattern utterly beyond and below the sordid mass of facts and habits and haunts listed with such conscientious technical care by the police. They must be, he felt inwardly, the heirs of some shocking and primordial tradition, the sharers of debased and broken scraps from cults and ceremonies older than mankind. Their coherence and definiteness suggested it, and it showed in the singular suspicion of order which lurked beneath their squalid disorder. He had not read in vain such treatises as Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe, and knew that up to recent years there had certainly survived among peasants and furtive folk a frightful and clandestine system of assemblies and orgies descended from dark religions antedating the Aryan world, and appearing in popular legends as black masses and witches' sabbaths. that these hellish vestiges of old Turanian Asiatic magic and fertility cults were even now wholly dead he could not for a moment suppose. And he frequently wondered how much older and how much blacker than the very worst of the muttered tales some of them might really be. Chapter 3. It was the case of Robert Soydam which took Malone to the heart of things in Red Hook. Soydam was a lettered recluse of ancient Dutch family, possessed originally of barely independent means, and inhabiting the spacious but ill-preserved mansion which his grandfather had built in Flatbush, when that village was little more than a pleasant group of colonial cottages surrounding the steepled and ivy-clad Reformed church with its iron-railed yard of Netherlandish gravestones. In this lonely house, set back from Martin Street amidst a yard of venerable trees, Soydam had read and brooded for some 6 decades, except for a period a generation before, when he had sailed for the old world and remained there out of sight for 8 years. He could afford no servants, and would admit but few visitors to his absolute solitude, eschewing close friendships and receiving his rare acquaintances in one of the 3 ground-floor rooms which he kept in order, a vast, high-ceiled library whose walls were solidly packed with tattered books of ponderous, archaic and vaguely repellent aspect. The growth of the town and its final absorption in the Brooklyn district had meant nothing to Soydam, and he had come to mean less and less to the town. Elderly people still pointed him out on the streets, but to most of the recent population he was merely a queer, corpulent old fellow, whose unkempt white hair, stubbly beard, shiny black clothes and gold-headed cane earned him an amused glance, and nothing more. Malone did not know him by sight till duty called him to the case, but had heard of him indirectly as a really profound authority on medieval superstition, and had once idly meant to look up an out-of-print pamphlet of his on the Kabbalah and the Faustus legend, which a friend had quoted from memory. Soydam became a case when his distant and only relatives sought court pronouncements on his sanity. Their action seemed sudden to the outside world, but was really undertaken only after prolonged observation and sorrowful debate. It was based on certain odd changes in his speech and habits, wild references to impending wonders, and unaccountable hauntings of disreputable Brooklyn neighborhoods. He had been growing shabbier and shabbier with the years, and now prowled about like a veritable mendicant. Seen occasionally by humiliated friends in subway stations, or loitering on the benches around Borough Hall in conversation with groups of swarthy, evil-looking strangers. When he spoke, it was to babble of unlimited powers almost within his grasp, and to repeat with knowing leers such mystical words or names as Sephiroth, Ashmedai and Samael. The court action revealed that he was using up his income and wasting his principal in the purchase of curious tomes imported from London and Paris, and in the maintenance of a squalid basement flat in the Red Hook district where he spent nearly every night receiving odd delegations of mixed rowdies and foreigners, and apparently conducting some kind of ceremonial service behind the green blinds of secretive windows. Detectives assigned to follow him reported strange cries and chants and prancing of feet filtering out from these nocturnal rites, and shuddered at their peculiar ecstasy and abandon despite the commonness of weird orgies in that sodden section. When, however, the matter came to a hearing, Soydam managed to preserve his liberty. Before the judge his manner grew urbane and reasonable, and he freely admitted the queerness of demeanor and extravagant cast of language into which he had fallen through excessive devotion to study and research. He was, he said, engaged in the investigation of certain details of European tradition, which required the closest contact with foreign groups and their songs and folk dances. The notion that any low secret society was preying upon him, as hinted by his relatives, was obviously absurd, and showed how sadly limited was their understanding of him and his work. Triumphing with his calm explanations, he was suffered to depart unhindered, and the paid detectives of the Soydams, Corliers and Van Brunts were withdrawn in resigned disgust. It was here that an alliance of federal inspectors and police, Malone with them, entered the case. The law had watched the Suydam action with interest and had in many instances been called upon to aid the private detectives. In this work, it developed that Suydam's new associates were among the blackest and most vicious criminals of Red Hook's devious lanes, and that at least a third of them were known and repeated offenders in the matter of thievery, disorder, and the importation of illegal immigrants. Indeed, it would not have been too much to say that the old scholar's particular circle coincided almost perfectly with the worst of the organized cliques, which smuggled ashore certain nameless and unclassified Asian dregs, wisely turned back by Ellis Island. In the teeming rookeries of Parker Place, since renamed, where Suydam had his basement flat, there had grown up a very unusual colony of unclassified slant-eyed who used the Arabic alphabet but eloquently, repudiated by the great mass of Syrians in and around Atlantic Avenue. They could all have been deported for lack of credentials, but legalism is slow-moving, and one does not disturb Red Hook unless publicity forces one to. These creatures attended a tumble-down stone church, used Wednesdays as a dance hall, which reared its Gothic buttresses near the vilest part of the waterfront. It was nominally Catholic, but priests throughout Brooklyn denied the place all standing and authenticity, and policemen agreed with them when they listened to the noises it emitted at night. Malone used to fancy he heard terrible cracked bass notes from a hidden organ far underground when the church stood empty and unlighted. Whilst all observers dreaded the shrieking and drumming which accompanied the visible services, Suydam, when questioned, said he thought the ritual was some remnant of Nestorian Christianity tinctured with the shamanism of Tibet. Most of the people, he conjectured, were of Mongoloid stock, originating somewhere in or near Kurdistan. And Malone could not help recalling that Kurdistan is the land of the Yazidis, last survivors of the Persian devil worshippers. However this may have been, the stir of the Suydam investigation made it certain that these unauthorized newcomers were flooding Red Hook in increasing numbers, entering through some marine conspiracy, impeached by revenue officers and harbor police, overrunning Parker Place and rapidly spreading up the hill, and welcomed with curious fraternalism by the other assorted denizens of the region. Their squat figures and characteristic squinting physiognomies, grotesquely combined with flashy American clothing, appeared more and more numerously among the loafers and nomad gangsters of the Borough Hall section, till at length it was deemed necessary to compute their number, ascertain their sources and occupations, and find if possible a way to round them up and deliver them to the proper immigration authorities. To this task, Malone was assigned by agreement of federal and city forces, and as he commenced his canvass of Red Hook, he felt poised upon the brink of nameless terrors, with the shabby, unkempt figure of Robert Suydam as archfiend and adversary. Chapter 4. Police methods are varied and ingenious. Malone, through unostentatious rambles, carefully casual conversations, well-timed offers of hip-pocket liquor, and judicious dialogues with frightened prisoners, learned many isolated facts about the movement whose aspect had become so menacing. The newcomers were indeed Kurds, but of a dialect obscure and puzzling to exact philology. Such of them as worked lived mostly as dockhands and unlicensed peddlers, though frequently serving in Greek restaurants and tending corner newsstands. Most of them, however, had no visible means of support, and were obviously connected with underworld pursuits, of which smuggling and bootlegging were the least indescribable. They had come in steamships, apparently tramp freighters, and had been unloaded by stealth on moonless nights in rowboats which stole under a certain wharf and followed a hidden canal to a secret subterranean pool beneath a house. This wharf, canal and house Malone could not locate, for the memories of his informants were exceedingly confused. While their speech was to a great extent beyond even the ablest interpreters, nor could he gain any real data on the reasons for their systematic importation. They were reticent about the exact spot from which they had come, and were never sufficiently off guard to reveal the agencies which had sought them out and directed their course. Indeed, they developed something like acute fright when asked the reason for their presence. Gangsters of other breeds were equally taciturn, and the most that could be gathered was that some god or great priesthood had promised them unheard-of powers and supernatural glories and rulerships in a strange land. The attendance of both newcomers and old gangsters at Suydam's closely guarded nocturnal meetings was very regular, and the police soon learned that the erstwhile recluse had leased additional flats to accommodate such guests as knew his password, at last occupying 3 entire houses and permanently harboring many of his queer companions. He spent but little time now at his Flatbush home, apparently going and coming only to obtain and return books, and his face and manner had attained an appalling pitch of wildness. Malone twice interviewed him, but was each time brusquely repulsed. He knew nothing, he said, of any mysterious plots or movements, and had no idea how the Kurds could have entered or what they wanted. His business was to study undisturbed the folklore of all the immigrants of the district, a business with which policemen had no legitimate concern. Malone mentioned his admiration for Suydam's old brochure on the Kabbalah and other myths, but the old man's softening was only momentary. He sensed an intrusion and rebuffed his visitor in no uncertain way, till Malone withdrew disgusted and turned to other channels of information. What Malone would have unearthed could he have worked continuously on the case, we shall never know. As it was, a stupid conflict between city and federal authority suspended the investigation for several months, during which the detective was busy with other assignments. But at no time did he lose interest, or fail to stand amazed at what began to happen to Robert Suydam. Just at the time when a wave of kidnappings and disappearances spread its excitement over New York, the unkempt scholar embarked upon a metamorphosis as startling as it was absurd. One day he was seen near Borough Hall with clean-shaved face, well-trimmed hair, and tastefully immaculate attire, and on every day thereafter some obscure improvement was noticed in him. He maintained his new fastidiousness without interruption, added to it an unwanted sparkle of eye and crispness of speech, and began little by little to shed the corpulence which had so long deformed him. Now frequently taken for less than his age, he acquired an elasticity of step and buoyancy of demeanor to match the new tradition, and showed an envious darkening of the hair which somehow did not suggest dye. As the months passed, he commenced to dress less and less conservatively, and finally astonished his few friends by innovating and redecorating his Flatbush mansion, which he threw open in a series of receptions, summoning all the acquaintances he could remember, and extending a special welcome to the fully forgiven relatives who had so lately sought his restraint. Some attended through curiosity, others through duty, but all were suddenly charmed by the dawning grace and urbanity of the former hermit. He had, he asserted, accomplished most of his allotted work, and having just inherited some property from a half-forgotten European friend, was about to spend his remaining years in a brighter second youth which ease, care, and diet had made possible to him. Less and less was he seen at Red Hook, and more did he move in the society to which he was born. Policemen noted a tendency of the gangsters to congregate at the old stone church and dance hall instead of at the basement flat in Parker Place, though the latter and its recent annexes still overflowed with noxious life. Then 2 incidents occurred, wide enough apart, but both of intense interest in Tyre case as Malone envisaged it. One was a quiet announcement in the Eagle of Robert Suydam's engagement to Miss Cornelia Gerritsen of Bayside, a young woman of excellent position, and distantly related to the elderly bridegroom-elect, whilst the other was a raid on the dance hall church by city police. After a report that the face of a kidnapped child had been seen for a second at one of the basement windows, Malone had participated in this raid and studied the place with much care when inside. Nothing was found, in fact. The building was entirely deserted when visited, but the sensitive Celt was vaguely disturbed by many things about the interior. There were crudely painted panels he did not like, panels which depicted sacred faces with peculiarly worldly and sardonic expressions, and which occasionally took liberties that even a layman's sense of decorum could scarcely countenance. Then, too, he did not relish the Greek inscription on the wall above the pulpit, an ancient incantation which he had once stumbled upon in Dublin college days, and which read, literally translated, "O friend and companion of night, thou who rejoicest in the baying of dogs and spilt blood, who wanderest in the midst of shades among the tombs, who longest for blood and bringest terror to mortals. Gorgo, Mormo, thousand-faced moon, look favorably on our sacrifices." When he read this, he shuddered, and thought vaguely of the cracked bass organ notes he fancied he had heard beneath the church on certain nights. He shuddered again at the rust around the rim of a metal basin which stood on the altar, and paused nervously when his nostrils seemed to detect a curious and ghastly stench from somewhere in the neighborhood. That organ memory haunted him, and he explored the basement with particular assiduity before he left. The place was very hateful to him, yet after all, were the blasphemous panels and inscriptions more than mere crudities perpetrated by the ignorant? By the time of Suidam's wedding, the kidnapping epidemic had become a popular newspaper scandal. Most of the victims were young children of the lowest classes, but the increasing number of disappearances had worked up a sentiment of the strongest fury. Journals clamored for action from the police, and once more the Butler Street station sent its men over Red Hook for clues, discoveries, and criminals. Malone was glad to be on the trail again, and took pride in a raid on one of Suidam's Parker Place houses. There, indeed, no stolen child was found, despite the tales of screams and the red sash picked up in the areaway. But the paintings and rough inscriptions on the peeling walls of most of the rooms, and the primitive chemical laboratory in the attic, all helped to convince the detective that he was on the track of something tremendous. The paintings were appalling, hideous monsters of every shape and size, and parodies on human outlines which cannot be described. The writing was in red and varied from Arabic to Greek, Roman, and Hebrew letters. Malone could not read much of it, but what he did decipher was portentous and Kabbalistic enough. One frequently repeated motto was in a sort of Hebraized Hellenistic Greek, and suggested the most terrible demon evocations of the Alexandrian decadence: Hell, Heloim, Sotha, Emanvel, Sabaoth, Agla, Tetragrammaton, Agiros, Othios, Ishiros, Athanatos, Jehovah, Va Adonal, Sedi, Homovsion, Messias, Eshjehai, which translates to God, the mighty, Savior, Emmanuel, Lord of hosts. You are mighty forever, the sacred name, the pure one, the divine, the strong one, the immortal. Jehovah and Lord Almighty, of the same substance, the Messiah, I am who I am. Circles and pentagrams loomed on every hand, and told indubitably of the strange beliefs and aspirations of those who dwelt so squalidly here. In the cellar, however, the strangest thing was found: a pile of genuine gold ingots covered carelessly with a piece of burlap, and bearing upon their shining surfaces the same weird hieroglyphics which also adorned the walls. During this raid, the police encountered only a passive resistance from the squinting Orientals that swarmed from every door. Finding nothing relevant, they had to leave all as it was, but the precinct captain wrote Suidam a note advising him to look closely to the character of his tenants and protégés in view of the growing public clamor. Chapter 5. Then came the June wedding and the great sensation. Flatbush was gay for the hour about high noon, and pennanted motors thronged the streets near the old Dutch church, where an awning stretched from door to highway. No local event ever surpassed the Suidam-Gerritsen nuptials in tone and scale. and the party which escorted bride and groom to the Cunard Pier was, if not exactly the smartest, at least a solid page from the social register. At 5 o'clock, adieux were waved, and the ponderous liner edged away from the long pier, slowly turned its nose seaward, discarded its tug, and headed for the widening water spaces that led to old world wonders. By night, the outer harbour was cleared, and late passengers watched the stars twinkling above an unpolluted ocean. Whether the tramp steamer or the Scream was first to gain attention, no one can say. Probably they were simultaneous, but it is of no use to calculate. The Scream came from the Suydam stateroom, and the sailor who broke down the door could perhaps have told frightful things if he had not forthwith gone completely mad. As it is, he shrieked more loudly than the first victims, and thereafter ran simpering about the vessel till caught and put in irons. The ship's doctor, who entered the stateroom and turned on the lights a moment later, did not go mad, but told nobody what he saw till afterward, when he corresponded with Malone in Chepache. It was murder, strangulation, but one need not say that the claw mark on Mrs. Suydam's throat could not have come from her husband's or any other human hand, or that upon the white wall there flickered for an instant, in hateful red, a legend, which later copied from memory, seems to have been nothing less than the fearsome Chaldee letters of the word Lilith. One need not mention these things because they vanished so quickly. As for Suydam, one could at least bar others from the room until one knew what to think oneself. The doctor has distinctly assured Malone that he did not see it. The open porthole, just before he turned on the lights, was clouded for a second with a certain phosphorescence, and for a moment there seemed to echo in the night outside the suggestion of a faint and hellish tittering, but no real outline met the eye. As proof, the doctor points to his continued sanity. Then the tramp steamer claimed all attention. A boat put off, and a horde of swart, insolent ruffians in officers' dress swarmed aboard the temporarily halted Cunarder. They wanted Suydam, or his body. They had known of his trip, and for certain reasons were sure he would die. The captain's deck was almost a pandemonium, for at the instant, between the doctor's report from the stateroom and the demands of the men from the tramp, not even the wisest and gravest seaman could think what to do. Suddenly, the leader of the visiting mariners, an Arab with a hatefully neat mouth, pulled forth a dirty, crumpled paper and handed it to the captain. It was signed by Robert Suydam and bore the following odd message. In case of sudden or unexplained accident or death on my part, please deliver me or my body unquestioningly into the hands of the bearer and his associates. Everything for me, and perhaps for you, depends on absolute compliance. Explanations can come later. Do not fail me now. Robert Suydam. Captain and doctor looked at each other, and the latter whispered something to the former. Finally, they nodded rather helplessly and led the way to the Suydam stateroom. The doctor directed the captain's glance away as he unlocked the door and admitted the strange seaman, nor did he breathe easily till they filed out with their burden after an unaccountably long period of preparation. It was wrapped in bedding from the berths, and the doctor was glad that the outlines were not very revealing. Somehow the men got the tiling over the side and away to their tramp steamer without uncovering it. The Cunarder started again, and the doctor and a ship's undertaker sought out the Suydam stateroom to perform what last services they could. Once more, the physician was forced to reticence and even to mendacity, for a hellish thing had happened. When the undertaker asked him why he had drained off all of Mrs. Suydam's blood, he neglected to affirm that he had not done so, nor did he point to the vacant bottle spaces on the rack, or to the odor in the sink which showed the hasty disposition of the bottle's original contents. The pockets of those men, if men they were, had bulged damnably when they left the ship. 2 hours later, and the world knew by radio all that it ought to know of the horrible affair. Chapter 6. That same June evening, without having heard a word from the sea, Malone was desperately busy among the alleys of Red Hook. A sudden stir seemed to permeate the place, and as if apprised by grapevine telegraph of something singular, the denizens clustered expectantly around the dance hall church and the houses in Parker Place. 3 children had just disappeared, blue-eyed Norwegians from the streets toward Gowanus, and there were rumors of a mob forming among the sturdy Vikings of that section. Malone had for weeks been urging his colleagues to attempt a general clean-up, and at last, moved by conditions more obvious to their common sense than the conjectures of a Dublin dreamer, they had agreed upon a final stroke. The unrest and menace of this evening had been the deciding factor, and just about midnight a raiding party recruited from 3 stations descended upon Parker Place and its environs. Doors were battered in, stragglers arrested, and candle-lighted rooms forced to disgorge unbelievable throngs of mixed foreigners in figured robes, mitres, and other inexplicable devices. Much was lost in the melee, for objects were thrown hastily down unexpected shafts, and betraying odours deadened by the sudden kindling of pungent incense. But spattered blood was everywhere, and Malone shuddered whenever he saw a brazier or altar, from which the smoke was still rising. He wanted to be in several places at once, and decided on Suidam's basement flat, only after a messenger had reported the complete emptiness of the dilapidated dance hall church. The flat, he thought, must hold some clue to a cult of which the occult scholar had so obviously become the center and leader. And it was with real expectancy that he ransacked the musty rooms, noted their vaguely charnel odor, and examined the curious books, instruments, gold ingots, and glass-stoppered bottles scattered carelessly here and there. Once a lean black-and-white eat edged between his feet and tripped him, overturning at the same time a beaker half full of a red liquid. The shock was severe, and to this day Malone is not certain of what he saw, but in dreams he still pictures that cat as it scuttled away with certain monstrous alterations and peculiarities. Then came the locked cellar door, and the search for something to break it down. A heavy stool stood near, and its tough seat was more than enough for the antique panels. A crack formed and enlarged, and the whole door gave way, but from the other side, whence poured a howling tumult of ice-cold wind with all the stenches of the bottomless pit, and whence reached a sucking force not of earth or heaven, which, coiling sentiently about the paralyzed detective, dragged him through the aperture and down unmeasured spaces filled with whispers and wails, and gusts of mocking laughter. Of course it was a dream. All the specialists have told him so, and he has nothing tangible to prove the contrary. Indeed, he would rather have it thus, for then the sight of old brick slums and dark foreign faces would not eat so deeply into his soul. But at the time, it was all horribly real, and nothing can ever efface the memory of those nighted crypts, those Titan arcades, and those half-formed shapes of hell that strode gigantically in silence, holding half-eaten things whose still surviving portions screamed for mercy or laughed with madness. Odors of incense and corruption joined in sickening concert, and the black air was alive with the cloudy, semi-visible bulk of shapeless elemental things with eyes. Somewhere dark, sticky water was lapping at onyx piers, and once the shivery tinkle of raucous little bells pealed out to greet the insane titter of a naked phosphorescent thing which swam into sight, scrambled ashore, and climbed up to squat leeringly on a carved golden pedestal in the background. Avenues of limitless night seemed to radiate in every direction, till one might fancy that here lay the root of a contagion destined to sicken and swallow cities and engulf nations in the fetor of hybrid pestilence. Here cosmic sin had entered, and festered by unhallowed rites had commenced the grinning march of death that was to rot us all to fungus abnormalities too hideous for the grave's holding. Satan here held his Babylonish court, and in the blood of stainless childhood the leprous limbs of phosphorescent Lilith were laved. Incubi and succubae howled praise to Hecate, and headless mooncalves bleated to the Magna Mater. Goats leaped to the sound of thin, accursed flutes, and Agipens chased endlessly after misshapen fawns over rocks twisted like swollen toads. Moloch and Ashtaroth were not absent, for in this quintessence of all damnation the bounds of consciousness were let down, and man's fancy lay open to vistas of every realm of horror and every forbidden dimension that evil had power to mold. The world and nature were helpless against such assaults from unsealed wells of night, nor could any sign or prayer check the Walpurgis riot of horror, which had come when a sage with the hateful key had stumbled on a hoard, with a locked and brimming coffer of transmitted demon lore. Suddenly a ray of physical light shot through these phantasms, and Malone heard the sound of oars amidst the blasphemies of things that should be dead. A boat with a lantern in its prow darted into sight, made fast to an iron ring in the slimy stone pier, and vomited forth several dark men bearing a long burden swathed in bedding. They took it to the naked phosphorescent thing on the carved gold pedestal, and the thing tittered and pawed at the bedding. Then they unswathed it, and propped upright before the pedestal the gangrenous corpse of a corpulent old man with stubbly beard and unkempt white hair. The phosphorescent thing tittered again, and the men produced bottles from their pockets and anointed its feet with red, whilst they afterward gave the bottles to the thing to drink from. All at once, from an arcaded avenue leading endlessly away, there came the demoniac rattle and wheeze of a blasphemous organ, choking and rumbling out of the mockeries of hell in a cracked, sardonic bass. In an instant, every moving entity was electrified, and forming at once into a ceremonial procession, the nightmare horde slithered away in quest of the sound. Goat, satyr, and Agipen, incubus, succuba, and lemur, twisted toad and shapeless elemental, dog-faced howler and silent strutter in darkness, all led by the abominable naked phosphorescent thing that had squatted on the carved golden throne, and that now strode insolently bearing in its arms the glassy-eyed corpse of the corpulent old man. The strange dark men danced in the rear, and the whole column skipped and leaped with Dionysiac fury. Malone staggered after them a few steps, delirious and hazy, and doubtful of his place in this or any world. Then he turned, faltered, and sank down on the cold, damp stone, gasping and shivering as the demon organ croaked on, and the howling and drumming and tinkling of the mad procession grew fainter and fainter. Vaguely he was conscious of chanted horrors and shocking croakings afar off. Now and then a wail or whine of ceremonial devotion would float to him through the black arcade, whilst eventually there rose the dreadful Greek incantation whose text he had read above the pulpit of that dance-hall church. O friend and companion of night, thou who rejoices. In the baying of dogs, here a hideous howl burst forth and spilt blood. Here nameless sounds vied with morbid shriekings, who wanderest in the midst of shades among the tombs. Here a whistling sigh occurred, who longest for blood and bringest terror to mortals, short. Sharp cries from myriad throats gorgo, repeated as response mormo, repeated with ecstasy thousand-faced moon. Sighs and flute notes look favorably on our sacrifices. As the chant closed, a general shout went up, and hissing sounds nearly drowned the croaking of the cracked bass organ. Then a gasp as from many throats, and a babble of barked and bleated words, Lilith, great Lilith, behold the bridegroom. More cries, a clamour of rioting, and the sharp clicking footfalls of a running figure. The footfalls approached, and Malone raised himself to his elbow to look. The luminosity of the crypt, lately diminished, had now slightly increased, and in that devil light there appeared the fleeing form of that which should not flee or feel or breathe. The glassy-eyed, gangrenous corpse of the corpulent old man, now needing no support, but animated by some infernal sorcery of the rite just closed. After it raced the naked, tittering, phosphorescent thing that belonged on the carven pedestal, and still farther behind panted the dark men and all the dread crew of sentient loathsomenesses. The corpse was gaining on its pursuers, and seemed bent on a definite object, straining with every rotting muscle toward the carved golden pedestal, whose necromantic importance was evidently so great. Another moment, and it had reached its goal, whilst the trailing throng labored on with more frantic speed. But they were too late, for in one final spurt of strength, which ripped tendon from tendon and sent its noisome bulk floundering to the floor in a state of jellyish dissolution, the staring corpse which had been Robert Suydam achieved its object and its triumph. The push had been tremendous, but the force had held out, and as the pusher collapsed to a muddy blotch of corruption, the pedestal he had pushed tottered, tipped, and finally careened from its onyx base into the thick waters below, sending up a parting gleam of carven gold as it sank heavily to undreamable gulfs of lower Tartarus. In that instant, too, the whole scene of horror faded to nothingness before Malone's eyes, and he fainted amidst a thunderous crash which seemed to blot out all the evil universe. Chapter 7. Malone's dream, experienced in full before he knew of Suydam's death and transfer at sea, was curiously supplemented by some odd realities of the case, though that is no reason why anyone should believe it. The 3 old houses in Parker Place, doubtless long rotten with decay in its most insidious form, collapsed without visible cause, while half the raiders and most of the prisoners were inside, and of both the greater number were instantly killed. Only in the basements and cellars was there much saving of life, and Malone was lucky to have been deep below the house of Robert Suydam, for he really was there, as no one is disposed to deny. They found him unconscious by the edge of the night black pool, with a grotesquely horrible jumble of decay and bone, identifiable through dental work as the body of Suydam, a few feet away. The case was plain, for it was hither that the smugglers' underground canal led, and the men who took Suydam from the ship had brought him home. They themselves were never found, or at least never identified, and the ship's doctor is not yet satisfied with the simple certitudes of the police. Suydam was evidently a leader in extensive man-smuggling operations, for the canal to his house was but one of several subterranean channels and tunnels in the neighborhood. There was a tunnel from this house to a crypt beneath the dance hall church, a crypt accessible from the church only through a narrow secret passage in the north wall, and in whose chambers some singular and terrible things were discovered. The croaking organ was there, as well as a vast arched chapel with wooden benches and a strangely figured altar. The walls were lined with small cells, in 17 of which, hideous to relate, solitary prisoners in a state of complete idiocy were found chained, including 4 mothers with infants of disturbingly strange appearance. These infants died soon after exposure to the light, a circumstance which the doctors thought rather merciful. Nobody but Malone among those who inspected them remembered the sombre question of old Del Rio, and sint unquam daemones incubi et succubae, et annex tali, congressu proles nasci quit. Before the canals were filled up, they were thoroughly dredged and yielded forth a sensational array of sawed and split bones of all sizes. The kidnapping epidemic, very clearly, had been traced home, though only 2 of the surviving prisoners could by any legal thread be connected with it. Those men are now in prison, since they failed of conviction as accessories in the actual murders. The carved golden pedestal or throne so often mentioned by Malone as of primary occult importance was never brought to light, though at one place under the Suydam house the canal was observed to sink into a well too deep for dredging. It was choked up at the mouth and cemented over when the cellars of the new houses were made, but Malone often speculates on what lies beneath. The police, satisfied that they had shattered a dangerous gang of maniacs and man-smugglers, turned over to the federal authorities the unconvicted Kurds, who before their deportation were conclusively found to belong to the Yazidi clan of devil worshippers. The tramp ship and its crew remain an elusive mystery, though cynical detectives are once more ready to combat its smuggling and rum-running ventures. Malone thinks these detectives show a sadly limited perspective in their lack of wonder at the myriad unexplainable details and the suggestive obscurity of the whole case. Though he is just as critical of the newspapers, which saw only a morbid sensation and gloated over a minor sadist cult when they might have proclaimed a horror from the universe's very heart. But he is content to rest silent in Chepache, calming his nervous system and praying that time may gradually transfer his terrible experience from the realm of present reality to that of picturesque and semi-mythical remoteness. Robert Soydam sleeps beside his bride in Greenwood Cemetery. No funeral was held over the strangely released bones, and relatives are grateful for the swift oblivion which overtook the case as a whole. The scholar's connection with the Red Hook horrors, indeed, was never emblazoned by legal proof, since his death forestalled the inquiry he would otherwise have faced. His own end is not much mentioned, and the Soydams hope that posterity may recall him only as a gentle recluse who dabbled in harmless magic and folklore. As for Red Hook, it is always the same. Soydam came and went, a terror gathered and faded, but the evil spirit of darkness and squalor broods on amongst the mongrels in the old brick houses, and prowling bands still parade on unknown errands past windows where lights and twisted faces unaccountably appear and disappear. Age-old horror is a hydra with 1,000 heads, and the cults of darkness are rooted in blasphemies deeper than the well of Democritus. The soul of the beast is omnipresent and triumphant, and Red Hook's legions of blear-eyed, pock-marked youths still chant and curse and howl as they file from abyss to abyss. None knows whence or whither, pushed on by blind laws of biology which they may never understand. As of old, more people enter Red Hook than leave it on the landward side, and there are already rumors of new canals running underground to certain centers of traffic in liquor and less mentionable things. The dance hall church is now mostly a dance hall, and queer faces have appeared at night at the windows. Lately, a policeman expressed the belief that the filled-up crypt has been dug out again, and for no simply explainable purpose. Who are we to combat poisons older than history and mankind? Apes danced in Asia to those horrors, and the cancer lurks secure and spreading where furtiveness hides in rows of decaying brick. Malone does not shudder without cause, for only the other day an officer overheard a swarthy, squinting hag teaching a small child some whispering patois in the shadow of an areaway. He listened, and thought it very strange when he heard her repeat over and over again, "O friend and companion of night, thou who rejoicest in the baying of dogs and spilt blood, who wanderest in the midst of shades among the tombs, who longest for blood and bringest terror to mortals, Gorgo, Mormo, thousand-faced moon, look favorably on our sacrifices." End of The Horror at Red Hook by H.P. Lovecraft. The Spirits of the Lake by Alonzo Dean Cole. Weird Tales, November 1941. From The Witch's Tale, that highly popular radio broadcast which thrilled you so often over the air, comes a story specially adapted for the magazine by that famous program's author and director, Alonzo Dean Cole. Was it at the bidding of the old ones that slime, loathsome, hideously green, rose from the lake's dreadful depths to exact monstrous vengeance? Roger Benton slammed the bungalow door behind him and stamped down the path to the shore. Another month in this wilderness, and Bernice would be going about dressed in a blanket and beads, he angrily told himself, for she acted and thought more like a damned Indian every day. He'd been a fool to let her buy this island a stone's throw from the reservation on the advice of these dumb doctors. Her lungs hadn't shown any improvement here. Her condition was worse, if anything, and as for the effects of this back-to-nature stuff on him, he cursed aloud, bitterly. From across the placid lake, a monotonous Indian chant beat at his eardrums, and weak tears of self-pity welled into his eyes. Back in Chicago, his marriage to the semi-invalid Bernice had seemed a good bargain, for she was wealthy, very generous, and had never attempted to pry too deeply into his outside affairs. But here, where he saw no one but her and a handful of stinking red skins, where he heard nothing but that savage caterwauling and her incessant coughing, he flung himself into the canoe and paddled furiously toward the mainland. And Hilda Johansson, what a difference that Swedish farmer's daughter could make in his exile, if she would only cast aside her backwoods scruples. He railed inwardly at her now, for her frigid aloofness had long since fired him with a consuming infatuation. Nothing was right on this damn Michigan peninsula. Floating across the slimy lake in ceaseless, maddening rhythm, the savage chant intruded itself upon his mind again, and drove out thoughts of Hilda. He laid aside the paddle for a moment to stop his ears. So unbearable had the sound become. It had begun early this evening when the pale new moon cast its first reflection on the waters, and it would continue every night until this moon had waned. It had been Bernice's infantile delight in its crazy significance that precipitated his furious departure from the house. She had said, "It's a ceremony the tribe holds every year at this time to appease the spirits of the lake, the Nibanor Baigs, they call them. This is a holy lake to the Indians, you know, and they say if anyone affronts it or harms its friends, the Nibanor Baigs take terrible vengeance." Here she had laughed self-consciously, as well she might, before she went on. "Two horses, that's our old housekeeper's cousin, you know, spoke so convincingly of its terrors that I made it a peace offering this afternoon. I cast a bouquet of garden flowers on the waters and said a prayer two horses taught me. Now, no one may harm me, for fear the spirits of the lake will punish them." That last bit of addle-brained nonsense had marked the limit of Roger's endurance. What civilized man wouldn't have blown up and flown out of the house in disgust after that? And, because Bernice's silliness had driven him away so early in the evening, he would arrive at his rendezvous with Hilda half an hour too soon. Roger Benton felt terribly abused. Hilda, following the custom of her sex, did not appear until much later than the waiting man expected. When she finally came in sight, she presented a striking contrast to the thin, dark, ailing woman he had left in anger. Tall, strong, blonde as her Viking forebears, she strode with lithe grace along the forest path. Eyes that were too cold, and a thin-lipped mouth too firmly set, marred the beauty of her face. But Roger Benton had never noted these imperfections. His long wait had sharpened his desire. Forgetting past rebuffs, he rushed to meet her and clasped her in his arms. She coolly disengaged herself and sat down upon a fallen tree. Irritably, he threw himself beside her. "Hilda, why do you hold me off like this?" he pouted. "You know I'm mad, insane about you." Her thin lips curled in a faint smile. "You have no right to be mad about me. You're a married man. We're not children. You know how little I care about my wife. Besides, it's only a question of time before—" He paused. "Before she will die, you mean?" she finished simply. He turned his head away. "Yes, she thinks she's getting better, but the doctors don't tell her what they tell me." His arms clasped her again. "And the moment I'm free, I'll marry you, I swear it. But I can't wait for you till then. I've got to have you." She thrust him away roughly this time. "You will have me only as your wife. I have told you that before." His hands fell helplessly to his sides. Petulantly, resentfully, he complained, "If you really mean that, why don't you stop making a fool of me? Why do you meet me here by the lake each night, playing with me as a cat does with a mouse?" She looked at him silently for a moment, then quietly, "Because I hope you will not always be a mouse." If you are as mad about me as you say, you will not let a woman you hate stand between us much longer. What can I do? Divorce is out of the question. Of course, then her money would be taken from you. He was annoyed. I'm not thinking only of money. She leaned close to him. I'm not thinking only of divorce. He stared at her for a long moment, and her cold, unwavering eyes returned his gaze. His eyes fell, and she began to talk rapidly in her low, compelling voice. The pathetic little cough rasped out again. At the sound, the man in the stern dipped his paddle more deeply into the faint shimmer of the scum-covered water. After a struggling, breathless moment, the coughing spell abated, and its victim spoke. It's wonderful to be on the lake with you again, Roger. It's been so long since we've been in the canoe together. She laughed happily. I feel as though we were beginning a second honeymoon. Roger Benton glanced briefly at his frail wife, grunted, and returned his attention to the paddle. In the silence that followed, the throbbing hum of the Indian chant slid steadily over the water, a brooding monotone of endless cadence. Finally, Bernice spoke again. How solemn the chant sounds tonight, like the hymn it really is, a prayer for the dying. For the dying? His voice held a sharp, uncertain quality. Yes, this is Indian summer, you know, the moon of falling leaves, of dying things. That song is a tribute to fading nature. Rather beautiful, don't you think? The paddle trailed unheeded as he repeated abstractedly, the moon of falling leaves, of dying things. She leaned forward a little, her dark eyes searching his face anxiously. Roger, you act so strangely tonight. Aren't you well, dear? He straightened, recovered himself. I'm quite all right. He resumed his jerky, erratic stroke as she reached to place a small hand tenderly on his knee. I know how unhappy you are here, but I'll be well again soon, and we'll go back to the city. She laughed self-consciously. I would like to return here for just one day each year, though to renew my offering to the spirits of the lake. I've taken their protection very seriously, you see. The muscles of his jaw working spasmodically under the tanned skin, and he opened his mouth as though to speak. Quickly, placatingly, she forestalled him. Please don't be annoyed, dear, it's such a pretty legend. He turned his head abruptly away, as though in anger or to avoid her eyes. His strokes grew faster, clumsier, stabbing angry slashes that sent the frail craft forward in plunging leaps. The woman, a little fearfully, looked behind her to see where this mad race was heading. Then she spoke again, with patently assumed unconcern. Roger, sharp rocks are just ahead, those the Indians call the spirit's talons. She continued, as though to herself, they say the road to the villages of the happy dead leads over such rocks as those, rocks with a knife-like edge, upon which only the good can keep their footing. The bad fall off into an abyss of eternal torment. His hysterical snarl brought her rudely to a stop. Stop talking that filthy, savage rot. It can't frighten me. Her eyes grew wide in amazement. His voice rose in a crazy yell. I'm not afraid of spirits. They can't hurt me, and men will say it was an accident. An accident. Madly he continued, repeating again and again, an accident. Her hands mounted in futile gesture to her throat, and she began to cough, gasping, terror-laden words tumbling out between the spasms. You're making for the rocks on purpose. You know I can't swim. You mean to drown me, Roger. Don't. Turn back. Turn back. His voice and stroke beat on. Accident. Accident. The blood drained from her face. She clawed frantically